December 16th, 2006. Cleveland, Quicken Loans Arena. Inside the arena, the atmosphere surged like a restless tide, a cacophony of fervent cheers and vibrant energy relentlessly assaulting Qin Jie's senses. After a moment of disorientation, Qin Jie gradually regained his composure, staring in bewilderment at the number 91 jersey adorning his frame. He collected his thoughts, and after some time, he finally processed the astonishing reality of his transposition. Qin Jie had originally been the DJ for a CBA home team, where he played Jay Chou's Listen to Your Mother during a game against a rival team, leading numerous fans to suspect he was mocking or insulting a visiting player. In response, he clarified that he had no intention of offending, he merely played the song. However, the fans remained adamant, and the CBA league pressured him to issue an apology. Unyielding, Qin Jie refused to apologize, asserting on social media that should the opposing team return to his home court, he would play the song again. Consequently, the CBA terminated his contract, and in the instant he left the premises, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. He shook his head as memories flooded in like shards of glass, piercing his mind. The current timeline was December 2006, and his new identity was that of a backup power forward for the Memphis Grizzlies. Last year, at the age of 18, Qin Jie had ventured across the ocean to study at the University of Kentucky. Standing at 208 centimeters tall, with a wingspan of 225 centimeters and weighing 100 kilograms, his remarkable physical attributes allowed him to successfully join the university basketball team, competing in the NCAA. This year, however, the University of Kentucky's performance in March Madness had fallen short of expectations, ending in the round of 32. During his sophomore season, Qin Jie averaged 4.8 points, 2.8 rebounds, and 2.1 assists, with a shooting percentage of merely 36.6. Despite his commendable defense and his identity as a Chinese player, he was still selected by the Grizzlies as the 57th pick in the second round of this year's draft. However, the competition in the NBA was both brutal and fair. Everything depended on skill. Even prodigies like Bronny had to hone their craft in the G League. Qin Jie had appeared in 10 games for the Grizzlies, averaging 1.3 points, 1.2 rebounds, 0.1 assists, 0.2 steals, and 0.7 blocks before being benched by the head coach. System integration in progress, a mechanical voice echoed in Qin Jie's ear. Watch LeBron, he's cutting to the basket. Before Qin Jie could ponder the source of the voice, the urgent shout from Grizzlies head coach, Fratello, jolted him back to reality. He turned his gaze to the court, where LeBron James, clad in jersey number 23, bulldozed through defenders, driving into the paint and scoring despite a defender's challenge. The referee immediately blew the whistle, awarding James an opportunity for an additional free throw. Goodness, the version 1.0 headband LeBron relies solely on his physical prowess, Qin Jie thought, a jolt of realization striking him. This 21 ignited the home crowd's enthusiasm, prompting the sharply dressed coach to call for a timeout. Where's the defense? We're leaking like a sieve. Fratello chastised the players as they exited the court. We can't stop LeBron, said Mike Miller, who'd been matched up against James. No sooner had he spoken than Fratello unleashed a torrent of wrath upon him. Qin Jie glanced at the statistics. Only 4 minutes remained in the final quarter, with the score standing at 79-91, a 12-point deficit. LeBron, the reigning king on his home court, was having a stellar night, shooting over 60 and accumulating 35 points, 7 rebounds, and 7 assists, single-handedly dismantling the Grizzlies' defense. In contrast, the highest scorer for the Grizzlies, Mike Miller, had managed only 19 points, while the team's linchpin, Marc Gasol, was limited to just 15 minutes of play due to recent injury recovery, proving unable to salvage the team's performance. Fratello felt the weight of despair. Another loss would mark the Grizzlies' 19th defeat of the season. In the previous 2 seasons, the Grizzlies had been a playoff team under Gasol's leadership, but this year, due to his injury during the World Championships, the team had plummeted to the bottom of the Western Conference standings. The dismal record had led management to apply mounting pressure on Fratello. He felt a sense of impending doom. These few games might very well be the last of his tenure with the Grizzlies, and the losing streak left his position precarious. It's the final moments, let's muster our spirits, Fratello sighed, reorganizing the strategy. Qin Jie joined his teammates in huddling together. Fratello, glancing inadvertently at Qin Jie, recalled how the media had often compared him to Yao Ming at the start of the season, leaving a lasting impression of the young man from China. Though Qin Jie lacked offensive prowess, his physical attributes and defensive tenacity stood out. Fratello felt an inexplicable urge to give Qin Jie a chance. With the Grizzlies' defense in ruins, it would be worth seeing what Qin Jie could do. Although defeat seemed inevitable, perhaps the margin wouldn't be so vast. After all, these were likely Fratello's final games as head coach, and he wanted to offer this young man an opportunity. Qin, replace Paul Gasol, get ready to enter. Fratello beckoned to Qin Jie. Focus on defense. They love running pick and rolls to attack the paint. Be wary not to leave anyone open. Qin Jie gulped. Although he had been a fan since childhood, endlessly dreaming of playing professionally, this moment felt surreal. Yet, it had come too swiftly. With his previous basketball skills, he could hold his own in discussions on forums. But on the professional stage, especially in the world's premier league, he felt ill-equipped, despite his height of 2.08 meters. While Fratello continued to communicate with the players, Qin Jie regained his composure. Detecting the host's grievances during the transposition system binding successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the opponent's CBA system. An external aide had arrived. Yet, what was this opponent's CBA system? Hearing the term CBA made Qin Jie want to curse again. One song had caused such turmoil. Perhaps he should reconsider a career in professional basketball altogether. Even Kobe faced jeers on the road, and the best response to such hostility was stellar personal performance. Qin Jie felt overwhelmed. This system seemed rather dubious. Wouldn't a simple three-point experience card or a template of a superstar have sufficed? The system continued its explanation. During defensive plays, the abilities of the NBA players you face will significantly diminish to CBA levels. For instance, centers like Howard will be reduced to the caliber of Zhou Qi and Wang Zhelin. Upon hearing the names of the Polish center and Wang, Qin Jie couldn't help but chuckle. He understood the system's implication. Anyone he matched up against, no matter how formidable, would regress to a CBA standard. Moreover, in this era, Zhou Qi and Wang Zhelin were still youngsters, and this CBA referred to the version from his own time, not the current one. Back then, the CBA was of decent caliber, representing the pinnacle of Chinese basketball's glory days. Perhaps a CBA referee system would be more beneficial. Referees can be quite charming too. Qin Jie mused, but recalling the various memorable moments in the CBA, he felt a sudden sense of reassurance. Chapter 2. Possessed by a Polish legend? The timeout concluded swiftly, and both teams returned to the court. The Cavaliers made no substitutions, featuring Zydrunas Ilgauskas, Drew Gooden, LeBron James, Larry Hughes, and Daniel Gibson. The Grizzlies, however, replaced their lineup with Qin Jie, Dante Jones, Mike Miller, Alexander Johnson, and Chucky Atkins. Observing the Grizzlies and Oppos arrangement, TNT commentator Kenny Smith remarked, "Oh, the Grizzlies have sent that young fellow from the East back onto the court." His colleague, Barkley, chuckled, "Haha. Qin is here to put on a show for us. In my view, apart from Yao, no other Asian player has the skills to play basketball." Meanwhile, in a broadcasting booth across the ocean, commentator Yu Jia expressed his astonishment. Qin Jie has suddenly entered the game in the fourth quarter. Beside him, Zhang Heli noted, "Given the dire state of the game, Qin Jie's entry signifies that the Grizzlies have officially entered garbage time." All eyes on the court seemed to focus on Qin Jie. The atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly fervent, with fans exuberantly anticipating that this Asian face signified the Cavaliers could confidently pop the champagne in celebration. Qin Jie, who had just stepped onto the court, completely disregarded the fans chanting MVP and concentrated solely on the game. His abilities were optimized, significantly enhancing his defensive skills. Before Qin could ponder further, at the free throw line, LeBron had already taken his shot. LeBron converted the free throw, extending the lead to 13 points. On his way back on defense, LeBron Gooden and Oppos resist flexing for the cameras. As Qin Jie retrieved the ball from the sidelines and passed it to Atkins, the Grizzlies initiated their offensive sequence. Following the tactical positioning, Qin set a screen for Atkins on the left side, but found no opportunity to roll to the basket, retreating instead to the elbow. Mike Miller received the ball at mid-range but failed to score. Ilgauskas secured the rebound, transitioning the Cavaliers from defense to offense. LeBron, receiving the ball at the top of the arc, immediately signaled Ilgauskas to set a screen. During this period, LeBron favored ball screens as a means to initiate offense. as his jump shot had been inconsistent and his mid-range threat insufficient, often relying on Ilgauskas or Varejao for screens to attack the rim. Miller, tasked with guarding LeBron, collided with Ilgauskas and Oppos' shoulder, allowing LeBron to navigate to the wing. Observing his teammate blocked, Qin Jie switched on to Miller, facing LeBron in his first defensive possession. Even with the advantage of the system, Qin couldn't and Oppos' help but feel a surge of nervousness. LeBron exuded confidence, and upon spotting Qin, he prepared to dominate the paint and conclude the possession decisively. "It seems we are about to witness a one-on-one between LeBron and Qin," Kenny Smith stated. Barkley added, "LeBron and Oppos' pick-and-roll and mismatch isolation are unanswerable. Qin will have to brace himself to be merely a backdrop." Qin lowered his center of gravity and approached LeBron, employing a series of crab dribbles, suddenly accelerated towards the paint. His strides were thunderous, akin to an unstoppable bulldozer advancing through the court. Qin closely adhered to him, attempting to disrupt his rhythm. As they neared the free-throw line, LeBron gathered the ball and explosively leaped towards the right side, ready to deliver a powerful dunk. Qin leapt to contest. With a resounding thud, the ball struck the backboard harshly, rebounding off the side and landing on Jones and Oppos' shoulder before rolling out of bounds. Silence enveloped the arena. LeBron missed the layup, but the Grizzlies did not secure the ball. Possession remains with the Cavaliers. Ujia remarked while glancing at the broadcast screen. Zhang Heli chuckled. Qin Jie didn't and Oppos' lose his position there. That was solid defense. Kenny Smith, upon witnessing the play, couldn't and Oppos' help but exclaim, "What is wrong with LeBron? He should have dunked that over Qin." It wasn't and Oppos' Qin and Oppos' defense that was commendable. Rather, it was LeBron and Oppos' oversight. His layup attempt had been slightly deformed despite minimal contact. Barkley continued, "No one can single-handedly defend LeBron in a one-on-one situation. He has already scored 40 points tonight, nearly half of the Grizzlies and Oppos' total." LeBron and Oppos' expression reflected disbelief. That shot should have been a flawless bank shot into the hoop. The referee signaled for the Cavaliers to inbound the ball. LeBron held the ball, gesturing for his teammates to position themselves while Qin stepped up to interfere. The Cavaliers and Oppos' movement stretched the Grizzlies and Oppos' formation wide, allowing Gibson to cut to the wing behind a screen. At that moment, the Grizzlies and Oppos' defense concentrated heavily around the free-throw line, leaving the paint vulnerable. LeBron seized the opportunity to pass the ball. The Cavaliers are being cautious with this sideline inbounds, letting their most reliable player, LeBron, take the throw-in. Zhang Heli noted, "Let and Oppos' see to whom he passes. Gibson is cutting in." Ujia added, "The ball was tossed with moderate speed, striking Gibson and Oppos' thigh." In a state of shock, Gibson turned to retrieve the ball. Miller, with swift reflexes, spun into the lane to protect the ball while blocking Gibson. Goodness, a Polish legend? This scene brought Qin Jie amusement, secretly reveling in the prowess of the system. LeBron stood there, hands raised in disbelief. After the steal, the Grizzlies launched a fast break, exploiting the Cavaliers' defensive lapse with Atkins finishing at the rim. LeBron should not have made that error. Why was the pass so soft? Kenny Smith questioned. Barkley, visibly frustrated, remarked, "After that turnover, LeBron didn't even get back on defense. He played that possession like a rookie." As the Cavaliers resumed their offense, Gibson brought the ball up and willingly passed it to LeBron. Following LeBron's previous blunder, Qin Jie's confidence surged, prompting him to switch on to Miller. With the system in place, LeBron and Oppos' performance paled in comparison to his past self. Observing Qin and Oppos' proactive approach, LeBron and Oppos' demeanor hardened, dissatisfied with his opponent. He immediately instructed his teammates to spread out. In a one-on-one scenario, LeBron felt assured he could overpower anyone, especially a rookie like Qin. Intending to let him experience the intense nature of the NBA, he dismissed the earlier misstep, dribbling in place before launching into a powerful drive toward the paint. Qin pressed closely, their bodies colliding with a muffled thump as Qin steadied himself. LeBron dribbled with his right hand, his left arm bracing against Qin and Oppos' chest, attempting to use his body to push past him. Despite the exertion from LeBron and Oppos' charge, Qin maintained his position resolutely. LeBron glanced at the hoop, gradually decelerating, and with a flick of his wrist, directed the ball to the left, pivoting on his left foot. In that instance of turning to evade Qin, the ball struck his shoe, ricocheting awkwardly onto his elbow before bouncing away. Chapter 3. Is this ball a bit slippery? Taking advantage of a misstep. Qin Jie seized the moment, releasing the ball with lightning speed and swiftly gaining control of the basketball. James, visibly taken aback, immediately lunged for the ball. Aware of his limited dribbling skills, Qin Jie opted for a quick pass to Atkins, preventing any chance of losing possession again. Amidst the rapid onslaught and fierce contest, James and Oppos' pivot appeared hasty, causing the basketball to inadvertently bounce off his foot. Zhongli remarked with wide eyes, while Yu Jia, equally stunned, noted that this was yet another blunder, underscoring the immense pressure Qin Jie was exerting. On the Grizzlies and Oppos' bench, the previously listless players rose to applaud. Throughout the match, James had dominated with aggressive plays, yet they had failed to thwart his relentless assaults on the basket. In this instance, not only did Qin Jie successfully defend against James, but he also executed a commendable steal. While the Cavaliers heavily relied on individual talent for their offense, under Mike Brown's guidance, their team defense was commendably robust. Ranking 4th in the league, the 5 players quickly positioned themselves defensively, and the home crowd erupted back into a cacophony, chanting defense. Under the DJ and Oppos' direction, the Grizzlies struggled to find an opening, resorting to patient ball movement. Qin Jie maneuvered to the three-point line, setting a screen for Mike Miller, creating opportunities for a pick-and-roll. His teammates spread out to maximize spacing. Miller, with the ball, drove left, while Qin Jie positioned himself centrally, poised to receive the pass. With the Cavaliers focusing their defensive efforts on the paint, Miller found no chance to shoot. As the 24-second shot clock dwindled, he passed to Atkins in the low post. Atkins and Oppos' shot was slow, and Gibson and Oppos' interference caused the ball to ricochet off the rim. Gooden and Zydrunas were ready to contest for the rebound. Observing his teammates occupying space in the paint while the Grizzlies and Oppos' players were scattered, James sprang into action towards the opposing basket, seizing an opportunity for a fast break. The basketball bounced towards the free throw line, with Gooden boxing out Jones and Johnson, allowing Zydrunas to position himself to grab the rebound. Zydrunas focused intently on the trajectory of the basketball, leaping as he approached it. Just as he was about to secure it, a hand swooped in, claiming the ball first. Qin Jie had anticipated the ball's descent, jumping ahead of Zydrunas to snatch the offensive rebound. Gooden immediately converged on him, spotting Mike Miller completely unguarded at the baseline. Qin Jie swiftly passed the ball. Miller aimed for the basket and, swish, the three-pointer found its mark, altering the score to 84-92. James, already at the front court, glanced back just in time to witness the ball swishing through the net. Shift, he muttered in frustration, lamenting the missed rebound. How did he get to the front court? Zhongli observed upon noticing James and Oppos' misalignment. Yu Jia chuckled. He trusts his teammates too much. He expected this to be a fast break, unaware that Qin Jie had snatched the rebound. On the court, the Cavaliers initiated their offense. Despite several failed attempts, James refrained from forcing plays, allowing Gibson to handle the ball as the Cavaliers repositioned. Qin Jie maintained a relentless watch on James, whose seemingly casual movements concealed intricate strategies, each step crafted to create opportunities for cuts. Gibson advanced to the right side at a 45-degree angle, with James shielding him, allowing Gibson to evade defenders and accelerate. Qin Jie did not pursue Gibson. Instead, he directed Atkins to follow, as he charged towards the left side, cutting into the paint. As anticipated, James mirrored his movement, slicing into the lane from the left. Qin Jie perfectly positioned himself in front of him. Upon reaching the basket, Gibson decisively launched the ball into the air. James, fixated on the ascending basketball, disregarded Qin Jie beside him, leaping with tremendous force, prepared to thunderously dunk the ball. Qin Jie stood firm, knowing he could not stop the unstoppable force of James in midair. At the very moment James launched himself, the home crowd erupted with fervor, back row spectators rising in unison, their cheers crashing over the arena like a tidal wave. Gibson and James were set for an alley-oop connection. Zhongli, witnessing the scene, could barely contain his excitement. Yu Jia, focused on the screen, suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, the ball seems a bit slippery," as the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. James surprisingly failed to secure the ball. The anticipated display of the young Emperor's ferocious dunk, a testament to athletic beauty, did not materialize. The basketball slipped through James and Oppos' fingers, and Qin Jie, quick to react, pivoted to reclaim the ball that had fallen to the floor. Rebound 1. What? Barkley exclaimed, astonished. Are you kidding me? Kenny Smith echoed his surprise. This is LeBron and Oppos' forte, the alley-oop. His jump was flawless, yet this Butterfingers moment was utterly unexpected. The arena fell into a stunned silence, with fans gaping in disbelief. Gibson, seeing James's dismayed expression, clasped his head in disbelief and murmured, "OMG, my mistake." After landing, James exhaled heavily before rapidly sprinting back on defense. The Grizzlies countered quickly, with Qin Jie passing to Atkins. Utilizing a screen, Atkins drove into the paint for a layup. But the Cavaliers' timely double-team thwarted his attempt, with both Gooden and Gibson denying him a shot. The ball was passed out of the congested area to the perimeter where Dante Jones sought Qin Jie for a screen. Mike Miller circled around a defender to receive the ball, while Qin Jie vacated his position to navigate towards the low post. With time dwindling on the shot clock, Miller launched a shot from beyond the arc. The basketball soared in an impressive arc, clanging off the back rim. Gooden and Zydrunas, both focused on the ball, and Oppos' descent, retreated to secure the rebound. Qin Jie wiped the sweat from his palms on his shorts and leaped behind them. As Gooden and Zydrunas collided in midair, Qin Jie seized the opportunity, snatching the offensive rebound above their heads. He promptly turned, and the paint was wide open, leaping with both hands on the ball. He dunked with authority. 86-92. Qin Jie marked his first basket of the night. Kenny Smith remarked, "The Grizzlies capitalized on the error and scored 2 points, narrowing the deficit to 6. Barkley frowned. Is LeBron fatigued? He had only 1 turnover in the first 3 quarters, but now he has racked up several in quick succession, directly costing the team points. Qin Jie's defense seems effective. The Cavaliers resumed their offense. James caught the ball just inside the 3-point line, and Qin Jie promptly moved to guard him, with Jones joining in for support. James executed a probing step before launching into a jump shot with a slight lean back. Qin Jie leapt to contest the shot, barely grazing the basketball with his fingertips. The ball soared in a high arc, heading straight for the upper rim, ricocheting off and striking the shot clock. The referee immediately blew the whistle, signaling the ball out of bounds. James, in frustration, slapped his arm, visibly angered. Qin Jie, grinning, pointed at the hoop, teasing, "Hey, LeBron, the basket is over there." Something felt amiss. James sensed an inexplicable discomfort. This Asian player was peculiar, despite lacking overwhelming defensive pressure. He found himself unable to avoid errors. "That shot was a bit outrageous," Yu Jia noted. Zhang Li added, "James's shooting has always been inconsistent, and Qin Jie's defensive efforts have certainly troubled him significantly." Atkins cautiously dribbled the ball into the front court, utilizing Jones and Oppos' screen to penetrate towards the basket. Although he was unable to score, he drew a foul from Gibson, resulting in 2 successful free throws. The atmosphere in the arena grew peculiar, igniting a simmering frustration within Cavaliers and Oppos' head coach Mike Brown, who promptly signaled for a timeout. Zhang He expressed his excitement, stating that the Grizzlies and Oppos' 9-0 offensive surge had halted the Cavaliers. Yu Jia nodded in agreement, noting that Qin Jie's performance since entering the game was unexpectedly impressive. He excelled defensively and actively pursued rebounds. Zhang He affirmed, initially believing Qin Jie would only see playtime during garbage time. He now appeared to be the Grizzlies' secret weapon in the final moments. Mike Brown, tapping the tactical board, emphasized the necessity of maintaining offensive intensity, urging his players to be more aggressive in rebounding and to keep an eye on number 91, LeBron James. Chewing on his mouthguard and wiping sweat, resolved not to allow the opposing team any ease. Mike Brown nodded, expressing confidence in James as a versatile warrior. Meanwhile, Flattaro glanced at the timer, noting that only 1 minute and 37 seconds remained in the game. Had this young man and Oppos' defensive prowess been underestimated? Flattaro revitalized his spirit. Qin Jie's 2 minutes on the court had vividly showcased his defensive capabilities. "Paul, and Oppos, it's time for you to return," Flattaro called to Gasol. Seeing Gasol nod, Flattaro turned to Qin Jie, saying, "Qin, you've done exceptionally well defensively. Continue to closely monitor LeBron and be cautious not to allow him to draw fouls in the paint. If Qin Jie maintains this defensive efficiency, and with Gasol's presence to bolster offensive firepower, a 4-point deficit could indeed be overturned." As the timeout concluded, both teams adjusted their lineups. Chapter 4. James and Oppos' fatal mistake. The Grizzlies come back. With just a minute and a half remaining in the game, the Grizzlies altered their lineup to feature Pau Gasol, Qin Jie, Rudy Gay, Mike Miller, and Kyle Lowry. The Cavaliers also made substitutions, bringing on Zydrunas Ilgauskas, Anderson Varejao, LeBron James, Shannon Brown, and Damon Jones. The Cavaliers initiated their offense. This time, James did not rush. He calmly directed his teammates, while Qin Jie's gaze remained fixated on him. After settling down, James realized that there was no need to hurry. Given their lead, he planned to delay the attack until the shot clock was running low to consume time. Qin Jie closely shadowed James as he moved from the wing to the baseline, with 10 seconds remaining on the shot clock. And the Cavaliers began to pass the ball rapidly. Upon receiving the ball, James was immediately confronted by Qin Jie, who applied pressure defensively. Bang! As he moved to the left, a dull thud echoed from Qin Jie's shoulder due to a collision. Shannon Brown and Oppo's screen obstructed Qin Jie's pursuit of James, who swiftly evaded him. The Grizzlies hurriedly collapsed their defense into the paint, with everyone else's focus on James. Qin Jie observed James back, a hint of astonishment flooding his mind, yet he hesitated not for a moment and promptly turned to chase after Shannon Brown, instead of forcing his way into the paint. James opted to pass the ball back to the cutting Shannon Brown. Shannon Brown caught James' bounce pass, stumbled momentarily as Qin Jie closed in, but quickly regained his balance and lunged toward the basket with the ball in hand. Qin Jie raised his arms to contest, but Shannon Brown's eyes were solely on the hoop. Jia exclaimed. Shannon Brown aims to dunk over Qin Jie. Bang! The sharp sound of impact resonated above the rim. However, the Cavaliers and Oppo's fans did not erupt in cheers. Surprisingly, Shannon Brown's powerful dunk attempt struck the rim instead, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the floor. Shannon Brown failed to convert, Zhang Heli remarked. Jia nodded, stating, though the Cavaliers and Oppo's rookie is known for his incredible leaping ability, attempting to dunk over Qin Jie is exceedingly difficult. Even James could not accomplish it just now. Qin Jie let out a sigh of relief. No matter how springy he was, he would still need to transform into a CBA player before him. James darted across the court, and as the ball ricocheted off the rim, he instantly tracked its trajectory, dashing forward to secure the rebound. Qin Jie lamented the situation, realizing that Mike Miller could not contain James, who, having retrieved the ball, took 2 large strides to prepare for a dunk. Qin Jie retreated into the paint, leaping in tandem with James. The arena was filled with the sound of their bodies colliding. James felt overwhelmed, his muscles trembling, as an immense force constrained his movements. Qin Jie's defense was like an invisible net, tightly binding him. James attempted to thrust the ball toward the basket, but in the midst of the struggle, he lost his balance. The basketball slipped from his fingertips and feebly bounced off the rim before rolling to the ground. Gay seized the opportunity to grab the rebound. Frustrated, James pounded his palm in distress, then spread his arms in disbelief at the referee. Yet, the referee remained unmoved, and the game continued. In the broadcast booth, Zhang Heli remarked, it seems only Qin Jie can effectively defend against James. The Grizzlies initiated their offense. Qin Jie and Gay executed a pick and roll. Gay drew Varajo's switch and passed to Lowry on the perimeter. Lowry, while backing into Damon Jones, made a bounce pass to the cutting Gasol. After completing a spin move against C, Gasol encountered James' help defense and missed a close-range layup. Qin Jie swiftly stepped in front of Varajo to secure the rebound and passed it to the retreating Gasol. Gasol's mid-range jumper was remarkably steady, an effective maneuver on the international stage. The shot swished through the net, 90-94. The Cavaliers inbound the ball for their offense. James received the ball and advanced. Noticing the Cavaliers' slow tempo, Qin Jie applied pressure defense at half-court, hoping to force James into a turnover, lowering his center of gravity. James protected the ball with his left hand as he sought to evade Qin Jie's reach. Suddenly, James accelerated, spotting Damon Jones at the arc, and attempted to pass the ball. Qin Jie lunged to intercept, recognizing the high probability of a steal, while James, sensing the imminent threat, pulled back to avoid a turnover. Despite this, James maintained his speed. As Qin Jie fell behind, he struggled to regain balance, inadvertently slapping the basketball. The Grizzlies and Oppo's bench erupted in anticipation, signaling for a double dribble. The referee promptly blew the whistle for the evident error. Qin Jie could hardly contain his disbelief. This is something you'd rarely witness outside the CBA, Jia exclaimed. Such a mistake is hard to see from a professional basketball player, let alone a star like James. Zhang Heli chuckled, his eyes narrowing with amusement. I told you. Qin Jie is the key to defending James. The Grizzlies and Oppo's head coach, Flat Arrow, was left astonished, never expecting Qin Jie's defensive prowess against James to be so effective. James' expression darkened in response to the turnover, though it was difficult to discern. This misstep provided the Grizzlies with an opportunity for a counterattack, despite recently recovering from injury. Gasol nimbly maneuvered past C, executing a layup with ease. The deficit was reduced to just 2 points. On the next possession, the Cavaliers continued to compress the shot clock, stalling until the final moments. After failing to shake off Qin Jie, James passed to Damon Jones in the corner with 2 seconds remaining on the shot clock. Jones, caught off guard, was forced to shoot quickly over Lowry. As the Cavaliers' most reliable three-point shooter, Jones needed a stroke of luck in this scenario. Bang! The three-pointer clanged off the rim, and Gasol secured the rebound. With only 31 seconds left, the Grizzlies' possession expired, leaving just 7 seconds on the clock. TNT's Kenny Smith remarked. Barkley added, "This might be the Grizzlies' final possession." A 2-point deficit, and the suspense has carried into the final moments. The Grizzlies players made frequent movements, with Pau Gasol as their offensive focal point. Qin Jie could only exert pressure from the wing, prepared to contest for a rebound as the Cavaliers concentrated their defense in the paint. With each passing second on the shot clock, Gasol struggled against a double team. Noticing Lowry was open, he passed the ball out. After dribbling twice, Lowry took a mid-range shot. Bang! The shot missed the rim, and Qin Jie leaped from the free throw line to grab the rebound. The shot clock reset, and with just 15 seconds left, the Cavaliers grew anxious. Shifting their defensive focus toward Qin Jie, Z and Varejao converged to double-team him, denying him the opportunity to pass. Qin Jie quickly targeted Gay, cutting along the baseline, ready to assist. Upon receiving the pass, Gay jumped for a layup, but James surged in from the side, attempting to deliver a block. A force collided with Gay and Oppo's arm, severely disrupting his shot, which barely grazed the rim. Yet, the referee blew the whistle. A foul was called on James for hitting the arm. James, visibly agitated, gestured to the referee, indicating his belief that it was a miscall. However, the referee shook his head, holding the ball and signaling for Gay to approach the free throw line. The Cavaliers and Oppo's home crowd erupted in a cacophony of boos. With a clang, Gay and Oppo's first attempt ricocheted off the rim, and the home crowd cheered in unison. The free throw was missed. There was no way to reclaim the lead now, Ujia lamented. Zhang Heli remarked, "Gay is a rookie. His nerves are still unsteady in these crucial moments." The miss weighed heavily on Qin Jie's heart as he quickly maneuvered his right leg into position, ready to snatch the rebound. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Gay managed to convert his second attempt with poise. 1 out of 2, the score stood at 93-94. With the Cavaliers still leading by a point, Zhang Heli noted, "Only 12 seconds remain. The Grizzlies will have to foul." Lowry kept a close watch on Damon Jones, immediately committing a foul as the latter received the ball. Damon Jones executed a behind-the-back dribble and swiftly passed to James. James hardly regarded Qin Jie, dribbling while waiting for the foul to occur. Yet, Qin Jie was not merely seeking to foul. His gaze was fixed intently on the basketball. Surprised by Qin Jie's attempt to steal the ball, James quickly turned to protect it. Shannon Brown moved into support, and James tossed the ball backward. Lowry dashed in to intercept, his fingertips altering the ball and Oppo's trajectory, causing it to fly out of bounds. With 7.2 seconds left, possession remained with the Cavaliers. Kenny Smith commented. Barkley questioned, "Why didn't Oppo's the Grizzlies commit a foul? Do they expect LeBron to falter in this critical moment?" After advising his teammates, James returned to the sideline to execute the inbounds pass. Positioned at the same spot, he had to be cautious of his previous error, Ujia observed. Qin Jie maintained his stance, arms extended before James, while Damon Jones sprinted from the arc to the center circle to receive the ball. With a flick of his wrist, James intended to bounce pass to his teammate. Qin Jie's brow furrowed. This was his opportunity. A bounce pass could never match the speed of a direct pass. With a swift move, Qin Jie intercepted the ball just ahead of Damon Jones. Zhang Heli and Ujia exclaimed in unison, "Oh no." Qin Jie dribbled vigorously, acutely aware of Damon Jones pursuing him from behind. This shot had to be a dunk, otherwise, he risked being blocked. Taking 3 steps before the free throw line. With a resounding thud, Qin Jie's vertical leap, though not particularly swift, allowed him to dunk just before the defender arrived. 94-94. The Grizzlies had pulled off the comeback. An exasperated Mike Brown quickly called for a final timeout. In the commentary booth, Barkley frowned, visibly displeased. LeBron and Oppo's error is a gift to the Grizzlies. Twice in the same spot getting stripped. Indeed, how could a bounce pass be executed? The speed was far too slow, Kenny Smith remarked. Barkley continued, "Only 4.2 seconds remain. The Cavaliers have one last chance." The atmosphere on the Grizzlies and Oppo's bench was considerably lighter as Flat set up the final defensive positioning. Qin Jie, hands on his hips, caught his breath. He was all too familiar with this scenario. James had indeed been humbled by the Polish legend, having committed 2 turnovers on the sideline, purely a tribute. Upon returning from the timeout, neither team made substitutions. This time, Mike Brown was more cautious, bringing in the towering Z to inbound the ball. Qin Jie remained vigilant against James, stepping around a screen set by Verigeo to trail James closely. Upon receiving the ball at the left 45-degree angle, James was immediately met with Qin Jie's tight defense. Glancing at the timer, James realized he had no time to maneuver past Qin Jie's guard and had to retreat for a desperate 3-point attempt. With just 2 seconds left, James stepped back and leaped to shoot. Qin Jie jumped to contest the shot but could not block it. The tension in the arena reached a fever pitch, with the camera closely tracking the spinning basketball. Home fans clasped their hands tightly, awaiting the sweet sound of the ball swishing through the net. However, the anticipated sound never came. Not even the rim or backboard was grazed. The shot missed entirely. As the final buzzer sounded, the Cavaliers succumbed to the Grizzlies, 94-95. Chapter 5. System Enhancement. After the Grizzlies triumphed over the Cavaliers, their record improved to 6 wins and 18 losses. Following the game, a visibly displeased LeBron James exited the player tunnel without a word. Meanwhile, the Grizzlies gathered to congratulate one another, having just endured a 6-game losing streak. This victory was pivotal for their morale. Head coach Flataro expressed immense satisfaction with Qin Jie's performance in the final moments. Despite playing only 4 minutes, Qin Jie recorded an impressive stat line of 4 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block, showcasing his defensive prowess. He effectively neutralized LeBron's offensive efforts in the closing moments, proving to be a key contributor to the comeback victory. Flataro patted Qin Jie on the shoulder and remarked, "Well done, young man. Keep it up in the next game." Qin Jie nodded, understanding that this was an implicit suggestion that he would receive playing time in the upcoming match. This season, the Grizzlies indeed lacked reliable players in the paint. During the early part of the season, while Pau Gasol was sidelined due to injury, Hakeem Warwick and Stromile Swift formed a dual tower starting lineup. Both stood at a mere 2.06 meters, rendering the Grizzlies' rim protection feeble in an era that still revered physical play in the post. Furthermore, with Sean Battier traded to the Rockets, the team's defensive efficiency significantly declined, which was a critical factor in their current struggles. Should Qin Jie maintain his defensive level from tonight, Flataro would be more than willing to grant him further opportunities on the court. After the game, in the broadcast studio of CCTV, Zhang Heli and Yu Jia continued to review the highlights, particularly focusing on Qin Jie's analysis and interpretation. Yu Jia stated, "Qin Jie performed exceptionally well tonight. In just 4 minutes, he nearly salvaged the team." Zhang Heli nodded in agreement. Qin Jie's defensive contributions rendered LeBron's 35 points futile. Yu Jia added, "Although Qin Jie is a second-round pick, I believe his defensive capabilities are vastly underrated." At this moment, the domestic internet was rapidly evolving, and with Yao Ming's dazzling performances in the NBA, the popularity of NBA games soared in China. Qin Jie swiftly entered the spotlight of numerous fans, igniting fervent discussions about him on forums. Following the conclusion of the game, the entire Grizzlies team did not linger in Cleveland, opting to fly back to Memphis that very night. Upon returning to the arena by bus, Qin Jie, relying on the original owner and Oppo's memories, took a taxi to his rented apartment. The apartment was conveniently located close to the arena, requiring less than a 10-minute drive, facilitating his daily training. After quickly changing clothes and lying down, Qin Jie reflected on his extraordinary journey, still feeling as if he were in a dream. He found no aversion to the notion of traversing dimensions. Moreover, having just been dismissed from his previous job, the prospect of living a second life promised to be even more exhilarating. "Damn that company," Qin Jie muttered under his breath as he recalled his dismissal. The resentment he harbored toward the CBA unexpectedly led him to acquire the CBA system, a serendipitous twist of fate. Furthermore, his starting point was not low. He was entering the NBA as a player. In the NBA, being selected, even at the tail end of the second round, guaranteed a salary of several $100,000, translating to millions in RMB. After being chosen by the Grizzlies at the end of the second round, Qin Jie signed a rookie contract worth $840,000 over 2 years, with an annual salary averaging $420,000. The Grizzlies valued Qin Jie's connection to the Chinese market, ensuring that the contract was fully guaranteed, meaning he would still receive his salary even if he did not step onto the court. However, Qin Jie lamented the burdensome American taxes, between federal and state taxes, along with various personal income taxes, he would only take home around $200,000 annually. Nevertheless, with the existence of an external boost, he remained confident in his ability to thrive in the NBA. Should he ascend to stardom? Despite the lack of skyrocketing salaries in this era, his commercial value would ensure that earning $10 million annually would be quite feasible. System, activate. Qin Jie closed his eyes, uttering a thought, and a personal attribute panel swiftly materialized before him. Host, Qin Jie, age, 19, height, 208 centimeters, weight, 100 kilograms, wingspan, 225 centimeters, speed, 65, strength, 70, vertical leap, 70, layup, 68, dunk, 70, mid-range shot, 55, three-point shot, 45, ball handling, 43, passing, 60, rebounding, 90, blocking, 90, stealing, 90, defensive awareness, 90, player overall rating, 70, upgrade points. For 1,396, note, all values correspond to NBA League standards. This panel bore a striking resemblance to the personal interface in 2K, and Qin Jie quickly grasped its significance. Although he possessed a unique ability to diminish opponents to CBA level, he remained a novice in offensive and organizational skills. Defense was the only avenue for establishing himself in the NBA, but to become a star, offensive capability was indispensable. The system, however, appeared quite considerate, providing ample room for growth. Upon examining his data, Qin Jie couldn't help but marvel at his exceptional physical gifts juxtaposed with his underwhelming attributes. Fortunately, the system had elevated his 4 defensive attributes to 90, and his overall rating exceeded 70. A rating of 70 in 2K merely represented the standard of an average rookie. Qin Jie mused, recognizing the system's tendency to over-optimize certain areas. His attention shifted to the bottom line. For 1,396 upgrade points? Is the system messing with me? He pondered. The points were awarded based on the host's on-court performance and the intensity of the games, usable for upgrading personal attributes. The system promptly replied, once the host's overall rating reaches 75, the system will unlock the ability badge for upgrades. Familiar with the concept of ability badges from frequent 2K gameplay, Qin Jie understood these badges functioned as skills, enhancing a player's capabilities in specific areas. In the early stages, these badges were crucial, compensating for certain attribute deficits. Eager to improve his lacking offensive attributes, Qin Jie was quick to act. An upgrade prompt appeared as he attempted to enhance his layup skill, indicating a cost of 500 points. With a decisive motion, he spent 1,000 points to elevate his layup to 70, only to discover that subsequent upgrades would require another 1,000 points. Realizing that the higher the attribute, the more points were necessary for upgrades, he refrained from further enhancing his layup and instead focused on his three-point shooting, which required only 200 points for an upgrade. Such a small amount? He hesitated before boosting his three-point shooting to 60, consuming 3,000 points. Soon after, he noticed a pattern. Upon reaching a three-point shooting value of 60, he expected the cost for the next upgrade to mirror the previous layup increase, yet the system indicated only 250 points were needed. As he continued to raise his three-point rating to 70, he found that each additional point required the same 250 points, despite the prior expectation of escalating costs. Taking a deep breath, Qin Jie inquired, "System, is this a bug?" The system replied, as the host plays as a power forward, scoring mainly occurs near the basket, making shooting abilities secondary and less costly to upgrade. In the eyes of the system, one should score beneath the basket rather than play the role of a guard by orchestrating plays, penetrating defenses, and attempting long-range shots. Thus, the challenges associated with upgrading skills such as layups and dunks are significantly greater than those pertaining to three-point shots and mid-range jumpers. How intriguing it is to discover that it is all a matter of mechanics. However, who decrees that interior players cannot venture beyond the arc? Have you ever heard the tale of the formidable power forward, Embiid? This system is one that Qin Jie finds particularly appealing. It is now the year 2006. And although the significance of three-point shooting is not yet as pronounced as it will be in the future, interior players are still honing their skills in post offense. Yet this does not imply that tall players who shoot from the perimeter are unwelcome. A prime example is the recent NBA draft, where the Raptors selected the white sharpshooter Bargnani, whose playing style mirrors that of Nowitzki, with the first overall pick. Furthermore, a player like Dirk Nowitzki, who favors shooting to finish plays, would undoubtedly be in high demand should he enter the free market, though he might face criticism for being perceived as soft. Nonetheless, Qin Jie remains unconcerned about such judgments, Equipped with the ability to dominate his matchups, he can occasionally unleash a fierce jump shot, punctuating his celebrations with gestures of determination. Who would dare label him as soft? After investing 250 points to elevate his three-point shooting to a commendable 61, Qin Jie finds himself with a remaining balance of 146 points, which he will temporarily set aside. Chapter 6. Confronting the Magic, matching up against Howard. December 18th marked a game day for the Grizzlies. Coach Flatro scheduled minimal training, focusing primarily on shooting drills in the morning, followed by a brief tactical review and player-free training in the afternoon. However, an unusual occurrence transpired during today's practice. After examining Qin Jie's draft report and deeming it of little significance, Flatro decided to have the team's offensive centerpiece, Mike Miller, engage in a one-on-one matchup with him to observe Qin Jie's dynamic data. After more than 10 exchanges, under Qin Jie's relentless defense, Miller exhibited a series of mishaps, including 3 instances of dribbling the ball off his feet, 2 out-of-bounds turnovers, and several failed layups. Although Qin Jie struggled to score, it became evident that Miller was increasingly disinterested in continuing the contest. For Miller, the matchup against Qin Jie felt peculiar, an inexplicable oddity. Following their duel, Flatro appeared somewhat irate, attributing Miller's lack of seriousness to the outcome. Unconvinced, he introduced Marc Gasol into the mix, only to witness a similar fate. Gasol was repeatedly stripped of the ball by Qin Jie and consistently found himself on the losing end of physical confrontations. Subsequently, Gay, Lowry, and others took turns on the court until Qin Jie, utterly fatigued, could no longer continue. Flatro's astonishment grew as he observed every player falter under Qin Jie's defensive prowess. In simple terms, no one could breach Qin Jie's defenses. This left Flatro in a contemplative silence, pondering the implications of such an egalitarian defensive approach, somewhat unsettling indeed. He was thoroughly impressed with Qin Jie's defensive capabilities, recognizing that the Grizzlies desperately needed such a formidable defensive presence. Presently, the Grizzlies found themselves in dire straits, with only Gasol and Miller enjoying consistent playing time, while Flatro rotated the remaining players in for over 15 minutes each to assess their performance. Even during Gasol's recovery, the starting lineup changed each game. If Qin Jie could maintain his form during the matches, Flatro contemplated elevating him to a starting position, envisioning a powerful offensive-defensive twin tower combination alongside Gasol. Flatro encouraged Qin Jie, stating, "Perform well in tonight's game. I will provide you the opportunity to showcase your talent." At 6 o'clock in the evening, with an hour and a half remaining until the game commenced, the FedEx Forum, the Grizzlies and Oppo's home arena, was already teeming with fans, with over 18,000 seats nearly filled. Following Qin Jie's impressive defensive display against James in the previous game, nearby shopping centers had restocked his jersey numbered 91. Curiously, Qin Jie found himself puzzled regarding the original choice of the number, only to recall that it was a tribute to Rodman, a favorite of the original owner. Don't overthink it. Tonight, the Grizzlies were set to face the Orlando Magic, who currently boasted a record of 16 wins and 10 losses, placing them 4th in the Eastern Conference. Last season, the Magic welcomed back former head coach Brian Hill, aiming to replicate past glories. However, Qin Jie believed that the primary reason the Magic reached the finals in their heyday was the formidable duo of Shaquille O'Neal in the paint and Penny Hardaway on the perimeter. Even if Qin Jie's grandmother coached that team, their performance would still be commendable. Furthermore, since Hill's departure, no coach had maintained a winning percentage above 50 in any season, suggesting that the Magic's previous success was not solely attributable to the head coach. Thus, prior to Van Gundy's tenure, the Magic lacked competitiveness in the East, failing to reach the playoffs in the first 2 seasons following their selection of Howard. As the team was still in a developmental phase, both Howard and LeBron experienced similar struggles in their initial years without playoff appearances, making the notion of a direct comparison between them not entirely unfounded. However, the Magic currently found themselves in playoff contention, while the Grizzlies were vying for a lottery pick alongside teams like the Supersonics and the Timberwolves. With Gasol's inconsistent performance post-injury, the Grizzlies were not regarded as strong contenders. As the players arrived in the locker room, reporters began conducting interviews. When Howard was queried about his impressions of Qin Jie, he appeared perplexed. "Qin Jie? Is he from Huaxia?" After a reporter provided details about Qin Jie, Howard chuckled. "The only Huaxia player I know is Yao Ming, a rookie averaging 3 points and 2 rebounds. He is supposed to match up against me? If he dares, I'll teach him a lesson." Howard's candid remarks were naturally relayed to Qin Jie. However, Qin Jie merely smiled, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to face Howard. At 7:30 p.m. Following the entrance of both teams, the game officially commenced. The Magic's starting lineup included Dwight Howard, Tony Batty, Hito Trko Liu, Grant Hill, and Jameer Nelson. While the Grizzlies fielded Paul Gasol, Alexander Johnson, Mike Miller, Dante Jones, and Damon Stoudemire. The game began with Howard winning the jump ball, granting the Magic the first possession. In the opening quarter, Qin Jie observed from the bench. This season, Howard's average statistics had risen to 17. 6 points, 12. 3 rebounds, and 9 assists per game, complemented by 9 blocks, showcasing his emerging dominance in the paint. Tonight, Gasol was positioned as a center, which did not capitalize on his strengths. And compounded by injury, he struggled against Howard's formidable physique. Grant Hill quickly rekindled memories of his prime, scoring 7 points from the perimeter. With Howard and Hill excelling both inside and outside, the Grizzlies found themselves in a precarious position, trailing by 12 points at 8-20 within just half a quarter. What a struggle! Unable to penetrate the paint or shoot from the perimeter. Is the head coach incompetent? Why is Paul Gasol playing center? Let us not fight this. Let us embrace a season of strategic losses for a top draft pick instead. That Huaxiao player performed well last game. He could bolster the inside. Qin Jie? Don't be ridiculous. Do you think he can compete with the beast? The home crowd, witnessing the team's struggles, erupted in frustration, directing their ire at both the coach and players. With 5 minutes and 18 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Howard received the ball inside, exhibiting no need for finesse. He bulldozed his way through Johnson's defense and executed a powerful two-handed dunk, drawing a foul in the process. Flatro, witnessing the 2-1 play, could not contain himself and called for a timeout. Qin, you're entering at center. Hold your ground against Howard. Flatro instructed Qin Jie. Just focus on protecting the basket. Let Paul and Mike handle the offense. Flatro could scarcely conceive of anyone else capable of containing Howard. If anyone could, it would be Qin Jie, who had trained to defend all positions. Qin Jie nodded, shedding his warm-up jacket and sprinting onto the court, finally seizing his opportunity. Howard, the 2004 first overall pick, was poised to be a formidable opponent. On the court, Howard missed the free throw, but his spirits remained undampened, his face radiating a sunny smile. His performance in the opening half was nothing short of spectacular, amassing 12 points and 6 rebounds within that short span, even blocking Gasol once. The Grizzlies resumed their offensive efforts. Following the tactical run, Flatro had assigned Qin Jie the defensive role, without any offensive strategy in place for him. Mike Miller managed to score a jumper from the low post, adjusting the score to 10-22. The Magic advanced with their offense. Trko Liu brought the ball to the wing, with the Magic setting up a 2-3 zone, while Qin Jie shadowed Howard into the paint. Upon witnessing the Grizzlies' decision to assign the rookie Qin Jie to defend against him, Howard immediately felt a sense of disrespect from his opponents. Standing beneath the basket, he remarked to Qin Jie, "Young man, did you see how I just dunked over your teammate? Perhaps you should return to playing ping-pong. Basketball may be too vast for you to handle." With that, Nelson at the baseline delivered the ball to Howard's hands with a bounce pass. Determined to show no mercy to Qin Jie, Howard caught the ball and, using his back to shield, leaped into the air with the intention of forcefully driving to the basket over his defender. However, in that very moment of ascent, regret washed over him. Qin Jie had positioned himself impeccably, his lower body firmly grounded, leaving Howard with no space to maneuver and his jump severely restricted. With no alternative, Howard was compelled to awkwardly pivot and attempt a shot off the backboard. Yet, Qin Jie was unyielding. As he leaped, his right hand extended upward. Howard and Apos' elevation, though impressive, was no match for Qin Jie, who effortlessly swatted the ball away just as it left Howard and Apos' fingertips. A resounding thud echoed above Howard's head as Qin Jie decisively sent the ball crashing to the ground. Stunned, Howard bent down to retrieve the ball, only to realize that his foot had crossed the boundary line. The referee's whistle pierced the silence, signaling the ball was out of bounds. A hush fell over the arena as the Grizzlies fans stood in disbelief, as if frozen in time. Had he truly just blocked Howard? Chapter 7. The Brutal Block. The Grizzlies fans erupted into a thunderous cheer, their astonishment palpable. How could this be? It was none other than the indomitable Dwight Howard. His movements appeared effortless. Incredible! This block was simply exhilarating. Not only the fans at the Grizzlies' home court, but viewers across the nation were left in disbelief. Howard had just been rejected by a rookie, and to top it off, an Asian player at that. What? LeBron did it 2 nights ago? Well, that changes everything. On the sidelines, Flatlow raised his fist in excitement. He held little hope that Qin Jie could effectively contain Howard. Yet he was pleasantly surprised by the rookie's remarkable defensive prowess in his very first possession. Qin Jie, however, was not surprised at all. The system had bestowed a debilitating buff upon his opponent, severely diminishing Howard and Oppo's jumping and scoring abilities. Moreover, in this instance, Howard had underestimated Qin Jie, offering no resistance and merely presenting himself as an easy target. Dwight, what is going on? With that kind of strength and jumping ability, you ought to be playing in the WNBA, Qin Jie remarked as he landed after the block. Howard was stunned, but the predominant feeling coursing through him was shame. Rather than retaliate to Qin Jie's taunts, he chose silence. Damn it, next round, I'll make you look foolish, he seethed. After retrieving the ball, Qin Jie urged his teammates, Damon, come receive the pass. Damon Stoudemire, still reeling from the previous play, quickly regained his focus and initiated their offensive strategy. At the top of the arc, Damon exchanged passes with Mike Miller, after which Qin Jie swiftly moved to set a screen, following the pick. Upon noticing that Howard was still stationed at the same spot, Qin Jie cut towards the paint. Marc Gasol was ready in the low post, ensuring the interior space was entirely available. Mike Miller, observing Qin Jie's movement towards the paint, promptly lobbed the ball into him. Rather than attempting a risky alley-oop dunk, given his uncertain jumping stats, Qin Jie chose the safer option. He secured the ball and leapt straight up for the dunk. Grandma looked at Howard with confusion. Aren't you going to defend? Howard's expression mirrored that confusion. Shootin' and Oppo's. You switch and cover him? I was drawn in. Witnessing Howard and Oppo's defensive choice, Qin Jie reaffirmed the effectiveness of the system. The Magic launched another attack, with Howard once again taking position in the paint. Qin Jie followed closely as Howard demanded the ball. Nelson bounced the pass into Howard, who, standing at the edge of the key, faced Qin Jie. After one dribble with his right hand, he spun left to create shooting space and prepared to leap for a dunk. Qin Jie took a step back, and both players jumped simultaneously. Howard, fixated on the basket, failed to notice Qin Jie and Oppo's hand extending towards him. Their muscles collided in midair with a resounding thud. Severely disrupted, Howard could only rely on muscle memory to force the ball into the hoop. However, contrary to expectations, an unforeseen incident occurred. In the next moment, Howard's wrist failed to connect with the rim. The ball struck the side of the hoop and soared vertically towards the ceiling. On TNT, commentator Barkley exclaimed, "What a play! Dwight just got rejected by the rim." Kenny Smith chuckled. Qin really disrupted him there. Howard lost his balance midair and landed awkwardly on the ground. Qin Jie, having landed gracefully, glanced at Howard and raised his palm to his forehead, looking towards the arena's ceiling, bemused. Hey, where's the ball? Dwight, did you just launch it into outer space? Qin Jie's mockery deepened Howard's humiliation, who had intended to regain his composure. As the basketball descended from the shot clock, possession returned to the Grizzlies. Damon quickly advanced the ball. Qin Jie set an off-ball screen for Mike Miller, seeking an opportunity for a three-pointer, while Gasol positioned himself in the low post, ready to receive the ball. After screening for Miller, Qin Jie cut into the paint and maneuvered around Gasol towards the baseline. Howard, seeing Qin Jie retreat to the three-point line, chose to ignore him, opting instead to double-team Gasol alongside Batty. With no three-point opportunity, Mike Miller passed the ball to Qin Jie and then moved to the elbow area, signaling for a return pass. Yet, noticing Howard completely neglecting him, Qin Jie felt an urge to shoot as if ants were crawling all over him. Howard, observing Qin Jie's hesitation, regained his smile, transforming back into the cheerful big man. Adjusting his stance, Qin Jie leapt and aimed for the basket. Flatlow felt a pang of anxiety. Don't mess this up. Just focus on defense. Where did this three-point ability come from? But in the next moment, the smile faded from Howard's face, transferring instead to Qin Jie's. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, finding its mark with precision. Swish. A three-pointer flawlessly fell through the net. 15-22. Howard stood frozen, incredulous. Aren't you a center? Why are you shooting threes? Lucky shot. Howard gritted his teeth. Flatlow blinked in disbelief. Great shot. Qin Jie cast a disdainful smile at Howard. He knew he wasn't particularly skilled in shooting, but this time, he was gambling on his 61 three-point ability to hit the open shot. The thrill of having gambled correctly was exhilarating. As the ball was advanced by Hedo Turkoglu, he could no longer hold back. Dwight, focus on your defense. On the following possession, the Magic did not rely on Howard to carry the offense. Instead, Hill initiated the play. At the free throw line, Hill executed a jump shot successfully. The Grizzlies responded with Gasol turning to score over Batty in the low post. With Qin Jie occupying the 5 position against Howard, Gasol was finally free to operate without constraints in the 4 position. After 2 unsuccessful attempts at the basket, Howard was deprived of his chance to shine as Turkoglu insisted he concentrate on defense. Batty's shot under the basket was disrupted by Gasol. And after Qin Jie snatched the rebound over Howard, he passed to Damon. On the Grizzlies' end, Miller's shot clanged off the rim, bouncing high, allowing Batty to secure the rebound and locate Howard, who was blocking Qin Jie at the arc. Howard, receiving the ball, immediately sprinted back towards the other end for a fast break. Qin Jie swiftly pursued him. Howard, gritting his teeth, accelerated, intending to leap for a dunk near the free throw line. However, as he approached, his pace disrupted his dribbling rhythm, causing him to fumble the ball. Damn it! Howard cursed under his breath, slowing down and lowering his center of gravity to regain control. Arriving at the basket, Howard took a deep breath, ready to leap. On TNT, Kenny Smith remarked, "Dwight finally has a chance for a fast break." Barkley glanced at the free throw line and exclaimed, No, Qin Jie is catching up." Just as Barkley finished speaking, Qin Jie leapt into the air. The moment Howard slowed down to regain control, Qin Jie had already closed the gap and soared before Howard could dunk. Having jumped first, Qin Jie reached the apex of his leap while Howard had just begun his. With a swift motion, Qin Jie's right hand struck the ball in Howard's grasp, successfully snatching it away. Howard had already envisioned the banner he would throw at Qin Jie, but the sudden force caused him to lose balance midair, sending him crashing out of bounds, landing near several cameras positioned beneath the basket. Barkley nearly leapt from his seat, his mouth agape in astonishment. What a devastating block. This is an exceedingly brutal rejection. Kenny Smith echoed his disbelief, exclaiming, "This will surely be one of the most ferocious blocks in NBA history." The visual impact of the rejection was overwhelmingly potent, igniting an uproar among the home crowd as waves of cheers cascaded throughout the arena. On the Grizzlies' bench, the diminutive Dynamo Lowry swallowed hard, while Gay covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight. The Magic's head coach, Hill, was left dumbfounded. It was the first time he had witnessed Howard being so thoroughly humiliated. Qin Jie swiftly advanced the ball to the front court, passing it to Damon. With a numerical advantage of 4 against 5, the Grizzlies capitalized, culminating in a jump shot by Gasol. The arena still buzzed with the recent memory of Qin Jie's remarkable block. This Asian player is exceptionally formidable. It is no wonder he managed to contain LeBron in the previous game. His athleticism is impressive, holding his ground against Dwight without faltering. Qin Jie is truly extraordinary. He deserves to be a starter. Following the Grizzlies score, Coach Hill of the Magic promptly called for a timeout. Chapter 8. Gratitude for the bridge noodles delivered by Master Hua. Following the intermission, head coach Hill relegated Howard to the bench. Qin Jie returned to the court, now matched up against Darko Milicic, the second overall pick from the 2003 draft. Since Milicic transitioned from the Pistons to the Magic, his playing time had finally increased from a mere few minutes to over 20 minutes per game under Hill's guidance, yet his performance remained mediocre. Milicic held a minimal tactical role offensively, primarily engaging in the dirty work of rebounding and rim protection, allowing Qin Jie to focus on providing help defense alongside Gasol. In the final possession of the first quarter, Gasol scored in the paint and drew a foul from Batty, converting the ensuing free throw to narrow the score to 20-24. The Grizzlies concluded the first quarter trailing by 4 points. During the break, Flatoro appeared in high spirits, having reduced a 10-point deficit to just 4. He felt confident that the Grizzlies could reclaim the lead. "Your defense has been commendable, Qin." In the second quarter, continue to shadow Howard and safeguard the paint, Flatoro encouraged, patting Qin Jie's shoulder, having developed a strong appreciation for his defensive prowess. Gasol, wiping the sweat from his brow, added, "Qin, you can cut to the paint for the catch. I'll create space for you down low." With Qin Jie tasked with containing Howard, Gasol found comfort in returning to the 4 spot during the latter half of the quarter, leaving a favorable impression on Qin Jie. Nodding in agreement, Qin Jie assured, "Leave the paint to me. I guarantee Dwight won't get through." On the Magic's side, Hill was busy formulating strategies for the second quarter. "Dwight, focus on defense. Set screens for Grant and Hito, particularly on that Asian player. Do not allow him easy catches," Hill instructed. Howard harbored a sense of indignation towards Qin Jie, dismissing him as merely a rookie, vowing to exploit him given the chance. Hill cautioned against underestimating Qin's defensive capabilities. As the second quarter commenced, Qin Jie entered alongside the second unit. The Magic's frontline remained a combination of Batty and Milicic, while Grant Hill joined the backcourt with Kenyon Dooling and Trevor Ariza. The Magic initiated their offense. After Dooling advanced the ball past half-court, Grant Hill called for the ball from the wing. He brought it to the baseline, signaling Nowitzki to set a pick, subsequently matching up against Qin Jie. Qin Jie lowered his center of gravity, bracing himself firmly. Grant Hill, taking his time, dribbled at the wing, concocting numerous strategies to outmaneuver Qin Jie. "Watch how I humiliate you," he thought, signaling his teammates to spread out and clear the paint. Qin Jie observed Grant's dribbling without urgency. He refrained from an impulsive steal, knowing his limited steal attributes could easily lead to a defensive lapse. As long as he prevented an unchallenged drive to the basket, the system would intervene. With 12 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Grant Hill made his move. He executed a hesitation dribble and exploded toward the paint. Qin Jie retreated, using his chest to absorb the contact from Grant Hill's shoulder. Hill staggered slightly, his speed diminishing. "Oh, he moves laterally quite well," Grant thought. He performed a quick stop and go, intending to spin past Qin Jie and accelerate toward the basket for a dunk. However, at the moment of his pivot, the basketball slipped from his control, striking his heel. The ball ricocheted, and Qin Jie swiftly pounced, seizing the opportunity to snatch it away. "Shift." Grant cursed under his breath as Qin Jie swiftly passed the ball to the diminutive powerhouse, Lowry. The Grizzlies launched a fast break, capitalizing on a 5v4 situation, with Gay finishing a layup in the paint. On TNT, commentator Kenny Smith remarked, "Qin is handling Grant with remarkable ease." Barkley added, "Dwight already took a hit in the last quarter. Now Grant's gifting the ball away. If they don't adjust their strategy to target Qin, the Magic will find it difficult to secure a victory." As Qin Jie retreated on defense, he taunted Grant Hill. "The successor to Michael Jordan?" "Hardly." Grant, gritting his teeth, called for the ball once more. "This kid talks too much," he thought. At the top of the arc, the two engaged in another one-on-one. "Come on, let us continue." Grant was determined to make Qin Jie regret his bravado. He lowered his shoulder, attempting to overpower Qin Jie. But Qin's heft held firm against the assault. Grant then made a rapid change of direction to the right, intending to shake off Qin Jie. Yet, Qin Jie stayed glued to him, denying any opportunity for penetration. Grant, unperturbed, lowered his center of gravity, using his back to press against Qin Jie before executing a spin to attempt a left side drive. Qin Jie mirrored his movements, maintaining his position. Grant smirked slightly, having anticipated Qin Jie's next move, and executed a quick stop before darting to the right. Barkley remarked, "Grant is toying with Qin using his agility and footwork." Kenny Smith added, "Grant was renowned for his elegant style and exceptional ball handling. It seems he hasn't lost his touch." Just as Kenny Smith finished, a series of rapid changes of direction caused Grant Hill to lose control of the ball, which slipped through his fingers. "What?" both Barkley and Kenny exclaimed in unison. The ball sped toward the sidelines as Grant, still moving toward the basket, turned in astonishment to chase it down. The ball rolled out of bounds, prompting the referee's whistle. "Out of bounds, Grizzlies ball," the referee declared. "Grant, perhaps it's time to retire. You can't even dribble." Qin Jie quipped as he prepared to inbound the ball. Grant Hill, hands on his head, remained in shock over his 2 consecutive blunders. Coach Hill shared a look of confusion. "What is going on? Are the Magic players incapable of playing?" On the ensuing possession, Lowry hit a mid-range jumper, leveling the score at 24-24. After the tie, Magic coach Hill called for a timeout. The Magic substituted Howard for Batty, while the Grizzlies brought in Gasol and Mike Miller. Upon Howard's entry, Qin Jie felt invigorated. The Magic initiated their offense. Grant Hill at the top called for a pick from Howard, initially intending to exploit Qin Jie's matchup. However, after setting the screen, Howard rolled to the basket, and Grant lofted the ball into the paint. Qin Jie pursued from the arc, positioning himself in front of Howard. Upon receiving the pass, Howard adjusted his feet and leaped, preparing to dunk over Qin Jie. As Qin Jie leapt alongside him, the two collided mid-air. With the impact from Qin Jie, Howard's shot lost its force, resulting in a layup instead of a dunk. The ball ricocheted off the backboard but failed to descend into the net as Howard had anticipated, veering off to the left without even touching the rim. Upon landing, Qin Jie snatched the rebounding ball without hesitation. Gratitude for the bridge noodles delivered by Master Hua. Chapter 9. Howard is a player with few flaws. Kenny Smith chuckled at Howard's antics, exclaiming, "Dwight has just delivered a comical layup." Barkley scoffed. In the presence of Qin, Dwight seems to have forgotten how to play. The former first overall pick is now being outshone by this year's second-round draft pick. After securing a rebound, Qin Jie sought out Lowry at midcourt. The Magic swiftly transitioned back on defense, denying the Grizzlies any advantage in numbers on the offensive end. The Grizzlies reverted to a half-court offense. After executing a pick-and-roll with Lowry at the top of the arc, Qin Jie swiftly maneuvered to the baseline, while Gasol positioned himself in the paint. Howard, wary of Qin Jie's shooting ability, hastened to join him in the paint. However, Mike Miller suddenly emerged on the wing, allowing Qin Jie to deftly navigate around Howard and charge towards the basket. Gasol, still backing down, delivered the ball to Qin Jie, who released a teardrop shot. The ball teetered on the rim for a few seconds before finally sinking in, a close call for an open layup. Qin Jie sighed internally, realizing that his attributes were still too low. Seeing Qin Jie score again, Howard, feeling challenged, retorted, "Kid, who told you to set a pick? Are you brave enough for a real man's one-on-one?" Qin Jie regarded Howard with a bemused expression before replying, "You're too weak. I'm afraid I'd knock your braces into your stomach." Howard was left fuming in place, unable to muster a comeback against this Asian kid. Turkoglu continued to advance the ball, breaking free from Qin Jie's defense. Grant Hill, facing Rudy Gay, displayed remarkable poise, effortlessly spinning past him to dunk in the paint. Gay quickly raised his hands, softly exclaiming, "Mine, mine." Qin Jie approached to offer comfort, saying, "It's all right. You're just a rookie, and inexperience is normal. Next time, I'll help you deal with him." Gay blinked, feeling a warmth in his heart. However, he suddenly found something amiss. "Aren't you also a rookie? At least I'm a lottery pick. You saying that makes me lose face." The Grizzlies regained possession, and Qin Jie employed the same strategy, slicing into the paint after another pick-and-roll. This time, Howard had learned, pivoting around Mike Miller and charging straight for the basket. After Gasol passed the ball inside, Howard shadowed Qin Jie closely. Qin Jie raised the ball high with his right hand, preparing to shoot. Howard's heart leaped with joy. Finally caught him. Howard leaped with all his might, arms outstretched, ready to swat the ball against the backboard. But just as Howard began his descent, Qin Jie had yet to release his shot. With a wide-eyed expression, Howard watched as Qin Jie pulled the ball back. Fooled again. As Howard landed, Qin Jie switched hands and went for the layup. Howard, desperate, tried to spring back up. Forget the basketball. Before he could finish his thought, Howard was astonished to see that Qin Jie still had not shot. Only after Howard made a second jump did Qin Jie calmly position himself and aim for the basket. This time, he denied Howard any opportunity to block him. As Howard descended, Qin Jie finally released his shot, a close-range attempt with a slight lean back. Bang! Swish! The ball ricocheted off the backboard and perfectly fell through the net. What a mesmerizing footwork. Qin has outmaneuvered Dwight twice, Kenny Smith remarked. Barkley shook his head, saying, "Dwight's bounce is quick, and his second jump is swift." Yet he fell right into Qin's trap. Not only is his offense rough, but his defense is equally poor. Qin has rendered him into a mere jumping jack. As Qin Jie retreated, he smiled at Howard, who was preparing for free throws, saying, "Dwight, maybe I'll stick to setting picks next time. Otherwise, you'll be left without excuses." Howard, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, could only mutter a single word: "Unbelievable." In the next play, Turkoglu passed to Grant Hill on the wing. Gasol, quick to react, not only blocked Hill's attempt to drive but also swatted his shot away. The Grizzlies were on offense again, and after a handoff between Miller and Lowry at the arc, Miller's high shot clanged off the rim. The ball bounced lightly off the hoop, and Howard, muscles tensed, saw Turkoglu already positioning himself in the paint. Howard jumped to grab the rebound, but Qin Jie suddenly appeared beneath the falling ball. Although Howard gained an early advantage on the board, before he could secure it, the ball slipped from his grip. With a gentle flick of his fingers, Qin Jie firmly grasped the ball and swiftly passed it to Lowry, avoiding Howard's desperate attempt to snatch it back. Frustration mounted for Howard. His butterfingers had betrayed him too many times tonight. The jovial Howard from the first quarter had vanished, replaced by a player devoid of laughter. In the front court, Gasol executed a hook shot from the low post. Since the end of the first quarter, Gasol had been heating up, and players like Turkoglu could do little to stop his low post jumpers. In the second quarter, with Qin Jie drawing attention away from Howard, Gasol returned to his peak form, scoring 10 points in the period. The Grizzlies entered halftime with a commanding 55-43 lead. As the second half commenced, the Grizzlies maintained their offensive rhythm, with Gasol and Miller scoring from both inside and outside, while Qin Jie focused on setting picks and executing plays, while also giving Howard a hard time. During the halftime break, Magic head coach Hill had inquired if Howard wished to take a moment to cool off. However, the flustered Howard, riled up by Qin Jie, declined the offer, insisting he needed to be on the court as long as Qin was playing. Hill, a kind-hearted coach, respected his players' wishes, particularly that of his star. Re-entering the game in the third quarter, Howard, under Qin Jie's watchful eye, went 0 for 7 and accumulated 3 fouls. Fans observed that Qin Jie's blocks had left Howard bewildered. It seemed he had forgotten how to play. Containing Howard was akin to striking at the heart of the Magic's strategy. Furthermore, Grant Hill struggled in the second half, missing several shots and leaving the Magic utterly ineffective offensively. At the end of the third quarter, the score stood at 80-55, with the Grizzlies holding a 25-point advantage. To safeguard Howard's fragile spirit, Coach Hill opted not to field him in the fourth quarter. Not long into the final period, the game devolved into garbage time. Ultimately, the Grizzlies triumphed at home, defeating the Magic 100-78. The standout performer for the Grizzlies was Gasol, who returned to peak form with a remarkable 28 points. It was evident that Gasol's impressive performance was heavily influenced by Qin Jie's presence. With Qin protecting the rim, Gasol could unleash his full offensive prowess. In this contest, Qin Jie played for 28 minutes, shooting 5 of 7 from the field, including a perfect 1 of 1 from three-point range, and 3 of 5 from the free throw line, amassing 14 points, his first career game scoring in double figures, along with 10 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, and 5 blocks. In stark contrast, Howard, who had primarily matched up against Qin Jie, shot 6 of 20 and 2 of 6 from the free throw line, finishing with 14 points and 7 rebounds, marking him as the game's biggest liability. After the game, a sideline reporter rushed over to Qin Jie, camera in hand. "Qin Jie, hello. I'm Zheng Ping from the Basketball Pioneer News." A bespectacled male reporter greeted him in Chinese. Qin Jie smiled and nodded, responding, "Hello, I know you." This individual, Qin Jie, recalls a certain Zheng Peng, a writer for the Basketball Pioneer Journal, who is stationed in Houston. During Qin Jie and Oppo's academic years, he had perused numerous NBA reports that were relayed back to the country by Zheng. Following Yao Ming's entry into the Rockets, a considerable number of domestic fans transitioned to becoming ardent supporters of the team. Zheng would dispatch several articles each week, predominantly focusing on the Houston Rockets games, training sessions, and the players' lifestyles. Even during periods without games, he would travel to various cities to report on NBA contests back home. With a chuckle, Zheng remarked, "Tonight you'll be matched up against the former #1 draft pick, Howard, who is regarded as a potentially elite center. How do you feel about facing such a formidable opponent?" Qin Jie paused momentarily and then candidly replied, "Honestly, I don't feel much. Howard is a player without discernible flaws." He hesitated again before continuing with a serious tone. "However, he doesn't possess any distinct strengths either. I perceive him as an average player." Zheng, taken aback by this response, coughed lightly and laughed. "Your performance in this game was exceptional. Domestic fans have high expectations for you. Do you believe you will receive more playing time in future matches?" Qin Jie responded, "That is ultimately a matter for the coach to contemplate. My sole responsibility is to exert 100% effort in every game. Nonetheless, I am confident that it won't be long before Coach Flat Oro elevates me to the starting lineup." Chapter 10. The attention of the logo man due to the time difference. The game between the Grizzlies and the Magic concluded at noon. In the afternoon, an article titled "Delivering a Block on Howard. Qin Jie shines with a career-defining performance" rapidly gained popularity. Major media outlets and marketing accounts began to inundate the public with coverage surrounding Qin Jie. The topic Qin Jie NBA swiftly ascended to the top of trending searches on Weibo Sports and Hupu Forum, with Qin Jie's visibility rivaling that of the illustrious Yao Ming. Websites compiled highlights of Qin Jie's outstanding performance, particularly his remarkable block against Howard, leaving many fans in awe of his prowess. In a post-game interview, Qin Jie remarked that Howard was merely an average player ignited further excitement among fans. "Incredible, simply incredible." In contrast, the more reserved Yao Ming, having established his footing in the NBA, generally refrains from making pointed comments about specific players. Qin Jie's bold personality perfectly stirs the emotions of the fan base. CCTV sports channel South Basketball Park promptly reported and analyzed the Grizzlies vs. Magic match after its conclusion. "Qin Jie has left us astounded as a second-round pick. Particularly one selected towards the end, he delivered a performance of sheer dominance against Howard, who scored only 2 points after Qin Jie took to the court." Commentator Yang Yi was the first to extol Qin Jie's virtues. Yu Jia concurred, stating, "Moreover, Qin Jie has performed better in rebounding than Howard, securing 10 rebounds and achieving his first career double-double." Sun Jinping nodded, adding, "While we acknowledge that we cannot assess the NBA based on a single game, Qin Jie has unequivocally showcased his defensive capabilities." Why did Pau Gasol score so prolifically tonight? It was because Qin Jie alleviated the burden of rim protection and rebounding, allowing Gasol to play comfortably. Yang Yi continued, "Yao Ming has exhibited peak performance this season. Qin Jie's emergence significantly enhances the interior strength of our national basketball team. I eagerly anticipate the prospect of Qin Jie and Yao Ming collaborating on the court." Given Qin Jie's current popularity, CCTV has decided to replace the scheduled broadcast of the Rockets vs. Trailblazers with the Grizzlies vs. Spurs, capitalizing on Qin Jie's momentum to garner higher viewership ratings. The following morning, Qin Jie arrived at the gym for team practice. Following yesterday's game, he accumulated an additional 4,000 points, combining them with the unused 146 points from before, elevating his three-point rating to 70. He then spent 1,800 points to enhance his mid-range shooting to 64. With this improvement in shooting skills, his overall rating rose from 70 to 72. The enhancement in his three-point shooting was markedly evident during the morning shooting drills. His accuracy soared to approximately 75, suggesting a likely game-time success rate of around 30. Even when left unguarded in the corner, Qin Jie posed a credible three-point threat. The Grizzlies shooting coach, Mark Price, was taken aback by Qin Jie's performance during shooting drills. "Qin, you haven't suddenly developed your three-point shot in these past few days. Have you?" Price exclaimed, still astonished by Qin Jie's corner three-pointer from the previous game. The Grizzlies primarily rely on a structured offense, with big men stationed in the paint while perimeter shooting is left to players like Mike Miller. Even the towering Pau Gasol does not specifically practice three-point shooting. And until recently, Qin Jie had never engaged in shooting drills. Qin Jie shook his head. "Of course not. I actually wake up at 4 every morning to practice my shooting. My shooting ability has been earned through diligent effort." Head coach Flat Oro approached, stating, "Qin, with your current defensive skills, survival in the NBA is not an issue. However, if you develop your shooting abilities, I recommend you transition towards an off-ball role. If you can shoot accurately from every spot on the court, our offensive threat will be significantly amplified." Nodding in agreement, Qin Jie was quite willing to evolve into a 3-and-D player, especially considering the Grizzlies did not lack ball handlers and his speed and ball handling skills were still developing. Flat Oro, having previously encouraged three-point shooting during his tenure coaching the Cavaliers in the 1990s, was supportive of big men shooting from beyond the arc. He had coached Danny Ferry, a power forward with a three-point shooting ability of 40. Moreover, with the Grizzlies having traded away Shane Battier for rookie Rudy Gay, the team was in dire need of players capable of defending while also posing a threat from beyond the arc. During the afternoon's half-court drills, Qin Jie relentlessly shot three-pointers while guarding Gasol. Although his shooting percentage was not high, it hovered around 30. Flat Toro could hardly contain his enthusiasm, nearly wanting to embrace Qin Jie in celebration. "You are truly a gift from the heavens." Currently, the Grizzlies boasted a strong offensive lineup, with Mike Miller averaging 18.5 points, and a still adjusting Gasol contributing 28 points. Their struggles in the standings were largely attributable to defensive issues, which Qin Jie could expertly address. Flat Toro believed that as long as Qin Jie maintained his defensive consistency, the Grizzlies could indeed contend for a playoff spot. Before the afternoon practice concluded, the Grizzlies' general manager, Jerry West, arrived at the gym. The presence of the logo man silenced the room. "Continue practicing, gentlemen," West said calmly, his voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable authority. He took Flat Oro aside to speak with Qin Jie privately. "Relax, young man. Shooting should be as natural as breathing. Do not let external factors disturb you. Remember, every shot you take should be filled with confidence." Qin Jie nodded, pleasantly surprised by Jerry West's visit, as the legendary NBA figure was a paragon of excellence. In his previous life, Qin Jie held West in high esteem, not only for his exceptional playing career but also for his remarkable management acumen. Under his leadership, the Lakers epitomized Showtime in the 1980s, and in the 1990s, he signed Kobe and Shaquille, reviving the Purple and Gold dynasty. Later, his guidance of the Warriors solidified Stephen Curry's role, laying the foundation for their dynasty. "Great player," West remarked to Flat Toro, "you should give him more playing time. I see potential in him." Flat Toro nodded vigorously. "Yes, I will increase Qin's minutes, if he can elevate his three-point shooting percentage to 35 during games. Our coaching staff can develop shooting strategies centered around him." West patted Qin Jie on the shoulder with a smile. "Keep it up. I will be keeping an eye on your performance." Chapter 11. Facing the Spurs, starting lineup. On the morning of December 20th, Qin Jie and his team flew to San Antonio, preparing to challenge the Spurs on their home turf. Currently, the Spurs stand with a record of 19 wins and 6 losses, boasting the top position in the Western Conference. This year's Spurs, in Qin Jie's opinion, are the strongest iteration of the team. Although the 2014 Spurs displayed an exceptionally glamorous offensive style and had a smooth path to the championship, the depth of the team has become formidable since the offensive reform began in 2006. Over the past 2 years, the GDP trio has been in peak form. Last season, despite Duncan suffering from plantar fasciitis, they managed to push the Mavericks to a decisive Game 7. Had it not been for Ginobili's humorous foul at the last moment, the Spurs would have had a significant chance at defending their title. Qin Jie recalls that this season, the Spurs, maintaining their original lineup, lost only 4 games in the playoffs. Their offense and defense are balanced. They can adapt to fast-paced games against teams like the Suns and also engage in physical battles with the Jazz, effortlessly executing half-court strategies in the finals against the Cavaliers, sweeping them 4-0 to claim the championship. At 6:30 p.m., after the tactical meeting led by Flat Oro, Qin Jie was summoned by the coaching staff. "Qin, you will be starting tonight at the power forward position. Do not let us down," Flat Oro declared. "Okay," Qin Jie replied. Finally, he had secured a starting position, though he was uncertain if he would be matched up against Duncan, as Duncan was likely to play center. By 7 p.m., with 30 minutes remaining before the game, the at Center, the Spurs' home arena, was already packed to capacity, with over 18,000 fans filling every seat. Although San Antonio is a small market, the team's recent success with 3 championships and the strong performance of the GDP trio this season had ignited the fans' enthusiasm, with attendance surpassing 99, even exceeding that of larger market teams like the Knicks. In contrast, the Grizzlies, based in Memphis, are also in a small market, and their attendance this season ranks at the bottom of the league. Although Qin Jie did not originate from a major city team, he was confident that his influence would elevate Memphis's attendance to among the league's top ranks. Before the game, CCTV broadcasted the match on time. Su Junyang greeted, "Hello, viewers. Welcome to today's thrilling live coverage of the NBA match, where the formidable San Antonio Spurs will face the Memphis Grizzlies." Director Zhang, what are your thoughts on this game? Zhang replied, "We should focus on the battle in the paint. Both Duncan and Gasol are exceptional interior players, and their matchup will be a significant highlight of the game. However, I am more curious about whether Qin Jie will receive opportunities like he did in the last game." Yu Jia added, in the previous match, Qin Jie performed admirably against Howard, and the Grizzlies head coach should certainly consider his tactical role within the team, providing him with consistent playing time. Su Junyang observed the broadcast screen, saying, "Here it comes. The starting lineup is about to be announced." On the big screen, the coaches revealed their starting lineups. Spurs starters: Tim Duncan, Francisco Elson, Bruce Bowen, Manu Ginobili, Tony Parker. Grizzlies starters: Marc Gasol, Qin Jie, Mike Miller, Dante Jones, Damon Stoudemire. When Qin Jie's name appeared in the starting lineup, Su Junyang exclaimed, "The Grizzlies head coach has given Qin Jie the chance to start today. He will match up against the Spurs power forward, Elson." Yu Jia smiled. Qin Jie has become the 4th Chinese player to receive a starting opportunity in the NBA. Let's look forward to his performance tonight. Zhang noted, the Grizzlies starting lineup appears solid. Their interior can both attack and defend. I hope Qin Jie can shine in his first start. As the commentators continued their discussion, the camera finally focused on the court. The game was underway. Marc Gasol and Duncan jumped for the ball, with Duncan securing the first possession for the Spurs. Tony Parker advanced the ball to the wing, where Duncan set a screen. Parker used the pick to drive straight down the middle toward the basket, but Gasol and Damon simultaneously collapsed on him, interfering with Parker's layup. Duncan, rushing in from behind, grabbed the rebound and passed it to Ginobili at a 45-degree angle. Parker was still directing his teammates, but Ginobili stepped back and launched a three-pointer. Swish. The Spurs secured the first 3 points. Grizzlies' offense commenced. Qin Jie moved to the corner to create space as Mike Miller drove from the right side toward the basket, only to have Duncan interfere with his shot. Miller's layup clanged off the rim, but Gasol retrieved the rebound and banked it in. The Spurs reorganized their attack. Once again, Duncan and Parker executed a pick-and-roll. This time, Parker aggressively attacked the basket and passed to Bowen in the corner. Bowen quickly fed Ginobili, who set a screen. Ginobili drove in from the left, with Miller and Jones collapsing on him, while Gasol stepped back to assist. Amidst the 3-man defense, Ginobili ignored Duncan's call for the ball, maneuvering around Gasol before launching a layup against the double team. The ball kissed the backboard and went in, while the referee called a foul on Jones. 2-1. Ginobili stood at the free throw line and converted, bringing the score to 6-2. The dynamic Ginobili, showcasing personal prowess, had quickly expanded the lead to 4 points. In the early years of his career, Ginobili frequently started games. Last season, he was a starter in 90 of the matches. It wasn't until after 2010 that he transitioned to a bench role. This shift was often misinterpreted as a decline in stamina, which was a misunderstanding. In recent seasons, Ginobili's playing style revolved around long-range shooting and driving to the basket. At that time, the Spurs were centered around Duncan, favoring a half-court game, rendering Ginobili's style intolerable to Coach Popovich. The prevailing paradigm dictated that dominance in the paint was essential for success, leading Popovich to deem Ginobili's approach as erratic. Returning to the game, the Grizzlies initiated their offense through another pick-and-roll with Mike Miller. Gasol cut to the basket for a catch, attempting a low-post jumper that was thwarted by Duncan. The Spurs secured the rebound, and Parker led the team into a half-court set. Duncan, following a screen, positioned himself low, and Parker swiftly delivered the ball. Duncan, backing down, turned and executed a jump shot. Bam! Swish. The straightforward bank shot found its way in. On the Grizzlies' end, Miller passed to Gasol, who sought to retaliate with a low-post jumper against Duncan. Unfortunately, the ball rattled around the rim before being denied. The Frenchman, known for his speed, sprinted down the court, with Damon and Miller closing in from the middle. Parker set his sights on the trailing Duncan. Duncan received the pass, turned against Gasol, and executed a layup. The Spurs' offensive firepower was evident tonight, aggressively attacking the Grizzlies' rim, Su Juyong remarked. Zhang nodded in agreement. Both Ginobili and Duncan exhibited exceptional shooting touch, particularly Duncan, who not only made consecutive baskets but also effectively thwarted Gasol's offensive attempts. In the ensuing plays, Duncan continued to wreak havoc in the paint, utilizing pick-and-rolls with Parker to score repeatedly, swiftly widening the point gap. Qin Jie found himself matched up against Ilson, the Dutch big man, whose role in the Spurs system was that of a blue-collar worker. All Qin Jie could do was to box him out to prevent him from grabbing rebounds. 6 minutes into the first quarter, Flatro was the first to call a timeout. The score stood at 17-7, with the Grizzlies trailing by 10 under the Spurs' dominance. Do not force plays in the paint. Pay attention to Tim, Duncan, focus on pick-and-rolls, and keep the ball moving, Flatro instructed. Assistant coach Joe Goller chimed in. Tim's scoring is highly efficient. We cannot allow him to shoot freely in the paint. We must employ double teams when necessary. Observing the nodding agreement from his teammates, Qin Jie stood up in opposition, saying, if we double-team Tim, Ginobili and Tony on the perimeter will exploit us. Their shooting threat is significant. After a moment of silence from Flatro, Qin Jie asserted, I can guard Tim one-on-one. Chapter 12, No-Fly Zone. Upon hearing Qin Jie's request to defend Duncan one-on-one, Flatoro paused in contemplation, holding the tactical board. Assistant coach Jorgel remarked, single coverage on Tim. That seems rather unfeasible. Gasol nodded in agreement, stating, Tim is quite formidable. He consistently scores using the simplest of moves. It's challenging to contain him in a one-on-one situation. Qin Jie was indeed aware of Duncan's prowess. His style was unpretentious, relying on basic yet effective techniques such as the turnaround hook shot and mid-range bank shots. His playstyle resembled that of a humble monk, seemingly ordinary yet impossible to thwart. Nevertheless, Qin Jie was determined to demonstrate the essence of egalitarian defense. You're right, Qin stated, if we double-team Tim inside, Tony and Manu will exploit our perimeter. Flatoro, observing Qin Jie's confidence, slowly instructed, Qin, assume the 5 position. Do not allow Tim to operate so freely. Restrict his receiving space. As the timeout concluded, Flatoro substituted Gay for Damon, positioning Qin Jie as the 5, while the Spurs retained their lineup. Qin Jie moved to the elbow to set a screen for Gasol, who then cut into the lane, receiving a timely pass from Mike Miller. Gasol faked out Elson and executed a smooth turnaround layup. The Spurs initiated their offense. Parker brought the ball up, and after Duncan set a screen, he cut toward the basket. Qin Jie did not switch with Jones but instead sprinted to the low post to challenge Duncan. As Duncan established his position, Parker delivered the ball. Su Juyong observed, it's a one-on-one battle between Qin Jie and Duncan in the low post. The Grizzlies have adjusted their strategy, assigning Qin Jie to defend Duncan. Zhang Heli nodded, noting that Gasol's initial defense against Duncan had been ineffective, making it a wise choice to switch to Qin Jie, especially since he had successfully contained Howard in the previous game. Ujia remarked, but Duncan is a more well-rounded player. His footwork and defensive repertoire are far richer. It will be challenging for Qin Jie to replicate his previous performance. Su Juyong chuckled, regardless. Witnessing Qin Jie match up against a key player like Duncan is what domestic fans long to see. Duncan received the ball and backed into the paint, but Qin Jie held his ground firmly, maintaining his position. Duncan was taken aback. The physicality of this Asian player exceeded his expectations. However, Duncan's expression remained composed as he prepared to pivot and shoot, aiming for the backboard. Qin Jie anticipated Duncan's turn and leaped, extending his hand to contest the shot. At the moment Duncan released the ball, he realized something was amiss. Qin Jie had completely obstructed his shooting sight, causing his motion to appear sluggish. Thud. Although Qin Jie did not block the shot, the ball ricocheted off the side of the backboard and swiftly flew out of bounds. The Grizzlies regained possession. Su Juyang was the first to cheer. "What a beautiful defense, Qin Jie." Zhang Heli grinned, his eyes narrowing, and remarked. Qin Jie completely denied Duncan any shooting space. He was forced to attempt a difficult shot. Yu Jia noted, that was Duncan's signature 45-degree bank shot, nearly impossible to defend. Yet Qin Jie forced Duncan to send it out of bounds. Duncan's expression remained unchanged as he quickly retreated to set up for defense. After Qin Jie inbound the ball, Jones advanced it. Qin Jie moved to the wing, creating space for Gasol, while Gay set a screen off the ball. Gasol's playmaking ability shone through as he quickly identified the open Qin Jie beyond the arc and delivered a swift pass. Without hesitation, Qin Jie launched a three-pointer. Clang. Under Ginobili's timely defensive pressure, the shot ricocheted off the rim. Gasol, matched up against Elson, showcased his dominance by grabbing the offensive rebound. Instead of forcing a shot against Elson, Gasol found Qin Jie, who had sprinted to the corner. The Spurs defenders focused on the paint, neglecting the weak side where Qin Jie stood. Upon receiving the ball in the corner, Qin Jie took another open shot. Swish. The basketball traced an elegant arc through the air before landing perfectly in the hoop. The Grizzlies bench erupted in celebration with these two plays. The deficit had shrunk to 5 points. The Spurs regrouped for their next offensive play. Duncan set a screen for Parker at the arc before cutting toward the basket. Parker lofted a high pass to Duncan, who leaped to attempt a layup. Qin Jie immediately dashed back to defend, jumping nearly in sync with Duncan. Though Qin Jie lacked height advantage, Duncan's soft and languid layup motion provided Qin Jie an opportunity. With a resolute determination, Qin Jie swatted the ball away, sending it soaring into the front row of spectators. At TNT, Barkley could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "What a block!" Qin just sent that ball flying into the stands. Kenny Smith added, "A perfect chase down." Tim has now become the third player to serve as a backdrop in Qin's career. Flatoro clapped his hands enthusiastically. "Who says Duncan can't be stopped?" Assistant coach Jorgel inhaled deeply. It appears no one can breach Qin's defense. On the Spurs sideline, Ginobili received the inbound pass and executed a deceptive dribble toward the lane, but Duncan was already stationed inside. Facing the double team from Jones and Mike Miller, Ginobili passed the ball to Duncan. With the ball in hand, Duncan faked a jump shot and prepared to utilize his hook shot. Ginobili, witnessing Duncan leap for the hook shot, raised his arms in anticipation of celebration. The hook shot, a signature move of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, is one of the hardest to block, making it a formidable weapon on the court. After struggling against Qin Jie twice, Duncan felt an unyielding confidence in this attempt. However, as Qin Jie sprang into action with remarkable speed and leaping ability, a flicker of astonishment crossed Duncan's face. Like a coiled spring, Qin Jie leapt, extending his right hand towards the trajectory of the basketball. With a resounding slap, Qin Jie once again thwarted Duncan's shot. The Spurs arena fell silent. Did he just block Tim's hook shot? Gasps of disbelief echoed through the crowd. While I've often seen Tim get blocked, this is the first time I've witnessed him get rejected twice in a row. The Grizzlies' Asian player showcased an extraordinary ability to protect the rim. Duncan's expression darkened. Initially confident he could easily dismantle Qin Jie's defense, he found himself faced with an immovable wall. Regardless of the tactics he employed, he was unable to penetrate the Grizzlies' paint. The blocked ball landed in Mike Miller's hands, and the Grizzlies swiftly transitioned to a fast break. In a 4v4 situation, Miller and Gasol connected, leading to an electrifying alley-oop dunk. The score shifted to 14-17, with the Spurs lead reduced to a mere 3 points. Coach Popovich called a timeout. Qin has halted the Spurs' momentum. It seems Greg Popovich needs to adjust his offensive strategy accordingly, Barkley analyzed from the commentary booth. Kenny Smith added, "After observing these 3 games, I am convinced that no team in the league will dare overlook Qin's defensive prowess." Barkley nodded, recognizing that despite being a second-round draft pick, Qin had effectively contained LeBron, Dwight, and Tim, 3 former number 1 picks. It appears that scouts across the league will need to rethink their evaluations. Returning from the timeout, Popovich displayed adaptability, altering the Spurs' offensive strategy to focus on perimeter plays, allowing Ginobili and Parker to take charge. Qin Jie remained steadfast in his duty to contain Duncan, denying him any opportunity to slip through screens for a finishing move. His defensive prowess enveloped the entire paint area, and upon returning from a timeout, he executed a remarkable block against Elson. Meanwhile, Ginobili, who had been deprived of offensive touches for an extended period, found his shooting rhythm faltering, managing only one basket from 3 attempts by the end of the first quarter. On the Grizzlies' side, Gasol, back in the power forward position, thrived under the rim, as Qin Jie's presence in the paint liberated his offensive game. As the first quarter concluded, the scoreboard read 23-24, with the Spurs holding a slender 1-point lead. As the second quarter commenced, the Spurs maintained the GDP trio on the court, replacing the wing players with Michael Finley and Brent Barry. The Grizzlies' lineup consisted of Qin Jie, Gasol, Mike Miller, Rudy Gay, and Kyle Lowry, with Qin Jie continuing to match up against Duncan. This season, Duncan had primarily played the center position, and throughout his career, he had spent 70% of his time on the court as a center. However, due to his early career partnership with Admiral Robinson at the power forward position, fans often debated his historical standing, comparing him to other power forwards. Qin Jie regarded this as a clever maneuver by Duncan, as he claimed the title of the greatest power forward in history while actually playing center. This ranking is indisputable among power forwards. Yet if Duncan were considered as a center, the debate would surely arise given the multitude of legendary centers in NBA history, including Wilt Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Bill Russell, Hakeem Olajuwon, and Shaquille O'Neal, all worthy competitors for the title of the greatest center. Returning to the action, Coach Popovich sensed the need for a tactical shift. The Grizzlies relied heavily on their defensive strategy and stable offense, capitalizing on turnovers to create scoring opportunities. Manu, attack the opposing paint relentlessly, create contact, and draw fouls to deter their aggressive defense, Popovich instructed before the game resumed. He entrusted Ginobili with the responsibility to penetrate, despite his reservations about such a confrontational style of play, anticipating that allowing Qin Jie to continue protecting the rim unchecked could jeopardize the Spurs' offensive efficiency. The Grizzlies held the ball first in the second quarter. After setting a screen for Mike Miller, Qin Jie received a timely pass from Lowry, leading Miller to unleash a three-pointer from the corner, putting the Grizzlies ahead at 26-24. The Spurs hastened their offensive pace, with Parker distributing the ball to Ginobili, who instinctively moved to set a screen for Duncan at the top of the arc. Ginobili executed an early crossover dribble, driving towards the basket while fending off Qin Jie's defensive efforts. As Qin Jie matched Ginobili's pace, it became evident that the latter's speed had diminished slightly upon contact. Nevertheless, Ginobili pressed on with determination. In a moment of high drama, Qin Jie leaped, delivering a resounding volleyball-like rejection to Ginobili's shot. The arena fell silent, the crowd stunned. Ginobili, momentarily bewildered by the block, failed to react in time, allowing Mike Miller to retrieve the ball. Assistant coach Joe Gorgel remarked on the seemingly surreal nature of that block, while Charles Barkley quipped, "The fans in San Antonio are in for a treat tonight. Qin Jie has opened a hot pot restaurant right here." Ginobili, unperturbed, quickly transitioned back on defense, while Mike Miller followed up with another three-pointer. In stark contrast to Duncan's demeanor, Ginobili's expression darkened. Following Popovich's directive, Ginobili once again sought to penetrate, utilizing Duncan's screen, but this time targeting the right side, guarded by Qin Jie. With a fierce determination to reclaim his pride, Ginobili attempted an evasive dribble move against Qin Jie, eyes locked on the hoop. Just as he believed he had evaded Qin Jie's grasp and prepared for a confident Eurostep layup, Qin Jie, with a swift motion, extended his hand, thwarting the attempt with another emphatic block. Popovich threw his hands up in disbelief, and Duncan, witnessing the incident, felt a desire to shield his eyes. Ginobili was left in a state of bewilderment. Qin Jie, equally puzzled by Ginobili's reckless approach, had no qualms in delivering a lesson, achieving his 5th block of the night. As Qin Jie's dominance continued, the Grizzlies swiftly counterattacked, with Gasol hitting a jumper and drawing a foul on Finley. Popovich called for a timeout, recognizing the need for another adjustment. With the stakes raised, the Spurs sought to regain control, stripping Ginobili of the ball and allowing Parker and Duncan to execute pick-and-roll plays. Gasol converted the free throw, and Parker surged forward, initiating another offensive sequence. Entering a half-court set, Duncan set another screen, and Parker's explosive first step caught Qin Jie off guard as he maneuvered past Gasol with ease. The Grizzlies quickly closed in on Parker, while Qin Jie took advantage of the moment to surge towards the paint. Parker, adeptly spinning past his defender, faced Qin Jie head-on as both leapt for the ball. However, Qin Jie's leaping ability surpassed Parker's, leading to yet another block, announcing to all, "This is a no-fly zone." Chapter 13, an unconventional triple-double. As the first half concluded, Qin Jie felt a wave of contentment wash over him. The GDP trio had begun to rotate in the second quarter, delivering block after block, an exhilarating experience. By halftime, Qin Jie had amassed an impressive stat line of 10 points, 6 rebounds, 2 assists, 7 blocks, and 1 steal. With the 7 blocks standing out remarkably in the statistical column, the Spurs, having been thoroughly thwarted by Qin Jie's defensive prowess, found themselves at a loss for offensive breakthroughs, leading to a score of 55-45, with the Spurs trailing the Grizzlies by 10 points. As the second half commenced, Coach Popovich sought to dismantle the Grizzlies' offensive momentum with a staunch defense, continuing to utilize Qin Jie to penetrate the opposing defense. However, lacking offensive efficacy, Popovich entrusted the scoring responsibilities to Qin Jie. In the frontcourt, Qin Jie gracefully maneuvered with the ball, engaging in a serpentine footwork after handling the ball against Dant Jones. But Qin Jie had already anticipated the move and decisively defended the paint. Qin Jie's attempt at a reverse layup was met with a resounding rejection from Qin Jie. 8 blocks and counting. What is going on with the Spurs tonight? They seem intent on feeding Qin Jie blocks. Su Juyang was left in stunned silence witnessing this spectacle. Zhang Heli remarked, that was Qin Jie's signature Eurostep layup, yet he still could not breach Qin Jie's defense. The home crowd of Spurs fans was growing increasingly disheartened by Qin Jie's dominance. As the third quarter progressed, both Qin Jie and Parker intensified their offensive efforts, while Qin Jie remained undeterred in his defense, fixated solely on the game of basketball. By the end of the third quarter, Qin Jie had accrued 4 fouls but managed to secure 2 additional blocks. Before the final quarter began, Barkley rose from his seat in the TNT broadcast booth. What will Qin Jie's final stats be? 14 points, 8 rebounds, and 9 blocks, he pondered. Vlatko also took note of Qin Jie's performance and advised Pau Gasol during the break to assist Qin Jie in securing rebounds. Qin Jie returned for the final quarter. The Spurs focused their offensive efforts on the interior. After executing a pick-and-roll with Tony Parker, Duncan rolled toward the basket, while Qin Jie, alongside Damon Stoudemire, double-teamed Duncan, cutting off his passing lane. Duncan, slightly delayed, attempted a layup but was interfered with, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim. Qin Jie leapt to grab the rebound and passed it to Damon. The Grizzlies launched a fast break, resulting in Gasol making a bank shot after a turnaround by Qin Jie. On the Spurs side, Parker activated his turbo mode, effortlessly weaving past Damon's defense and anticipating Qin Jie's help defense, aiming directly for Duncan at the elbow. It was only when Qin Jie entered the paint that he realized he had been deceived. Duncan received the ball and executed a signature jumper off the glass for 2 points. Duncan smiled approvingly at Parker, affirming, "That's how we play. As long as we can maneuver around that Asian player, our offense flows much smoother." Parker nodded resolutely. "When the opportunity arises, I will drive to the basket to draw fouls. I need to get him out of the game." Despite trailing 73-87, Parker believed they had identified the correct offensive strategy. In the next sequence, after Mike Miller missed a shot for the Grizzlies, the Spurs hastened their transition, but this time Qin Jie was not required to shoot. Gasol effectively blocked Parker, then positioned himself like a king in the paint. Qin Jie effortlessly snatched the rebound. In the frontcourt, Qin Jie attempted a 3-pointer from the wing but unfortunately missed. Parker quickly grabbed the rebound at the free throw line and transitioned to offense. Once the Grizzlies' defense was set, the Spurs continued their half-court offense. Duncan returned to the top of the arc to engage in another pick-and-roll with Parker, who was prepared to replicate his previous success, driving past Damon and positioning himself in the paint to deliver the ball to Duncan. This time, Qin Jie was alert, stepping back to obstruct Duncan's path while Gasol moved in for a double team. Consequently, Alston was left unguarded in the low post. Parker grinned, swiftly lobbing the ball to Alston. The Grizzlies opted to double-team Duncan, leaving the paint vulnerable. "Look at this situation," Zhang Heli exclaimed, seizing the opportunity. Alston charged towards the basket with fierce determination. However, the Spurs were oblivious to the fact that this opportunity had been intentionally presented to them by Gasol. The moment Alston entered the key, Qin Jie pivoted and pursued. As Alston leaped to deliver a thunderous dunk, Qin Jie mirrored his ascent. The two collided mid-air, with Qin Jie firmly pressing down on Alston's basketball. The force of their clash left Alston's hands numb, and as he descended, the ball was emphatically swatted down by Qin Jie. From the commentary booth, Su Juyang exclaimed with excitement, 10 blocks. Let us congratulate Qin Jie on achieving his first career triple-double. Zhang Heli expressed astonishment, a triple-double with 10 blocks. This is indeed an unconventional triple-double. Yu Jia glanced at the stats sheet. Does Qin Jie have a chance to reach 10 assists? Su Juyang checked the timer. There are still over 9 minutes remaining. But Qin Jie is more of a rim protector. His playmaking skills are not particularly remarkable, making it challenging to accumulate 10 assists. Yu Jia's eyes sparkled. If Qin Jie could achieve a quadruple-double, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Ultimately, the Grizzlies triumphed over the Spurs with a score of 98-90, marking their third consecutive victory. Despite the Spurs' vigorous efforts to rally in the final quarter, they could not withstand the Grizzlies' soaring momentum. Qin Jie's final statistics settled at 18 points, 11 rebounds, 4 assists, 11 blocks, and 2 steals, falling short of the miraculous quadruple-double. Although Qin Jie had anticipated a strong statistical performance by halftime, he never expected to achieve a triple-double with blocks. Tonight had indeed been a night of spectacular rejections. Qin Jie fully utilized his wingspan, with the Spurs players unwittingly assisting him in their attempts to shoot. In the final quarter, Vlatko deliberately increased Qin Jie's ball handling time, hoping to boost his assist numbers. However, after half a quarter, Qin Jie realized that accumulating assists was far more challenging than anticipated. The Spurs' defense was formidable. Even when he found his teammates in favorable positions, the passes often failed to convert into scores. Though Qin Jie did not achieve double-digit assists, he bore no regrets. After all, attaining a quadruple-double is an exceedingly daunting feat throughout the history of the NBA. Only 4 players have achieved a quadruple-double. And the prospect of a quintuple-double is akin to the national football team winning the World Cup, an utter improbability. Online, keyboard warriors claim that Wilt Chamberlain once recorded an astronomical 5-fold stat line of 53 points, 32 rebounds, 14 assists, 11 steals, and 24 blocks. Qin Jie could only shake his head at such absurdity. First and foremost, block statistics were only recorded starting in the 1973-1974 season, coinciding with Chamberlain's retirement that same year, rendering such claims entirely unsubstantiated. Moreover, considering the volume of shot attempts, the figures appear utterly inflated. 32 rebounds could only be feasible if teammates like Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal were launching shots and he was monopolizing the offensive boards. As for 24 blocks and 11 steals, such statistics would necessitate an extraordinary number of possessions, requiring a substantial lead of 70 or 80 points to even be conceivable. The notion of a quintuple-double is as credible as the idea of Zhang being with 20,000 women. It is simply unfathomable. After the conclusion of this match, the discourse in both China and the United States erupted with fervor. Achieving 10 blocks in a game is already an extraordinary feat, especially for Qin Jie, who accomplished this against the Spurs. For domestic fans, witnessing such an exceptional performance from Qin Jie feels almost surreal. What would it mean for the Chinese national basketball team to have a combination of Yao Ming and Qin Jie in the paint? The excitement among fans watching the game was palpable. Immediately after Qin Jie recorded a triple-double with 10 blocks, CCTV reported that Yao Ming had scored 34 points, grabbed 9 rebounds, and blocked 5 shots in his match against the Trailblazers. CCTV announced that they would rebroadcast the Rockets vs. Trailblazers game in the afternoon. Yet many eager fans could hardly wait and resorted to alternative means to catch the live coverage. Upon returning to the locker room, Pau Gasol suggested lifting Qin Jie and tossing him into the air in celebration of this momentous occasion, but Qin Jie promptly declined. He harbored serious doubts about the intentions of his teammates, fearing that should they fail to catch him, it would lead to an entirely different narrative. Meanwhile, Vlatko shared the fans' excitement, eager to celebrate with a playful punch. In his debut, Qin Jie had delivered an impressive performance, finally addressing the Grizzlies' rim protection issues. Following their match against the Spurs, the Grizzlies did not linger in San Antonio, as it lacked the vibrant nightlife of major cities like New York or Los Angeles. Instead, Qin Jie and his teammates boarded a flight to New Orleans, where they would continue their away games against the yet-to-be-renamed Hornets. Arriving in New Orleans late at night, Qin Jie slept until noon the next day, when he received a call from Yao Ming. "You played exceptionally well. I watched your game footage from yesterday. Keep it up. And establishing yourself in the NBA will not be a challenge," Yao Ming encouraged him. Qin Jie appreciated his relationship with Yao, who had frequently offered advice during his preparations for the NBA. They had met several times in Houston. "Thank you, Brother Ming. I will strive to do my best," Qin Jie replied. You laughed. How's your rapport with your teammates? While playing in the U.S., it's essential to integrate into their culture. Having played at the University of Kentucky, communication should not be an issue. It's going well. The coach and teammates trust me. I just need to adjust to the American cuisine, Qin Jie responded. Hearing Yao's hearty laughter on the other end of the line, Qin Jie could easily imagine his expressions. Yao, having observed Qin Jie during interviews, could tell he was not an introverted person. After many years in the NBA, he understood that adapting to the culture was crucial for success in the league. Though Yao appeared reserved, he possessed a deep-seated confidence and a knack for humor. Qin Jie recalled how Yao had playfully referenced Allen Iverson during his Hall of Fame speech. Qin Jie understood Yao's point. A significant factor in Jianlian's struggles in the league was his personality. With a solid support system, Qin Jie felt confident in his abilities. After a casual chat, Yao shared insights about playing in the league and emphasized the importance of being mindful off the court. Qin Jie, in turn, reminded Yao to prioritize self-protection during games. Recalling historical events, Qin Jie remembered that Yao had sustained a right knee tibial fracture from a collision with Tim Thomas in the upcoming game against the Clippers, forcing him to miss 32 matches. This injury had caused him considerable distress, but at present, Yao was enjoying the pinnacle of his career, averaging 26.8 points, 9.7 rebounds, and 2.3 blocks, competing fiercely against the likes of Dwight Howard and the tail end of Shaquille O'Neal's prime. Had Yao remained injury-free, he would likely have secured his spot on the All-NBA first team this year. Despite playing only 48 games due to injury, Yao was still selected for the All-NBA second team, while Amare Stoudemire, who played a full season with the Suns' impressive 60-win record, was awarded first-team center, despite receiving 2 fewer votes. However, Qin Jie could only offer reminders. Whether Yao chose to heed them was uncertain. He couldn't very well announce himself as a time traveler. Additionally, Yao mentioned that Reebok was planning to release his signature shoes this year. This sparked a realization in Qin Jie that he might require an agent. His personal inbox had been inundated with commercial collaboration offers. He yearned to earn money, as his rookie salary was insufficient even to afford a larger home in the U.S. With a 2-year rookie contract of minimal value, Qin Jie knew he needed to pursue endorsements to increase his income. Becoming a star would lead to substantial earnings from endorsements, as nearly every industry sought collaborations. During this time, an agent would be vital. Moreover, with his contract eligible for early renewal before the next season, having an agent could assist him in negotiating a lucrative deal within the confines of the regulations. Securing a significant contract like Eddie Curry's 6-year, $56 million deal or Gilbert Arenas' 6-year, $110 million contract necessitated an agent's expertise. It is well known that every toxic contract is often linked to a foolish manager, but the player's representation also plays a crucial role. To the team, such contracts may be toxic, but for agents, they represent a successful outcome. However, encountering a misguided agent, like the one who led the future Isaiah Thomas to decline a $70 million contract only to end up with the Cavaliers and subsequently out of the league, could lead to dire consequences, forcing one to settle for a minimum salary. At present, Qin Jie was preoccupied with the myriad off-court concerns, particularly contracts, which he found perplexing. Without a professional, he risked financial loss. Unless he possessed the tenacity of Dirk Nowitzki, who managed his career independently for 20 years without an agent, handling everything from contracts to endorsements himself. Suddenly, Qin Jie pondered, what if he approached Nowitzki to be his agent? He chuckled and shook his head, then sent a text to Yao Ming seeking advice. Yao promptly recommended a member of his agency team, Bill Duffy. Chapter 14. The agent faces the Hornets in a CAF in New Orleans. Bill Duffy met with Qin Jie. After obtaining Bill Duffy's contact information from Yao Ming the previous day, Qin Jie initially planned to return to Memphis to discuss the details of their collaboration. However, Bill Duffy promptly traveled from Houston to New Orleans. Qin Jie's rising prominence in the league has made him a sought-after player, and Bill Duffy was concerned that other agents might seize the opportunity, resulting in significant losses for him. Qin Jie observed Bill Duffy, finding him much as he had remembered. Duffy was well known among domestic fans due to his frequent association with Yao Ming, and during this period, he was undoubtedly one of the foremost superstar agents in the NBA, earning the nickname the NBA's second owner. His roster included not only Yao Ming but also superstars like Steve Nash and Carmelo Anthony, who were at the peak of their careers. Qin Jie held a favorable impression of Bill Duffy, especially after the incident where Duffy personally covered losses for his client, Anthony Carter. In the 2002-2003 season, Carter's performance had been dismal, averaging only 4.1 points and 4.1 assists with a shooting percentage of merely 35.1. At the season's conclusion, Carter had a player option worth $4.1 million for the following season, which posed a significant salary cap burden for his team, the Miami Heat. President Pat Riley was eager to rid the team of Carter's hefty contract, but the deal was fully guaranteed. However, Bill Duffy, as Carter's agent, made a grave error. To execute the player option, an agent must notify the team of the player's intention to exercise it, but Duffy neglected to do so. When Riley checked his office computer after the June 30th deadline, he was nearly overcome with laughter. Duffy had failed to send a letter to the NBA office, which meant that Carter had inadvertently relinquished his $4.1 million player option and entered free agency, allowing the Heat to easily discard Carter's burdensome contract. Subsequently, Duffy acknowledged his mistake and reached an agreement with Anthony Carter to personally repay the $4.1 million in installments. Carter bore no resentment toward Duffy, appreciating his willingness to compensate, especially since the original 3-year, $11 million contract had far exceeded Carter's capabilities, an arrangement Duffy had negotiated with the Heat. This incident speaks volumes about Bill Duffy's character. Agents are not infallible and may err, but they should bear the consequences of their mistakes. Beyond competence, integrity was a crucial factor for Qin Jie, particularly given that Tim Duncan had lost $25 million due to his agent's mishap a few years prior. "Hello, Mr. Qin. It is a pleasure to meet you," Bill Duffy greeted him politely. Their conversation unfolded pleasantly, and recognizing Duffy's sincerity, Qin Jie addressed the matter directly. "Let us discuss your fees." Duffy replied, "Your rookie contract will not expire until the end of next season. I will charge you a mere $2 for the new contract, and for commercial contracts, I will take between 10 and 15. How does that sound?" Duffy's fees were surprisingly reasonable, considering that NBA agents typically charge around 4 for player contracts, with 2 being particularly low, and 15 for commercial deals also on the lower end. Duffy's sincerity was evident. He continued, "In addition to negotiating contracts, I will assist you in creating a financial plan, advising you on expenditures, taxes, and savings to ensure a comfortable life post-retirement." While the average NBA player earns around $5 million annually, many players struggle financially after retirement due to poor financial management. Duffy pressed on, "Moreover, my team will help you cultivate a positive public image, manage media interactions, and foster relationships with fans, elements that may seem straightforward but are, in fact, quite intricate." Qin Jie nodded in agreement, particularly valuing the importance of a favorable public image. Since entering the league, LeBron James had diligently crafted a positive persona, earning the admiration of Commissioner David Stern, who subsequently funneled significant promotional support his way. Although James's physical limitations prevented him from becoming the next Jordan, the backing of a capable team was crucial. Feeling satisfied with their discussion, Qin Jie stated, "Let us proceed to sign the contract." Duffy's eyes lit up as he swiftly retrieved the agreement from his briefcase. After reviewing the terms and confirming they were satisfactory, Qin Jie quickly completed the signing. Duffy stood and extended his hand. "I am delighted to collaborate with you." After shaking hands, Qin Jie inquired, "When can I expect my commercial endorsements to be finalized?" He was eager to monetize his rising popularity. Duffy responded, "Once you return to Memphis, I will secure those endorsements for you. However, my primary focus will be on your sneaker contracts, as I believe major brands are already preparing their offers." Qin Jie was not particularly anxious about sneaker deals. Given his recent performances, he felt it was premature for brands to offer exorbitant contracts. He was more interested in securing other endorsements through Duffy. After signing the contract and engaging in further conversation, their meeting concluded. Qin Jie returned to his hotel, had lunch, and then boarded a bus with his teammates to the Smoothie King Center, where the Memphis Grizzlies would face off against the Hornets that evening. The Hornets, currently positioned 11th in the Western Conference with a record of 10 wins and 14 losses despite their struggles, had ignited hope among fans with the emergence of second-year rookie Chris Paul. This season, Paul was averaging 17.3 points, 4 rebounds, and 8.9 assists, establishing himself among the league's elite guards. At 7 o'clock, the players began to enter the arena, and the starting lineups were displayed on the large screen above. The Grizzlies' starting lineup included Qin Jie, Marc Gasol, Mike Miller, Dante Jones, and Damon Stoudemire. The Hornets starters were Tyson Chandler, Hilton Armstrong, Desmond Mason, David West, and Chris Paul. Qin Jie continued to take the court as a starter, with flatulence placing Gasol back in the power forward position while Qin Jie played center. Chapter 15. Paul screened the referee, cradling the basketball, approached the center circle, while Flataro insisted that Gasol take the jump against Tyson Chandler. Chandler succeeded in the jump, securing the first possession for the Hornets. This season, Chandler, having transitioned from the Bulls to the Hornets, was enjoying the most efficient year of his career. With an average of 9.5 points, a remarkable 12 for rebounds, and a shooting percentage exceeding 62. His offensive contributions primarily stemmed from close-range opportunities, and playing alongside Paul was an absolute delight for such a towering figure. Qin Jie recalled that the Hornets had maintained their competitiveness in the Western Conference largely due to Chandler's presence. Once he was traded away, Paul would find it exceedingly difficult to bear the team's fortunes alone, making it a challenge just to reach the playoffs. Chandler's rim protection was formidable. He would later earn accolades as the Defensive Player of the Year. Regrettably, the Hornets' management, lacking foresight, chose to trade away Chandler, who had the physicality and agility to execute pick-and-rolls with Paul, instead opting to support the struggling Okafor. Had Chandler remained, perhaps the infamous 58 disaster would have been averted. During the Hornets' first possession, Qin Jie was tasked with defending against Chandler. Paul brought the ball to the top of the arc. Despite standing at a mere 183 meters, Paul appeared significantly larger than the Grizzlies' point guard, Damon Stoudemire, who stood at 178 meters. After David West set a screen, Paul executed a crossover dribble, deftly shaking off Stoudemire. Before Mike Miller could provide assistance, Paul had already positioned himself near the free throw line and released a mid-range shot. The Grizzlies initiated their offense. Qin Jie noticed that his defender was not Chandler, but rather Armstrong, a forward for the Hornets, while Chandler closely shadowed Gasol. Miller's mid-range attempt clanged off the rim, and after Qin Jie swiftly maneuvered to secure the rebound, Armstrong immediately pressed forward. Armstrong, the 12th overall pick in this year's draft, stood at 211 meters, but Qin Jie, utilizing his lower center of gravity, collided with Armstrong, swiftly gathering the ball and leaping for a shot. With a resounding thud, the ball ricocheted off the backboard and into the net. Qin Jie successfully converted a second-chance opportunity. It was a splendid play as Qin Jie powered through for the score. In the commentary booth, Su Juyong remarked on the evident struggle Armstrong faced in the physical matchup, acknowledging Qin Jie's superior athleticism. The score was now tied at 2-2, and the Hornets were on offense once more. Once again, Paul controlled the ball, with David West moving to the wing to set a screen. Utilizing the pick, Paul deftly evaded his defender and glided into the paint. During this period, Paul's ability to penetrate was reminiscent of the future Kings' De'Aaron Fox, showcasing various acceleration techniques off screens. The Grizzlies shifted their defensive focus inward, anticipating Paul's drive, as Gasol and Qin Jie waited, ready to deliver a formidable block. However, Paul was far from reckless. With the Grizzlies' interior defense heavily fortified, their perimeter defense was inevitably compromised. As Paul drove toward the basket, he remained acutely aware of his teammates' positions. Upon entering the key, he suddenly flicked his wrist, sending the ball to West, who was wide open on the wing. West quickly released a mid-range shot, which found the bottom of the net. Paul's basketball IQ was exceptionally high, allowing him to elevate the team's performance, turning even the most modest roster into playoff contenders. During this time, West was renowned for his mid-range prowess, and the pick-and-roll between Paul and West remained a lethal weapon for the Hornets. The Grizzlies' next offensive possession featured Mike Miller utilizing Gasol's screen to penetrate the lane. Attempting a layup, Miller was thwarted as Chandler swatted his shot away, shattering his hopes of scoring. The Hornets established a rapid tempo in the first quarter, with the Paul-West pick-and-roll proving nearly impossible for the Grizzlies to defend. While they also needed to account for Chandler's roll to the basket, the Grizzlies relied heavily on Miller and Gasol for their offensive efforts. However, Miller struggled early on, having his shot blocked by Chandler and missing 2 subsequent attempts, which hampered the team's offensive flow. Qin Jie's contributions on offense were minimal. Aside from securing a second-chance opportunity early on, he spent most of the time setting screens and creating space for teammates. With 6 minutes and 13 seconds elapsed in the first quarter, Flat Arrow called for a timeout. The score was 7-14, with the Grizzlies trailing by 7 points. The Hornets' pick-and-roll was evidently indefensible, as Paul's style of play was astutely intelligent. He not only executed scoring opportunities himself, but also adeptly facilitated his teammates. During the timeout, Zhang Heli analyzed the situation, while Su Juyong concurred, suggesting that the Grizzlies needed to focus on containing West, who was enjoying far too much freedom on the court. Flat Arrow contemplated strategies to counteract the pick-and-roll orchestrated by Paul, whose individual prowess, especially in mismatches, posed a significant threat. He emphasized the importance of limiting West's scoring opportunities. Qin, you will guard David. Do not allow him to receive the ball comfortably, and restrict his mid-range shots and scoring in the paint, Flat Arrow instructed. If Mike and Paul are proving difficult to deal with offensively, we can pass the ball to Qin. Qin Jie nodded in agreement. For the first half of the quarter, he had focused on defending Chandler. However, the latter's attention was primarily on rim protection, resulting in fewer opportunities for Qin to showcase his role. Following the timeout, the game resumed. Damon advanced the ball, and the Hornets swiftly established their defensive positioning. Qin Jie set a screen for him at the top of the arc. Once Damon penetrated the lane, he hesitated, wary of making an impulsive shot, as his focus was split between Qin Jie and Gasol. As Qin Jie led the defensive switch, Paul trailed behind, attempting to disrupt Qin Jie's reception. However, Qin Jie towered over him by over 20 centimeters, making the catch comfortable. Paul's ability to intercept passes through anticipation was notable, yet Qin Jie denied him that opportunity. With a gentle touch, Qin Jie nudged the ball before taking a lateral step, then elevated it with one hand as he moved toward the paint. Although he did not shake off Paul entirely, the latter was unable to affect his shot. With a flick of his wrist, Qin Jie executed a graceful hook shot, which found its mark with precision. The Hornets resumed their possession. Paul advanced to the top of the arc, with West swiftly moving in to set a screen. Paul, leveraging the pick, slipped just inside the free throw line, while West seized the opportunity to cut toward the basket. Upon reaching the elbow, Paul abruptly halted, then executed a behind-the-back dribble to locate West, who was making a timely cut. Paul's pass was as precise as a surgeon's scalpel, arriving in West's hands just as he reached the paint. West, upon receiving the ball, leapt high, preparing to replicate his earlier effortless dunks. Qin Jie, demonstrating quick reflexes, chose not to double-team Paul with Damon but instead swiftly rotated to provide support from the weak side. His muscles tensed as he focused intently on the approaching basketball. Qin Jie and West leapt almost simultaneously, with Qin Jie extending his arm over West's head. With a resounding thump, Qin Jie's palm struck the basketball with force, thwarting West's dunk attempt. The ball was deflected away, and West lost his balance mid-air, crashing heavily onto the hardwood floor. Chapter 16. Personal ability to break the screen. Qin Jie successfully denied West's dunk mid-air. The crowd at the Hornets' home court erupted in spontaneous cheers. On TNT, Barkley remarked with a hint of composure, "Qin has completed the block on David, but such a rejection has become rather commonplace for us." Kenny Smith nodded in agreement. Recalling how Qin had put on a blocking spectacle against the Grizzlies and Spurs, his rim protection skills were undeniably impressive. After West landed, Qin Jie swiftly secured the rebound ahead of the approaching Chandler. Qin Jie pinpointed teammate Damon's position and quickly delivered the ball. With his ball handling and speed attributes not particularly high, he opted for the pass instead of pushing the ball himself, which would have expedited the transition. Upon passing to Damon, the Grizzlies swiftly transitioned from defense to offense, but the Hornets and Oppos defenders were well positioned. Paul had maneuvered in front of Damon, establishing a defensive stance. It was a 4-on-4 situation. Damon accelerated left, attempting to shake off Paul's tight defense, but Paul's agility effectively thwarted his path, constantly reaching to disrupt the ball. After setting a screen, Qin Jie rolled towards the basket, receiving a bounce pass from Damon. Paul positioned himself low to intercept, while Qin Jie backed into him. Unlike the future Curry, Paul, though shorter, posed a significant challenge for many teams. His solid lower body allowed him to defend larger opponents effectively, and his low center of gravity, combined with quick and precise shooting, made him a formidable defender. Once a big player began to dribble, Paul would incessantly disrupt, creating discomfort for the ball handler. However, facing Qin Jie, Paul's physical advantage evaporated. Qin Jie lowered his shoulder, while Paul attempted to impede his movement by gripping his thigh. Yet, under Qin Jie's forceful charge, Paul found himself leaning back. Not intending to force his way in, Qin Jie anticipated that Paul might resort to a trick. Observing Paul lose his balance, Qin Jie promptly pivoted, lifting the ball high for a 3-step layup. Although Qin Jie lacked speed, Paul could not interfere during his jump. Ultimately, Qin Jie executed a smooth layup. "Good shot," shouted Su Ju-yang. "This back and forth has certainly allowed Qin Jie to establish the Grizzlies' rhythm," Yu Jie remarked. As it was the Hornets' turn, Paul and West executed another pick and roll. This time, Paul aimed for West, delivering a perfectly timed bounce pass that anticipated West's cut into the lane. However, Qin Jie intercepted West and Oppos' path, preventing him from receiving the ball as Paul had envisioned. As the ball rebounded, Qin Jie maneuvered past West to seize it. The Grizzlies counterattacked. Qin Jie passed the ball to Mike Miller, who quickly transitioned to offense, with Marc Gasol sprinting ahead. Following a long pass from Miller, Gasol soared for a two-handed dunk. West patted his chest apologetically towards Paul, who merely shot him a glance before continuing his dribble. Qin Jie maintained his focus on West, who had moved to the left baseline. Paul advanced rapidly, suddenly stopping at the arc. Chandler, understanding the situation, quickly set a screen to block Damon. Seizing the opportunity, Paul deftly sidestepped Damon and accelerated again. After completing the screen, Chandler immediately cut towards the basket. Paul, with remarkable speed and precision, flicked the ball high into the air, which Chandler caught mid-stride. Chandler leaped in the paint, preparing for a two-handed slam. However, Qin Jie would not easily allow him to score. As Chandler descended, Qin Jie anticipated his position and moved towards the paint, leaping in tandem with Chandler, his arm raised high. A resounding slap echoed through the arena. Qin Jie forcefully batted the ball away. The basketball flew straight into Damon's hands, and before Chandler could react, the Grizzlies were on the fast break. Miller and Gasol executed a pick-and-roll, with Miller sinking a three-pointer from the 45-degree angle. 14-14, the score was tied. On the sidelines, Flatro excitedly pumped his fist, acknowledging that in crucial moments, Qin Jie's performance was pivotal. Qin Jie's defensive prowess perfectly covered the entire court, enabling him to dismantle the Hornets and Oppo's pick-and-roll with sheer individual skill. Hornets head coach Scott was equally astonished. Prior to the match, he had reviewed footage of the Grizzlies against the Spurs, and Qin Jie's 11 blocks appeared to Scott as if the Spurs were offering them up one by one. Lacking in technical merit, Scott believed Qin Jie's defensive capabilities were grossly overrated. Any tall interior player could achieve those blocks. Qin Jie's ease in breaking their pick-and-roll surprised Scott, prompting him to call a timeout after the score was tied. Yet, Scott's timeout was merely to rotate players and disrupt the Grizzlies and Oppo's momentum. He made no tactical adjustments concerning Qin Jie's performance. His strategy remained unchanged, the pick-and-roll. Scott had no alternative strategies. What left a lasting impression on Qin Jie was Scott's tenure with the Lakers, during which the team experienced its most dismal seasons, winning only 38 games over 2 years. That period was, without a doubt, a dark chapter in Los Angeles history. Additionally, Scott was known as the original coach who excessively praised players, particularly Kobe, during his time with the Lakers, leading to exaggerated phrases that would make even the most ardent fans cringe. Scott and Oppo's habit of flattery dated back to his playing days when he was lauded as the best defender against Jordan, primarily because he recognized that taunting Jordan would only provoke him, allowing the legendary player to easily score 40 or 50 points. Thus, when facing Jordan, Scott would shower him with praise, applauding every shot. "Mike, that was a great shot. You are incredible. I am thoroughly impressed." Over time, Jordan would relent, allowing Scott to escape with a modest number of points. Currently, however, Scott's praise for Paul was relatively restrained, given that Paul was merely a rookie. Scott's subsequent strategy continued to revolve around Paul executing the pick-and-roll, with Chandler tasked to guard Qin Jie. As both teams returned to the court, Qin Jie continued to match up against West. Upon receiving the ball, West prepared for a one-on-one in the elbow area. While the Grizzlies shifted their defensive focus to the paint, West attempted a series of ineffectual dribbles and fakes, but Qin Jie found his movements unconvincing, remaining perfectly balanced. Realizing he had no opportunity to break through, West exploded with a dribble and suddenly turned, trying to slip past Qin Jie into the low post for a shot. Just as West turned to shoot, Qin Jie closed the distance, stepping in front of him. With a precise timing, Qin Jie intercepted the ball before West could release his shot. In disbelief, West found himself airborne, surprised by Qin Jie's swift reaction. Following the steal, yet another counterattack opportunity arose for the Grizzlies. Chapter 17, From Small to Big? Steal by Paul. In the front court, the Hornets swiftly returned on defense, denying the Grizzlies any opportunity for a fast break. Mike Miller called for a pick-and-roll, aiming to penetrate the lane, but with Chandler guarding the paint, Miller found no chance for a strong attack. Ultimately, the ball found its way into the hands of Qin Jie in the low post. The Hornets established a 3-2 zone defense, applying pressure on the perimeter to prevent Jones and Miller from finding open shots. As his teammates cleared space in the paint, Qin Jie initiated a back-to-the-basket move against Armstrong. Dribbling, he pressed into Armstrong, who braced against his back, feeling the strain of Qin Jie's strength and rhythm. Reaching the edge of the key, Qin Jie sensed Armstrong's balance wavering and swiftly executed a spin move, forcefully backing into him. Seeing Qin Jie beneath the basket, Armstrong leapt to contest the shot. Qin Jie, with a sidelong glance at Armstrong, raised the ball high before retracting it as Armstrong lunged past. As Armstrong landed, Qin Jie leaped with both hands to the rim. Bang! He completed a powerful two-handed dunk, eliciting cheers from the Grizzlies bench. With a deceptive spin and layup that fooled the defender into jumping, Qin Jie's post-up skills were becoming increasingly refined. Su Juyong exclaimed. Yujia noted, 16-14. Qin Jie has successfully reversed the score. Zhang Heli nodded. Qin Jie's performance in these few possessions has brought the tempo back to the Grizzlies. On the sidelines, Scott furrowed his brow, puzzled by the ineffective pick-and-roll. In the next possession, as Paul was bringing the ball across half-court, Scott called out, "Chris, continue the pick-and-roll. Don't give them an opportunity." Paul's expression was complex. The offensive flow fell off, and he believed a change in strategy was necessary. Paul began to control the tempo, refraining from blindly calling for West or Chandler to set screens. Instead, slowly moving to the wing to read the opposing defense and seek opportunities. During the offense, Paul drove into the paint against Damon, executing a behind-the-back pull-up jumper that found its mark. In the latter half of the first quarter, with Qin Jie tightly guarding West, their pick-and-roll was proving ineffective against the Grizzlies, who gradually shifted their tactical focus towards Qin Jie. By the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 24-23, with the Grizzlies leading by 1. Realizing the pick-and-roll was ineffective, Paul shifted to leveraging his personal skills to score for the team. However, this decision was met with confusion from Scott. "Chris, work more with David on the pick-and-roll," Scott commanded. Paul shook his head. The opposing defense was adept at defending the screen, particularly their center, whose presence rendered David's offensive attempts nearly futile, limiting Tyson's opportunities for easy baskets. Scott insisted, "No, Chris. Just remember that our pick-and-roll kept us in the lead during the early part of the first quarter." Paul found himself at a loss for words. He knew the effectiveness of the pick-and-roll would not improve, and the best course was to isolate David for one-on-one opportunities, allowing him to exploit the weakest defensive points. Scott, displeased with Paul's reasoning, remained resolute and ignored his proposal, stating, "Chris, you and David continue with the pick-and-roll. Tyson, be ready for easy baskets." As the second quarter commenced, the Grizzlies held possession. Qin Jie set a screen for Mike Miller at the arc, and the Hornets' defense faltered, allowing Qin Jie to cut to the basket. West arrived to help in the paint, but Qin Jie disregarded him, pointing toward the sky. Miller understood and lobbed the ball towards the hoop. Qin Jie leaped, catching the ball midair and emphatically slamming it down. West could only extend his hands in a futile attempt to block. Bang! A stunning alley-oop, another dunk by Qin Jie. Su Junyong cheered. Yu Jie laughed. West was completely posterized. He stood no chance against the airborne Qin Jie. After the dunk, Qin Jie celebrated with Miller. On the Hornets' offense, Paul advanced the ball and immediately signaled for West to join him at the arc, executing a handoff. After receiving the ball, Paul set a screen, blocking Qin Jie. And once free, he moved to the elbow, signaling West for a return pass. Qin Jie switched to guard Paul. Upon receiving the ball, Paul lowered his center of gravity into a triple threat position, urging his teammates to spread the floor. Qin Jie recognized Paul's intent to isolate him. Despite their height difference of over 20 centimeters, Paul excelled in exploiting such mismatches, using his speed and low center of gravity to confound taller defenders. However, Qin Jie was unfazed. He relished the challenge of his opponent attempting to isolate him. Lowering his center, he placed his hands on Paul's shoulders as Paul crouched slightly, gripping the ball tightly. Paul feinted left, prompting Qin Jie to instinctively shift his weight, but Paul quickly retracted, pivoting on his left foot while pulling his right foot back. Qin Jie reacted swiftly, pressing forward. Paul, using his legs for leverage, lifted the ball around Qin Jie's side for a signature triple threat shot. Yet, Qin Jie saw through Paul's feint. He swiftly slapped the ball away, causing it to fly from Paul's hands. Completing the steal, Qin Jie quickly retrieved the ball and passed it to Damon, who finished with a layup inside, scoring with Gasol's assistance. Barkley exclaimed in disbelief. "What? He just stole the ball from Chris." Kenny Smith added. Chris's moves were completely anticipated by Qin Jie. The Hornets' offense continued to revolve around Paul's mid-range isolation. With West moving off the ball under his direction, Paul engaged in several more one-on-one encounters with Qin Jie. Realizing that Qin Jie presented a far greater challenge than other big men, he opted not to target Qin Jie directly, instead taking advantage of his shooting rhythm to score consistently from mid-range, yet the score remained tight. Before the second quarter reached its midpoint, Scott called a timeout. Holding the tactical board with a serious expression, he directed Paul to circulate the ball and reduce the number of isolation plays. On the Grizzlies' side, Flatro continued to involve Qin Jie in the offense. Defensively, regardless of who he guarded, he transformed into a formidable presence, significantly diminishing offensive capabilities. Throughout the second quarter and into the second half, Paul consistently contributed points through drives and mid-range shots. However, with West neutralized by Qin Jie, the only player able to share the offensive burden was Mason. The Grizzlies, with a plethora of scoring options, overwhelmed the Hornets with their firepower in the second half. And despite Paul going 4 for 4 in the final quarter, it did little to alter the team's downward trajectory. Ultimately, the Grizzlies triumphed over the Hornets on the road with a score of 98-82. Chapter 18. Invitation to the Rookie Challenge. After the game, Paul stared silently at the scoreboard. He had delivered an outstanding performance, scoring 32 points along with 8 assists, 4 rebounds, and 2 steals. Yet, he could not uplift his teammates. With a fierce competitive spirit, Paul felt dejected after the loss, bypassing his teammates without a word and retreating directly to the locker room, also declining an interview from the sideline reporters. Head coach Scott commented in an interview that the players lacked execution on the court, with many strategies failing to materialize, often falling into the trap of star isolation plays. Despite the defeat, Scott remains optimistic about the Hornets' chances of making the playoffs this season. Qin Jie also shone brightly tonight, contributing 20 points, 10 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 blocks, and 2 steals in 34 minutes of play. Starting from the second quarter, when Flatro granted Qin Jie offensive privileges, he did not disappoint, repeatedly overpowering Armstrong in the low post and sinking a corner three-pointer. However, Qin Jie's strongest asset remains his defense. Under his watch, Paul, West, and Chandler struggled to exploit pick-and-rolls within the paint, effectively thwarting several attempts by Paul to capitalize on mismatches. Following the victory over the Hornets, Qin Jie flew back to Memphis with the team that night. Before Christmas, their final opponent would be the Jazz. After facing the Jazz at home, the Grizzlies would have no ties to the Christmas Day games, allowing the entire team a 2-day respite. However, prior to the match against the Jazz, Qin Jie received an invitation. The league invited him to participate in the 2007 All-Star Rookie Challenge, where he would face off against second-year players as a freshman. Qin Jie gladly accepted this invitation. Each year, the Rookie Challenge is an exclusive invitation extended by the league to outstanding rookies from the past 2 seasons. Rather than being determined by fan voting, this invitation is a testament to the league and APO's recognition of Qin Jie's talent. Moreover, the All-Star stage annually attracts considerable media and sponsorship attention, providing players an opportunity to enhance their visibility and commercial value. Regrettably, Qin Jie would not be able to participate in the main All-Star game this year. Stern, in an effort to ensure that selected All-Stars possess high quality and to enhance the competitive level and viewing experience of the All-Star game, established a list of 60 candidates before the voting process, from which starters and reserves would be chosen. The All-Star voting is open to fans worldwide. Without this system, foreign players performing poorly could receive more votes than those who excelled, severely undermining fairness. Qin Jie's performance in November was subpar, and thus his name was absent from the All-Star candidate list. Otherwise, fans from Huaxia would have swiftly voted him into the starting lineup. In the first round of All-Star voting results released the previous week, Yao Ming led the league with over 830,000 votes, while Yao and APO's performance this season has been commendable and deserving of a starting All-Star position. His ability to surpass superstars like LeBron James and Kobe Bryant to become the top vote-getter underscores the formidable influence of Huaxia fans. Qin Jie remains unaware of who his teammates and opponents will be, as the full roster for the Rookie Challenge will only be disclosed shortly before the All-Star game. On December 23rd, the Grizzlies hosted the Jazz for a back-to-back matchup. In Qin Jie's recollection, this Jazz team has always maintained an unusually low profile, seldom drawing attention. Much like the Nuggets, who remained relatively unnoticed from the departure of Anthony to New York in 2011 until Jokic led them to a championship a decade later. Qin Jie struggles to name any players from the Nuggets during that period. Nevertheless, despite their subdued presence, the Jazz have consistently proven to be a formidable team, quietly advancing to the playoffs amidst the chaos of the Western Conference. Currently, the Jazz hold a record of 19 wins and 8 losses, ranking 6th in the West. And they even enjoyed an 8-game winning streak in November. At 7 p.m., as both teams prepared to take the court, their starting lineups were announced. For the Grizzlies, Qin Jie, Gasol, Mike Miller, Jones, and Damon. For the Jazz, Mehmet Okur, Carlos Boozer, Andrei Kirilenko, Derek Fisher, and Darren Williams. Upon seeing the Jazz lineup, Qin Jie was reminded of his past playoff memories. The series between the Rockets and Jazz garnered high ratings in Huaxia, with many fans rallying online to support Yao Ming. Though ultimately, the Rockets fell 3-4 in the first round. Qin Jie vividly recalls Sloan deploying the agile Boozer to match up against Yao, utilizing picks from Okur and Boozer to exploit Yao's weaknesses. Many online fans claimed that Boozer dominated Yao, but such assertions are unfounded, although Yao lost the series. It was not a one-sided affair, as evidenced by the closely matched statistics. During that series, Yao averaged 25, 1 points, 10, 3 rebounds, 0, 9 assists, and 0, 7 blocks, while Boozer posted 24, 6 points, 11 rebounds, 3, 4 assists, and 0, 3 blocks. Their statistics were remarkably similar. With no clear indication of one player overwhelming the other, Yao held a slight edge in scoring, while Boozer excelled in rebounds and assists. Boozer's offensive repertoire included a reliable mid-range game, which somewhat countered Yao's strengths. Yao thrived against traditional centers like Howard, but struggled against more agile forwards like Boozer. Additionally, within Sloane's pick-and-roll system, Oker often drew out to the perimeter to shoot three-pointers, significantly limiting Yao's defensive impact in the paint. Overall, Yao and Boozer were fairly evenly matched during their encounters. Tonight, Sloane has assigned Boozer to match up against Qin Jie. During warm-ups, Sloane had already briefed Boozer to not underestimate Qin Jie. Sloane had reviewed footage of the Grizzlies' recent games and was quite impressed with Qin Jie's strong defense and ability to shoot from beyond the arc. He believed that if the Jazz had a player like him in their system, their competitiveness would certainly increase. The referee approached the center circle with the basketball, signaling for the jump ball. Gasol effortlessly snatched the ball from Oker, granting the Grizzlies the first possession. Upon realizing that his matchup tonight was Boozer and not Oker, Qin Jie understood that Sloane had thoroughly studied his playing style. Qin Jie's offensive capabilities are not particularly pronounced. He primarily relies on low-post strength and occasionally surprises opponents with a three-pointer. Compared to Oker, Boozer is stronger and more physically imposing, giving him an advantage in positioning and physical confrontations in the paint, thus effectively countering Qin Jie's low-post attacks. However, whether facing Oker or Boozer, Qin Jie remains undaunted, as he possesses his own strengths. Chapter 19. A long pass across the court, assisting with ease on the court. After Damon reached the arc, Darren adopted a pressuring defense. It was during this period that the phrase eating, sleeping, and playing against Paul emerged, as Darren's statistics this season were on par with those of the renowned shooter, averaging 16, 2 points and 9, 3 assists. In the match between the Jazz and the Hornets, he did not yield an inch in his matchup against Paul. Darren's agility, combined with his height advantage, allowed him to defend effectively, and within the system crafted by Sloane, he initiated plays through screens, collaborating with the team's intricate movements and passing to create scoring opportunities. The Jazz had an abundance of effective screeners, providing Darren with ample opportunity to showcase his skills on the offensive end, where he maneuvered deftly, executing crossovers, step-back jumpers, and penetrating passes. In contrast, Paul's situation with the Hornets was markedly different. The team depended heavily on his individual prowess to drive their offense, placing significantly greater pressure on him compared to Darren. Thus, in recent years, Darren had managed to contain Paul effectively. However, the subsequent years revealed a shift. Darren distanced himself from Sloane's system, while Paul enhanced his strength and back-to-basket techniques, bolstered further by the presence of Griffin and DeAndre Jordan in the Clippers lineup, resulting in Paul outperforming Darren in both statistics and team success. From Qin Jie's perspective observing Damon, it was evident that tonight's Darren posed a more formidable challenge than Paul. Darren's height and strength surpassed Damon's, rendering Damon unable to shake off his defense, prompting Qin Jie to dash to the elbow to request the ball. In the face of Boozer's defense, Qin Jie executed 3 threat moves before leisurely dribbling in place. Coaches like Sloane and Popovich, renowned for their traditional approaches, placed considerable emphasis on defensive integrity, and the Jazz maintained their defensive formation, applying pressure on the Grizzlies across the half-court. Noticing Qin Jie's difficulty in penetrating, Marc Gasol proactively stepped up to set a screen. Oker was drawn to the elbow, ideally meant for Boozer to navigate around to guard Qin Jie, allowing Oker to continue facing Gasol. Yet, when Boozer attempted to push past Gasol, he found the latter immovable. Boozer, astonished, questioned when his strength had waned so significantly. With renewed effort, he finally managed to displace Gasol, but as he prepared to chase down Qin Jie had already surged toward the basket. With a seamless 3-step jump, Qin Jie executed a one-handed dunk, causing the home rim to shudder with a resounding thud as he secured the first 2 points. Boozer shook his head, muttering about his oversight. The Jazz initiated their offensive possession with Qin Jie matched against Oker. Boozer received the ball in the low post, and upon realizing Gasol was defending him, he signaled for Oker to come set a screen. Coach Flataro continued to assign Qin Jie as the center, with Paul Gasol at the power forward position. This arrangement had proven beneficial for both players in past games. In the commentary booth, Su Junyoung remarked, while Zhang Heli nodded in agreement, affirming the arrangement was undoubtedly sound. Given Gasol's agility made him more suited for the 4 position. Qin Jie, standing at 2.08 meters with a wingspan of 2.25 meters, faced even the most formidable centers without considerable disadvantage, exemplified by his success against Howard and Duncan. Oker moved in to block Qin Jie, who swiftly executed a switch with Gasol, denying Oker an easy opportunity to shoot from beyond the arc, familiar with the intricacies of their screen and roll. Qin Jie recalled how Sloan had similarly strategized against Yuming in their playoff series. Boozer, noticing Oker's immediate retreat post-screen and Gasol closely trailing him, withheld the pass as Oker ran to the baseline. Although Oker had a respectable three-point shooting percentage, Sloan would never permit his players to attempt shots with defenders present. While Sloan did not oppose big men shooting, anyone attempting ill-advised shots without being open would find themselves firmly seated on the bench. Boozer opted to take matters into his own hands, backing down against Qin Jie while glancing to his right. With a slight shoulder feint, he pivoted swiftly to his left, accelerating toward the basket along the baseline. Qin Jie took a step back, and as Boozer gathered the ball, he initiated contact with Qin Jie. To Boozer's surprise, the Asian player remained steadfast and was not easily displaced. Boozer chose to leap from the ground, aiming for a two-handed dunk to finish. However, every movement appeared sluggish in Qin Jie's eyes. From his footwork to his jump height, all were fraught with vulnerabilities. With a decisive slap, Qin Jie leapt and swatted Boozer's dunk attempt away. The home crowd erupted in cheers. Kenny Smith, observing on TNT, questioned Boozer's execution after witnessing the block. Barkley chuckled, noting that Qin thrived against players who dared to challenge him in the paint, routinely making blocks with precision. After the rejection, Qin Jie retrieved the ball and tossed it to Damon, initiating a fast break for the Grizzlies. Mike Miller and Gasol executed a 2-on-1, leading to a successful layup by Miller. 4-0. Despite having studied the Grizzlies' defensive tendencies prior to the game, Sloan's brow furrowed at the sight of Qin Jie's effortless block. It seemed the interior offense would be a challenging endeavor tonight. Once again, the Jazz held possession. Boozer, now fully aware of the challenge before him, was determined not to underestimate his opponent. The Grizzlies compressed their defense into the paint while employing man-to-man coverage on the perimeter. Darren, after a handoff with Fisher, maneuvered to the wing. Oker attempted to find an opening against Qin Jie's defense, feigning a high screen before cutting toward the basket with Boozer's assistance. However, Qin Jie, noticing Oker slip away, quickened his pursuit. Darren seized the moment, delivering a precise pass toward the cutting Oker. The basketball reached Oker just as he was positioned to capitalize, and he prepared to dominate the Grizzlies' rim. Yet, Qin Jie swiftly closed in, and at the moment Oker received the ball, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes, causing him to lose grip as the ball slipped through his fingers. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Jie swiftly extended his hand and snatched the ball away. The Grizzlies, prepared for a fast break the moment Qin Jie completed the steal, saw him fling the ball to Mike Miller ahead. However, the Jazz's transition defense was remarkably swift, preventing a numerical advantage in the front court. The Grizzlies fell into a half-court offense. Qin Jie repeated his tactic, calling for the ball at the elbow while shielding it from Boozer and signaling for Gasol to set a screen. Boozer, now more vigilant, anticipated Gasol's approach and prepared to navigate around it, denying Qin Jie an unimpeded path to the basket. After Gasol's screen, he immediately sprinted to the free throw line. Although Boozer kept pace with Qin Jie, the latter's focus was not on the basket. Upon entering the paint, Qin Jie executed a perfect back-to-the-basket move, locating Gasol before delivering the ball. Gasol, receiving it in space, promptly took a mid-range shot. The swish of the net echoed, marking Qin Jie's assist. The Jazz continued their offensive onslaught. The Grizzlies maintained their defensive structure from the previous possession. Darren, with a signature double crossover, evaded Damon, yet found Qin Jie and Gasol waiting in the paint. As Darren prepared for a quick pull-up jumper, Jones arrived to provide help defense. Darren had no choice but to pass to Fisher, who subsequently relayed the ball to Boozer. Boozer, unable to shake off Gasol with his continuous spins, shifted to a post-up strategy. After 2 steps of backing down, he pivoted and leapt for a fading shot. Gasol maintained his position, and Boozer's fadeaway was hardly a work of art. Thus the Nets were resolute in preventing the ball from entering their territory. Clang. Boozer's shot clanged off the rim, and the only Jazz player tasked with securing the offensive rebound was Oker. Qin Jie, having anticipated his move, established position early, leaping to snatch the rebound. Qin Jie glanced towards the front court, where Mike Miller had sprinted to the arc. With the precision of a quarterback, Qin Jie delivered a long pass aimed at Miller's position. Though the distance of the pass was somewhat off to the right, the sparse defensive presence allowed Qin Jie to take that risk. Miller shifted right, catching the ball on the wing as the Jazz defenders rushed towards the middle. Taking a deep breath, Miller stepped beyond the three-point line and released the shot. Swish. The three-pointer pierced the net. With this shot, The score stood at 9-0. The Grizzlies began the game with remarkable composure, and every offensive round was connected to Qin Jie. In addition to 1 block and 1 steal, he had accumulated 2 points and 2 assists. Yu Jia remarked. Su Junyang concurred, noting, in the previous possession, Qin Jie and Gasol demonstrated remarkable synergy. The Jazz underestimated Qin Jie's playmaking ability. Zhang Heli excitedly declared, Qin Jie created 2 fast break opportunities for the Grizzlies. If his ball handling and passing vision were even better, I cannot fathom how formidable the Grizzlies' fast break capability would be. Su Junyang chuckled, Director Zhang. Qin Jie's defensive prowess alone is enough to trouble the opposition. If he could also handle the ball and orchestrate the offense, how would other teams cope? The Jazz finally managed to score as Kirilenko, after setting a screen with the diminutive Paul, drew the double team from Miller and Damon, then slipped behind for a layup. Paul delivered a bounce pass, and the basketball navigated through the crowd to Kirilenko's hands. AK-47 was loaded, aiming for the basket with a bank shot that found its mark. As the first quarter progressed, Jazz head coach Sloan appeared perplexed by his players' on-court maneuvers, especially Boozer and Oker. While they executed the strategy well, they seemed oblivious to Qin Jie's presence, playing as if they had forgotten how to play basketball. In another Jazz offensive possession, Boozer's strong move in the paint was thwarted by Qin Jie's interference, and after Oker leapt to grab the rebound, he again attempted a strong finish against 2 defenders. Qin Jie was relentless, leaping with his right hand raised, determined to shatter Oker's aspirations. A resounding thud echoed as Qin Jie recorded his second block of the game. Sloan, wide-eyed from the sidelines, seemed to comprehend why the Spurs had bestowed 11 blocks upon Qin Jie just days prior, as they clearly disregarded the Grizzlies' interior defense. Following the block, possession returned to the Grizzlies. This time, a pick-and-roll ensued between Qin Jie and Damon. After setting the screen, Qin Jie rolled towards the basket, and Damon lofted the ball downwards. Despite his height and strength against smaller players, the moment he faced Qin Jie, those advantages dissipated. Leveraging his height, Qin Jie banked the ball in. In the next possession, facing a high post jumper, the plump Paul scored, adding 2 points for the team. The Grizzlies' offense continued. Mike Miller, with the ball, attacked the paint while fending off Kirilenko, but his turnaround layup missed. Oker, again outmatched in the rebound struggle, fell short against Qin Jie. Despite having a height advantage, rebounding was not Oker's forte, as he typically averaged around 7 boards per game. Moreover, Qin Jie excelled at positioning himself for rebounds. After seizing the board from Oker, he initiated a long pass. The basketball soared across the court, landing in Miller's hands for a fast break. To avoid a defensive swat, Miller opted for a dunk to finish the play, and Qin Jie added another assist to his tally. Sloan recognized the unusual tempo of the game and promptly signaled for a timeout. On the sidelines, he urged the Jazz players to intensify their defensive efforts and advised Boozer to avoid confrontations with Qin Jie, suggesting a reliance on jump shots for scoring. Boozer, known for his aggressive style, faltered against Qin Jie, failing to score in the early moments of the first quarter. He sensed that Qin Jie's defensive pressure surpassed that of Gasol. While the screen from Oker was manageable, once it switched to Qin Jie, Boozer's shooting form wavered. Defensively, he was not known for his prowess, and with Kirilenko as the Jazz's defensive anchor, Qin Jie could physically dominate him. For reasons unknown, Boozer felt his speed was stifled against Qin Jie, which was quite vexing. As the first quarter neared its conclusion, Qin Jie grabbed another offensive rebound and passed to the high post Gasol. With time running out, Gasol took a shot, which went in, granting Qin Jie yet another assist. At the end of the first quarter, the score was 28-16 in favor of the Grizzlies. Qin Jie had tallied 4 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists, along with 3 blocks and 1 steal. Tonight, Qin Jie relished in his playmaking, and although his organizational skills were still developing, he effectively disrupted the opponent's offense, creating opportunities for his teammates. As the second quarter commenced, Qin Jie remained on the bench while both teams fielded their second units. Neither lineup was particularly strong, with the Jazz's Millsap still a rookie, lacking the polished low-post skills he would later develop, while the Grizzlies' Flataro provided ample opportunities for the newcomer Gay. The second quarter commenced with both teams trading baskets, with the Jazz managing to slightly suppress the Grizzlies due to their system. However, thanks to the advantage built in the first quarter, when Qin Jie returned to the game, he noted the score, 37-29, with the Grizzlies still holding an 8-point lead. With 7 minutes and 23 seconds remaining in the second quarter, Qin Jie decided it was time to quicken the pace of the game. Chapter 20. Defeating the Jazz and achieving another triple-double. In the very first possession after Qin Jie entered the game, he intercepted a pass from Darren Williams intended for Oker during a fast break. Oker attempted to navigate to the baseline for the ball, but Qin Jie merely nudged him aside and effectively blocked him, snatching the ball away. Following the steal, Qin Jie swiftly tossed the ball to Damon. The Jazz's fast break defense was impressive. Upon reaching the front court, Damon executed a pick-and-roll with Pau Gasol. However, Gasol's cut was thwarted by Boozer, forcing him to receive the ball in a low position. With his eyes fixed on the basket, Gasol faked Boozer, who was drawn in, while Oker approached from the baseline to apply pressure. Gasol, noticing the open space left for Qin Jie, promptly delivered the ball to him. Without hesitation, Qin Jie launched a shot. The ball soared through the air, tracing a trajectory reminiscent of a rainbow. Swish! It went straight through the net. 40-29. After scoring, Qin Jie raised 3 fingers to the sky, celebrating with a high five with Gasol, reminiscent of his 3-point celebration from the previous night. Qin Jie's successful 3-pointer extended the Grizzlies' lead to double digits. Su Junyang exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. Zhang Heli remarked with a smile. Qin Jie's 3-pointer comes as no surprise. Despite being a big man, his offensive range extends well beyond the paint. Oker, feeling a bit frustrated, waved his hand, believing Gasol would take the shot himself and opting to double-team instead, thus providing Qin Jie with an opportunity. Qin Jie had consistently enhanced his 3-point shooting and mid-range abilities, maintaining a 3-point shooting percentage around 35 in recent games. This open 3-pointer was remarkably stable. In the second quarter, the Jazz's offensive focal point remained Boozer. Boozer, with his robust physique and fundamentally sound skills, primarily relied on mid-range shots and driving to the basket, complemented by his face-up game. Historically, Boozer had been a reliable offensive option for the Jazz, boasting a high shooting percentage. Both Darren Williams and Oker favored pick-and-roll plays with Boozer, whose straight-arm jump shot was nearly impossible to block, possessing an unobstructed range within the 3-point line, an asset beloved by any guard running pick-and-rolls. However, tonight, Boozer encountered a formidable challenge in Qin Jie. In past encounters with opposing power forwards, Boozer typically overpowered them with his strength, even holding his own against centers. Yet, during the first quarter, he found himself struggling against Qin Jie. At halftime, Coach Flatoro adjusted the defensive strategy, assigning Qin Jie to guard Boozer while Gasol matched up against Oker. After receiving a pass from Williams, Boozer sought an opportunity to score in the low post, but Qin Jie's defense proved impenetrable. Whenever Boozer attempted to force a shot, Qin Jie's long arms were certain to remind him of the consequences. Oker lingered beyond the 3-point line, while Gasol's agility prevented him from finding a passing opportunity, leading to a stagnation in the Jazz's offense. After several seconds of searching for a shot, Boozer, unable to find an opening, passed the ball to Kirilenko as the shot clock wound down. Kirilenko's attempt from the wing clanked off the iron. Gasol effectively boxed out Oker, allowing Qin Jie to snatch the rebound. The Grizzlies transitioned quickly, and to prevent the Jazz from establishing their defense, Qin Jie immediately launched the ball forward after securing the rebound. Upon receiving Qin Jie's long pass, Mike Miller decisively took a 3-point shot. Damon and Qin Jie executed a pick-and-roll at the top of the arc, with Qin Jie cutting into the paint. Damon opted for a high lob, allowing Qin Jie to showcase an impressive alley-oop. Qin Jie's defensive prowess invigorated the entire Grizzlies squad, igniting a fierce offensive onslaught that the home crowd thoroughly enjoyed. As the halftime buzzer sounded, the Grizzlies led 58-40. During the break, Su Junyang analyzed, "The Jazz are facing a tough battle in Memphis tonight. The Grizzlies' playstyle has deviated from previous games, accelerating their offensive and defensive transitions. After successfully securing rebounds, they promptly send the ball to the front court, denying the Jazz any opportunities to counterattack. Indeed, this approach heavily relies on players' defensive and rebounding capabilities. Yet Qin Jie has taken control of the game. Not only can he defend, but he also perfectly facilitates his teammates, having already accumulated 8 assists by halftime. It's quite likely he will achieve another triple-double tonight," Yu Jia added. During the halftime break, Sloan was seen angrily addressing Boozer and others. His temper was notorious, especially when players underperformed. Furthermore, he could hardly fathom that the Jazz would be so thoroughly outmatched on both ends of the floor this evening. The Jazz boasted considerable athleticism in their front court, particularly with Boozer, an undeniable powerhouse. Meanwhile, Oker, capable of popping out for three-point shots post-screen, effectively created space for the interior players. Kirilenko also posed a threat. Conversely, the Jazz held a distinct advantage on the perimeter, not only in terms of physicality, but also in players' offensive and defensive capabilities. Yet, it was Qin Jie alone who dismantled their interior defense. After the halftime interval, in the third quarter of the match, after being reprimanded by Sloan, the Jazz team significantly heightened their defensive intensity, exhibiting a relentless effort. As the second half commenced, multiple fouls occurred. Regrettably, the Grizzlies displayed a markedly superior form tonight, maintaining a lead of approximately 15 points despite Qin Jie's staunch defense in the paint. Although Oker was capable of making three-point shots, the Jazz could hardly be considered proficient in long-range shooting, as their external firepower primarily relied on the contributions of Darren Williams and Oker. Unless the Grizzlies committed a series of unforced errors, it would be quite challenging for the Jazz to catch up on the scoreboard. During the third quarter, Qin Jie maneuvered past Boozer in the post, only to encounter Kirilenko's help defense, prompting him to swiftly pass the ball to the perimeter. Following Mike Miller's successful three-point shot from the wing, Qin Jie's assist tally reached 10 for the evening. Upon Miller's three-pointer, Qin Jie achieved a double-digit assist count, marking yet another triple-double performance for him, as noted by Su Junyang. Qin Jie's performance is exceptionally well-rounded, Yu Jia remarked. Zhang Heli added with a smile, if Qin Jie had managed such an assist count against the Spurs, it would have indeed been a historical achievement. Su Junyang responded, Qin Jie has already made history. He is the sole Chinese player to have recorded a triple-double, while Yao Ming never achieved such a feat in his career. During this era, the pace of the game was relatively slow, and the complexity of tactics was not as advanced as in later years, focusing predominantly on interior confrontations and set plays. Interior players were primarily responsible for rebounding and scoring in the paint, while perimeter players concentrated on orchestrating the offense and shooting from distance. This clear division of roles rendered the occurrence of triple-doubles exceedingly rare, thus bestowing significant value upon such performances, which excited the trio of commentators on CCTV Sports. As the fourth quarter unfolded, Qin Jie continued to uphold the defensive intensity in the paint, while the Grizzlies players frequently scored amidst the cheers of the home crowd. With 2 minutes remaining in the game, Sloan opted to withdraw the Jazz's starting lineup, and Qin Jie was substituted for Flatro. After leaving the court, Qin Jie sat on the bench, panting heavily. Having contributed on both ends of the floor, his energy expenditure was considerable, and his stamina had notably waned since the onset of the second half. Well done. Flatro, who had not been observing the game on the bench, approached Qin Jie and meaningfully patted his back. The Grizzlies ultimately triumphed over the Jazz with a score of 108-80, achieving their fifth consecutive victory and improving their record to 10 wins and 18 losses, ascending from 14th to 11th in the Western Conference. Qin Jie played for 38 minutes, shooting 9 of 15 from the field, including 2 of 5 from three-point range and 2 of 2 from the free-throw line, amassing a remarkable tally of 22 points, alongside 12 rebounds, 10 assists, 2 steals, and 6 blocks. After the game, Jazz head coach Jerry Sloan did not hold back his praise for Qin Jie during an interview. This veteran coach, having been in the profession for over 20 years, was genuinely impressed by Qin Jie's performance. I cannot predict whether the Grizzlies will make the playoffs this season, but I believe that as long as they have Qin, the future holds great promise for them, Sloan remarked to the reporters. Immediately following the game, Qin Jie found himself surrounded by media personnel. Qin, your contributions to the team's offense were substantial tonight. Beyond your scoring, you selflessly distributed the ball to your teammates, achieving a triple-double. Do you have confidence in sustaining such performances? The reporters inquired. Qin Jie responded with a smile. I have immense faith in my teammates, and I am eager to allow the ball to flow on the court, enhancing the team's offensive rhythm. The reporters continued. A few days ago, you recorded the first triple-double of your career against the Spurs, achieving double figures in points, rebounds, and blocks. Tonight, your assists highlighted your organizational skills. Do you believe there is a chance for you to attain a quadruple-double in the future? Qin Jie nodded affirmatively, certainly. My fans can undoubtedly anticipate the day I achieve a quadruple-double. In truth, he was not far from such a milestone tonight, having recorded 6 blocks, regrettably. Boozer did not aggressively attack the paint in the second half, otherwise, Qin Jie might have secured 4 additional blocks. While a triple-double is already a prestigious accomplishment, A quadruple-double is even more elusive. Players must exhibit excellence across multiple facets of the game simultaneously, and attaining double figures in all categories presents a formidable challenge, rendering the quadruple-double a rare honor. Historically, only 4 players have achieved this feat: Nate Thurmond on October 18, 1974, Elvin Robertson on February 18, 1986, Hakeem Olajuwon on March 29, 1990, and David Robinson on February 17, 1994. All 4 have been inducted into the Hall of Fame. And should Qin Jie also attain a quadruple-double, he would indeed stand shoulder to shoulder with these legends. Following the victory over the Jazz, December 25th, Christmas Day, approached, however. This year's Christmas clash bore no significance for the Grizzlies, as the entire team enjoyed a 2-day holiday. On the eve of Christmas, Bill Duffy contacted Qin Jie regarding a sponsorship deal, requiring him to travel to New York for an advertisement shoot on Christmas Day. Thus, Qin Jie boarded a flight to New York on Christmas Eve. Chapter 21. Filming the advertisement on December 25, 2006, Christmas Day, Manhattan, New York was blanketed in snowflakes. Its streets adorned with trees twinkling with colorful lights, and shop windows gleaming with festive decorations. The air was infused with the delightful aromas of mulled wine and roasted chestnuts. Qin Jie strolled through the streets of Manhattan, observing the Christmas trees that graced the center of nearly every block, resplendent with ornaments, stars, and gift boxes, their bases piled high with presents. It was evident that Americans held Christmas in high regard, akin to the Spring Festival in his homeland. This was Qin Jie's first encounter with such a rich Christmas atmosphere. The streets of Memphis were similarly bustling, yet they paled in comparison to the vibrancy of New York. Qin Jie managed to arrange his own lunch, after which Bill Duffy messaged him. In the afternoon, Bill Duffy was scheduled to pick him up for the advertisement shoot. This time, a domestic beverage company sought Qin Jie's collaboration, having negotiated a 4-year endorsement contract worth $800,000 with him, requiring the shooting of 3 commercials and occasional participation in company events upon his return to China. According to Bill Duffy, the company initially intended to approach Yi Jianlian. But with Qin Jie's growing influence in China, they redirected their efforts to him. Upon hearing Yi's name, Qin Jie immediately deduced the identity of the company. When he arrived at the filming location that afternoon, his suspicions were confirmed. It was indeed Yi. The contract and Oppo's value, equivalent to over 6 million renminbi at the current exchange rate, was particularly generous for the end of 2006, especially for a player without a league in China. Yi was certainly willing to take a gamble on Qin Jie. Despite his lack of significant achievements thus far, Qin Jie felt elated, wearing a constant smile. Earning money through endorsements and advertisements seemed far too easy compared to the meager tens of thousands he made playing basketball during the season. Curious about Qin Jie's excitement, an executive from Yi asked, "Mr. Qin, have you ever filmed an advertisement before?" Qin Jie replied, "I and Oppo's done some work with smaller companies, mostly just posing for photos." The executive chuckled, "Then you shouldn't be nervous, haha. But today, you're not alone. We've arranged for 2 partners to join you." Partners? Having seen the advertisement script, Qin Jie had already guessed who they would be. He was escorted to the makeup room, where he discovered that history had not changed. His partner was indeed Louis Fei. Years ago, Yi had enlisted Yi Jianlian and Louis Fei as their spokespeople, and rumors suggested that he had developed feelings for Liu during the advertisement shoot. Excited to see Qin Jie, Louis Fei exclaimed, "Hi, Qin Jie. It's finally great to meet you." Qin Jie responded with a smile, "Hi, Yi Fei, good afternoon. I've been watching your matches lately. You must promise to sign an autograph for me later." Louis Fei replied, "Sure. If you come to Memphis, I'll treat you to a game. It's a deal." During the makeup process, Louis Fei found a favorable impression of Qin Jie. They were of similar age and shared many interests. After finishing their makeup, Louis Fei donned a checkered shirt paired with jeans, her curly bun accentuating her youthful charm. At just 19, Louis Fei radiated a fresh and ethereal presence, reminiscent of the many young admirers she had captivated since her days in the family of Golden Powder. Followed by her roles in The Legend of the Condor Heroes, The Return of the Condor Heroes, and Chinese Paladin, solidifying her status as a national sweetheart. Upon entering the studio, Qin Jie noticed another female actress on set, the Thai star Natasha Thamrong. He vaguely recognized her from a few dramas he had seen. But at just 18, she had recently signed with Thai TV3 and was not yet widely known. Today, she was not an endorser but merely a supporting character. Once everything was set, filming commenced. The advertisement was a series of 4 episodic commercials titled "I Want My Flavor," narrating a youth story revolving around love, friendship, and choices. The first episode depicted Qin Jie, a basketball player, who, in a rush to attend a game, accidentally collided with Natasha, damaging her violin and knocking her yogurt drink from her hands. Despite her inexperience in dramas, Natasha had participated in numerous advertisements as a minor, showcasing her comfort in front of the camera and exhibiting far superior acting skills compared to Qin Jie, who often flubbed his lines and required several takes to get through the scene. At the end of the first episode, Qin Jie offered her a yogurt drink, grappling internally with the choice between hurrying off to the game or staying to accompany her. The scene then shifted to the second episode, where Qin Jie rode his bicycle with Natasha to the basketball court. His girlfriend, Louis Fei, was furious upon seeing him arrive late, but her expression transformed to joy upon recognizing Natasha, revealing that they were actually good friends. The final scene of the second episode unfolded in the locker room, where Qin Jie handed Natasha a yogurt drink and returned her repaired violin, prompting her to embrace him in delight. This moment, however, required multiple takes due to the awkwardness of their performance, with the director remarking humorously to Bill Duffy, "Is this kid doing it on purpose? Can you imagine how long it would take to film a kissing scene?" Qin Jie felt unjustly accused. It was merely his lack of acting prowess. Louis Fei continued her role, witnessing their embrace, caught in a dilemma between love and friendship. When Qin Jie first read the script, he found the plot somewhat absurd. Who conceived a story involving three friends? Upon glancing at the title of the third episode, he realized it was indeed about the three friends. The plot unfolded simply, following the previous episode's narrative, with Louis Fei inviting them to her concert, presenting each of them with a yogurt drink. In the next scene, Louis Fei rehearsed diligently while Qin Jie handed her a yogurt drink. Meanwhile, Natasha, torn between her feelings, contemplated leaving and ultimately sent them a text stating, "We will always be good friends." Finally, they reached the last episode, a farewell segment where Natasha gave them each a yogurt drink on the overpass, saying, "I have to go." With a bittersweet farewell, Louis Fei expressed her reluctance, while Qin Jie followed the script, watching her depart. The final scene showed the trio simultaneously sipping yogurt drinks, sharing heartfelt wishes for one another. Qin Jie found the narrative a bit cringeworthy, yet when he first watched it, he was captivated by the romance. He remembered how, during that time, a trend had emerged in their class where boys would gift yogurt drinks to girls. Indeed, perspectives differ vastly across time, especially during that unconventional era, and perhaps it was best not to revisit those memories. As the advertisement shoot concluded, night had nearly fallen. Bill Duffy allowed Qin Jie to manage his own arrangements as he needed to negotiate collaborations for other players under his management. Louis Fei, residing in New York, was heading home to spend Christmas with her family. After exchanging phone numbers with Qin Jie, she departed. As the temperature in Manhattan plunged below freezing, Qin Jie felt a biting chill after the studio's air conditioning was turned off following the shoot. It was Christmas, a holiday he had never particularly enjoyed in his past life, especially during romantic relationships. Holidays like Christmas and Halloween seemed to be merely capitalist schemes to extract money for gifts. However, now in New York, he found himself feeling a bit lonely amidst the vibrant festive atmosphere. Turning to Timoluk, who was preparing to leave, he asked, "Are you heading back to Thailand?" Timoluk shook her head. "I have to stay in New York. My agent has gone to Los Angeles, so I'm left to entertain myself for the day. How about we grab a bite to eat?" Qin Jie suggested, patting his back. After enduring the cold for an advertising shoot, he thought it was only fitting to reward himself with a good meal. Timoluk, amused by his gesture of reaching for his wallet, nodded in agreement. "Sure. I'm quite hungry." Having grown weary of Western cuisine and longing for Chinese food since his arrival, Qin Jie proposed the idea. However, Timoluk expressed a desire for Southeast Asian dishes. Not wanting to dwell on the matter, they settled on Japanese cuisine, ensuring neither would be left unsatisfied. They found themselves at a yakitori restaurant, which proved to be an excellent choice for the winter chill. "Working with you on the advertisement will surely enhance my popularity, and I expect to receive scripts next year." Timoluk initially felt somewhat reserved, her English being average and the difference in their status is evident. Yet, Qin Jie was approachable, and soon her face lit up with a smile. "Your acting skills are commendable. You will undoubtedly become a leading star at your television station," he remarked sincerely. Knowing that Timoluk's future in Thailand was bright, with her shows typically achieving great success. "Thank you. I'm aware there's a Chinese saying, 'Borrow your auspicious words,'" she replied, her eyes sparkling. "Indeed, to elaborate, it goes, 'If the young do not strive, the old can only borrow good words,'" Qin Jie clarified. "What does that mean?" Timoluk inquired, puzzled. Unsure of how to explain, he lifted his soju glass and said, It means you will surely succeed in the future. Cheers. Cheers. Timiluk exclaimed excitedly. And their conversation gradually flowed more freely. After about an hour and a half, they finally emerged from the restaurant. Qin Jie blew warm breath into his hands, exclaiming, "This weather is truly frigid. Are you still hungry?" Timiluk asked, confused. Qin Jie nodded. The small portion of grilled meat was insufficient for his appetite, and he had never left a Japanese restaurant feeling full. As night fell, the temperature dropped sharply, and large snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Under the thick blanket of snow, the neon lights and Christmas decorations intertwined, transforming Manhattan into a dreamlike wonderland. What a heavy snowfall. In this weather, one should gather with friends for a barbecue, drinking and feasting at home with the heating on. Qin Jie shivered. As the cold wind blew, Timiluk, having just finished a bottle of soju, felt a rosy flush on her cheeks. Turning to him with a smile, she said, "Are you inviting me?" Qin Jie paused, then laughed. "Of course. Will you join me for a late-night snack?" Noticing Timiluk hesitating again, he asked, "Are you concerned about safety?" Timiluk shook her head. "No. I'm worried about whether there will be heating. I'm afraid of the cold." They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Qin Jie hailed a cab to take them back to the hotel, where they ordered grilled meat to be delivered to their room. As they continued to drink and enjoy skewers, buoyed by the alcohol, Timiluk shared stories about the fun places in Thailand, and their conversation drifted from television dramas to basketball. After several rounds of drinks, Timiluk reclined in her chair, propping her forehead with her hand. "Are you drunk?" Qin Jie asked, helping her sit up. Timiluk shook her head. "Not really. I just feel a bit dizzy." Supporting her waist with one hand and her neck with the other, he helped her sit upright. "Feeling a bit warm." She looked into Qin Jie's eyes and said, "It's so warm. I think I'll turn the heating down a bit." As she stood up, she suddenly felt weak in her legs and fell into Qin Jie's embrace. He steadied her, joking, "Let me handle it. You just sit tight. You haven't bumped into me enough this afternoon, have you?" Just as he turned to adjust the heating, he felt a warm embrace from behind. Timiluk had wrapped her arms around his waist. Turning back, he saw her gazing at him with deep affection, her bright eyes reflecting a soft glow from the fireplace. Qin Jie studied her gentle features, with soft contours and rosy cheeks that bore charming dimples, evoking tenderness. Timiluk took a deep breath and leaned closer to his face. He gently patted her back and lifted her into bed. Outside, the snow continued to fall, silently accumulating against the window, each flake delicately adhering to the glass. The night passed without a word. Chapter 22. Facing the Wizards the following morning, Qin Jie awoke at the late hour of 10 o'clock. Timiluk, in a state of utter exhaustion, remained deeply asleep. After sharing a tender kiss with her, Qin Jie departed from New York. The Memphis Grizzlies had a tactical training session scheduled for that morning, but Qin Jie managed to excuse himself under the pretext of filming an advertisement. He pondered whether he and Timmy would maintain contact after her return to Taiwan. If they did not, it would merely be a fleeting romance from a single night. By the time he returned to Memphis, it was already afternoon. After receiving his payment from Eli, Bill Duffy had set aside $100,000 for Qin Jie and handed him a check for $600,000. However, Qin Jie did not cash the check immediately. He requested Bill Duffy to use the funds to purchase a car for transportation between his home and the arena. While the remaining balance could be directly deposited into his bank account, he still needed to save money for a house. As the real estate market in America was not particularly affordable, it seemed ironic that in this new life, Qin Jie still faced the age-old dilemma of homeownership. At 4 in the afternoon, Qin Jie arrived at the arena for reporting. Following a tactical meeting led by Flat Oro with the entire team, the players were sent to the locker room to prepare for the game. That evening, the Grizzlies would be hosting the Wizards. "Hey, Qin, how was your Christmas?" Marc Gasol asked, draping an arm over Qin Jie's shoulder as they chatted in the locker room. Qin Jie had enjoyed a rather exciting Christmas. Yet he was reluctant to divulge details of his personal life, casually responding, "It was just like any other holiday, although I did film an advertisement in New York." Mike Miller chimed in, "Did you catch the Christmas Day showdown last night?" Christmas showdown? Qin Jie had completely forgotten about it. As a basketball enthusiast prior to his travels through time, he would always tune in to the NBA's Christmas games. Yet this year he had participated in a different grand event. Seeing Qin Jie shake his head, Mike Miller lamented, "What a shame, last night's game was spectacular. Dwayne Wade scored 40 points against the Lakers." This year's Christmas Day featured only one matchup, the Lakers versus the Heat, a contest rife with intrigue, featuring Kobe on one side and Shaquille O'Neal on the other. After assisting the Heat in clinching the championship last summer, Shaq surpassed Kobe in overall titles. much to the delight of O'Neal and his fans, who relentlessly taunted Kobe and his supporters on social media. Fans adored the rivalry between Shaq and Kobe. Qin Jie inquired, "Oh, what about Shaq?" "Unfortunately, Shaq was resting and did not play," Mike Miller replied. At 7 in the evening, the players took to the court. Although Christmas had passed, the FedEx Forum remained adorned with festive decorations. The Grizzlies mascot donned a Christmas hat, and during the pregame ceremony, a staff member dressed as Santa Claus distributed gifts to the fans. Even before the game commenced, the enthusiasm of the crowd had already reached a fever pitch. The starting lineups were announced. For the Wizards, Brendan Haywood, Sean Stevenson, Anton Jamison, Karen Butler, and Gilbert Arenas. For the Grizzlies, Qin Jie, Marc Gasol, Mike Miller-Jones, and Damon. The Wizards, currently with a record of 14 wins and 12 losses, ranked 6th in the Eastern Conference. In Qin Jie's recollection, the Wizards had largely been considered a weak team since the 1990s, having only made the playoffs once during that decade in the 1996 to 1997 season. It was not until the explosive rise of Arenas in the 2004 to 2005 season that the Wizards re-entered the postseason. The 2005 Wizards represented the pinnacle of their transformation, with Arenas averaging 25, 5 points, 4, 7 rebounds, and 5, 1 assists, while Larry Hughes contributed 22 points, 6, 3 rebounds, and 4, 7 assists. This duo led the team to a commendable 44-win season and a berth in the Eastern Conference semifinals. Although Larry Hughes had been traded to the Cavaliers to support LeBron James, Arenas remained in his prime, ranking among the top 5 in All-Star voting in the East, ensuring that the Wizards retained their competitive edge. Observing the Wizards lineup that evening, Qin Jie felt the need for caution. Apart from Arenas' explosive scoring ability, both Butler and Jamison possessed commendable offensive and defensive skills. Butler was known for his reliable mid-range shooting and solid defensive prowess, providing sustained offensive firepower while limiting opposing perimeter players. Jamison, on the other hand, showcased a comprehensive skill set, excelling in both post-up and outside shooting. That night, Qin Jie would play the center position, tasked with guarding Haywood, while Gasol would leverage his strengths as the power forward. As the Grizzlies took the court, the arena erupted with cheers, while fans back in China passionately discussed the match. The Grizzlies had secured 5 consecutive victories, and the question lingered whether they could extend that streak on their home turf. In the commentary booth, Su Junyang remarked, "The Wizards are also in good form, winning 5 out of their last 6 games, which has solidified their playoff position in the East. It won't be easy for the Grizzlies to claim victory tonight." Yu John nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, the Grizzlies are striving for the playoffs, and I believe Qin Jie will deliver a remarkable performance for the domestic audience." Su Junyang focused on the screen, announcing, "The teams are now at center court for the jump ball. The game is officially underway." At the start, Haywood won the jump ball, granting the Wizards the first defensive opportunity. Stevenson brought the ball to half court before passing it to Arenas, with Jones defending. Arenas maneuvered to the wing and executed a pull-up jumper, scoring the first basket of the game. As he retreated on defense, Arenas confidently gestured to the fans at the sidelines, exuding self-assurance. In the past 2 seasons, Arenas had demonstrated remarkable scoring prowess, averaging 29, 3 points last season and 28, 4 points in the current season, ranking 3rd in the league, trailing only Kobe and Anthony. Such a performance was hard to fathom for someone who had once been a second-round draft pick. Before the MVP honors were bestowed upon Allen Iverson, many fans regarded Arenas as the strongest second-round pick, achieving averages of 18 points and 6 assists in his second year, which prompted the Wizards to offer him a lucrative 5-year, $50 million contract. Consequently, the league introduced the Arenas rule, stipulating that teams could not pay newly signed rookies, who had only been in the league for 1 or 2 years, a salary exceeding the full mid-level exception in their first year, thereby safeguarding the original team's advantage during contract renewals. Qin Jie found Arenas' career to be quite extraordinary, transitioning from a second-round pick to an all-star starter, even having his name immortalized in a league contract clause. Had it not been for the gun incident, his prime might have persisted for a longer duration. As the Grizzlies initiated their offense, Damon brought the ball to the top of the arc, seeking a screen from Qin Jie. Arenas' defensive route was obstructed by Qin Jie, allowing Damon to drive towards the basket. After being met with Jamison's help defense, he quickly found Gasol, who pivoted and executed a smooth one-handed layup. As the game transitioned to defense, the Wizards continued their offensive push led by Arenas. The Wizards' movement was fluid and dynamic, reflecting the influence of head coach Eddie Jordan. who had previously coached the Nets from 2001 to 2003. The Wizards' tactics bore resemblance to the offensive strategies employed by the Nets during those years, evolving from the Princeton system. In the low post, Jamison received the ball as Gasol applied pressure. Arenas positioned himself at the elbow, calling for the ball, prompting Jamison to pass it back. Arenas executed a shot fake, leaving Damon in his wake, and followed up with a mid-range jumper that found the net. Arenas began with 2 consecutive jump shots, showcasing his impressive shooting touch tonight, remarked Suju Yang. Zhang Heli commented, "Such shots are effortless for Arenas." After scoring 4 points in quick succession, it was evident that the Wizards were struggling against the Grizzlies. The Grizzlies moved swiftly on offense, launching quick counterattacks following successful defensive plays, creating scoring opportunities through rapid ball movement. In half-court setting, Gasol proved to be a formidable presence in the paint, excelling not only in low-post scoring but also in facilitating plays with Mike Miller and Qin Jie through pick-and-rolls. As the Grizzlies continued their offensive, Damon sought another pick from Qin Jie. This time, Gasol collapsed into the paint while Miller positioned himself for an opportunity on the perimeter. After being momentarily obstructed by Qin Jie, Damon effortlessly executed a pull-up jumper. Swish. The ball found the net. Throughout the first half of the quarter, both teams exchanged offensive blows, with Arenas remaining perfect in the first 5 minutes, accumulating 8 points. Following a foul on Arenas by Miller, Coach Flat Oro called a timeout. With the score reading 14-16, the Grizzlies trailing by 2 points. Despite the constant lead changes, Flat Oro was determined not to allow Arenas to find his rhythm. Once he did, halting the Wizards' momentum would prove challenging. Given Damon's height disadvantage and inferior physicality against Arenas, Flat Toro instructed Qin Jie to switch onto Arenas defensively. Flat Toro regarded Qin Jie as the strongest defender on the team, capable of guarding multiple positions, having previously excelled against larger opponents like Howard and Duncan, as well as performing admirably against Paul and Darren. During the timeout, Arenas requested more shooting opportunities from his coach. "No one can guard me tonight. I can dismantle their defense with my shooting alone," Arenas stated. Eddie Jordan concurred, granting him the green light to shoot, especially since Arenas had yet to miss a shot. When play resumed, Arenas made both of his free throws, extending the lead to 4 points. In the following possession, after Gasol's unsuccessful attempt at a rebound against Jamison, Qin Jie secured the ball and assisted Miller for a successful shot, narrowing the deficit. Arenas continued to push the ball up the court. Upon noticing a larger defender replacing the smaller one guarding him, he felt a sense of disdain. A center pulled out to defend was merely a target for his finesse, particularly since this big man was a rookie. "I relish teaching newcomers a lesson," Arenas mused as Qin Jie closed in. Just as he finished his thought, Arenas attempted a series of crossovers but failed to shake Qin Jie, pulling the ball to the side as Qin Jie followed suit, allowing him minimal room to drive. Recognizing Qin Jie's positioning, Arenas launched a standard 3-point jump shot from beyond the arc. The ball clanged off the front rim, and Gasol secured the rebound. Newly injured Gay found himself tightly guarded by Butler, unable to shoot. After receiving a pass from Damon, he aimed for Qin Jie, who was stationed in the corner. With only 4 seconds remaining on the shot clock, it was clear that this pass was somewhat of a last resort. Qin Jie stood just outside the 3-point line, launching a shot before Haywood could close in. Swish. The basketball arched high and swished through the net. The score now stood at 19-18, with the Grizzlies reclaiming the lead. Haywood shook his head, surprised that Qin Jie had managed to dart to the baseline for an open shot as time was expiring. On TNT, Barkley noted, Qin successfully forced Gilbert to miss his first shot of the game and then demonstrated the correct shooting form for a three-pointer. Kenny Smith added, "Qin truly can defend all 5 positions, and it's evident that the Wizards center, Brendan, lacks familiarity with him. Qin possesses a reliable 3-point shot, yet he left him wide open." On the Wizards' side, Arenas, having just missed his first shot of the quarter against Qin Jie, felt a twinge of indignation. He believed it was not Qin Jie's defense that caused the miss, but rather his own overconfidence. That particular pull-up 3 was not his forte. Arenas resumed his offensive assault, rejecting Haywood's pick and opting to back down against Qin Jie on the weak side. Qin Jie stayed tightly attached, using his body to prevent Arenas from easily pivoting for a jump shot. As Arenas pressed into the paint, he exerted force against Qin Jie, who remained vigilant, anticipating a potential spin move toward the basket. As Arenas approached the hoop, he explosively drove the ball with his right hand, simultaneously using his left shoulder to create space, then pivoting to execute a fadeaway jumper. The difficulty in blocking such a shot was considerable. Qin Jie leaped to contest, but failed to touch the ball. Arenas held his shooting form, gazing confidently at the basket. However, upon observing the ball's trajectory, his smile faded. It appeared he had shot a bit short. The basketball arched to its apex before plummeting, failing to touch the rim. Qin Jie surged forward to grab the rebound, snatching it from Haywood and dishing it to Damon. What just happened? Arenas just launched an airball. Su Junyoung chuckled. Zhang Heli added, that shot was unexpected. Arenas excels at those contested turnarounds. Yet he just airballed under Qin Jie's defense. Arenas was equally astonished, and before he could regain his composure, the Grizzlies had raced up the court for a counterattack. Arenas arrived late, leaving the Grizzlies with a 5-on-4 advantage. As Damon pushed the ball on the fast break, he found Gasol cutting toward the basket. Faced with Jamison and Haywood in the paint, Gasol opted not to force a shot, instead looking behind him and gently flicked the ball backward. The basketball landed in the hands of Qin Jie, who had cut in from the weak side, as both Haywood and Jamison's attention remained fixed on Gasol. With both hands, Qin Jie seized the ball and dunked it effortlessly. Chapter 23, a free throw that hit nothing but air. Turning back, it was yet another offensive possession for the Wizards. Arenas utilized a screen to drive into the paint, attempting a deceptive move beneath the basket to outmaneuver Qin Jie. Qin Jie maintained his balance, raising his hands high to deny Arenas a shooting opportunity. With the shot clock winding down, Arenas forced a shot over Qin Jie. Although Qin Jie failed to block the shot, his considerable interference caused Arenas' layup to clank off the rim. Just as Qin Jie prepared to secure the rebound and initiate a fast break, the referee intervened, signaling a foul on Qin Jie for hitting Arenas' arm. Arenas, frustrated, pounded his fists. Despite missing the layup, he was granted a chance for a free throw, allowing him to vent some of his frustration. Qin Jie refrained from arguing with the referee and instead stood at the edge of the paint, awaiting his turn at the free throw line. Taking a deep breath, Arenas launched his first attempt. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the front of the rim. Shift! Arenas cursed under his breath, bewildered by his sudden loss of touch. Retreating a step, he exchanged high-fives with a teammate and loosened his shoulders in preparation for his second shot. With a similar shooting motion, the ball arched high into the air, and then, nothing. The trajectory of the ball fell short, landing without even grazing the rim. A free throw that hit nothing but air. The Wizards fans were left in stunned silence. Can a free throw truly miss everything? The Grizzlies bench erupted in laughter. Qin Jie, witnessing the scene, could no longer contain his amusement. It was a tribute to the Polish legend's spectacular performance in the 2023 World Cup. Arenas has been rendered incapable of playing against Qin, Kenny Smith remarked. Barkley chuckled. Shaq has never missed free throws this hilariously, including this free throw. Qin had now thwarted Arenas for 3 consecutive possessions. Arenas, don't go bending your own rim, Qin Jie teased while retrieving the ball. Arenas glared. Damn, if you're bold. Let us keep this one-on-one going all night. Qin Jie shrugged dismissively. Arenas committed a free throw violation, and Qin Jie inbounded the ball to Damon. On the sidelines, Wizards head coach Eddie Jordan remarked to an assistant that Asian player is proving to be more troublesome than we anticipated. Arenas is one of the league's top scorers. The Grizzlies' offense commenced. Damon signaled for a pick-and-roll from the wing, with Gasol circling from the paint. After pulling Damon to the perimeter, he faked a shot, then passed to Qin Jie at the baseline. As Qin Jie caught the ball beyond the three-point line, Haywood immediately rushed to contest. With a deft fake, Qin Jie eluded him and decisively drove into the lane. In the paint, Jamison stepped up to provide help defense, but Qin Jie, moving at a leisurely pace with the ball, couldn't find a shot and opted to pass to the open Damon. Damon leaped from the free throw line, releasing the ball. Swish. 23-18. The Grizzlies extended their lead to 5, and Qin Jie's assist added to his accolades. Sensing that something was amiss, Eddie Jordan called for a timeout. On his way back to the bench, Arenas instructed Haywood, stay glued to that kid. Don't let him slip into the paint. Haywood sheepishly admitted, I was careless. I thought he would shoot directly. If he wants to shoot, let him. I don't believe he can hit consistently from beyond the arc. Just don't let him penetrate and find teammates, Arenas insisted. Eddie Jordan, holding a clipboard, advised, play calmly, move to find cutting opportunities, Gilbert. Call for picks on the perimeter, and don't engage that Asian player too aggressively. Take your time with the offense. Arenas sat silently on the bench. Growing increasingly irate as he recalled Qin Jie's dismissive gesture, he vowed to dominate Qin that night. Calm? That word had no association with Arenas. During the infamous gun incident years ago, had he been calm, he would not have brandished a Desert Eagle at teammate Crittenton. However, Crittenton had been the more audacious one that day. Arenas merely drew the gun, which was not loaded, while Crittenton brandished a loaded firearm. Kenny Smith commented from the broadcast booth, from the latter half of the game, The Grizzlies are gradually finding their rhythm. Barkley nodded. Qin's defense is omnipresent. It is exceedingly difficult for the Wizards to breach his fortress. As the timeout concluded, Flatoro substituted Gay for Jones. The Grizzlies' defense, both inside and out, was impenetrable. Flatoro aimed to elevate the perimeter offensive intensity and impact in the final moments of the first quarter. Rookie Gay's performance had been commendable, showcasing a well-rounded offensive skill set. Averaging 11 points per game, a remarkable achievement among this year's rookies. During the Wizards' offensive possession, Arenas brought the ball up court, with Jamison setting a screen for him at the high post. Arenas exploited the screen, shaking off Qin Jie and charging into the paint. Gasol swiftly rotated to provide help defense, denying Arenas an open layup, retreating to the low post to reset. Arenas opted to pivot closely against Gasol as he attempted a reverse layup. However, with a monumental stride, Qin Jie surged in from behind, thwarting Arenas' aspirations. Thud. A resounding impact echoed as the ball was intercepted mid-flight by Qin Jie. Qin Jie just delivered a spectacular chase-down block on Arenas, exclaimed Su Junyong excitedly. Qin Jie is the guardian of the Grizzlies' paint. Arenas had no idea he was lurking, replied Jia. After Gasol snagged the rebound, he passed to Damon, who set the Grizzlies up for a half-court offense. Qin Jie set a pick for Damon at the high post, then cut sharply to the corner beyond the arc. Haywood defended him closely, refusing to allow an easy catch. With Qin Jie creating space, the interior offensive area opened up, allowing Mike Miller to charge toward the basket after receiving Damon's pass. Jamison and Butler collapsed on him in the paint, but Miller quickly dished the ball to Gay on the wing, who then hit a mid-range jumper. 25-18. The Grizzlies continued to score, launching a 6-0 run against the Wizards. Barkley remarked. Kenny Smith added, Rudy's shooting is remarkably steady. He and Qin are both rookies this year, and based on their performances, the Grizzlies have made significant gains in the draft. As the first quarter concluded, the Grizzlies led the Wizards 29-22 by 7 points. In the latter half of the first quarter, Arenas had struggled with his shooting yet persisted in taking shots, which resulted in a stagnant offensive flow for the Wizards. In the second quarter, Eddie Jordan opted not to bring Arenas back onto the court, recognizing his poor shooting and the need for his players to regain composure. Flatoro also withheld Qin Jie, who had been tasked primarily with neutralizing Arenas. With Qin's egalitarian style of defense, no matter the caliber of the scorer, breaching the Grizzlies' line was nearly impossible. Flatoro's primary directive for Qin that night was to contain Arenas, and with Arenas sidelined, Flatoro withheld Qin to conserve energy for when Arenas returned. Just 3 minutes into the second quarter, the Grizzlies' second unit, Atkins and Gay, ignited from the perimeter, launching a scoring surge that widened the lead to double digits. Eddie Jordan had no choice but to reinsert Arenas into the game. Flatoro also brought Qin Jie back onto the court. Chapter 24, 3 Musketeers, 3 Blacksmiths. After a brief respite, Arenas was already parched with eagerness. In the first encounter against Qin Jie, he sought to exploit his swiftness to score from the perimeter. Arenas surged forward with remarkable speed, reminiscent of Wall, while possessing the penetrating scoring ability akin to Harden. Ordinarily, when confronted by larger opponents on the perimeter, Arenas would directly utilize his speed to penetrate the paint. However, tonight, he faced Qin Jie, where equality reigned supreme. With determination, Arenas accelerated, flooring the gas pedal. Qin Jie pursued from the side, his speed average, but with a significant advantage in wingspan. By the time Arenas reached the paint, Qin Jie had already assumed a defensive stance. As Arenas prepared for a layup, it suddenly dawned on him that such a shot would invite a formidable rejection from Qin Jie. He instinctively withdrew his hand, searching for his teammates' positions. Yet, having ventured deep into the fray, his peripheral vision caught only a glimpse of the leaping Qin Jie, with no sight of his comrades. In a split second, the basketball slipped from his grasp and sailed out of bounds. Observing the ball's exit, Qin Jie felt a pang of regret, as his anticipated block had vanished. What on earth is Gilbert doing? He mused. Either pass the ball or be more assertive in drawing a foul. On the sidelines, Eddie Jordan and Oppo's brow furrowed at this absurd mistake in Arenas and Oppo's very first possession. Has Gilbert been intimidated by Qin and Oppo's defense? Kenny Smith chuckled. Barkley remarked. Gilbert could have faked Qin out and taken the shot once he lost his balance. Perhaps Gilbert had watched tapes of Qin's games, wary of his ability to chase down and block shots. Just last week, he had thwarted Tim and others. Turning back to the Grizzlies' offensive possession, Qin Jie set a screen for Damon at the high post before slipping to the baseline. Upon receiving Damon's pass, Mike Miller charged into the paint. Faced with a double team, he swiftly dished the ball to Qin Jie. Qin faked a shot, evading Haywood, and launched a three-pointer. Alas, it clanged off the rim. However, Marc Gasol secured the offensive rebound, and as Woodson attempted to guard Qin Jie closely, he realized that Qin had already slipped into the paint. Haywood, having lost his mark, relied on his teammate to cover for him. Stevenson attempted to provide support at the low post, but his size was inadequate to hinder Qin Jie. After receiving the ball, Qin squeezed into the paint, pivoted, and leapt to effortlessly deposit the ball into the basket. The Wizards continued their offensive. Eager to redeem himself against Qin Jie, Arenas transformed into a singular force, pushing the ball up court. Upon reaching the arc, Qin Jie suddenly pressured him, causing Arenas to panic and come to an abrupt stop. Arenas aimed to pass to Butler, oblivious to Mike Miller, who had positioned himself to intercept the passing lane. The ball was directly delivered into Miller's hands, leaving him momentarily stunned by the ease of the steal. In the broadcast booth, Suju Young expressed his disbelief. Arenas seems off his game. How could he pass it right to the opponent? Arenas' careless pass caught even Miller by surprise, Yu Jian noted. With the steal secured, Miller advanced swiftly, while Arenas, burdened by his blunder, remained motionless, visibly dejected, leaving the court in a 4-on-5 situation. Upon reaching the arc, Miller found Qin Jie and lofted the ball into the paint. Qin Jie caught it effortlessly, executing a powerful dunk. Eddie Jordan contemplated calling a timeout, as the first quarter had devolved into mere missed shots, now compounded by Arenas' blunder, one capable of inciting a coach's fury. Karen Butler, the Wizards' small forward, approached Arenas and said, "I'll set a screen for you. Try not to go it alone." In the subsequent possession, Arenas brought the ball to the arc, and Butler immediately set a quality pick, allowing Arenas to shake free from Qin Jie. With newfound vigor, Arenas pressed forward. Gasol rotated to help, but Arenas, regaining composure, spotted the unguarded Jamison and sent a bounce pass his way. Jamison received the ball and charged into the paint, pivoting past Gay for a shot attempt. However, his palm met the ball just before it grazed the backboard, altering its trajectory and sending it crashing against the rim, a genuine board-shattering rejection. Jamison felt a ringing in his ears, only to turn and see Qin Jie tossing the ball to Damon. The Grizzlies launched a fast break. Damon connected with Gasol, who executed an effortless dunk in the paint. The gap widened, leaving the Wizards fans disheartened, while coach Eddie Jordan's composure crumbled. In the next possession, Arenas sought to continue his one-on-one attempts, but Eddie Jordan shouted from the sidelines for him to pass to Stevenson, allowing Stevenson to orchestrate the offense. After calling for a screen, Stevenson advanced to the elbow but found no opportunity for a shot. He passed to Butler in the corner. Butler feinted with his left foot, exploiting Mike Miller's balance before charging into the paint. Observing the Grizzlies' defensive focus away from the paint, Butler prepared for a strong drive. Watching Butler's position, Qin Jie instructed Miller to monitor Arenas' cutting route before retreating toward the paint. Qin Jie's efforts did not entirely obstruct Butler's route. His speed allowed him to slip into the paint first. Faced with Qin Jie's defense, Butler leapt and executed an elaborate reverse layup, but as he released the ball, it ricocheted off the underside of the rim, bouncing swiftly to the floor. After landing, Qin Jie swiftly scooped up the basketball, thinking, "Come on, don't force it." I've only seen such moves in the CBA. Eddie Jordan, unable to take it anymore, called another timeout. On the way back to the bench, Arenas, visibly agitated, confronted Butler, saying, "Karen, what were you doing? You should have passed it out. I was wide open." Butler, fatigued, lowered his head in silence. In the TNT studio, Barkley observed, "Qin has thoroughly dismantled the Wizards' three-core players, only to discover none of them can compete." Kenny Smith chuckled, "The most outrageous has to be Gilbert. He seems to have forgotten how to play." Back at the bench, Qin Jie sipped his energy drink leisurely, reflecting on how exceedingly easy it was to defend against the so-called Three Musketeers, who were, in truth, merely three blacksmiths. Chapter 25, the most ruthless block in history. In the latter half of the second quarter, the contest, which had started evenly matched, swiftly transformed into a one-sided affair. Qin Jie's formidable defense rendered the Wizards' three offensive linchpins utterly ineffective. When Arenas, seemingly possessed, attempted to drive into the paint, Qin Jie was unyielding. They capitalized on multiple fast breaks. Let there be no doubt about Qin's defensive prowess. He is undoubtedly the strongest defensive player among this year's rookies. In fact, I would argue he ranks among the best defenders in the entire league, Barkley asserted. Kenny Smith nodded in agreement, adding, "The Grizzlies currently exhibit a remarkable balance in offense and defense. Qin's defense has liberated Paul, enabling him to focus on offensive strategies within the paint. If the Grizzlies maintain this approach, they are almost certain to secure a playoff berth this season, potentially surpassing their previous achievements." Barkley continued, "If in the future Qin and Yao from the Rockets were to join forces on the international stage, I can scarcely imagine the dominance of the Chinese frontcourt." Kenny Smith concurred, emphasizing that the prevailing basketball philosophy still favors those who control the paint. A formidable team invariably boasts a strong interior presence. A powerful offensive player paired with a tenacious defensive counterpart creates an overwhelmingly advantageous tactical combination. As the 15-minute halftime concluded, the second half commenced. The Grizzlies sustained their intense defensive effort from the first half. In addition to Qin Jie's staunch resistance against arenas, Gasol's guardianship of the paint thwarted any offensive opportunities for the Wizards. During his tenure with the Lakers, Gasol was often criticized for his defensive shortcomings. However, Qin Jie held a different perspective, recognizing that Gasol thrived within a system defense. After his trade to the Bulls, under Thibodeau's regime, no one questioned his defensive capabilities. Gasol's height and wingspan provided him with natural advantages, though he struggled against physically dominant players in one-on-one situations. Nevertheless, his defensive attitude was commendably proactive. While he frequently found himself as a backdrop in highlight reels, this was hardly a source of shame. Players like Duncan, who often appeared in others' highlight compilations, were never derided for their defensive skills. The Wizards' offense stagnated as the second half unfolded, providing the Grizzlies the opportunity to tighten their grip. Following arena's disarray, Eddie Curry entrusted the playmaking duties to Stevenson, but Stevenson was clearly unable to galvanize the entire team. As the Wizards faced an offensive quandary in the second half, Eddie Jordan had no choice but to revert to Arenas, hoping to exploit isolation plays to regain momentum. Arenas sought a screen to evade Qin Jie's pursuit and, after finally finding a shot opportunity at the high post, was met by Gasol's outstretched arm as he collapsed defensively from the paint. Arenas' attempt was disrupted. Though he managed to evade the block, his shooting accuracy was significantly compromised. The ball clanged off the front rim and ricocheted away. Qin Jie secured the rebound in the paint and quickly found Mike Miller at midcourt. Transitioning from defense to offense, Miller held the ball at the arc, opting against driving into the paint as he awaited his teammates to position themselves. Gasol set a screen for Miller on the wing, allowing him to penetrate the lane. However, instead of attempting a contested shot over Karen Butler, Miller passed to the descending Gasol. The Wizards promptly shifted their defensive focus to Gasol, with Haywood and Jamison collapsing on him. It was at this moment that Gasol's playmaking capabilities shone. He raised the ball as if to shoot, then deftly dished it to the cutting Qin Jie, who executed a graceful layup off the glass. That was a splendid offensive sequence. The Grizzlies handled the ball with remarkable cohesion, Zhang Li remarked as the play concluded. Indeed, the chemistry within the Grizzlies is blossoming, especially the synergy between Gasol and Qin Jie. Su Juyong nodded in agreement. Yu Jia commented, "The Grizzlies have completely overwhelmed the Wizards. If Arenas cannot find his rhythm, it will be exceedingly challenging for them to defend their home court tonight." In the latter half of the third quarter, the Wizards found themselves in a state of offensive constipation, their defense in tatters, as the Grizzlies exerted comprehensive pressure, widening the score gap. In a desperate attempt to close the gap, the Wizards introduced Jarvis Hayes, with Jamison assuming the center position, and the team resorted to launching an onslaught of three-point attempts. However, by sacrificing height and defensive intensity, Gasol and Qin Jie relentlessly attacked the paint. The result was a failure to convert three-pointers, and with diminished defensive prowess. Mike Miller erupted for 12 points in the third quarter alone. With 5 minutes remaining in the game and trailing by over 20 points, the Wizards withdrew all their starters, conceding defeat. Upon returning to the bench, Qin Jie celebrated with his teammates, as the Grizzlies triumphed over the Wizards with a score of 102-75, marking their 6th consecutive victory. Qin Jie recorded 16 points, though scoring was not his primary strength. He also amassed an impressive 15 rebounds, 6 assists for blocks, and 2 steals. Qin Jie's defensive efforts created numerous scoring opportunities for the Grizzlies, while Gasol contributed 22 points and 10 rebounds, and Mike Miller scored 28 points, with Gay adding 14 points. On the Wizards' side, the once mighty Arenas managed only 12 points on 5 of 22 shooting, his field goal percentage barely exceeding 20. Since the league added Li Yin's name to the All-Star voting, his votes have been rapidly accumulating. Post-game, Barkley remarked on the broadcast, "This year, Gilbert had a chance to become an All-Star starter, Yet he was utterly outplayed by Qin, who doesn't even qualify for the All-Star voting. How absurd. Kenny Smith concurred, stating, "Absolutely, I believe Qin's performance is more than deserving of an All-Star appearance." To the fans in Huaxia, Qin Jie's exclusion from the All-Star candidate list is a regrettable oversight. Given the dominance of Huaxia fans in voting, he could easily secure a starting position. Recalling when Yao Ming first entered the league and displaced the three-time champion Shaquille O'Neal from the All-Star starting lineup, American fans experienced the fear of being dominated by Huaxia supporters. Nowadays, apart from domestic media, sports channels across America are reporting on Qin Jie, with his block highlights frequently appearing in top 10 lists as his notoriety within the league gradually approaches that of Yao Ming. The league officials are also vigorously promoting Qin Jie, capitalizing on the overseas market revenue that Yao Ming has brought, much to David Stern's delight. Qin Jie does not harbor an intense obsession with the All-Star game. His primary motivation for making the All-Star roster this year is to bolster his visibility and commercial appeal. His market value has already seen significant improvement, and should the Grizzlies maintain their winning streak, the league will undoubtedly create a favorable narrative around him. As for securing a starting position in the All-Star game, there will always be opportunities next season to vie for the title of top vote getter. After their away victory against the Wizards, the Grizzlies swiftly returned to Memphis, where they would face the Bucks in their next game. Qin Jie reviewed the schedule and noted that only 3 games remained: the Bucks, Raptors, and Rockets. The Bucks, currently positioned 8th in the Eastern Conference, continue to hover on the precipice of the playoffs. Qin Jie recalled that in recent seasons, following Ray Allen's departure, the Bucks consistently managed around 40 wins, maintaining a 50 winning rate, hovering in limbo, occasionally fortunate enough to enter the playoffs, only to face early exits. This win rate is fortunate for the Bucks, as their placement in the Eastern Conference allows them to reach the playoffs, a significantly easier feat than in the West. In the current landscape, where the West is markedly stronger than the East, a team in the West is required to maintain a winning percentage of at least 60 to secure a playoff spot. The Bucks do not pose much of a threat to the Grizzlies, with their core player being Michael Redd. Previously, when the Bucks selected Jianlian, fan Qin Jie took the initiative to learn about the team and, consequently, about Redd as well. Redd, often referred to as the Golden Left Hand, shares a career trajectory reminiscent of Gilbert Arenas. During the remarkably disappointing 2000 NBA draft, Redd fell to the second round before being picked by the Bucks. The primary reason for his drop was the scouts' assessment of his shooting ability, which they deemed inadequate. However, in his second season, Redd silenced the critics by achieving an impressive 44 for three-point shooting percentage, surpassing the team leader Ray Allen's 43.4 that season. He even set a record with 8 three-pointers in a single quarter. After Allen's departure from the Bucks, Redd took up the mantle and gradually became one of the league's premier scorers. His journey mirrors that of Arenas, transitioning from a second-round pick to an All-Star, earning a place on the All-NBA team, and signing a lucrative $91 million contract, only to then experience a swift decline and fade from the league. This season, Redd averages 26.7 points per game, ranking 5th in the scoring list, qualifying him as a star. Qin Jie finds it peculiar that Redd lacks widespread recognition and has yet to encounter any of Redd's fans in reality. Upon arriving at the away game, Redd, after reviewing the previous matchup between the Grizzlies and Wizards, felt invigorated. He believed himself to be superior to Arenas, convinced that while Qin Jie could defend against Arenas, he might not be able to contain Redd. Redd was determined to unleash every ounce of his prowess in this game, aiming to dismantle the Grizzlies and prove to the entire league that he is a greater second-round pick than Arenas. Had Qin Jie been aware of Redd's intentions to dominate him, he would undoubtedly have questioned his audacity. Fueled with aggression, Redd came to terms with reality after the first quarter. During the initial offensive sequence for the Bucks, Redd faced Damon at the top of the arc, executing a dramatic crossover to sidestep him, followed by a spin move to evade the help defense from Mike Miller, charging into the paint. Upon noticing Qin Jie guarding the paint, Redd quickly abandoned the pass and prepared for a strong attack. Redd aimed to score despite Qin Jie's defense. Initially taken aback by Redd's aggressive approach, Qin Jie regained his composure upon observing Redd's jump height, effortlessly swiping his sleeve as if to dismiss the challenge. The basketball dream, it seemed, was destined for disappointment. With a resounding thud echoing throughout the FedEx Forum, Redd, who had hoped to make Qin Jie a mere backdrop, became the very backdrop of Qin Jie's career. Fans in the front row gasped in disbelief, overwhelmed by the brutality of the block. As Qin Jie leaped, he simultaneously pressed both hands against the ball, exerting force that redirected the shot back into Redd's hands. Subsequently, The sheer impact sent Red, along with the ball, hurtling away. Lying on the court, Red reflected on his past until a teammate helped him to his feet. The FedEx Forum erupted in cheers, with even the bench players taken aback. Bucks and Oppos. Head coach Terry Stotts was left stunned by the block, quickly advising his players to avoid attacking the paint. Well, Michael was sent flying in his first encounter with Qin. This block will surely be etched in history. I can think of no other word to describe it than brutal. At TNT, Barkley leaped to his feet, exclaiming in excitement. While Kenny Smith gaped in astonishment. This block is even more ferocious than when Qin swatted Howard. What was Michael thinking, daring to challenge Qin in the paint one-on-one? Filled with embarrassment, Red slowly stood up with the assistance of his teammates, wishing he could disappear into a crack in the ground. Once upright, Red rubbed his elbow, grimacing as he voiced his complaints to the referee. However, after reviewing the footage, the officials concluded that Qin Jie's block was clean, with no contact made with Red whatsoever. Frowning, Red clutched his elbow, pursuing the referee in protest. If you don't call this a foul, how can I survive in this league? The referee glanced at Red, who appeared to be in pain, and thought, keep pretending. As the second quarter approached its conclusion, Red faced Qin Jie once more. This time, Red composed himself, reminding himself that as a shooter, he should not engage in a physical confrontation with such a towering opponent. After drawing Qin Jie to the wing, Red executed a behind-the-back dribble and stepped back for a shot, creating ample space, leaving Qin Jie with no opportunity to contest. Red confidently elevated the ball. However, Qin Jie, perceiving Red's shooting motion in slow motion, effortlessly swatted the ball away, igniting a fast break for the Grizzlies, leaving Red alone in his shooting stance. This block and subsequent steal shattered Red's confidence. As the second half commenced, he began to miss shots recklessly, whether facing Qin Jie or the Grizzlies guards, as if the basket were repelling his attempts. Ultimately, the Grizzlies triumphed at home with a score of 105-80 over the Bucks. Qin Jie played for 35 minutes, recording 15 points, 12 rebounds, 3 assists, 5 blocks, and 3 steals. In contrast, Red, in 34 minutes of play, shot a dismal 3 for 20 from the field, 1 for 8 from three-point range, and 4 for 7 from the free throw line, accumulating only 11 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 assists, with a shooting percentage that was painfully disappointing. Chapter 26. Confronting the Rockets. Following the conclusion of the game between the Grizzlies and the Bucks, the video of Qin Jie's emphatic block on Reed went viral online. The previously despondent Arenas found his spirits lifted significantly after watching the footage, grateful that he had not been similarly humiliated. Yao Ming also shared the video on his social media, accompanied by 3 astonished emojis. Currently, Qin Jie averages 5 blocks per game, a statistic that, albeit from a small sample size, astonished Yao, who in his prime averaged merely 2. The ever-enthusiastic Barkley quickly remarked that it was more ruthless than Yao's historic blocks against Shaquille O'Neal. On December 30th, while the media and fans continued to celebrate Qin Jie's remarkable block against Reed, the Grizzlies remained steadfast in Memphis, preparing to face the second-to-last opponent of the year, the Toronto Raptors. During the offseason, after LeBron James, Carmelo Anthony, and Dwayne Wade, all 2003 rookies, renewed their contracts. Chris Bosh also officially re-signed with the Raptors, mirroring the 3-1 contract structure of his contemporaries. Former Heat general manager Pat Riley had previously mentioned in a program that once Wade, LeBron, and Bosh all re-signed, the Heat began strategizing, aware that all 3 would become free agents in 2010. Currently, the Raptors linger on the brink of the Eastern Conference playoffs, having not reached the postseason in 5 consecutive seasons. Watching peers like LeBron contend for championships has left Bosh contemplating a trade. However, under the new management of Colangelo, who took over in February, some recent trades have rekindled Bosh's confidence. At this juncture, Bosh is a far cry from his future self, averaging 22, 7 points and 6 rebounds, establishing himself as one of the league's premier power forwards, showcasing a well-rounded skill set, including solid jump shooting and dunking abilities. Raptors fans have exhibited considerable patience towards Bosh, especially after the team selected Bargnani with the first overall pick this year, as Toronto eagerly anticipates the duo of towers to elevate the franchise. Yet, knowing the trajectory of history, Qin Jie wishes to inform Raptors fans to temper their expectations. Bargnani is merely a tall player with shooting prowess, and as for Bosh, Qin Jie is uncertain whether the butterfly effect of his presence will alter the formation of the Heat's Big Three in 2010. This evening, Qin Jie continues to start as center, facing off against Bargnani, this year's first overall pick, whose presence is minimal, to the point that many fans tuning in late may not even recognize his name. The overall quality of this year's rookie class has been deemed subpar. Despite a few all-stars emerging, such as Aldridge, Roy, Rondo, and Lowry, alongside other notable names like Gay, Redick, and Cephalosha, all of whom boast more illustrious careers than Bargnani. Bargnani, hailing from Italy, stands 2.13 meters tall and weighs 102 kilograms. His offensive capabilities are decent. He excels in mid-range shooting and post play, and can stretch the floor with three-point shooting, possessing ball-handling skills typical of the European system. During the draft, he was regarded as the best European prospect since Pau Gasol. The Raptors' management likely envisioned him as a Dirk Nowitzki-type player. However, Qin Jie recalls that following Bosch's transfer to the Heat, Bargnani did indeed step up, once averaging 21.4 points per game. Yet, his defensive and rebounding abilities have always been enigmatic. Throughout his career, Bargnani has averaged only 4.6 rebounds per game, with his best season yielding a mere 6.2 rebounds, and he has never averaged even 1 block per game, hardly the numbers one would expect from a post player. His defensive shortcomings often negate his offensive contributions, leading to a net negative impact on the court. Qin Jie wonders if Raptors fans will ever witness a championship led by Leonard, as history suggests. As the game approaches, various media outlets are building anticipation, particularly for the duel between Qin Jie and Bargnani, which they deem a fateful clash of the 06 draft class. Qin Jie, however, disagrees with the media's insistence on fate, as he expects minimal direct confrontations with Bargnani. Raptors head coach Sam Mitchell has not included Bargnani in the starting lineup, resulting in Qin Jie primarily matching up against Bosch and center Nestorovic. Bosch and Oppo's individual prowess is undeniable, as he immediately created challenges for Gasol upon the game's onset. Nevertheless, the Grizzlies maintained control of the game's tempo. Apart from Bosch, the Raptors' interior players lacked potency, with Nestorovic proving no match for Qin Jie, who dominated the boards and interior defense. Additionally, the Raptors' perimeter players failed to provide sufficient offensive support for Bosch, leading the Grizzlies to double-team him as the third quarter commenced, sharply reducing the Raptors' offensive efficiency in the second half. Ultimately, the Raptors were unable to pose significant challenges to the Grizzlies, with Qin Jie excelling on the boards, securing 11 rebounds by halftime. The Grizzlies capitalized on frequent transitions, pulling away in the early fourth quarter. The final score stood at 107-82, as the Grizzlies defended their home court and celebrated an effortless 8th consecutive victory, an all-time franchise record. This winning streak in late December has significantly altered the landscape of the Western Conference, as the Grizzlies ascend to the 10th position. Of course, a pivotal factor for the Grizzlies is that they have retained their head coach. Qin Jie recalls that despite the team's poor performance earlier in the season, the management had dismissed Flattaro and entrusted the reins to Tony Barone. However, given the current momentum, the management has opted to maintain Flattaro's leadership. While the media fervently promotes the Grizzlies' winning streak, fans in China have shifted their focus to the upcoming game. On December 31st, the Grizzlies faced the Houston Rockets on the road in a back-to-back matchup. The anticipation for this game has been high since mid-December, as fans eagerly await the Chinese derby between Qin Jie and Yao Ming. Unfortunately, Yao Ming suffered a right leg tibia fracture during a game against the Clippers on December 24th, effectively ending his season. Throughout his career in the league, Yao has consistently sought to increase his weight, resulting in significant strain on his lower body joints, particularly his ankles and knees. Over time, this has led to severe joint wear and a heightened risk of injury. The lengthy NBA regular season, comprising 82 games, coupled with the Rockets' status as a playoff contender, has necessitated extensive playing time for Yao, subjecting him to intense physical and mental demands, ultimately diminishing his physical capacity and increasing injury susceptibility. Furthermore, Yao is required to participate in numerous national team events, such as the Olympics, World Championships, and Asian Championships. Consequently, following the NBA season, he often lacks adequate rest before engaging in national team preparations, exacerbating fatigue and elevating injury risks, thus leading to recurring injuries. This news has profoundly impacted fans in China, as this season represents the pinnacle of Yao Ming's career, where he averaged 25 points, 9 for rebounds, and 2 assists, guiding the Rockets to a top-3 position in the Western Conference during the early season. A season-ending injury during his prime will significantly affect Yao's career trajectory, and he will also be unable to participate in this year's All-Star game. Although Yao Ming's season has been cut short, the Houston Rockets remain the favored team for many Chinese fans during this period. Tracy McGrady enjoys immense popularity in China, ensuring that the excitement surrounding tonight's game remains palpable. Of course, the remarkable emergence of Qin Jie has shifted some fans' allegiances toward the Grizzlies, with a number now considering them their primary team. Returning to the essence of the matter, the absence of Yao Ming has severely weakened the Rockets' strength. While they managed to reach the playoffs this year, they were ultimately eliminated in the first round by their old rivals, the Jazz, with a close 4-3 defeat. Qin Jie opines that had Yao Ming not been injured, their playoff performance against the Jazz could have been markedly different. Prior to the game, Rockets head coach Jeff Van Gundy acknowledged that without Yao Ming, the Grizzlies pose a formidable challenge. Yao Ming is the offensive and defensive linchpin for the Rockets, and relying solely on McGrady would not suffice against the Grizzlies. This season, McGrady has maintained an all-star level, averaging approximately 34 minutes per game with contributions of 24, 3 points, 5, 6 rebounds, and 6, 3 assists. However, his shooting efficiency leaves much to be desired, with a field goal percentage just above 40. Many fans, enchanted by McGrady's astonishing performance of 13 points in 35 seconds, mistakenly regard him as a sharpshooter. In reality, while he is capable of making three-pointers, he does not qualify as an exceptional long-range shooter, with a career average of 33.8 from beyond the arc, and his highest season percentage only reaching 38. As for why he was able to sink for consecutive three-pointers in clutch moments back then, one might suggest it was merely a divine intervention. McGrady's greatest asset lies in his ability to leverage his height and leaping ability to execute jump shots with ease, even against tight defense. Furthermore, his defensive skills are commendable. His wingspan enhances his shot-blocking capabilities, allowing him to swat shots from players like Kobe Bryant and Dirk Nowitzki. In Qin Jie's view, the Rockets, under McGrady's leadership, are not as weak as they might seem. Within Van Gundy's system, they exhibit strong team defense, and they have bolstered their roster this season with the additions of Luis Scola and top-tier 3 and D player Shane Battier. Despite Yao Ming's absence for half the season, the Rockets ultimately secured a playoff berth, finishing 5th in the Western Conference. As the FedEx Forum prepares for the imminent clash between the Grizzlies and the Rockets, numerous journalists from China and enthusiastic fans fill the sidelines. During warm-ups, McGrady approached Qin Jie for a brief exchange, stirring a wave of nostalgia within him. The memories of their youth, marked by legendary players, flooded back. With Yao Ming absent, the Rockets have placed the offensive burden squarely on McGrady, opting for a fast-paced game rather than a structured offense. Van Gundy has chosen to start Dikembe Mutombo at center, believing that his defensive prowess can effectively neutralize Qin Jie. Although Mutombo's physical attributes have waned in the twilight of his career, he still manages to contribute at least 1 block per game. The starting lineups were announced on the big screen. Rockets, Dikembe Mutombo, Juwan Howard, Shane Battier, McGrady, Rafer Alston. Grizzlies, Qin Jie, Pau Gasol, Mike Miller, Jones, Damon. As the game commenced, the referee arranged for Qin Jie to participate in the tip-off, a decision that did not sit well with him, as facing the 10-centimeter taller Mutombo made securing possession a daunting task. When the referee tossed the ball into the air, Qin Jie half-heartedly jumped, allowing Mutombo to easily claim the ball. Quickly, he transitioned to defense, while Mutombo remained stationed in the paint, presenting minimal pressure. The Rockets initiated their first offensive play with McGrady isolating on the wing, standing at 2.03 meters with a wingspan of 2.16 meters. McGrady's physicality proved too much for Jones, who could not withstand his drive as McGrady scored effortlessly from the low post. On the offensive end, Qin Jie faced the ever-present challenge of defending against Mutombo. He adeptly executed a pick-and-roll strategy, exploiting Mutombo's diminished speed and agility. Upon penetrating the paint, Qin Jie found himself guarded by Howard, who paled in comparison to the legendary Superman. Instead of forcing the play, Qin Jie deftly passed to the waiting Gasol, who promptly sank a mid-range jumper. With that, Qin Jie recorded an assist. After 8 minutes of play in the first quarter, Qin Jie was substituted out by Flataro. Van Gundy perceived Mutombo's defense on Qin Jie as a success, noting that he had only scored 2 points in the opening frame. However, from the Grizzlies' perspective, even without personal scoring, Qin Jie's efforts ensured that Gasol found his rhythm. As the first quarter concluded, both teams played cautiously, with the Grizzlies leading 24-22, a mere 2-point margin. In the second quarter, Flat RO opted to position Qin Jie at the power forward spot, aligning him with the bench unit, shifting his focus toward offensive contributions. Chapter 27, a perfect conclusion. In the second quarter, the Rockets adjusted their lineup, featuring McGrady alongside Mache Lampe, Chuck Hayes, Luther Head, and Brent Barry. McGrady and Oppo's performance tonight was commendable. He single-handedly propelled the team into Oppo's offense in the first quarter, scoring 10 points through a combination of drives and jump shots. The Houston fans in the front row cheered, holding up his jersey during the break. Flat had no intention of allowing McGrady to play so effortlessly. Despite his seemingly lethargic demeanor, the Grizzlies' Jones and Mike Miller were unable to contain him. "Qin, you'll have to take on the responsibility of defending Tracy," Flat instructed before the second quarter commenced. Qin did not refuse. He was eager to guard such a prolific scorer, as it would showcase his defensive prowess. The first possession of the second quarter belonged to the Grizzlies. The speedy Lowry brought the ball up and sought a pick from Qin. Qin's screen drew Head's attention, who instinctively assumed Qin would cut to the basket, allowing him to push Qin aside to continue defending Lowry. Qin quickly disengaged after setting the pick. Moving to the elbow area, Lowry promptly passed the ball to him, and with the Rockets focusing their defense on the paint, Qin found himself unguarded. McGrady, noticing the situation, had no choice but to step in to defend. The second quarter begins with a matchup between Qin and McGrady, a duel eagerly anticipated by fans of Huaxia. Su Junyoung remarked. McGrady's defense was not subpar. Qin's offensive capabilities largely stemmed from shooting off the catch and slicing through the lane. It was difficult to predict who would gain the upper hand in their one-on-one confrontation, Zhang Heli commented. As expected, the crowd erupted in cheers as the two engaged in a duel at the elbow. Qin was not hasty in his offensive approach. McGrady employed tight pressure defense, making it easy for him to disrupt Qin's dribbling. McGrady's defensive skills were commendable. When fully focused, he could achieve top-tier results. During his time with the Raptors, McGrady prioritized defense, but upon joining the Magic, his focus shifted to scoring. In his Raptors days, McGrady averaged 1 steals and 9 blocks per game. While defensive ability cannot be solely quantified by statistics, these figures still reflect McGrady's contributions on that end. Qin recalled watching a game where Kobe faced McGrady, utilizing his signature fadeaway jumper. Most players struggle to defend against Kobe's move, yet even his fakes could not deceive McGrady, who delivered a solid block. Besides Kobe, McGrady had also blocked Nowitzki's fadeaway. Even late in his career, plagued by injuries while playing for the Pistons, he managed to reject James' fadeaway without hesitation. Instead of driving directly to the basket, Qin called Cardinal over for a screen. Cardinal immediately rolled out after the pick, showcasing his shooting ability from beyond the arc, forcing the Rockets' defense to extend outward. Utilizing the screen, Qin took a diagonal step, denying McGrady the chance to pursue him. Standing at the edge of the paint, he released a shot. Swish. The basketball rolled around the rim before finding its way through the net. A sudden jump shot hit the mark. McGrady was taken aback by Qin's unexpected release. Could a center really shoot from that position? What a beautiful shot. Qin maintains the Grizzlies' lead, Su Junyoung remarked. Zhang Heli added. I thought Qin would drive inside, but he opted for a pull-up from outside the paint, an uncommon choice for a big man. Yu Jia concurred. Qin possesses shooting skills that defy the traditional expectations of an interior player. After witnessing Qin score right before his eyes, McGrady rubbed his eyes, feeling his competitive spirit ignite. This was intriguing. Qin had dared to pull up directly in front of him and made the shot. McGrady resolved to demonstrate the correct technique for a jump shot in the next possession. As the Rockets took possession, Head brought the ball up court. McGrady swiftly moved to the wing to receive the ball, realizing he was still being guarded by Qin. There was no need for a screen. He stood on the wing, commanding his teammates to clear out for a one-on-one opportunity. At this point, McGrady held a high status with the Rockets, and there were no conflicts with management. His teammates respected him, creating space for him on the right side. T-Mac, T-Mac, T-Mac. After McGrady received the ball, the DJ at the Toyota Center led the crowd in a chant of his name. Go, McGrady. Fans watching from Huaxia cheered for their idol, amidst the shouts for Qin. Come on, Qin. Apply some pressure and don't let him score easily. On the court, McGrady faced Qin's aggressive defense, showcasing his iconic one-handed ball control. The defense was indeed fierce. McGrady felt Qin's intensity, yet this only fueled his determination. His teammates cleared the left side for him, and McGrady began strategizing his offensive route. Under Qin's pressure, McGrady suddenly sprang into action, taking a step right before switching the ball to his left hand and lunging left with a powerful drive. This exaggerated crossover was a nightmare for defenders. Future stars like Durant would master this move, but Durant's height and wingspan made his version even more formidable. Outmaneuvering even the Greek freak, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Qin moved with careful steps, striving to maintain his position. Upon matching up with Qin, McGrady's crossover lost much of its effectiveness due to his diminished speed. Realizing that Qin had not been shaken off, McGrady experienced a moment of shock but opted for his signature shooting style. Mid-crossover, he leapt and released the ball with an elegant motion. Clang. Unfortunately, while his form was graceful, the rim rejected McGrady's stylish jump shot. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Qin stepped back to secure the rebound. Disappointment washed over McGrady as he slapped his palm in frustration. He had missed the shot. He had hoped to show off to Qin by saying, "Did you see that? Now that's how you pull up." Qin's defense had been effective, securing the rebound and transitioning back to the Grizzlies' offensive possession, Su Ju-young noted. It seems McGrady intends to respond to Qin's earlier play, but Qin's defense remains steadfast. No player has yet dared to claim easy points against him. It appeared that McGrady had been stirred into action by Qin's previous play. I sense that these two will engage in many more matchups throughout the game, Qin Jie chuckled. In the Toyota Center, the fans who had been cheering for McGrady fell silent, yet in the back rows, Huaxia fans continued to cheer. They had come to support the Rockets, but they were equally enthusiastic when Qin performed well. Turning back, the Grizzlies' fast break fell short, as the Rockets swiftly retreated to re-establish their defensive formation. However, Qin Jie suddenly realized that his defender had turned into McGrady. During the transition back on defense, McGrady proactively suggested to his teammate Hayes that they switch assignments, insisting that he must guard Qin Jie. The purpose of allowing Qin Jie to play with the second unit was to enable him to score, with the Grizzlies' offensive strategy centered around him. Lowry passed the ball directly to Qin Jie in the low post. McGrady quickly approached as Qin Jie received the ball. Lowering his center of gravity and fixing his gaze intently on the basketball, Qin Jie could tell that McGrady was particularly focused. He refrained from immediately launching an attack. Recognizing the exceptional talent McGrady possessed, his wingspan posed a significant threat to Qin Jie's dribbling. Qin Jie remained wary of McGrady's defense, as his offensive skills were still developing, making him prone to errors under pressure. Indeed, it was McGrady once again matched up against Qin Jie. Qin Jie smiled at the two players. Tonight, McGrady was evidently fired up. He was not willing to concede after losing the ball to Qin Jie in the previous possession, and he was determined to force Qin Jie into a mistake this time. Zhang Heli remarked that McGrady understood what the fans from Huaxia wanted to see. Su Ju-young commented that Qin Jie was still contemplating how to execute the play. He knew he couldn't rely on his previous tactic of dribbling and shooting, which was not a reliable option given McGrady's defensive reach. Moves akin to those of Nowitzki and Kobe could easily be thwarted by McGrady's defense, and his own pull-up shots risked becoming inconsequential. Qin Jie lowered his shoulder and began to dribble, stepping forward with his left hand to protect the ball before opting for a post-up. He leaned against McGrady, gently swaying his left shoulder, and then spun to the right. McGrady was all too familiar with this maneuver, anticipating a fadeaway. He prepared to swipe at the ball as soon as Qin Jie made his move. However, as McGrady shifted his weight, Qin Jie swiftly pivoted to the left, instantly maneuvering into the paint. After successfully spinning past McGrady, the only defender left in the Rockets' paint was Hayes. Qin Jie completely disregarded Hayes, leaping with one foot to release the ball, which hit the backboard and bounced off the rim. Hayes reached to grab the rebound, but Qin Jie's hand was already there, hovering above him. After Yao Ming's injury, Hayes had taken over the starting center position on the court. Although he lacked height, he possessed remarkable lower body strength, excelling in supporting play and effectively neutralizing larger opposing centers. His low center of gravity often allowed him to push offensive players from the key to the three-point line. However, his height was always a disadvantage, as being under 2 meters tall in the center position was a rarity that only the Rockets could manage. Qin Jie easily seized the offensive rebound after his second jump, then rose with both hands to slam the ball into the basket. Although Qin Jie's vertical leap was not exceptionally impressive, Hayes was unable to utilize his positioning effectively during Qin Jie's second attempt, allowing him to dunk with ease. The sound echoed. Despite missing the first layup, Qin Jie capitalized on the second chance, executing a forceful dunk over Hayes. Su Ju-young shouted in excitement as he witnessed Qin Jie's dunk. Zhang Heli noted that Qin Jie had an exceptional sense for positioning on rebounds. His ability to snatch the ball from Hayes was not solely due to height or wingspan. Jie added that many fans believed Qin Jie was only capable of shooting during offense and that his playstyle was somewhat soft. But they should not forget his high efficiency and low post scoring. On the Grizzlies bench, Marc Gasol stood up to applaud Qin Jie, while Damon and Mike Miller enthusiastically waved their towels in support. McGrady, who had been outmaneuvered by Qin Jie, was even more determined. He urged his teammates to quickly inbound the ball, seeking to accelerate the offensive tempo and swiftly push the ball up the court. In his youth, McGrady had relished penetrating the paint for a one-handed dunk, though he found that increasingly difficult now. This time, at the top of the arc, McGrady called for Hyde to set a screen, and once he switched on to Lowry, he exploded forward, slicing into the paint for a spectacular one-handed dunk. The Rockets' home crowd erupted with renewed fervor. In the following possession, Qin Jie received a pass from a teammate in the corner and sank a three-pointer, further extending their lead. Ultimately, the Grizzlies triumphed over the Rockets with a score of 112-106. Rockets head coach Van Gundy had long prepared himself for the psychological toll of this loss. With Yao Ming absent, the Rockets' interior offense and defense had suffered a significant decline, making it easy for the Grizzlies to exploit their weaknesses, particularly in the second half. Marc Gasol returned to the center position to face Mutombo. Despite Mutombo's defensive prowess, he could not keep pace with Gasol, who often stepped out to shoot, leaving Mutombo unable to defend effectively. In this match, Qin Jie played for 37 minutes, shooting 8 for 15, including 2 of 6 from three-point range and a perfect 4 for 4 from the free throw line, accumulating a comprehensive stat line of 22 points, 14 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks. During the second quarter, McGrady struggled against Qin Jie's defense, refraining from further one-on-one confrontations and instead capitalizing on his advantages against the Grizzlies' guards. Damon and Jones were thoroughly outplayed by McGrady in the second half. Even the best efforts of the 1.78-meter Damon were futile against McGrady's height. Although the Rockets lost, McGrady undoubtedly shone as the evening's MVP, scoring a game-high 34 points in 38 minutes, along with 6 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. After the game, McGrady, feeling a sense of rivalry, sought out Qin Jie to embrace him, recognizing the bond he shared with Yao Ming and having experienced the warmth of Huaxia fans during his annual visits. Thus, he held a favorable impression of Qin Jie, the promising interior player from Huaxia. Following their victory over the Rockets, the Grizzlies concluded their final game of 2006, securing their 14th win of the season while continuing their winning streak. Chapter 28, The Golden State Bandits, A Battle of Offense. The match between the Grizzlies and the Rockets has garnered immense attention in both China and the United States, even catching the eye of NBA Commissioner David Stern, who watched the live broadcast. Witnessing the electrifying matchup between Qin Jie and Tracy McGrady, Stern was in high spirits. Over the years, he has dedicated himself to promoting the NBA globally, with a particular focus on the Chinese market. In 1989, Stern personally visited CCTV with 2 videotapes, waiting an hour at the entrance before meeting with the program procurement director. Fortunately, their communication went smoothly, leading to a broadcasting agreement where the NBA regularly sent game tapes to CCTV free of charge, requiring only periodic airings. Later, when Yao Ming entered the NBA, Stern, facing pressure from the American media, arranged a Christmas Day showdown featuring the Rockets against the Lakers led by the formidable duo of Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant. Yao's performance did not disappoint, as he gradually evolved into a top-tier center, earning 2 selections to the All-NBA teams. However, this month, Yao's indefinite hiatus due to injury coincided with Qin Jie's breakout performance, significantly elevating the Grizzlies' game viewership. Stern eagerly anticipated a future matchup between the recovering Yao and the rising star Qin Jie, envisioning the captivating allure of the Chinese derby. Both players, being centers, exhibit contrasting styles. Qin Jie boasts elite defensive skills and exceptional mid-range shooting, particularly his three-point shooting, which is a rarity among big men in this era. Yet, Stern felt a twinge of regret for having established a candidate list to prevent lesser international players from being selected for the All-Star game, which directly resulted in Qin Jie missing out on this opportunity. Yao's injury would also cause him to miss the All-Star game. And while the league extended an invitation to Qin Jie for the Rookie Challenge, it paled in comparison to the main event. Stern noted the other competitions in this year's All-Star festivities and recognized the necessity of leveraging Qin Jie's current popularity to enhance the event's allure. As 2006 came to a close, on the first day of 2007, Qin Jie acquired his first car, a fully equipped BMW X54. It is selected for him by Bill Duffy at a cost exceeding $80,000. On January 1st, while celebrating his new vehicle, the results for the NBA's Player of the Month and Rookie of the Month for December were announced. Qin Jie, with averages of 16, 6 points, 11, 7 rebounds, 4, 2 assists, 2, 1 steals, and 4, 7 blocks, was unambiguously named the Western Conference Rookie of the Month for December 2006-2007. The Eastern Conference Rookie of the Month went to Adam Morrison of the Charlotte Bobcats, who averaged 11, 8 points, 2, 9 rebounds, 2, 1 assists, 0, 4 steals, and 0, 1 blocks. Morrison, selected third overall by Bobcats owner Michael Jordan in this year's draft, was granted extensive shooting privileges. However, Qin Jie recalled that despite being named to the All-Rookie First Team, Morrison's efficiency was unimpressive, earning him the nickname Mo1. His lack of physicality and poor defensive skills were evident. The only reason he was able to secure the Rookie of the Month title in the East was due to his excessive usage rate within the team. Additionally, Qin Jie reviewed the rookie list and noted that this draft class was relatively weak, with only Brandon Roy of the Trail Blazers standing out, averaging 16, 8 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, 1, 2 steals, and 0, 2 blocks. In his memory, Roy was also awarded the Best Rookie of the Year this season. However, compared to Qin Jie, Roy's statistics were significantly overshadowed. While their scoring was comparable, Qin Jie excelled in rebounds, steals, and blocks. The Eastern Conference Player of the Month was awarded to the Wizard star, Gilbert Arenas. Although Arenas had been frustrated by Qin Jie in their previous matchup, he averaged 34, 1 points, 4, 3 rebounds, and 6, 3 assists this month, boasting shooting percentages of 47, 6 from the field and 40, 7 from beyond the arc, leading the Wizards to an 11-5 record. The Western Conference Player of the Month accolade went to Kobe Bryant, who guided the Lakers to a 9-6 record while averaging 30, 8 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists. These past 2 seasons marked the pinnacle of Bryant's scoring prowess, although the Lakers' performance remained stagnant. Furthermore, upon the announcement of the Player of the Month, Charles Barkley remarked on air that he believed Qin Jie deserved the Western Player of the Month title as well, given the Grizzlies' 9-game winning streak that had lifted them from the bottom of the Western standings towards playoff contention. Kenny Smith added that statistically, Qin Jie held his own against Bryant, emphasizing that assessing a player's prowess should not solely focus on scoring. Qin Jie ranked 4th in rebounds, 2nd in steals, and 1st in blocks throughout the league. Barkley nodded in agreement, noting that while Qin Jie's sample size was limited, he anticipated seeing him on the Player of the Month list next month, labeling him as the most exceptional defensive rookie he had ever witnessed. Following the announcement of the awards, Qin Jie received yet another invitation from the league, this time to participate in the All-Star three-point contest. On January 3, 2007, the Grizzlies were set to host the Golden State Warriors for their first game of the new year. Attendance at the FedEx Forum soared, with nearly 20,000 seats filled half an hour before tip-off. A significant number of fans donned Qin Jie's jerseys, a testament to his rising popularity in Memphis that even Pau Gasol envied. That evening, Jerry West, the legendary logo man, was present to witness the game. And when the camera panned to him on the big screen, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause. West was highly satisfied with Qin Jie's performance and had frequently advised Coach Fratello to elevate his offensive role. After the announcement of Qin Jie's participation in the All-Star three-point contest, a reporter posed a question to him before the game. Qin, do you feel confident about winning this year's three-point contest? A skilled shooter, Qin Jie replied, of course I am confident in my shooting. If my goal were not to win, what would be the point of competing? Although he had little recollection of prior three-point contests and was uncertain about his competition this year, he maintained an air of confidence in front of the press. Currently, his shooting efficiency was impressive, averaging 11, 3 attempts with 6 successful shots, resulting in a 56.9 field goal percentage. He hit 37, 9 of his three-point attempts, and 81.5 from the free throw line. In terms of three-point shooting percentage, Qin Jie ranked among the top 5 centers in the league. Before the game commenced, Warriors head coach Don Nelson approached Qin Jie for a warm embrace, expressing his admiration for Qin Jie's abilities. For Nelson, possessing a big man with shooting talent was a considerable advantage, especially given his philosophy of fast-paced offense. This season, the Warriors welcomed back the veteran coach, who was renowned for his offensive-minded strategies, where winning often boiled down to two simple principles: outshooting the opponent and outrunning them. He embraced the small ball strategy long before Don Nelson, adopting a lineup of 3 guards and 2 forwards while forsaking the center position as early as the 1980s. By the late 1990s, during his tenure with the Mavericks, he crafted a formidable trio, marking the zenith of the Mavericks' offensive prowess. Upon his return to Golden State, Old Nelson continued to champion the small ball philosophy, persistently experimenting with lineups, remaining unfazed even when his main players Baron Davis and Michael Pietrus were sidelined. The future dynasty of the Warriors is inextricably linked to Nelson. In 2009, he astutely recognized Stephen Curry's potential and decisively elevated him to a starting role while trading Monta Ellis, a move that would prove revolutionary for the NBA. Amid the anticipation of Grizzlies fans, the arena's large screen unveiled the starting lineups for both teams. The Grizzlies featured Qin Jie, Pau Gasol, Rudy Gay, Mike Miller, and Damon Stoudemire. The Warriors countered with Andris Biedrins, Michael Pietrus, Al Harrington, Monta Ellis, and Baron Davis. Nelson deployed the 5 players demonstrating the best chemistry this season. Known as the Run TMC squad, who thrived on the principles of speed and agility, scoring with abandon. The linchpin of this ensemble, the original Beard, Baron Davis, averaged an impressive 21 points and 3 assists per game. Alongside him, 7 other Warriors averaged double-digit scoring, with bench player Mark Barnes contributing an average of 8 points, showcasing a roster dominated by guards and wings that epitomized the essence of small ball tactics, minimizing interior offense while emphasizing ball movement, sharing, and fluid cutting. However, this lineup's defensive capabilities were significantly lacking, with each player embodying a defensive liability. In response to the Warriors' style, Coach Fratello opted to insert Gay into the starting lineup, choosing to match firepower with firepower. The Warriors last graced the playoffs in the 1993-1994 season, making them the franchise with the longest playoff drought in the league. Over 12 consecutive seasons with a winning percentage below 50, they cycled through 8 head coaches, yet none achieved success. Under Nelson's leadership, this season's Warriors emerged as the most offensively explosive team in the league, averaging 108.3 points per game, a feat that allowed them to return to the playoffs, where they stunned the Mavericks in the first round, completing a historic upset. As the game commenced, Gasol successfully won the tip-off, granting the Grizzlies the first defensive possession. Biedrins, tasked with defending Qin Jie, exhibited greater agility than traditional centers, adeptly navigating pick-and-roll scenarios to effectively contest the opposing guards and disrupt their rhythm. When Qin Jie executed a pick-and-roll with Damon, Biedrins skillfully maneuvered to follow Qin's cut, who then opted to target Gasol in the low post. Gasol faked a shot, drawing Harrington off balance, before effortlessly scoring the game's opening basket, giving the Grizzlies a 2-0 lead with an assist from Qin Jie. His playmaking skills were increasingly evident, as he consistently delivered 4 assists per game, prompting commentators to highlight the importance of his distribution in the paint. As the broadcast continued, Kenny Smith acknowledged Qin Jie's growing chemistry with the entire Grizzlies squad, praising his court vision and ability to locate open teammates. On the Warriors bench, Nelson, having witnessed Qin Jie's distribution, began contemplating trade possibilities as he coveted skilled, shooting big men. With Qin Jie's elite defensive capabilities, Nelson felt confident in assembling a championship-caliber roster. The Warriors responded with their trademark fast-paced offense, as Davis executed a pick-and-roll with Barnes, launching a 3-pointer over Gay's defense that swished through the net. Prior to James Harden, many fans associated the Beard moniker with Baron Davis, whose style starkly contrasted with that of the Rocket star. A powerful tank of a guard, Davis possessed formidable strength, overpowering most point guards with his relentless drives to the rim, culminating in ferocious dunks, complemented by a penchant for 3-point shooting. After witnessing Davis celebrate with exuberant fist pumps, Qin Jie seized the opportunity on the subsequent possession to exploit a switch on Ellis, establishing a dominant low-post presence. With a deft spin move past Ellis, Qin Jie executed a flawless jump shot. Following his basket, he gestured for the crowd to amplify their cheers. The Warriors continued their rapid offensive assault, with Ellis seeking to reclaim his pride after being bested by Qin Jie, isolating Mike Miller on the wing before finishing with a floater. On the next possession, Gasol, working in the low post, found Qin Jie stationed at the baseline, who promptly drained a 3-pointer. The first quarter evolved into a scoring duel, with both teams displaying lackluster defensive intensity. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the score stood at 36-32, favoring the Grizzlies. Qin Jie had contributed 2 3-pointers, totaling 10 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists, while Gasol added 6 points and 2 rebounds. On the opposing side, the Beard Davis effortlessly notched 8 points and 4 assists, with Ellis and Pietrus contributing 7 and 6 points, respectively. Kenny Smith mused about the potential score if both teams maintain this pace throughout the game, while Barkley remarked that the home crowd certainly got their money's worth, as such offensive showcases are far more visually appealing than defensive struggles. Following the first quarter, Fratello encouraged his team to maintain their offensive focus, undeterred by the Warriors' relentless scoring, recognizing their defensive frailties, particularly in the paint, where they struggled to contain Qin Jie and Gasol. As the second quarter commenced, Fratello continued to integrate Qin Jie with the second unit. Chapter 29, new career scoring record. As the second quarter commenced, the Warriors' backcourt transformed into Keith McLeod and Monta Ellis. In a swift offensive maneuver, McLeod directed Ellis to set a screen, utilizing the pick to penetrate the paint. The Grizzlies, focusing their defensive efforts inward, left Ellis with the opportunity to receive the ball back from Davis at the high post. Grizzlies backup guard Atkins attempted to apply pressure, but Ellis, with a deft right-hand dribble, executed a pronounced crossover that shifted Atkins off balance. Observing a crowded lane, Ellis opted for a jump shot from his stationary position. Swish. The Warriors narrowed the gap to just 2 points. The Grizzlies initiated their offense, with Atkins and Qin Jie engaging in a pick-and-roll at the arc. The quality of Qin Jie and Oppo's screen was impeccable, forcing the Warriors to switch defensively. As Atkins drove towards the basket, Biedrins awaited him with arms raised. Both point guards in the Grizzlies lineup were yodelers. The starting Damon stood at 178 meters, while Atkins, officially listed at 180 meters, appeared nearly equal in height to Damon from Qin Jie's perspective. Rather than attempting a shot over the towering Biedrins, Atkins swiftly dished the ball back to Qin Jie. At this juncture, Qin Jie found himself pitted against Monta Ellis. As Qin Jie drove, Ellis retreated cautiously, seeking to disrupt the dribble while remaining vigilant in his defense. However, Qin Jie, eschewing flamboyance, executed a straightforward jump shot from the edge of the paint, and Ellis's deep retreat failed to contest the shot effectively, resulting in the basketball striking the backboard before finding the net. After a celebratory high-five with Atkins, Qin Jie remarked, "The opposing guard is lacking in defense. Let's utilize more screens in our upcoming plays." Atkins nodded in agreement. Nearby, Ellis, poised to receive the ball, seethed with anger upon overhearing Qin Jie's comments. Feeling insulted by what he perceived as a lackluster performance, Ellis advanced the ball up court, signaling for his teammates to spread the floor, intent on isolating for a one-on-one play. With Byron Davis absent, Ellis became the nucleus of the second unit's scoring, and his teammates, recognizing his authority, quickly cleared the lane for him. Slowly orchestrating the play, Ellis suddenly accelerated at the 18-second mark, leaving Atkins trailing as Jones and Warlick converged on him. Instead of forcing the issue, Ellis passed to McLeod on the perimeter and dashed to the baseline for a potential return pass. Qin Jie moved out to defend, applying pressure from the baseline. With limited dribbling space, Ellis launched a fadeaway three-pointer. Anticipating the sudden release, Qin Jie leaped but failed to block the shot. The basketball arced high before precisely swishing through the net. Ellis's touch in the second quarter is remarkable. He has hit 2 for 2 within a minute of entering. Su Juyong commented. Zhang Heli added, "To be honest, that shot was rather unreasonable. Qin Jie had him well defended, not losing position at all." Gloating after the basket, Ellis taunted Qin Jie, "Is my defense so poor that you think you can stop me?" Qin Jie silently retrieved the ball and passed it to Atkins, categorizing such shots as mere luck. Ellis, although averaging a commendable 16.5 points, 3.2 rebounds, and 4.1 assists this season, was not particularly proficient from beyond the arc, relying instead on screens to create opportunities. Prior to 2010, he averaged less than 1 three-pointer per game with a low shooting percentage. In the 2009 to 2010 season, despite his scoring average of 25.5 points, he took 22 shots per game, with an efficiency that rarely aligned with the term highly effective. The Grizzlies again executed a pick-and-roll involving Qin Jie and Atkins. After the cut, Ellis defended Qin Jie, who began backing down in the low post. As Qin Jie made a half-turn to the right, Ellis swiftly shifted to impede his path. However, with a quick pivot on his left foot, Qin Jie maneuvered left towards the baseline, launching a bank shot that found its mark. Monta's defensive awareness is severely lacking. Qin's spin wasn't particularly swift, yet Monta fell for his feint, Barkley remarked. Kenny Smith noted. Monta clearly struggles against such mismatches. Last time, Qin scored over him as well. Is the Grizzlies' strategy to exploit this matchup? The Warriors countered with Ellis pushing the ball rapidly up the court, signaling Biedrins to set a screen. Atkins moved towards the basket to prevent Biedrins from cutting inside, while Qin Jie matched up with Ellis on the wing. "Are you delivering this to me?" Qin Jie contemplated, considering a switch if Atkins faltered against Ellis. But to his surprise, Ellis confronted him directly. With a disdainful smirk, Ellis flaunted his ball-handling skills. Just as he prepared to execute a crossover, Qin Jie seized the moment, reaching in to disrupt. Ellis's rhythm faltered, and as he surged towards the lane, the ball struck his ankle. Qin Jie swiftly capitalized, swiping the loose ball and launching a long pass to Dante Jones, who found Johnson for a three-pointer at the arc. The Grizzlies' swift offense capitalizes on Qin Jie's steal, resulting in a three-point shot. Su Juyang exclaimed. Such fast-break three-pointers are uncontainable for the Warriors. Even if Jones misses, there's no one to secure the rebound, Yu Jia added. Frustrated by the turnover, Monta Ellis urged his teammates to resume play. McLeod executed a precise half-court pass to Ellis, who, sensing the Grizzlies were still retreating, leaped towards the basket. Qin Jie sprinted back, timing his jump alongside Ellis. Ellis's athleticism was impressive, elevating nearly to the rim. However, Qin Jie remained several inches away, unable to block the attempt. Yet, in a surprising twist, Ellis's dunk misfired, ricocheting off the rim's edge. Ellis has failed to convert the dunk, Su Juyang shouted. His takeoff was flawless, but was his aim off? Yu Jia chuckled. Byron Davis on the bench nearly stood to celebrate, only to sit back down upon witnessing Ellis tumble to the floor. Before Ellis could regain his footing, Qin Jie had already retrieved the rebounding ball, passing it to a teammate as the Grizzlies initiated yet another 5-on-4 offensive play. Atkins and Jones executed a pick-and-roll, with Jones drawing defensive attention before dishing to Qin Jie, who had slipped to the basket. With McLeod the lone defender in the paint, Qin Jie powered through, elevating and emphatically slamming the ball through the hoop. McLeod, standing at just over 180 meters, could only watch as Qin Jie soared. The FedEx Forum erupted with enthusiasm as the home crowd roared in approval. Qin just delivered a reverse hand slam on Monta, Barkley noted. McLeod, left to lament the dunk, was left speechless. The Warriors prepared to respond. Old Nelson signaled to Ellis from the sidelines to refrain from excessive isolation plays. This time, the Warriors initiated a fast-paced offensive strategy. Near the top of the arc, under Jones's interference, Mike Dunleavy took a shot just inside the three-point line. With less than 10 seconds on the shot clock, this was quintessential of Old Nelson's tactical approach. However, Dunleavy and Oppo's three-point attempt ultimately resulted in a rebound for Qin Jie. With a loud clang, after Dunleavy and Oppo's shot clanked off the rim, Qin Jie secured the rebound, prompting the Grizzlies to launch a fast break. The Warriors responded with impressive speed, effectively cutting off all of the Grizzlies' driving lanes. Atkins, noticing the fast break had faltered, remained composed and patiently set up a pick-and-roll with Qin Jie on the wing. Ellis sought to navigate around the screen to continue his defense on Atkins, but the Warriors' center, Biedrins, anticipated the breakthrough and joined forces with Ellis to double-team Atkins. Realizing that Qin Jie had drifted outside, Ellis rushed to signal Biedrins to extend his defense. Yet, it was too late. Atkins delivered a precise pass back to Qin Jie, who stood poised beyond the arc, taking aim at the basket once more. This open look afforded Qin Jie ample time to adjust his shooting technique. The camera followed the basketball as it spun rapidly, tracing a graceful arc through the air swish. The three-pointer found its mark. Qin Jie was in exceptional form from long range tonight, marking his third three-pointer of the first half, as noted by Su Juyang. Zhang Heli nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Qin Jie was indeed a competitor in this year's three-point shooting contest. And it was surprising that the Warriors had overlooked his shooting prowess, instead focusing their defensive efforts on the paint. Following the successful three-pointer, Old Nelson immediately signaled for a timeout. The Grizzlies had been executing the second quarter with remarkable fluidity, while the Warriors' offense appeared stagnant. Recognizing the severe imbalance in his team's offensive and defensive capabilities, Old Nelson understood that he could not allow the opposing team to defend so easily. And with a wave of his hand, he substituted the entire starting lineup. Flat Arrow restructured the lineup to feature Qin Jie, Gasol, Mike Miller, Jones, and Atkins. As the game resumed, Ellis continued to dwell in isolation plays, but after a series of unsuccessful attempts against Qin Jie, Byron Davis decisively revoked his offensive privileges. The Grizzlies then targeted the Warriors' most vulnerable defensive point, as they began to exploit Ellis by having Mike Miller aggressively attack him in the latter half of the second quarter. Ellis struggled to contain Miller, and occasionally Gasol would set screens to facilitate switches onto Ellis. For Gasol, shooting over Ellis was almost effortless. However, Byron Davis was on fire tonight, and with Qin Jie preoccupied with interior defense, he consistently scored in the latter half of the second quarter, preventing the Grizzlies from extending their lead significantly. At halftime, the score stood at 68-62, with the Grizzlies leading by 6 points. Monta, your defensive errors are excessive, and your rotations are far too slow. You cannot recklessly attempt to score. Pay attention to your teammates' positioning. When your teammates are in motion, you must pass the ball promptly to maintain everyone's shooting rhythm. During the halftime break, Monta Ellis endured Old Nelson's incessant reprimands. Although Ellis held a degree of resentment towards the Grizzlies, he could only nod in agreement as the head coach spoke. As the second half commenced, even though Ellis was targeted as a defensive liability by the Grizzlies, Don Nelson did not retract his playing time, continuing to grant him opportunities. During this period, Old Nelson still held Ellis in high regard. After all, his scoring ability remained intact. The organization of skills could be developed over time. With the start of the second half, Ellis exerted himself defensively, ensuring that Mike Miller could not comfortably penetrate the lane. However, this also diverted his focus from offensive responsibilities. The Grizzlies continued to engage in a shootout with the Warriors, with Gasol and Qin Jie guarding the boards, denying the Warriors any chances for fast breaks. In the second half, Davis continued to excel, while Qin Jie concentrated on his outside shooting, hitting 2 more three-pointers in the third quarter, bringing his total to 30 points by the end of the period. The tone of the game was decidedly offensive. However, the Grizzlies employed a more intricate tactical approach than the Warriors. Even when fast breaks were unavailable, they could seamlessly transition into a half-court game. In contrast, the Warriors, lacking such opportunities, had to rely on individual plays from their star players to create scoring chances. Ultimately, this offensive showdown concluded with a score of 145-133, with the Grizzlies triumphing at home by a 12-point margin. Qin Jie played for 35 minutes, making 13 of 24 field goal attempts, including 6 of 11 from three-point range, and 4 of 6 from the free throw line, achieving an impressive stat line of 36 points, 15 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks. Gasol contributed 26 points and 13 rebounds, while Mike Miller added 30 points and 5 assists. The Grizzlies roster enjoyed a fruitful outing, with a total of 7 players scoring in double figures. On the Warriors' side, Davis scored a staggering 45 points, joining the ranks of those who have scored heavily without contributing to a win. Monta Ellis also tallied 26 points, but he required 28 attempts to reach that total, demonstrating a lack of efficiency, with the highest efficiency coming from the bench player Barnes, who scored 28 points at nearly 60 shooting accuracy. Qin Jie's scoring also set a new career high, but regrettably, he did not have many opportunities to shoot in the final quarter. Otherwise, he could have surpassed Yu Ming's career best of 41 points. After the game, Su Zhuyang remarked on the player's statistics. Yu Jia concurred, noting, 36 points is also the 4th highest score achieved by a Chinese player in the NBA, and we must not overlook Qin Jie's impressive rebounding and blocking numbers, which were the highest of the night. Moreover, this is only Qin Jie's rookie season. Regardless of the circumstances, Qin Jie has definitively demonstrated to the world that he possesses not only elite defensive skills but also commendable offensive capabilities. In the future, he is destined to evolve into a superstar who excels on both ends of the court. Zhang Heli concluded. Following their victory over the Warriors, the Grizzlies' winning streak continued, marking a franchise record of 10 consecutive wins. Chapter 30, the end of the streak and the record of 3-point attempts on January 5th, after a day of respite. The Memphis Grizzlies resumed their dominance at the FedEx Forum, preparing to face the challenge posed by the Boston Celtics. The Celtics, historically one of the wealthiest teams in the league, boast a remarkable total of 16 championship trophies, surpassing even the Los Angeles Lakers by 2. Qin Jie recalled from his previous life, while perusing discussions on Hoopu, that some critics often downplayed the Celtics' dominance during the 1960s, arguing that the limited number of teams and the imperfect rules diminished the value of their accomplishments. However, fewer teams do not equate to a lack of fierce competition. While making the playoffs may have been easier back then, the battles in the postseason were notably intense. The scarcity of teams meant there were fewer subpar franchises to inflate records, requiring teams to face formidable opponents week after week. During that era, the legendary Bill Russell would contend with Wilt Chamberlain a dozen times in a single season. However, since the late 1990s, the Celtics have indeed been on a downward trajectory. Entering the 21st century, they remained playoff contenders but experienced several years of first-round exits. As of now, their record stands at 11 wins and 20 losses. placing them third from the bottom in the less competitive Eastern Conference. At the end of last month, the Celtics star, Paul Pierce, announced that he would be sidelined for over a month due to a left foot injury. Consequently, the Celtics' recent performance has been dismal, with only one victory in their last 8 games. Thus, this version of the Celtics poses little threat to the Grizzlies, who are relentlessly pursuing a winning streak, already gaining the upper hand in morale. Prior to the arrival of key players like Marc Gasol and Mike Miller, the Celtics displayed an average level of overall strength and depth in their roster. Although Pierce possessed exceptional scoring ability, the team was far removed from championship contention. The decline in their performance following Pierce's absence has underscored their status as a struggling team. Nevertheless, there remains potential within the squad, as they managed to acquire Rajon Rondo during the draft, a player who, in his rookie season, averaged 6.4 points, 3.7 rebounds, and 3.8 assists, solid but not stellar numbers, complemented by his strong defensive capabilities, averaging 1.6 steals per game. Additionally, on the defensive end, the Celtics boast Tony Allen, who, in his 3rd year, has evolved into a premier perimeter defender, famously the only player capable of effectively containing Kobe Bryant. During the fierce rivalry between the Celtics and the Lakers over 2 seasons, Allen was tasked with defending Bryant, who, in the 2010 finals, managed only a 45% shooting percentage against Allen, significantly lower than his regular season average. In Game 7, Bryant and Oppo's shooting plummeted to 6 for 24. Although the Lakers ultimately triumphed 4-3 over the Celtics, Bryant acknowledged Allen as the best defender he had ever faced. In subsequent years, after Allen joined the Grizzlies, he limited Kevin Durant to a mere 42.6 shooting in the 2013 Western Conference semifinals, and in Game 5, Durant was reduced to 5 for 21, leading the Grizzlies to a decisive 4-1 victory over the Thunder and a place in the Western Conference Finals. Back to the present, after both teams had entered the court, the large screen revealed the starting lineups for the evening's match. The Grizzlies starters included Qin Jie, Marc Gasol, Mike Miller, Jones, and Damon, while the Celtics fielded Al Jefferson, Ryan Gomez, Wally Szczerbiak, Tony Allen, and Delonte West. Qin Jie was set to match up against Jefferson, who has emerged as the Celtics' second key player this season. Qin Jie recalled that Jefferson's peak performance coincided with his time at the Timberwolves, where, as part of the trade involving Kevin Garnett, he quickly showcased all-star caliber play, averaging 23 points and 11 rebounds in his best season, earning him the title of the new King of the Wolves. However, Jefferson's career has been marked by impressive statistics coupled with a lack of success, leading to his trade to the Bobcats, where he became known as the Wandering Emperor. As the game commenced, it quickly became apparent that the Grizzlies were dominating the proceedings. Despite the Celtics' commendable perimeter defense, their offense was disjointed, and with Pierce absent, they struggled significantly. Even though Tony Allen effectively limited Mike Miller's contributions, the Grizzlies' multifaceted offensive attack proved overwhelming. From the first quarter onward, the Grizzlies consistently exploited pick-and-roll plays to disrupt the Celtics' defensive structure, forcing them to remain vigilant against Gasol's inside scoring while also needing to account for Qin Jie lurking beyond the arc. The most frequent scene during the first quarter featured Damon with the ball at the top of the arc, Gasol setting a high pick, and after the screen, Gasol was capable of shooting from mid-range or rolling to the basket, while Qin Jie awaited on the three-point line. Should the Celtics shift their defensive focus inward, Gasol would promptly locate Qin Jie for an open shot. By the end of the first quarter, the Grizzlies had established a commanding lead of 34-24 over the Celtics. During the intermission, commentator Su Ju-young analyzed the situation. The Grizzlies' pick-and-roll execution is becoming increasingly fluid, resembling the style of the Jazz. Indeed, the combination of Gasol and Qin Jie in the post is akin to that of Boozer and Oker, leveraging the ability of interior players to stretch the floor and shoot, leaving slower-footed centers unable to defend against Gasol, who capitalizes on his speed to score. Zhang Heli nodded in agreement, adding, "Both Oker and Gasol hail from Europe, adept at using their shooting to finish plays. This often leads fans to perceive their style as soft, yet their on-court defense is remarkably tenacious. Qin Jie, a proficient three-point shooter, certainly cannot be deemed soft." Yu remarked, "Moreover, Qin Jie's playmaking abilities are improving, providing numerous offensive options for the Grizzlies." As the first quarter concluded, Celtics head coach Doc Rivers recognized the Grizzlies and Oppo's twin tower pick-and-roll strategy but struggled to devise a viable counter. That evening, Rivers assigned Al Jefferson the task of guarding Qin Jie. But Jefferson quickly fell victim to defensive lapses, allowing Qin Jie to capitalize on open looks from the corner, sinking consecutive long-range shots. In the second quarter, The Grizzlies bench utterly overwhelmed the Celtics' reserves. With Pierce absent, the Celtics had devolved into a team characterized by weak offense and strong defense. And their second unit lacked even defensive prowess. The Grizzlies' paper strength firmly suppressed them. Furthermore, during the early stages of the second quarter, Coach Flataro allowed Qin Jie to continue playing the power forward position alongside the second unit. Kendrick Perkins, the Celtics' backup power forward, struggled offensively and against Qin Jie. He was rendered ineffective. Rondo suggested adjustments to the coaching staff to address Qin Jie's shooting, but it was well known that Rivers lacked the capacity for effective adjustments. Although Rivers bore the aura of a championship coach following his 2008 title win, that season was bolstered by the presence of the formidable Big Three and Rondo, whose talent eclipsed that of other teams. It was widely acknowledged that even a dog could have led that team to victory. Qin Jie remembered that Rivers faced the prospect of being dismissed after securing only 24 wins that season, but fortunately, Ainge afforded him another chance, with the trio effectively rescuing Rivers' coaching career. Shortly after Rivers departed the Celtics, his true coaching abilities were revealed when he led the Clippers, featuring Chris Paul and Blake Griffin, yet consistently fell short in the second round, often suffering comebacks from opponents, including a notable 3-1 series collapse. Subsequently, he took the helm of the 76ers, laden with Embiid and Simmons, yet failed to guarantee even a respectable regular season record, and upon acquiring Harden, he rendered him ineffective. After taking the helm of the Milwaukee Bucks, Rivers found himself at the helm of a once-champion team that has since plunged into a state of decline, marked by dismal performance. While it cannot be denied that Rivers possesses the ability to inspire players through his words, instilling in them a sense of determination and confidence, mere motivational platitudes cannot wholly compensate for the tactical deficiencies plaguing the team. Much like the renowned Soup, Jukai, who seems to grasp all facets of coaching. During the second quarter, as the point gap widened, Qin Jie's shots became increasingly casual, seizing opportunities to launch three-pointers from beyond the arc. Furthermore, just before the end of the first half, upon noticing that the Grizzlies had surged ahead of the Celtics by a staggering 15 points, he showcased an extraordinary long-range three-pointer from the center court. Jefferson was profoundly astonished when he witnessed Qin Jie take a shot from such a position. Would the coach overlook such audacity? Of course, Flataro had previously encouraged Qin Jie to increase his shot attempts, particularly from long range, during practice. When Jefferson beheld that long-range three-pointer find its mark, his worldview was irreparably shaken. The moment Qin Jie released that remarkable shot, it seemed destined for success. The trajectory of the basketball was impeccable, swishing through the net effortlessly. Gasol was equally astonished by this display, having often observed Qin Jie practice such long-range attempts during training. Qin Jie aspires to incorporate these long-range three-pointers into his arsenal, yet his current three-point shooting statistics are insufficient, as he has yet to surpass a 40% shooting percentage, relegating him to utilize this skill only when leading significantly or in the final moments. In the future, should he elevate his three-point attribute to around 90, he might emulate the likes of Curry, integrating long-range shooting into his repertoire, a tactic capable of shattering opponents' composure. As the second half unfolded, the disparity between the Grizzlies and the Celtics grew ever wider. Regrettably, Qin Jie's shooting touch diminished in the final quarter, as he struggled to find the net from beyond the arc, managing to convert only one of several open shots. Ultimately, the Grizzlies triumphed over the Celtics with a score of 122-107 on their home court, marking an impressive 11-game winning streak. Qin Jie played for 34 minutes, accumulating 28 points, 12 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks. He attempted 14 three-pointers, successfully making 6, though his struggles in the final quarter lowered his shooting percentage. Gasol contributed 20 points, 10 rebounds, and 6 assists, while Mike Miller added 23 points. Many fans now perceive the Grizzlies as a three-core team, with Qin Jie's performance leading many to believe he is indeed the team's undeniable linchpin. After 11 consecutive victories, one wonders how far Qin will extend the franchise's winning streak. Post-game, Barkley expressed his awe, while Kenny Smith remarked that this winning streak has propelled the Grizzlies up the standings, suggesting they might indeed mount a challenge for the playoffs. On January 7th, just as the eyes of basketball fans worldwide turned to the Grizzlies, their winning streak was finally halted. The San Antonio Spurs defeated the Grizzlies on the road, 110-86. Prior to the game, Memphis fans largely believed that the Grizzlies had nothing to fear from the Spurs, especially after a resounding victory in their previous encounter. In that game, Qin Jie recorded an impressive 11 blocks, leaving the Spurs players reeling. Popovich's adjustments were swift, after Qin Jie effectively contained Duncan on offense. He adopted a sacrificial strategy, choosing to limit Duncan's touches from the second quarter onward, instead facilitating plays through Tony Parker and Ginobili, although Duncan aimed to redeem himself. Upon witnessing the effectiveness of his teammates, he selflessly relinquished the ball. Tonight, with the lessons learned from the previous game, the duo of Parker and the Demon Blade understood the necessity of prudent shot selection, opting primarily for jump shots rather than reckless incursions into the paint. With increased ball sharing, the Demon Blade had a stellar performance, scoring 34 points and providing 10 assists in just 27 minutes on the court, as the Grizzlies found no answer for his prowess from the perimeter. However, the Grizzlies' defeat cannot solely be attributed to the Spurs' performance. The entire team struggled with their shooting, with Mike Miller struggling significantly in the first half, hitting only 1 of 6 attempts from beyond the arc, while Gasol managed only 15 points. As the Grizzlies fell behind by as much as 20 points by the end of the third quarter, Qin Jie, witnessing the considerable deficit, took it upon himself to shoot three-pointers during fast breaks in the second half, actively seeking opportunities on the perimeter after screens. Flatro did not substitute out the starters, as it was not yet garbage time, thus eliminating any suspicion of padding stats. Unexpectedly, Qin Jie's attempts to boost his scoring in the second half elicited cheers from Grizzlies fans. Barkley, observing Qin Jie's relentless three-point attempts despite the significant score gap, remarked that he had not given up, continuing to leverage his shooting to help the team narrow the deficit. Kenny Smith echoed this sentiment, noting that Qin's fearless approach in challenging moments served to elevate the team's morale. Ultimately, Qin Jie attempted an unprecedented 15 three-pointers, setting a personal record. And despite only making 5, he still managed to score 22 points. Flatro praised him post-game, urging him to continue this fearless approach to shooting. Notably, Popovich, after seeing Duncan limited to a mere 2 for 9 shooting by Qin Jie, granted him only a few minutes of play time in the second half. Duncan played for only 17 minutes in total, scoring 4 points and grabbing 4 rebounds, comfortably coasting through the game. Even after the match, without breaking a sweat, Duncan was in high spirits, shedding his usual solemn demeanor while chatting with teammates, revealing a rare smile. Chapter 31. Facing the Lakers following their defeat to the Spurs. The external perception of the Grizzlies remained optimistic. They were still viewed as the West and Oppo's most formidable dark horse. The latest NBA update from ESPN provided an in-depth analysis of Qin Jie's comprehensive abilities, particularly his contributions on the defensive end, ultimately asserting that he not only had a strong chance of clinching this year's Rookie of the Year, but also could potentially secure a spot on the All-Defensive First Team, or even the Defensive Player of the Year award. This report left everyone astounded. The notion of a rookie making it to the All-Defensive Team is a monumental achievement, accomplished by only 5 players in history: Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Hakeem Olajuwon, Manu Ginobili, David Robinson, and Tim Duncan, all of whom were named to the All-Defensive Second Team. However, Qin Jie and Oppo's performance has led many basketball analysts to believe he could be selected for the first team and even contend for the DPY title. In response, Charles Barkley remarked on a show, "We all recognize Qin's remarkable performances. He is entirely deserving of a spot on the All-Defensive First Team. As for the Defensive Player of the Year, I can only say that he has a tremendous opportunity to win this award, as he leads the league in average blocks." Kenny Smith added, "I believe Qin's selection to the All-Defensive Team is a foregone conclusion." Their next opponent was the Lakers, and if given the chance to match up against Kobe Bryant, Qin could silence all his doubters. On January 9th, the Grizzlies continued to host the Los Angeles Lakers. The ESPN report and Kenny Smith's comments heightened the intrigue surrounding this matchup. The Lakers' core player, Kobe, who had been the league's scoring champion last year, was once again leading the scoring charts. At this stage in his career, Kobe's technical prowess had reached maturity, making his offensive capabilities exceptional. Consequently, many fans eagerly anticipated the potential face-off between Qin Jie and Kobe, despite their different positions. However, in the past, Coach Flatro often assigned Qin to guard the opponent's most aggressive perimeter players. When Kobe was asked in a pre-game interview about Qin's recent performances, a reporter noted that he had dominated all opposing players defensively. Hearing Qin Jie's name, Kobe smiled faintly, stating, "Defense? There isn't anyone in the league who can stop me." Kobe's comment was relatively understated. Had it been a few years prior, he would have dismissed Qin entirely, questioning who would dare to claim they could defend him. Nevertheless, recent team setbacks had somewhat tempered Kobe's arrogance, and his focus was now solely on the game. Qin Jie had also seen the ESPN report and recognized that the significance of the DPY award was nearly on par with that of the MVP. if given the opportunity. He was eager to compete for this accolade. No player in NBA history had ever won the DPY award during their rookie season, presenting a unique chance to make history. Additionally, he recalled that the only player to have made the all-defensive team as a rookie was the physically gifted Victor Wembanyama. However, at present, Wembanyama was still in his early developmental stages, offering yet another chance to leave a mark in history. Returning to the matter at hand, the Grizzlies were acutely aware of the importance of their upcoming match against the Lakers. They had yet to secure a place in the playoff bracket and needed to take every game seriously, particularly against a team like the Lakers, who were positioned within the playoff spots in the Western Conference. Currently, the Lakers held a record of 23 wins and 11 losses, placing them fourth in the West. Qin Jie remembered that the Lakers had struggled significantly over the past 2 years. After the management and Oppo's decision to part ways with Shaquille O and Oppo's Neil to fully support Kobe in 2004. The Lakers plummeted from championship contenders to the bottom of the Western standings in the 2004 to 2005 season. Meanwhile, Shaquille O'Neal led the Miami Heat to the Eastern Conference Finals, which was a bitter pill for Kobe to swallow. Last season, Kobe had reached the pinnacle of his scoring prowess, averaging 35 points per game, including an astonishing 81-point game and a 62-point game in just 3 quarters during that season, fully embracing an unyielding style of play. He guided the Lakers to the playoffs as the 7th seed, but after taking a 3-1 lead against the Suns in the first round, they were ultimately eliminated. Adding to Kobe's heartache was the fact that Shaquille O'Neal secured his 4th championship ring with the Heat. The joy on O'Neal's face on the night of the victory contrasted sharply with Kobe's sorrow behind closed doors. The game commenced swiftly, with the Lakers boasting a vast fan base, causing the viewership for this matchup to soar. The Lakers' starting lineup for the night consisted of Andrew Bynum, Lamar Odom, Luke Walton, Kobe Bryant, and Smush Parker. The Grizzlies and Oppo's starting lineup featured Qin Jie, Pau Gasol, Mike Miller, Jones, and Damon. The Lakers and Oppo's roster mirrored Qin Jie and Oppo's recollections, lacking championship caliber. Following Kobe and Oppo's 7-year contract signed in 2004, the team and Oppo's management began to falter. They had only executed 3 trades in 3 years. First, trading Kareem Rush for 2 second-round picks. Then in the summer of 2005, swapping 2 starters, Butler and Atkins, for the underwhelming Kwame Brown and Slava Medvedenko, and finally acquiring Maceo Baston during the offseason. These minor adjustments did little to elevate the Lakers to championship contention. Rather, the team and Oppo's strength had diminished. The management had promised Kobe a championship-caliber roster within 3 years. Yet he now realized that his strongest teammate was merely Odom, leaving him feeling deceived by the organization. Rumors suggested that the Buss family had been affected by the subprime mortgage crisis this year, and there were whispers of selling the Lakers, which explained the team's lackluster performance in recent years due to a shortage of resources for reinforcements. Last year's Heat championship had deeply wounded Kobe's pride, igniting a fierce desire to contend for a title without delay. Qin Jie was uncertain how eventful this offseason would be, but based on the current state of the Grizzlies, he believed Pau Gasol was unlikely to leave the team. During the jump ball, Gasol triumphed over Bynum, granting the Grizzlies the first defensive possession. Damon brought the ball to the top of the arc, while Qin Jie positioned himself in the left corner, closely followed by Bynum, who prevented him from receiving the ball. Observing Gasol's position, Qin Jie swiftly moved to the right side, seeking an opportunity to receive the ball on the wing. Bynum immediately shifted to block him, prompting Qin Jie to retreat. Bynum turned to chase him down. Gasol set a high-quality screen. After Bynum was screened, Qin Jie dashed along the baseline to the opposite corner, with the Lakers' defensive focus still on the wing, leaving him unimpeded. Receiving a pass from Damon at the right corner, Qin Jie launched a 3-pointer. Swish. In the first possession, Qin Jie's 3-pointer found its mark, giving the Grizzlies an early 3-point lead. The Lakers initiated their offense. Kobe received the ball at the top of the arc and drove into the paint. Jones was unable to contain him in a one-on-one situation. As Kobe leaped towards the basket, his eyes locked onto the hoop. Gasol rushed to provide help defense, attempting to block Kobe and Oppo's shot. However, Kobe skillfully executed a reverse layup after a pump fake, evading the block and scoring effortlessly. Following his basket, Kobe turned towards the sideline camera. Raising his hands in a casual gesture, his expression notably relaxed. Chapter 32, The Battle of Offense on the CCTV Sports Channel. Zhang Heli expressed his admiration for Kobe's remarkable shot. What a fantastic play, Kobe. Truly deserving of last season's scoring champion. His offensive capabilities on the court are simply flawless. Before Zhang could finish his thoughts, Qin Jie swiftly executed an inbound pass, propelling Damon to advance the ball past half-court. As Damon crossed the midline, he immediately targeted the positioned Pau Gasol. Upon receiving the ball, Gasol charged into the paint, drawing the majority of the Lakers' defensive focus. However, after 3 powerful strides toward the basket, Gasol flicked the ball to the left baseline. Qin Jie, receiving the pass, found himself with little space to shoot, as Bynum closely guarded him against a potential three-pointer. Executing a shooting fake to elude Bynum, Qin Jie pinpointed the cutting Mike Miller, delivering a bounce pass into the paint. Miller received the ball mid-drive, seamlessly taking 3 steps before releasing a shot that found its mark. Their connection resulted in a score of 5-2, igniting cheers from the Grizzlies fans. The Grizzlies executed their offense with remarkable speed, scoring in under 10 seconds, noted Su Junyoung. In the next possession, after Lakers guard Smush Parker advanced the ball to Kobe, the Lakers' offense unfolded immediately. Parker sprinted to the three-point line, creating space for Kobe, while the Grizzlies quickly set their defense. Jones locked onto Nash, while Qin Jie shadowed Bynum in the paint. After 2 dribbles, Kobe accelerated from the perimeter, and the Grizzlies' defensive strategy was singular: double team. Gasol stationed himself in the restricted area. As Qin Jie gradually moved toward the basket, feeling no concern for Bynum's lack of shooting prowess, especially with the possibility of Kobe not passing. Indeed, Kobe, unfazed by the double team from Gasol and Jones, executed a swift pivot and leaped, launching a contested shot. Although it appeared an unreasonable attempt, the basketball circled the rim before seamlessly dropping through the net. Following the basket, Kobe gestured for silence towards the Grizzlies' home crowd. On the sidelines, Flatelo's mind raced. Tonight, Kobe was in prime form, necessitating a strategic adjustment from the Grizzlies. Impressive. This play truly belongs to Kobe. He shows no fear of the Grizzlies' interior defense. Zhang Heli remarked with a smile. Qin Jie quickly inbounded the ball. On the front court, Damon connected with Mike Miller, but Miller's layup was thwarted, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim. After securing the rebound in the paint, Qin Jie tossed the ball over his head. Gasol received the pass and executed a mid-range shot. Swish. With that basket, Qin Jie notched another assist. The Grizzlies have executed their counterattacks with remarkable speed in these 2 possessions. Are they trying to match the Lakers in offense? Su Junyoung pondered. It seems so. Their strategy in the first quarter appears to focus solely on containing Kobe defensively while increasing their offensive tempo for rapid counters, responded Yu Jia. The Grizzlies' tactical approach tonight mirrored that of the Suns against the Lakers last season. Although the Lakers' offensive efficiency ranks 7th in the league this season, their overall scoring capability is not particularly elite, yet Kobe remains a formidable force. Despite Qin Jie and Amp. Oppos, as previous criticisms of Kobe and Amp. Oppos, as shot selections on forums, he could not deny that when Kobe's shooting touch was on, he was exceedingly difficult to contain. In last year's playoffs, the Suns faced the Lakers without focusing on defending Kobe, instead opting for a run-and-gun style. Although the Suns' defense was subpar, D'Antoni understood that Kobe was nearly impossible to stop, thus prioritizing offense. In Game 5 of that series, the Suns utilized their strengths to engage the Lakers offensively, and although Kobe scored 29 points, the Suns, with 6 players scoring in double figures and 3 surpassing 20 points, managed to secure a victory. In Game 6, the Suns again neglected to focus on Kobe, who erupted at Staples Center, scoring 50 points with a shooting percentage of 57.1. Meanwhile, Odom recorded a near triple-double with 22 points, 11 rebounds, and 9 assists. However, the Suns had 5 players scoring over 20 points, bringing the series back to Phoenix. In the final game, the Suns overwhelmed the Lakers with their offensive prowess, achieving a remarkable turnaround with 7 players scoring in double figures. The Grizzlies chose to emulate the Suns' successful tactics, as the latter had proven the effectiveness of an offensive approach against the Lakers. Flatelo instructed his players to increase the game's tempo from the outset. Furthermore, the Lakers' overall scoring ability this year was inferior to that of the previous year, allowing the Grizzlies to compete offensively. Qin Jie supported the head coach's strategy internally, determined to make a significant impact tonight. Although the Grizzlies typically favored a different style, their diverse shooting strategies, including Qin Jie and Gasol's capacity to stretch the floor, enabled them to find rhythm in fast breaks. In the first quarter, both teams engaged in a fervent offensive exchange. Kobe executed a powerful dunk in the paint, while the Grizzlies denied him any chance for celebration. Qin Jie quickly inbounded to the front court, where Gasol delivered a thunderous dunk in the paint. Kobe then maneuvered beyond the three-point arc, exploiting Jones' defense. The Grizzlies responded with Mike Miller's drive, who dished the ball to the awaiting Gasol on the perimeter. But Gasol's shot failed to connect. Qin Jie grabbed the rebound and sought out Miller, who launched a three-pointer that pierced the net. Such a display of offensive prowess captivated the fans, as the age-old adage defense wins championships faded in the background. After all, few relished the tedium of defensive play. The 2005 finals between the Spurs and Pistons recorded the lowest viewership in history. Both teams found their offensive rhythm, and the fans at the FedEx Forum were thoroughly entertained. The score fluctuated wildly, but the Grizzlies' offensive efficiency paled in comparison to that of the previous year's Suns. Although they maintained the score, they struggled to widen the gap. At the end of the first quarter, the Grizzlies led the Lakers by a mere 2 points, 36-34. Kobe had an explosive first quarter, scoring 15 points on his own. "We must closely monitor Kobe for the remainder of the game. He appears to be in fine form tonight," Qin Jie advised Flatalo. Upon reviewing Kobe and Oppo's statistics, Flatalo acknowledged the potential peril of continuing in this manner. In the infamous game where Kobe scored 81 points against the Raptors, Toronto had similarly engaged the Lakers offensively and even held a 14-point lead at halftime. However, in the second half, Kobe and Oppo's shooting touch ignited, leading to the Raptors and Oppo's demise. Particularly in the final quarter when their defensive focus on Kobe could not contain him, resulting in their own offensive collapse. Flatalo recognized the necessity of tightening Kobe's defensive coverage. The Grizzlies must adjust their strategy for the remainder of the game. Chapter 33, Has the Iron Tree Blossomed? In the opening moments of the second quarter, after a failed jump ball, the Lakers seized the opportunity for their first offensive play. Kobe advanced the ball from the backcourt to the left wing at a 45-degree angle, only to be confronted by Qin Jie instead of Jones. The Grizzlies' tactical adjustment was straightforward, regardless of who was in form. Having Qin Jie switch to guard Kobe was a wise decision. As Qin Jie matched up against Kobe, it became apparent that the second quarter would focus on utilizing Qin Jie's defensive prowess to contain Kobe's scoring. Su Junyoung, observing the Grizzlies' shift in strategy, remarked, "In the first quarter, the Grizzlies employed an offensive approach. It seems they will now prioritize defense, particularly against Kobe, who found his rhythm in the first quarter. This is not a favorable development for the Grizzlies." Zhang Heli added, "Though Qin Jie possesses formidable defensive skills, Kobe is undoubtedly one of the league's most formidable scorers. Can he maintain his defensive performance against Kobe?" On the court, Kobe prepared for a one-on-one confrontation with Qin Jie as the Lakers' formation spread out. With Luke Walton stationed at the top of the arc and Parker lurking in the corner, while Odom and Bynum positioned themselves on the right. Noticing the Grizzlies' similarly dispersed lineup, with Qin Jie in a one-on-one defensive stance, Kobe felt a moment of surprise. Is this rookie not seeking any help from his teammates? He thought. With the ball in hand, Kobe taunted Qin Jie, "Rookie, you cannot guard me." Qin Jie remained silent, lowering his center of gravity to obstruct Kobe's path to the basket. As Kobe saw the interior defense left open, he drove forward, accelerating for a breakthrough. Unfazed, Qin Jie retreated while blocking Kobe's left path, denying him easy access to the paint. Observing Qin Jie's positioning, Kobe smirked and opted for his signature back-to-basket move. With intense focus, Qin Jie braced himself. Kobe's maneuver was notoriously difficult to defend. Kobe had the option to pivot and exploit his speed to penetrate the lane or, if faced with a defender, execute a smooth step-back jumper. In this instance, Kobe opted for his iconic shoulder fake, pivoting right for a fadeaway shot. As he turned, Kobe used his strength to create half a step of space from Qin Jie. In that fleeting moment when Kobe released the ball, Qin Jie lunged forward. But his fingertips fell just short of the basketball. "Kobe shoots," Zhang Heli exclaimed as he witnessed Kobe's turnaround. Only a scorer of Kobe's caliber would dare to attempt such a shot against Qin Jie. Before he could finish, Su Junyoung, focused on the broadcast screen, interjected. Kobe's shot lacked sufficient force. With a resounding clang, the basketball ricocheted off the rim. Qin Jie swiftly retreated a step to contest the rebound. And at the moment Bynum was about to secure it, he swiftly snatched the ball from Bynum's grasp. Instantly, he sought out Mike Miller in the front court. The Grizzlies transitioned into a fast break, with Miller completing a lob connection with Gasol. Kobe, now on the defensive, could only retreat helplessly. His lips pursed as he awaited a pass from his teammates. At the top of the arc, Qin Jie found himself once again facing Kobe. Realizing he had rushed his previous shot, Kobe resolved not to allow the Grizzlies another opportunity for a counterattack. His eyes radiated determination, Qin Jie recognized he was serious. With commanding dribbles, Kobe initiated a rapid drive, attempting to shake off Qin Jie with a change of direction. However, Qin Jie maintained tight defense, denying him any chance for a clean shot. As Kobe encountered resistance, he pivoted sharply at the edge of the paint, swiftly maneuvering around Qin Jie to prepare for a layup. In a spectacular leap, Qin Jie elevated behind him, extending his long arm to contest the shot. Just as Kobe was about to complete the layup, Qin Jie's hand perfectly blocked the ball's trajectory. The audience at the FedEx Forum erupted in gasps as Qin Jie delivered a resounding rejection. "What a magnificent block!" Su Juyong exclaimed. The ball rebounded off the backboard into Gasol's hands. The Grizzlies' fast break was interrupted by the Lakers, reverting to a half-court offensive rhythm. Following a pick from Gasol, Qin Jie moved to the low post, where Bynum continued to guard him. At this time, Bynum was still on the rise, displaying solid performance before his obsession with hairstyling took over. Qin Jie recalled that after the Lakers' consecutive championships, Bynum was hailed as the best center in the West. However, as the league's elite centers dwindled, Bynum temporarily held the throne. Eventually, injuries plagued him, and his focus shifted to hair, leading to a decline in his performance. Receiving the ball in the low post, Qin Jie quickly utilized Gasol's screen, faking a shot that caused Odom to leap, then gently flicking the ball off the backboard for a score. The Lakers' offense resumed. This time, Kobe sought a pick from Odom. After being screened, Kobe accelerated into the lane, where the Grizzlies deployed two defenders to double-team him. Although Kobe's initial shot missed, he aggressively pursued the rebound, scoring on the follow-up. After the basket, Kobe let out a triumphant cheer, celebrating his hard-earned points. Despite being blocked by Qin Jie earlier, he remained confident in his ability to outmaneuver him. Perceiving the Grizzlies' defense as flimsy, "As long as I keep my composure, I have nothing to fear," Kobe thought. Noticing Kobe's triumph, Qin Jie smiled and remarked, "The iron tree has blossomed." Taken aback, Kobe pondered the meaning of his words. Qin Jie chuckled, "It's just a compliment." Kobe's expression darkened. He sensed the implication behind the remark and scoffed disdainfully, raising 3 fingers. When a player dons 3 championship rings, it signifies that when he is focused, no one in the league can defend against him. "Just remember," Kobe declared. Feeling a surge of satisfaction, he thought, "You want to engage in trash talk? Let us compare championship rings." The rookie was outmatched in this arena. However, Qin Jie, maintaining his composure, replied, "Oh, but Shaq has 4 championship rings." "What does that say?" Upon hearing Shaq, championship rings, and 4, the smile faded from Kobe's face. Chapter 34, Consecutive Blocks. Kobe and Oppo's fury is escalating. As the Grizzlies launch their offense, the Lakers players immediately surround Qin Jie as he receives the ball beyond the 3-point line. However, this defensive strategy proves futile for the Grizzlies. Qin Jie advances the ball towards the center court, effectively stretching the Lakers' formation, and passes to the open Mike Miller, who takes a single dribble before sinking the shot. On the Lakers and Oppo's offensive end, Kobe wears a grim expression. Upon pushing the ball up the court, he signals his teammates to clear out. He intends to confront Qin Jie one-on-one. How dare he flaunt Shaq's 4th championship ring in my presence? Nevertheless, Qin Jie remains unfazed by Kobe's attempts to penetrate. He showcases his exceptional one-on-one defensive prowess. Kobe executes a series of crossovers but fails to shake off Qin Jie. Clenching his teeth, Kobe realizes that despite the space opening up in the paint, if he cannot breach Qin Jie's defense, it is of no consequence. Kobe positions himself to shield the ball and attempts a spin move. But Qin Jie maintains his stance resolutely. Ultimately, Kobe is compelled to step back to the free throw line, executing a contested fadeaway over Qin Jie's defense. Confident in his shot, Kobe prepares to capitalize. The Lakers bench rises, ready to erupt in cheers at their leader's success. It's a familiar fadeaway from Kobe, whose skills have matured significantly. No one can truly limit him on the offensive end. Even if his drives are obstructed, Kobe's turnaround jump shot remains remarkably accurate. Zhang Heli anticipates Kobe's release and begins to celebrate. Yu Jia furrows her brow. Qin Jie leaps, preparing to block. The moment of truth arrives rapidly. The Lakers bench is still in anticipation when the FedEx Forum crowd erupts in cheers. Kobe's fadeaway lacks space, and Qin Jie, utilizing his wingspan, intercepts the shot midair. Thwack! Qin Jie swats the ball away, altering its trajectory dramatically, nearly striking Kobe in the face. As Kobe lands, panic surges within him as he turns to locate the ball. But the clock is winding down on the offensive possession. Though he retrieves the ball, he can only hastily attempt a shot. Qin Jie's block. What a spectacular rejection. It's the second time tonight he has thwarted Kobe, Yu Jia exclaims. Su Juyang adds, Kobe's fadeaway is nearly impossible to defend against. Yet in the face of Qin Jie, making an easy shot is an impossibility. Qin Jie's defensive capabilities are truly elite. Zhang Heli feels his pride slipping away, having just boasted about his prowess. Ahem, Qin Jie's timing on that block was impeccable. Kobe has stumbled yet again, Zhang Heli chuckles. The Lakers bench falls silent while the Grizzlies bench begins to buzz with excitement. Hewlett Liu feels a sense of satisfaction. What strategy is needed to defend against Kobe? Just let Qin Jie handle it. Kobe's lips twitched slightly. Qin Jie's slap was akin to a direct blow to his face. He had intended to teach him a lesson, only to find himself schooled first. Perhaps he underestimated that young man, Kobe muses. Qin Jie smiles at Kobe. Not bad. Try another shot. Qin Jie continues his mental warfare, and the fiery Kobe is ignited by the sarcastic remark. As the Grizzlies attack, Kobe first vents his frustration on Mike Miller, whose tenacious defense follows him across half the court. Eventually, Miller receives the ball but attempts a contested shot that misses. Kobe's defense remains steadfast, having earned 6 selections to the all-defensive team, with 4 first-team and 2 second-team honors. Bynum grabs the rebound and swiftly passes to Parker. In recent years, the Lakers' point guard has primarily been a ball handler, tasked with advancing the ball and finding Kobe's position. Despite having been blocked twice, Parker unhesitatingly feeds the ball to Kobe. Kobe dribbles beyond the three-point line, seeking an offensive opportunity. After several change of direction attempts fail to shake off Qin Jie, Kobe realizes that a direct drive is unlikely, quickly altering his approach and signaling Parker to set a screen. Parker understands immediately, stepping up to provide a pick. Kobe seizes the moment, swiftly maneuvering around the screen and driving toward the basket. Although Qin Jie is briefly obstructed, he quickly adjusts his position, closely pursuing Kobe. As Kobe nears the paint, Miller retreats from the baseline to the key. The unguarded Walton calls for the ball. Upon reaching the basket, Kobe faces 2 choices, pass to an outside teammate or trust in his own strength. Kobe opts to disregard the pass. However, confronted by Qin Jie's defense, he refrains from attempting a layup, instead executing a shooting fake before pivoting for a high-difficulty layup attempt. Qin Jie closely monitors Kobe's every move beneath the basket. At the moment Kobe executes his reverse layup, Qin Jie leaps high, his long arms forming an impenetrable barrier that accurately blocks Kobe's shot. Wham! The basketball is sent soaring out of bounds. A third block. Qin Jie delivers a volleyball-style rejection, thwarting Kobe's layup. Su Juyang remarks, Kobe is truly struggling against Qin Jie tonight. Will he attempt to go one-on-one again next round? Yu Jiao inquires. Zhang Heli notes astutely, although Kobe failed to score, his core strength is apparent. His reverse layup underscores his flexibility and powerful core stability. The Lakers head coach, Phil Jackson, is left bewildered. Has he ever witnessed anyone humiliate Kobe in such a manner over his long tenure with the Lakers? Bynum hands the ball back to Kobe, who this time attempts a shot from the low post. Clang! The ball ricochets off the rim. Walton, positioned at the baseline, observes Kobe's miss and internally sighs. Why not pass when there's an open teammate? Upon noticing Kobe turning back, he pats Kobe on the shoulder. Almost made it. Just a bit off. As the Grizzlies initiate their offense, Qin Jie sets a screen for Damon before moving to find an open position on the perimeter. Bynum closely shadows him, so he retreats to the low post to set a screen for Gasol and seeks an outside cut. Gasol's screen is of high quality, and upon receiving the pass, Qin Jie shoots. Bang! The ball clangs off the rim. Nevertheless, Qin Jie is proactive in the paint, anticipating a miss. He positions himself for a rebound. Gasol secures space against Bynum and Odom, and as Qin Jie retrieves the rebound, Bynum repositions for tight defense, with Odom closing in. Qin Jie launches the ball off the backboard. Bam! The basketball ricochets. What is Qin Jie attempting with that shot? Su Juyang ponders as the ball bounces out. In the paint, Gasol leaps, catching the basketball mid-air, gently flicking it towards the basket. Swish! A beautiful alley-oop connection off the backboard. Yu Jiao exclaims, following the successful collaboration. Gasol and Qin Jie celebrate with a chest bump. Chapter 35. Toppling the Lakers on the court, Kobe held the ball once more. His obstinate nature would not allow Qin Jie to merely serve as his backdrop tonight. The Lakers spread their formation once again, with Kobe seemingly transforming this 5-on-5 matchup into a personal 1-on-1 duel. Bynum moved to the arc to set a screen for Kobe. A high-quality pick that left Qin Jie feeling as though he had crashed into a wall, losing sight of his target. Where was the promised clash of true men? Utilizing Bynum's screen, Kobe surged swiftly towards the basket, his gaze fixated solely on the hoop. Shaking off Qin Jie, his speed intensified, and before the Grizzlies defenders could react, he was already nearing the rim. Qin Jie rapidly slid over from the weak side, poised to intercept Kobe's dunk midair. Kobe leaped high, executing a single-handed slam towards the basket, his body tracing a graceful arc through the air. At this time, Kobe was widely known in his homeland as Little Flying Warrior. At just 19, he had already clinched the dunk contest championship, and in the early years of his career, his physical prowess allowed his dunks to exude both explosiveness and elegance. Witnessing Kobe's dunk, Qin Jie followed fearlessly, leaping almost in unison with Kobe, his long arms stretching out, aiming directly for the basketball in Kobe's grasp. With a resounding clap, at the moment the ball was about to touch the rim, Qin Jie's palm struck the basketball forcefully, producing a sharp sound. Kobe's dunk was emphatically rejected by Qin Jie, and the ball ricocheted off the backboard, landing directly in the hands of Mike Miller. The Grizzlies quickly initiated a fast break, creating a 4-on-2 situation. Miller spun past Parker in the paint and successfully scored. Phil Jackson swiftly called a timeout at the next dead ball. He could not discern whether it was Kobe's performance that was amiss or if it was the opposing number 91 who was causing the disruption. During the timeout, the broadcast replayed Qin Jie's block against Kobe. Qin Jie has just rejected Kobe again. It seems like Kobe's had his fill of hot pot tonight, Yujia remarked. Su Junyang commented, Qin Jie's block was clean and decisive, a testament to his excellent defensive instinct and physical attributes. Zhang Heli noted, Kobe's isolation scoring ability is exceptionally strong. His isolation shooting percentage this season exceeds his overall shooting percentage, a historical anomaly. Yet in the second quarter, Qin Jie successfully defended all of Kobe's isolation attempts. At TNT, Barkley gaped in astonishment after witnessing those blocks. Has Qin Jie really blocked Kobe 4 times before halftime? He exclaimed. Who is Kobe? Last year's scoring champion. And he still leads in scoring this year. Kenny Smith added, I maintain that Qin Jie truly deserves a spot on the all-defensive first team. Who would dare claim that he could block Kobe 4 times in a single half? Calm down, Kobe. If you cannot break through in isolation, seek your teammates' positions. We can dismantle their defense with outside shooting, Phil Jackson advised. Yet, Kobe remained anything but calm. After being blocked by the rookie, he was subjected to trash talk and even taunted with Shaq and Amp, Oppos, as 4th championship ring. Kobe, take a breather in the second quarter. I'll sub you back in for the second half. Once you find your scoring rhythm in the third quarter, narrowing the gap will not be difficult, Phil Jackson suggested. Aware of Kobe's shaky mindset, Kobe nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in his coach's words, even if he had a stubborn streak. After Kobe exited, Flatlero did not allow Qin Jie to remain on the court, substituting in a backup center instead. Qin Jie remained on the bench until the latter part of the second quarter. Due to Kobe's earlier isolation failures, the Lakers' offense had stagnated, while the Grizzlies exploited fast breaks to gradually extend their lead. Throughout the second quarter, Kobe did not return to play. The Grizzlies' bench may not have been strong, yet the Lakers' substitutes were even weaker. With the score widening in the first half, the Lakers found it challenging to catch up. By halftime, the Grizzlies had surged ahead by 14 points, leading 68-54. The Lakers seemed to have collapsed in the first half, Barkley noted. Kenny Smith stated, if Kobe cannot find a way to counter Qin, the Lakers can be declared defeated. After all, they are a one-man team. Once Kobe is neutralized, the Lakers are finished. As the third quarter commenced, both teams returned with their starters. The first possession of the second half again belonged to the Lakers. The Zen master refrained from letting Kobe continue in isolation. Bynum set another screen for him at the arc, as other Lakers began to reposition. Kobe dribbled into the elbow area, but Bynum, who was supposed to receive the pass, was closely guarded by Gasol and Mike Miller. While the Grizzlies' 3-2 defensive formation left Odom with no opportunity to receive the ball. There's nothing I can do, coach. There's no chance to pass. Black Mamba spirit, grant me strength. Under the pressure from Qin Jie and Jones, Kobe leaned back for a shot. Qin Jie again closed in on Kobe's face. Although he couldn't complete the block this time, he obstructed Kobe's line of sight. With no choice, Kobe resorted to muscle memory to shoot, sending the basketball sailing out of bounds. Kobe just launched a 3 that barely grazed the rim. Barkley exclaimed. The Zen master shrugged, gesturing with his clipboard towards the interior players. Kobe wore a look of exasperation. Passing to them would yield no good opportunities, so he chose to trust his own instincts. In the third quarter, the Grizzlies continued to assign Qin Jie to defend Kobe. Although Kobe had fewer isolation attempts, the majority of the Lakers' possessions remained in his hands. As Kobe struggled with his shots, the entire team's offense faltered. However, Bynum performed commendably in the paint against Mike Miller's defense in one-on-one situations. Miller could not withstand Bynum's offensive prowess. Aware that defense was not his strong suit, Miller focused more on shooting, achieving a solid 4 for 5 from the field in the third quarter, amassing 8 points. Gasol maintained a steady performance, holding his own against Odom in their inside matchups. Historically, since Gasol joined the Lakers, Odom's starting position became precarious, often relegated to the bench, where he struggled on both ends against Gasol. Throughout the entire quarter, Qin Jie remained focused on Kobe, who, under Qin Jie's scrutiny, nearly distorted the Grizzlies' home rim, managing only 2 points on 1-for-7 shooting. After the second half commenced, Qin Jie rarely sought the ball. In the closing moments of the third quarter, he cut inside to find an opportunity for an alley-oop with Damon. As the third quarter concluded, the Grizzlies had established a commanding 22-point lead over the Lakers. Chapter 36. Let us conclude the match after playing 3 full quarters. Kobe gazed at the statistics, his head buzzing slightly. While his scoring was respectable at 20 points over the first 3 quarters, a glance at his shooting percentage made even the Zen master shudder. Of those 20 points, a staggering 15 had been accumulated in the first quarter. In the second quarter, after Qin Jie switched to guard him, Kobe managed a dismal 1 for 6 shooting, netting only 2 points. The third quarter saw him at a mere 3 points, missing all 5 of his field goal attempts, though he did convert 3 of 4 free throws. If Kobe could not break the deadlock with his scoring, the rest of the Lakers struggled to contribute. Bynum shot 4 for 11, Walton a paltry 1 for 6. While Odom performed better with 12 points on 5 for 8 shooting. Kobe was determined not to lose, but facing a 22-point deficit. He knew that challenging the opposing defense single-handedly in the fourth quarter would be an arduous task. The memory of Qin Jie's consecutive blocks in the second quarter festered within him. After all, he had boasted before the game that Qin Jie could not possibly defend him. On the CCTV Sports channel, Su Junyong remarked before the start of the final quarter, Qin Jie has done an exceptional job in limiting Kobe tonight. The Grizzlies are acutely aware that as long as they do not allow Kobe to score easily, the Lakers will find it exceedingly difficult. Yu Jia nodded in agreement, noting that despite a mere 2-point lead for the Grizzlies in the first quarter, they had managed to widen the gap to 22 points by halftime, largely due to Qin Jie's contributions. His defensive efficiency was unparalleled across the league, and I firmly believe he is a worthy contender for this year's Defensive Player of the Year. What do you think, Coach Zhang? Zhang, he replied, gripping the microphone. Winning the Defensive Player of the Year is no simple feat, but Qin Jie's defensive statistics are unmatched, particularly in terms of blocks. I believe he has a strong chance. Su Junyong continued, the suspense in tonight's game is dwindling. As long as the Grizzlies avoid consecutive turnovers, they should secure a comfortable victory at home. Zhang, he countered, victory is not guaranteed. It ultimately hinges on how well they continue to limit Kobe. If Kobe finds his rhythm from the first quarter and starts scoring consistently, the Grizzlies' advantage could evaporate quickly. We must not underestimate the explosiveness of the Lakers. Yu Jia, incredulous, remarked, Coach Zhang. The Grizzlies are ahead by 22 points. They have a 90% chance of winning. Zhang, he acknowledged, I understand. But we cannot disregard Kobe's clutch shooting ability. Yu Jia was left speechless, pondering how Kobe could possibly turn the tide under such defensive pressure. Su Junyong chuckled. It seems our two esteemed coaches are at odds. We shall soon see whether Qin Jie maintains his defensive prowess and leads his team to victory, or if Kobe orchestrates a stunning turnaround. As the fourth quarter commenced, Qin Jie rested on the bench while the Lakers retained their starting lineup. The Grizzlies' first possession of the final quarter saw Gay's layup thwarted by Kobe. Quickly seizing the opportunity, Kobe pushed the ball on the fast break. The Lakers were far from surrendering. The Grizzlies fans had lost their tension as the point differential appeared insurmountable. If they could sustain their momentum from the second and third quarters, the Lakers had little hope of a comeback. Kobe dribbled from the top of the arc to the wing, finding himself guarded by Mike Miller in Qin Jie's absence. As he prepared to drive, the Grizzlies and Oppos, guard Atkins moved in to double team. Kobe glanced at his fellow ball handler Parker, deciding against a pass. Parker's three-point shooting percentage was decent, but in such a crucial moment with a significant deficit, he could not afford to let his teammate take a reckless shot. Trusting in himself, Kobe continued to drive, only to find Atkins and Miller blocking his path at the edge of the paint. With his back to the basket, Kobe protected the ball, then pivoted and released a fadeaway jumper. Swish. Finally, he connected with a thrilling shot, pumping his fist in celebration. On the next possession, although the Lakers could not stop Gasol's low-post jumper, they executed a swift counterattack, with Bynum scoring amid contact from Qin Jie. After over 4 minutes on the bench, Qin Jie observed Kobe driving along the baseline, performing a spin move to evade 2 defenders, then finishing with a reverse layup. Simultaneously, the referee blew his whistle, calling a foul on Gasol for hitting the arm. This play mirrored the block Qin Jie had executed on him in the first quarter, yet this time, Kobe not only avoided the rejection but converted the 2-1 opportunity. At the free throw line, Kobe confidently sank the shot. The Lakers had found their offensive rhythm in the fourth quarter, launching a 12-4 scoring run, swiftly narrowing the gap from 22 to 14 points. Kobe's touch had returned, as he scored 7 points in less than half a quarter. The Grizzlies' defense appeared to wane, granting the Lakers ample opportunities to score. Su Junyang remarked, "This adversity truly tests a star player. The Grizzlies are showing signs of struggle on both ends of the floor. If they do not regain their composure promptly, the Lakers could close the gap even further." Following a dead ball after Kobe's free throw, Grizzlies coach Flataro signaled for a timeout. Turning to Qin Jie, he smiled. "It's time for you to match up with Kobe. He seems to be finding his rhythm." Qin Jie nodded. "I'll ramp up the intensity." The Grizzlies' defense had indeed been commendable, applying pressure on Kobe while also utilizing their defensive setup to divert attention from Walton, a three-point threat. Not only was it essential to restrict the opponent's scoring, but they also needed to find opportunities for outside shots. Their three-point shooting had faltered in the fourth quarter, failing to create spacing. Flataro continued, "Qin, you must step up and bring this game to a decisive conclusion." "All right, Paul, set me some off-ball screens, and Damon, keep an eye on my positioning," Qin Jie replied, shedding his warm-up jacket in preparation to enter the game. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned with their starting lineups. The Grizzlies held the offensive possession, and the Lakers continued their half-court man-to-man pressure. After Qin Jie set a screen for Damon, he cut to the low post. Bynum immediately followed suit, determined not to allow Qin Jie an easy reception. Gasol moved from the paint to set a screen, blocking Bynum in the process, while Qin Jie executed a backdoor cut toward the baseline. Odom hurried to provide help defense. Yet Qin Jie slipped to the wing at a 45-degree angle to set another screen for Miller. After the screen, Miller drove toward the basket, drawing both Odom and Kobe's attention. Noticing Qin Jie's position, Kobe urgently shouted to Odom, "Don't double-team. Watch for their outside shooters." Odom recognized the threat and attempted to retreat to the three-point line to stay attached to Qin Jie, but it was too late. Miller delivered a timely pass, and upon receiving the ball, Qin Jie immediately released his shot. Swish. The basketball arced through the air, perfectly finding the net. The gap was restored to 17 points. Chapter 37, The Star Slayer. As Qin Jie sank the three-point shot, the FedEx Forum erupted with enthusiasm, the fans chanting in unison with the DJ, 3. Kobe Bryant retreated to the frontcourt, gritting his teeth. In this crucial moment of chasing points, allowing the opponent to score a three-pointer was unacceptable. Upon regaining offensive possession, Qin Jie continued to match up against Kobe. Kobe, holding the ball at the arc, remained vigilant of the Grizzlies' defense in the paint while simultaneously searching for an opportunity to break through. With a powerful push off his left foot, Kobe dribbled between his legs and abruptly launched to the right, with Bynum swiftly setting a screen for him. The Lakers and Oppos shooters spread out to the perimeter, creating space for Kobe to penetrate the paint. After shaking off Qin Jie, Kobe accelerated, easily evading Jones, who had followed him closely. However, as he entered the key, the situation grew complicated. Gasol and Mike Miller swiftly collapsed into the paint, forming a barricade with a singular goal, to thwart Kobe's scoring attempt. In the midst of the double team, Kobe's gaze momentarily caught Bynum positioned at the edge of the paint. Bynum, finding himself relatively open, hesitated for a moment before Kobe dished the ball to him, the basketball landing perfectly in his hands. Rather than attempting a solo drive against the Grizzlies' defense, Kobe opted to pass to his open teammate. Upon receiving the pass, Bynum immediately prepared for a layup, but just then, Qin Jie had returned from the perimeter, his long arms disrupting Bynum's sight and shooting rhythm. Bynum struggled to adjust midair, but Qin Jie's interference caused the layup to miss its target, the ball clanging off the rim and bouncing away. Regrettably, Bynum had been thwarted by Qin Jie, costing the Lakers a chance to narrow the score. Qin Jie leaped to secure the rebound, initiating a fast break for the Grizzlies. Mike Miller brought the ball up court, while Qin Jie dashed along the baseline from the left to the right, with Gasol setting a screen along his route, allowing Qin Jie to effortlessly shake off Bynum. After Miller passed the ball, Qin Jie attempted a corner three-pointer but missed. However, Gasol secured the offensive rebound and relayed the ball back to the cutting Qin Jie. Qin Jie pivoted to evade Odom, then executed a layup underneath the basket. Bang! Swish! The basketball kissed the backboard before settling through the net. Kobe shook his head as the deficit approached 20 points, making the pursuit of points increasingly arduous. On the Lakers and Oppo's next offensive possession, Kobe utilized a screen to shake off Qin Jie. With Qin Jie unable to navigate the pick, the Grizzlies opted again for a double team in the paint. Determined to win, Kobe engaged in a team play, finding Odom on the wing. After passing the ball to Odom, he charged into the paint for a layup. Gasol quickly rotated to provide defense, delivering a thunderous block. Hearing the ball collide with the backboard filled Kobe with a sense of despair. In that fleeting moment, he recalled the indomitable Shaquille O'Neal. If it had been Shaq, he would have finished with a powerful dunk, perhaps even drawing a foul from the opposing team. Yet, Kobe recognized the peril of such thoughts, shaking his head to clear his mind. What am I thinking about, Shaq? I'm the backbone of the Lakers. Underneath the basket, Bynum secured the rebound. Although he missed the subsequent layup amid defensive pressure, he drew a foul from Gasol. Kobe hurried over to high-five Bynum in celebration. Unfortunately, Bynum could only convert one of 2 free throws, providing little assistance to the trailing Lakers. The Grizzlies' offense resumed. Qin Jie executed a handoff with Damon at the arc before passing to Mike Miller, who was closely guarded by Kobe. Qin Jie remained alert, signaling to Jones to set a screen. Utilizing the pick, Qin Jie sliced toward the paint, with Kobe trailing closely, attempting to intercept his path. However, as Qin Jie entered the key, he suddenly changed direction, backpedaling to the elbow. This maneuver forced Kobe to adjust his defensive position, while also drawing Odom's attention, creating a double team against him. After receiving the ball, Qin Jie scanned the court and spotted Mike Miller at the 45-degree angle. Without hesitation, he sent the ball to Miller. Miller took the three-pointer, the basketball soaring through the air in a perfect arc swish. As the crowd erupted in cheers, Qin Jie and Miller celebrated with a high five. Upon witnessing yet another three-pointer from the opposition, Zen Master realized the game was effectively over. With just over 4 minutes remaining and a 20-point deficit, a comeback was only possible if Kobe could replicate a miraculous moment akin to Tracy McGrady. On the next possession, the Lakers initiated their offense. Kobe dribbled while glancing at the shot clock, growing increasingly anxious, seeking a screen to shake off Qin Jie. This time Qin Jie switched directly onto Luke Walton, as the Grizzlies had set a trap in the paint for Kobe. Under pressure from Jones and Miller, Kobe attempted to force his way to the basket, using his shoulder to push Jones aside while leaning against Miller, searching for a shooting opportunity. Choosing to trust in himself in this dire moment, Kobe rose up for a contested shot. Yet, as he leaped, he instantly sensed trouble. Gasol had anticipated his move and leaped alongside him, extending his long arm to block the shot. The Grizzlies had opted for a 3-man collapse in the paint. In midair, Kobe quickly adjusted, ultimately refraining from forcing a shot, passing the ball to Walton on the wing at the last moment. However, the trajectory of the pass appeared risky to Walton, as Qin Jie stood between them, making it nearly impossible to receive. Slap! Qin Jie read the ball's path perfectly, extending his arm to intercept Kobe's pass. Turnover, Kobe, Zhang Jelly remarked. Kobe's hurried pass had resulted in a turnover, allowing the Grizzlies to counterattack. After a dead ball, Zen Master called a timeout. The deficit was too significant to warrant further struggle. The Lakers substituted in their bench players, signaling the game had entered garbage time. In the end, the Grizzlies triumphed with a score of 110-87, achieving their 16th victory of the season. Qin Jie played for 33 minutes, amassing 20 points, 13 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals, and 5 blocks. As the final buzzer sounded, the dejected Kobe swiftly retreated to the locker room, declining interviews from reporters. On paper, many believed Kobe had performed decently, as he led all scorers with 28 points, showcasing several highlight-worthy moments. However, fans who watched the entire game understood that after the second quarter, with Qin Jie guarding him, Kobe's shooting percentage plummeted to a dismal 10 of 31, including 3 of 11 from three-point range and 5 of 8 from the free throw line. Additionally, 4 of Qin Jie's 5 blocks were against Kobe. Post-game, Barkley exclaimed in astonishment as he reviewed Qin Jie's performance. He is the star slayer. Chapter 38. A comfortable victory over the Timberwolves following a disheartening defeat. Phil Jackson's spirits were somewhat low, yet he still made his way to greet Qin Jie. Without Qin Jie's presence, the Lakers might have secured a far easier triumph that evening. In the Zen Master's estimation, Qin Jie was undoubtedly the most formidable defensive big man currently in the league, exhibiting a performance that belied his rookie status. Although the Grizzlies remained outside the playoff picture, Jackson believed that their escape from the Western Conference would not pose significant difficulty, and this year's playoffs could likely see them as contenders against the Lakers. Observing his team's frail interior defense, Jackson mused that if Qin Jie were to join forces with Kobe, the pursuit of a championship would become remarkably effortless. Flataro was in high spirits as he finished his conversation with Phil Jackson and accompanied Qin Jie to the press conference. For the Grizzlies, defeating a rival like the Lakers brought them one step closer to the playoffs. During the post-game press conference, media outlets lauded Qin Jie's performance, noting that since last month, he had been stealing the spotlight across the league, having bested stars like LeBron James, Dwight Howard, and Tim Duncan, and even outmaneuvered the technically skilled Kobe Bryant. An ESPN reporter inquired, "Qin, we noticed that starting from the second quarter, you actively matched up against Kobe, successfully limiting his scoring. We all recognize Kobe as a great scorer. Could you share some insights on defending him?" Qin Jie pondered for a moment before responding. "There are no special insights. I merely focus on maintaining active defense in every possession, contesting every shot, and preventing my opponent from having easy scoring opportunities. Moreover, I study extensive game footage beforehand to grasp each opponent's movements and shooting tendencies." Qin Jie was uncertain how to respond to such inquiries. As he hardly needed to exert himself, his opponents tended to falter on their own. The reporter only selected the latter half of Qin Jie's statement, later mentioning in their report that his outstanding performance on the court was a result of relentless effort off the court. After witnessing Kobe's struggle against Qin Jie, fans of LeBron James erupted in excitement. While LeBron had become the backdrop for Qin Jie's career, he had not been outmatched to the same extent. In earlier years, videos of Qin Jie stealing the ball from and blocking James frequently circulated in highlight reels, and fans of LeBron finally had a chance to redirect public attention. Supporting LeBron was a rite of passage for fans in every era. On January 12th, after a two-day respite, the Grizzlies returned to Memphis to face the Minnesota Timberwolves. Entering January, the Grizzlies had played 7 of their first 8 games at home, with only one back-to-back game, a schedule that was exceptionally favorable for the players. Fans in Memphis and China eagerly anticipated the matchup, particularly the duel between Qin Jie and Kevin Garnett. Both Qin Jie and Flataro believed that the Timberwolves posed little threat, and Qin Jie was aware that the Timberwolves had embarked on a nearly 20-year journey as a struggling team since the previous year. As for Garnett, Qin Jie was not necessarily concerned about matching up with him. Even if they did, he felt confident. Let us compare whose jump shot is more steadfast. At this time, few fans perceived Garnett as soft. On the contrary, his early career was marked by a tenacious style of play and diligent defense. His supporters often labeled Dirk Nowitzki as soft, merely a perimeter shooter. However, as Garnett's career progressed, he increasingly relied on jump shots, adopting a more perimeter-focused game. Consequently, Nowitzki's fans began to mock Garnett with references to his jump shooting, coining the term hardcat. In these years, Garnett had already entered a decline phase. Despite the Celtics using half their team to acquire Garnett from the Timberwolves during the offseason, his performance and efficiency diminished each year after joining Boston. This explains why the Heat's trio faced widespread criticism while the Celtics trio attracted less negativity. Garnett, Ray Allen, and Paul Pierce, averaging 31 years in age, were all in decline, resembling an aging crew. In contrast, the Heat's trio averaged 26 years, all at the peak of their careers. Qin Jie assessed Garnett as lacking in offensive resilience, his strengths lying in help defense and wide-ranging attack capabilities. In weak teams, he could excel at everything, as evidenced during his time with the Timberwolves. However, in high-stakes matchups, he could only perform to his strengths, unable to carry the team as its leader. As seen during his tenure with the Celtics, Qin Jie found it perplexing that in recent years, 2K and Live assigned Garnett absurd ratings, once reaching as high as 99. The best in the league, yet the Timberwolves failed to make the playoffs that year. Before the game commenced, Flataro, considering both teams' technical attributes, decided to position Qin Jie at the center to match up against Garnett. Qin Jie favored three-point shooting, drawing Garnett out from the paint, rendering his help defense ineffective. As Garnett struggled against Qin Jie, suffering a block and a steal, Timberwolves head coach Dwayne Casey could no longer tolerate it and substituted Mark Blount to face Qin Jie. However, Blount fared even worse, and by the first quarter, the Timberwolves' offense had stalled. When the bench unit was deployed later, the Timberwolves and Oppo's performance deteriorated further, realizing that Qin Jie could even masquerade as a power forward against them. Over the years, the Timberwolves roster had been quite lackluster, aside from the 2003-2004 season. When they acquired Sam Cassell and Latrell Sprewell, forming a trio, the rest of their lineups were hardly noteworthy. Why hadn't the Timberwolves strengthened their roster? The answer lay in the enormous contract Garnett signed in 1998, which severely restricted the team's salary cap, hindering appropriate acquisitions and contract renewals. Additionally, the Timberwolves were deprived of their first-round picks for the next 5 years due to their controversial contract with Joe Smith, further impacting their recruitment and rebuilding efforts. Moreover, Minnesota's cold climate deterred many stars from wanting to play there, limiting the team's ability to attract talent. Due to salary issues and internal conflicts, the Timberwolves disbanded the Garnett, Cassell, and Sprewell trio in 2004, leading to a significant decline in team strength, resulting in 7 consecutive first-round playoff exits. Ultimately, the Grizzlies easily triumphed over the Timberwolves with a score of 122-98. Qin Jie played 38 minutes, achieving a remarkable stat line of 18 points, 15 rebounds, 5 assists, 5 blocks, and 2 steals. Chapter 39, Sneaker Offers. After defeating the Timberwolves, the Grizzlies boarded a flight to Chicago that very night, preparing for a back-to-back challenge against the Bulls the following day. On the morning of the game, Qin Jie opted not to join the team for the media interviews at the hotel, but instead met with Bill Duffy at a Western restaurant in Chicago. Bill Duffy informed Qin Jie that various sneaker companies were eagerly presenting their offers and inquired about his opinions and thoughts. The 3 highest bids came from Nike, Adidas, and Reebok. Reebok proposed a contract worth $35 million over 5 years, while Adidas offered $60 million over 7 years. Nike's offer was the most substantial at $60 million over 6 years, with all 3 companies promising to create a signature shoe line within a year. Duffy presented a document detailing the offers. Continue negotiations with them. Since Nike is willing to offer $60 million, I am certain we can negotiate for a higher amount. Qin Jie smiled. Duffy, surprised, reiterated, Nike's contract equates to $10 million a year, which is a very sincere offer. Qin Jie acknowledged the offer but felt that, based on his current performance and underlying commercial value, $10 million per year was not particularly impressive. You should be aware of the magnitude of the shoe contract LeBron signed in 2003, Qin Jie countered. Duffy nodded, of course. That was an unprecedented $90 million over 7 years, but what? Qin Jie blinked. Tell them at Nike that any offer below LeBron's contract amount is off the table. Among these 3 companies, Qin Jie immediately dismissed Reebok, as they offered the least. Even if negotiations took place, he doubted it would exceed $10 million a year. After all, they had only signed Yao Ming for $50 million over 7 years a few years back. Moreover, since Reebok was acquired by Adidas in 2005, their performance had been dismal, with declining revenues and diminishing international influence. Their management had also faltered, making it difficult to name any recent celebrity endorsers aside from Allen Iverson and Yao Ming, which is quite unusual for a sports brand. As for Adidas, their marketing strategies were often perplexing, and while they quoted $60 million over 7 years, they were notorious for negotiating down at the signing stage, having done so on numerous occasions. Thus, among these 3 brands, Qin Jie held a more favorable view of Nike, especially given their excellent marketing strategies. The Kobe and LeBron series had become synonymous with their brand. When Nike learned of Yao Ming signing with Reebok in 2003, they had offered him a staggering $120 million over 7 years, clearly demonstrating their willingness to invest in player signings, even when it came to rookies, as seen with LeBron, Durant, and the upcoming Zion Williamson. Qin Jie recognized Nike's long-standing desire to penetrate the Chinese market and their ongoing search for promising Chinese players. After losing Yao Ming a few years ago, they were undoubtedly eager to secure another player. Given Qin Jie's rising popularity, Nike had ample reason to capitalize on this momentum. After all, they had offered LeBron $90 million without him having played a single NBA game, and their executives would surely be willing to take a chance on him. All right. I and Oppos, LL respond to them, Bill Duffy said. After parting ways with Duffy, Qin Jie promptly sent a message indicating he would renegotiate with Nike the next day, hoping to resolve the contract issue before the All-Star game. Upon returning to the hotel, when Marc Gasol learned that Qin Jie was discussing sneaker contracts with his agent, he widened his eyes in surprise. Nike has already made you an offer? Mike Miller chimed in excitedly. OMG, securing a Nike contract as a rookie is so cool. What was their offer? 1 million? Or 2 million? It surely can end Appos. To exceed 3 million, right? Not necessarily, replied Flatro. Qin and Appos. International influence is substantial. I wouldn't end Appos. Be surprised if a sneaker company offered him 5 million. Other members of the coaching staff congratulated Qin Jie. Receiving an offer was also beneficial for the Grizzlies, as his rising profile would undoubtedly elevate the team and amp Appos' visibility. Qin Jie coughed lightly at his teammates and amp Appos' comments, remarking that it was still an uncertain matter. A couple of million? Don and Appos' joke. Qin would never undervalue himself. He pondered how the scene would unfold if he revealed to Mike Miller that Nike and Appos' offer was 10 million per year. With the contract still in negotiations, Qin Jie chose to maintain a low profile. At 4 p.m., Qin Jie and the entire Grizzlies team arrived at the United Center. Following the retirement of Michael Jordan, the Bulls had rapidly transitioned from championship contenders to a struggling team, finishing last in the Eastern Conference for 4 consecutive years after the 1998-99 season and missing the playoffs for 6 years. However, in the past 2 years, the arrival of players like Kirk Hinrich, Luol Deng, and Ben Gordon had begun to rekindle the Bulls' presence in the eyes of fans, allowing them to vie for a playoff spot in the East. Head coach Scott Skiles was visibly anxious during the afternoon's tactical review, struggling to devise a strategy to counter the Grizzlies. Despite the Bulls holding a better record of 20 wins to 17 losses, his concerns about the formidable inside duo of Gasol and Qin Jie left him uncertain about how to respond to their combination. Having studied the Grizzlies' game footage, Skiles doubted his players could perform well against Qin Jie and Appos' defense. Even before the game commenced, the head coach felt deflated. At 7 p.m., both teams entered the arena. As Skiles had anticipated, the team's interior play was indeed not on the same level. 10-0. The Bulls, playing at home, found themselves bewildered by the Grizzlies' early onslaught. Qin Jie immediately made his presence felt, blocking Luol Deng's shots twice in quick succession, causing Deng to shy away from taking any further attempts in the paint. Even Ben Gordon, the Bulls' top scorer, struggled to find his footing. Whenever he attempted to penetrate the lane, Qin Jie was there to thwart him. Skiles sought to calm his players, calling a timeout just 4 minutes into the game. Flatro felt no need for tactical adjustments. The team would continue with their half-court pressure defense, leaving the rest to Qin Jie. As the timeout concluded and the game resumed, the Bulls' primary offensive weapon, Gordon, set up a screen in the paint to position himself against Qin Jie. With the opportunity presented, Qin Jie lowered his center of gravity and extended his long arms. Gordon executed a rapid crossover dribble, but upon realizing he could not shake Qin Jie, he suddenly switched to a behind-the-back dribble and swiftly moved to his right. Qin Jie stayed right on his heels, maintaining his defensive stance. Gordon continued to dribble, pulling the ball back to his left before accelerating in an attempt to force his way through. Qin Jie sidestepped just in time to block Gordon's path, extending his long arm to disrupt the rhythm of Gordon's dribble. Under the pressure exerted by Qin Jie, Gordon's timing faltered, and in a moment of panic, he attempted to shift right once more. However, as he moved, the ball slipped from his grasp, striking his knee. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Jie reached out with his right hand, cleanly snatching the ball away and executing a flawless steal. Chapter 40. A significant disparity in scores, however. The Bulls' defensive transition speed was remarkable. After Qin Jie executed a steal, Luol Deng and Kirk Hinrich had already positioned themselves to obstruct the Grizzlies' and Appos' offensive pathway. The fast break for the Grizzlies faltered, leading them to revert to a half-court offense. After a brief possession with the ball in Mike Miller's hands, it was relayed to Qin Jie in the low post. Qin Jie, gripping the basketball with his right hand while leaning against Luol Deng, guarded against a potential steal with his left hand. He exchanged a knowing glance with Pau Gasol, who cut in from the high post, ready to set a screen. Utilizing the pick, Qin Jie moved toward the elbow area, with Gasol subsequently making a decisive cut. After receiving the ball at the edge of the paint, Qin Jie lofted a pass into the interior. Upon catching the ball, Gasol found himself double-teamed by Deng and P.J. Brown in the paint. Yet, he did not rush his offense, remaining aware of Qin Jie's movement out of the corner of his eye. As Qin Jie positioned himself beyond the three-point arc, Gasol executed a precise bounce pass, sending the ball back outside. Such an opportunity for an open three-pointer was never wasted by Qin Jie. Before Hinrich could close in, Qin Jie took aim at the basket and unleashed a three-point shot. The basketball spun rapidly through the air before swishing through the net, 13-0. The Grizzlies bench erupted in joy, as this early offensive surge significantly boosted their morale, with Rudy Gay and Kyle Lowry rising to wave towels in celebration. Qin Jie's accuracy is truly remarkable. How could the Grizzlies dare to leave him open beyond the arc? Su Juyoung remarked. Yu Jia added, his pick-and-roll synergy with Gasol is nearly impossible to defend. I heard that next month, Qin Jie will face Dirk Nowitzki in the three-point contest. In terms of three-point shooting, who do you think is more accurate, Coach Zhang? Zhang Heli replied, Qin Jie's three-point shooting is no less impressive than Nowitzki's. This season, he averages 2.3 makes on 6 attempts per game, boasting a shooting percentage of 38. Though Nowitzki's percentage is slightly higher at 41, his output is lower, averaging only 0.9 makes per game. Su Juyoung chuckled. I can't wait to watch Qin Jie in next month's three-point contest. If he wins, it would indeed be a historic achievement. As the game continued, Gordon attempted to drive into the lane for a jump shot but unfortunately missed. Many Bulls fans began to feel disheartened, reminiscing about the glory days of the 1990s. Qin Jie secured a defensive rebound, and the Grizzlies returned to a half-court offense. After setting a pick with Mike Miller, Qin Jie received the ball at the left 45-degree angle. This time, Gasol did not come out to set a screen, but Qin Jie feigned a move, causing P.J. Brown to leap forward like a springing tiger. Unfazed, Qin Jie calmly dribbled, took a step back to the side, and steadied himself for another shot. As P.J. Brown watched Qin Jie's release, unease began to creep into his mind, and a foreboding feeling emerged as he tracked the ball's trajectory. Swish. Another three-pointer from Qin Jie. After scoring, Qin Jie pointed his fingers like a gun, mimicking loading a bullet and then shooting towards the basket, followed by a playful puff at the imaginary barrel. Entering February, Coach Flataro granted him considerable freedom to shoot from the perimeter, with his attempts rising to 10 per game, constituting 60 of his total shots. The Chicago fans were left in disbelief, lamenting, how is it that he makes every shot while our players can't buy a basket? Was it the rim that betrayed them? Or did their players have an undercover agent? After a 16-0 lead, the Bulls finally scored, with Hinrich hitting a three-pointer from the top of the arc, marking their first successful shot. This long-awaited basket ignited excitement among the fans, who joined in a chorus chanting Hinrich's name. Had they not scored soon, the Bulls supporters might have fallen asleep or even switched allegiance to the Grizzlies. On the Grizzlies' next possession, they opted to allow Mike Miller to take on a one-on-one matchup. As Miller pushed into the paint against Gordon, Hinrich and Deng converged to trap him. In the face of the double team, Miller promptly decided to pass, targeting Qin Jie on the wing. Upon receiving the ball, Qin Jie dribbled to the low post and executed a jump shot over P.J. Brown. Qin Jie chose not to seek Gasol as positioning but instead placed his trust in his own shooting touch. Bang. Swish. Qin Jie's shot selection was either from beyond the arc or at the rim. Mid-range attempts were rare, and their stability paled in comparison to three-pointers. Yet, the mystique of shooting touch prevailed. A mid-range bank shot found its mark, 18-2. After breaking through, the choice to shoot from the low post is truly impressive. I've rarely seen big men play like that, Yu Jia exclaimed excitedly as Qin Jie scored. Following the basket, Luol Deng could only pat P.J. Brown's shoulder in resignation. There was simply nothing they could do. Skiles quickly called a timeout, realizing that without interrupting the opposing team's momentum, the score at the end of the first quarter could become insurmountable. During the timeout, Qin Jie felt his shooting touch was exceptional that night. Coach Flataro encouraged him to increase his attempts while urging other players to be bold in their shooting. Beyond Qin Jie's consecutive three-pointers in the first quarter, he continued to impress in the second, nailing a ridiculous three-pointer from the arc against P.J. Brown. As Qin Jie relentlessly attacked the Bulls' basket, Miller and Gasol also elevated their offensive output. The Grizzlies operated under a singular philosophy: focus on the basket and execute. Bulls head coach Skiles clutched at the few remaining strands of hair on his receding hairline, perplexed at how to curb the opposing team's offense and bewildered by his players' inability to score. By the end of the first half, the score stood at 71-38, with a staggering 17-point gap after just the first quarter. Witnessing such a lopsided game, fans in the back rows began to exit the arena. Unsurprisingly, the fourth quarter devolved into garbage time, as Coach Flataro waved off his starters late in the third. Qin Jie successfully completed his shift after 3 quarters, playing for 30 minutes and achieving 24 points, 13 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks on 15 attempts, hitting 8, including 5 of 9 from beyond the arc and sinking all 3 free throws. Gasol contributed with 22 points, 8 rebounds, and 6 assists, while Miller added 20 points, with Gay and Lowry off the bench also scoring in double figures. On the Bulls' side, only Ben Gordon exceeded 15 points, tallying 16 points, 5 rebounds, and 2 assists, while the team's overall shooting percentage languished at a mere 30, with a dismal 1 of 10 from three-point range. Except for Henrich's early success in the first quarter, the remaining shots from beyond the arc all clanked off the rim. The Bulls' shooting woes resulted in a bewildering scoreline. In a resounding victory, the Grizzlies triumphed over the Bulls with a score of 111-66, a staggering 45-point margin. Chapter 41, 7 years, $100 million. On January 15th, the Memphis Grizzlies, having secured 5 consecutive victories, returned to their home court, where they were set to face the formidable Phoenix Suns. During warm-ups, the seasoned Nash shared with Qin Jie his experiences from participating in the three-point shooting contest years ago, and the two engaged in a friendly shooting competition. Is Qin really competing in three-point shooting against Steve? Kenny Smith remarked. It's quite rare for a center to challenge a guard in shooting. What's so rare about it? Next month, Qin will be competing against several guards in the three-point contest, Barkley retorted, adding, but truth be told, had Qin participated in the 2002 contest alongside Steve, he might have clinched the championship. Indeed, that year's champion, Peja Stojakovic, scored a mere 9 points in the final round, while his competitor, Wesley Person, managed only 5. Kenny Smith nodded in agreement. Ultimately, Qin Jie lost to Nash, shooting 7 out of 10 from beyond the arc, while Nash achieved 9 out of 10, showcasing his remarkable shooting prowess, a testament to his 4-time selection to the Elite 180 club. Despite the friendly atmosphere during warm-ups, the Grizzlies could not afford to underestimate their opponents, as the Suns represented the strongest team Qin had faced thus far. Currently, the Suns boasted an impressive record of 28 wins and 8 losses, placing them second in the league. Qin believed that the Suns were superior to the Spurs and Mavericks this season, and his memories of the playoffs over recent years made it clear that this was Nash and the Suns' best chance at the championship. The Suns' fast-paced, run-and-gun style of play had captivated Qin during his early viewing days, and he was well acquainted with their recent accomplishments. After Nash returned to the Suns in 2004, under the guidance of Mike D'Antoni, the team embraced an exhilarating style of play, attracting a legion of fans. That year, the Suns achieved an astounding 62 victories in the regular season, with their 5 starters averaging a combined 93 points per game, rivaling entire teams. Nash also secured his first MVP award that year. Regrettably, the Suns, favored to win the championship, faced the Spurs in the Western Conference Finals. The Spurs, known for their defensive prowess, adapted their strategy, engaging in a shootout with D'Antoni's squad. Initially, the Suns, who played small ball and neglected defense, saw Stoudemire average 37 points in the series. However, the Spurs' GDP trio exploited the Suns' lackluster defense, averaging around 80 points per game. Furthermore, Popovich's tactical acumen effectively contained Nash, crippling the Suns' offense, ultimately preventing them from advancing past the West. In the 2005-2006 season, Nash repeated his MVP triumph, but with Stoudemire sidelined for the season. The Suns' interior defense faltered. Although they avoided their perennial nemesis, the Spurs, and reached the Western Conference Finals again, they encountered the Mavericks, whose interior strength led to their demise. This season, with Stoudemire's return and bolstered bench depth, D'Antoni fortified the team's defense to counter the Spurs, achieving a balanced attack. Historically, the Suns faced the Spurs again in the second round, and fans believe this matchup was a preview of the finals. However, after the series was tied at 1-2, during the 4th game in San Antonio, Robert Horry pushed Nash into the advertising boards, igniting a brawl between both teams, leading to Stoudemire and Diaw confronting Horry. Although the Suns managed to equalize the series at 2-2, the ensuing conflict resulted in suspensions for Horry, Stoudemire, and Diaw for the 5th game. This penalty proved advantageous for the Spurs, as Horry was nearing retirement and only played limited minutes, while Stoudemire and Diaw were vital to the Suns' success. Ultimately, the Suns lost the critical Game 5 by a narrow margin, paving the way for the Spurs to advance and subsequently sweep the Jazz in the Western Finals, before easily defeating the Cavaliers in the finals to claim the championship. Upon reviewing the Suns vs. Spurs series, it became evident that the Spurs actually attempted more three-pointers. And despite having fewer scoring options, Qin Jie struggled throughout the series. Furthermore, with the Spurs benefiting from a higher free throw rate, their overall shooting efficiency and scoring did not surpass that of the Suns. Many Suns fans felt aggrieved, believing that had it not been for the suspensions, the Suns would have likely advanced to the Western Finals, and this season's Jazz and Cavaliers were no match for them. Thus, this season marked the Suns' and Oppo's zenith in recent years. In their match against the Suns, the Grizzlies experienced a decisive defeat, with the reason being straightforward: they simply could not compete. Throughout the game, Flatoro opted for an offensive approach against the Suns, but it was evident that the Suns were not intimidated by any opponent. In terms of efficiency, the Grizzlies achieved a shooting percentage of 58.3, while the Suns were slightly lower at 55.6. However, the Grizzlies faltered in three-point shooting. In an era where teams attempt only a little over 10 three-pointers per game, the Suns launched 34 attempts and made 14, whereas the Grizzlies managed only 9 successful three-pointers. The final score was 122-137, marking the end of the Grizzlies and Oppo's 5-game winning streak. Qin Jie played for 40 minutes, shooting 15 times and making 7, with 3 out of 7 from beyond the arc, concluding with 17 points, 14 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, and 4 blocks. On the defensive end, Qin effectively neutralized his matchup with Boris Diaw, blocking him twice in the first quarter. Yet, despite his individual defensive prowess, the Suns and Oppo's myriad scoring options overwhelmed the Grizzlies, particularly once they fell into the Suns and Oppo's preferred rhythm of transition play, which dismantled their defense. Qin Jie recognized that the Grizzlies and Oppo's roster remained somewhat lacking, particularly in terms of depth. While they had a chance to enter the playoffs as the 7th or 8th seed owing to Qin and Oppo's defense and the offensive contributions from Gasol and Mike Miller, their prospects against multifaceted teams like the Suns and Spurs were bleak. Even the Mavericks and Jazz posed significant threats to them. Qin harbored uncertainty about how far the Grizzlies could progress this season. However, the Grizzlies and Oppo's loss did not capture the attention of fans. For shortly after the conclusion of the game against the Suns, a sensational piece of news swept through the league. Nike had officially made an offer to Qin Jie, exceeding the 2003 contract of LeBron James, 7 years for $100 million. Chapter 42, a dramatic enhancement of abilities. A staggering $100 million over 7 years. The largest rookie shoe contract in history. When Qin Jie's teammate Mike Miller saw this news, he was utterly astonished. Just a couple of days prior, Qin Jie had mentioned that Nike had made an offer, and Miller believed it would not exceed $3 million per year at most. How poverty-stricken had his imagination been? What on earth? Mike Miller quickly sent a message to Qin Jie. At that time, Miller thought that a contract worth $1 to $2 million a year was already quite generous, but now Nike was offering Qin Jie over $10 million a year. Moreover, that was merely the initial offer. With numerous shoe manufacturers in competition, it was highly likely they would bid even higher. The final contract Qin Jie could secure was beyond anything Mike Miller could have fathomed. In an instant, Miller felt that the few $100,000 he earned in a grueling season paled in comparison. Popularity was the true currency. As Qin Jie gazed at the news of Nike's offer in the newspaper, he realized that this information had likely been leaked by Bill Duffy, intended to inform other shoe companies of Qin Jie's worth, encouraging them to raise their bids. Although he was aware of his commercial value, the sight of Nike's $100 million offer still stirred an uncontrollable excitement within him. His marketability had finally been realized. Qin Jie now yearned to open a private jet and luxury yacht app. No, not cars, but rather to explore private jets and luxurious yachts. Perhaps inviting some swimsuit models for a party on the yacht during the off-season. Now that was the epitome of life. Just as Qin Jie was lost in his daydreams, Bill Duffy called. Did you see today's news? You are about to become the focal point of the nation, and indeed the world. Qin Jie quickly regained his composure and inquired, have other shoe companies made concessions? Bill Duffy replied, Reebok has withdrawn. They lack the funds to compete for you. However, Adidas is still vying for the opportunity to sign you, and I have a meeting with their representatives tomorrow morning. Back home, as fans surfing the internet stumbled upon the news of Nike's offer, Qin Jie instantly became a topic of fervent discussion. Yao Ming's contract with Reebok was only $50 million, also spanning 7 years, meaning Qin Jie's potential contract would be double that. This astonishing commercial value left domestic fans astounded. With the exchange rate approaching 8 yuan to the dollar, what did $100 million even signify? The following afternoon, yet another piece of news continued to dominate the internet. Adidas was willing to propose a 6-year, $80 million contract to match Nike's offer, promising to create a signature shoe for Qin Jie before the next season commenced. This contract would average over $13 million per year, nearly equal to Nike's offer. Fans were left speechless. Many NCAA players, eager to enter the league, could hardly contain their excitement. Here was Qin Jie, having played for merely a month, and his value had already skyrocketed to over $100 million. The media continued to report that, amidst the competition, Nike had once again reached out to Qin Jie's agent, Bill Duffy, ready to raise their offer beyond the initial $100 million. This indicated that $100 million was not Nike's limit. Apart from the fans' astonishment, LeBron James and his team were equally taken aback by the news. Is my record about to be shattered? LeBron pondered. His management team could only comfort themselves, stating, "It's just an offer. Reebok once proposed $115 million to us." And breaking the record for the largest rookie shoe contract is no easy feat. In the afternoon, Bill Duffy contacted Qin Jie again, advising him to be ready for a signing at any moment. Duffy believed that the shoe contract was virtually guaranteed. The internationalization of the NBA was already quite successful. And unlike American athletes, Qin Jie possessed a distinct advantage. Both Adidas and Nike coveted the vast Chinese market behind him, although shoe sales for centers were generally modest. The sheer size of the Chinese market promised immense potential. Any signature shoe could be tailored to suit the physique of the general populace and would surely sell like hotcakes. Additionally, Duffy cautioned Qin Jie not to become complacent due to the competitive bidding among shoe manufacturers. He must continue to showcase his prowess in upcoming games, as future endorsements would only multiply. Despite being just 19 years old, Qin Jie's mindset was remarkably mature, and he certainly wouldn't let the excitement inflate his ego. His professional journey had only just begun, and to solidify his place in the league, he needed to demonstrate his worth and status. A $100 million offer was merely a starting point. LeBron had secured a lifetime contract with Nike valued at over $600 million. With this realization, Qin Jie understood that his immediate priority was to enhance his abilities. He swiftly opened the system panel. After some time without checking, he discovered he had amassed over 40,000 points. Qin Jie first raised his mid-range and three-point shooting to 80, noting that under the current mechanism emphasizing scoring in the paint, each incremental improvement beyond 80 would require only 1,000 points. He boldly pushed both shooting attributes to 90, at which point each additional point would demand 3,000 points. Next, Qin Jie focused on speed, jumping, and strength, raising all three to 75, expending a total of 45,000 points. With just over 1,700 points remaining, he allocated them to ball handling, bringing it to 50, leaving him with a mere 18 points. This round of enhancements consumed a total of 46,750 points. Would you like to save these enhancements? The system inquired. Upon confirming, the system panel refreshed instantly. Host, Qin Jie, age, 19, height, 208 centimeters, weight, 100 kilograms, wingspan, 225 centimeters, speed, 75, strength, 75, jumping, 75, layup, 70, dunk, 70, mid-range, 90, three-point, 90, ball handling, 50, passing, 60, rebounding, 90, blocking, 90, stealing, 90, defensive awareness, 90, overall player rating, 78, remaining upgrade points, 18. After enhancing his attributes, Qin Jie noticed that his overall rating had risen from 72 to 78. With both shooting attributes reaching 90, his potential had undoubtedly soared. As January approached, thanks to the trust placed in him by Flat Laro and the Logo Man, his shot attempts increased, and his accuracy from beyond the arc remained impressive. Now that his three-point shooting was at 90, he was confident that his on-court three-point shooting percentage could surpass 40 or even higher. Moreover, he felt more assured about the upcoming three-point contest. The improvement in his mid-range shooting had also expanded his attacking range. Previously, he primarily moved off the ball beyond the three-point line, but now he could attempt shots from anywhere outside the paint. In addition to the changes in his abilities, Qin Jie noticed a line of small text at the bottom of the panel. Notice, when the host's overall rating reaches 80, the system will undergo an update. Another update, Qin Jie murmured to himself. Although 80 and 78 appeared quite similar, the overall rating reflected his comprehensive skill set. His organizational skills were lagging, and raising these 2 points would not be an easy task. Chapter 43, Tonight's Recklessness. On January 17th, as discussions surrounding Qin Jie's sneaker contract echoed worldwide, the Memphis Grizzlies prepared to host the Philadelphia 76ers at their home arena. This match marked the Grizzlies' final home game for the next 10 days, as they were about to embark on a challenging 4-game road trip. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the FedEx Forum buzzed with anticipation. The starting lineups for both teams were announced half an hour prior to the game. The 76ers' starting lineup for the night included Samuel DeLimbert, Joe Smith, Andre Iguodala, Willie Green, and Andre Miller. The Grizzlies countered with Qin Jie, Pau Gasol, Mike Miller, Jones, and Damon. In Qin Jie's perspective, the current 76ers posed little threat, especially following the recent departure of their longtime leader, Allen Iverson. The Philadelphia fans were notably disheartened by Iverson's trade, as he had been the unequivocal core of the team, leading them to the finals in the past. During subsequent home games, the arena was adorned with Iverson's posters and banners, with fans donning his jerseys in tribute, which left the current players in an awkward position. Iverson had become an emblem of Philadelphia basketball, his popularity soaring. Last season, Iverson averaged a career high of 33 points, along with 7 assists and 9 steals, making him a solid MVP candidate. Had it not been for Kobe's extraordinary performance, he might have reclaimed the scoring title. This season, Iverson had played nearly 15 games with the 76ers, maintaining impressive statistics of 31, 2 points, 7 assists, and 2 steals per game, demonstrating no signs of decline. Yet, a rift had formed between him and the management, forcing the 76ers to place him on the trading block. Since Iverson led the 76ers to the finals in 2001, the team had been on a downward trajectory, managing only 1 second-round appearance in 5 years, with 3 first-round exits and 1 season without playoff qualification. The lack of suitable trades left Iverson dissatisfied, compounded by ongoing conflicts with the team as coaches. From Larry Brown to this season's Maurice Cheeks, Iverson had clashed with both. Brown, a traditionalist coach emphasizing discipline, found Iverson's rebellious nature intolerable, leading to an irreconcilable rift. Ultimately, the management opted to part ways with Brown. After Cheeks took over last season, tensions with Iverson resurfaced. However, the 76ers chose not to side with Iverson this time, granting his trade request and swiftly sending him away within a month. Cheeks, a celebrated player in Philadelphia who had helped the 76ers secure their only championship, enjoyed immense respect and support from the management. From Qin Jie's standpoint, the trade benefited both parties despite the fans' sorrow, as Iverson's substantial contract had burdened the team's luxury tax, and the roster lacked star power aside from the aging Weber and the young Iguodala. A rebuild was a prudent decision, allowing Iverson to pursue a championship with a stronger team. At that time, Iverson's trade value was not particularly high, aside from the Rockets. No other team was willing to part with their absolute core. The Rockets had proposed a straight swap of McGrady for Iverson, but the 76ers declined, viewing McGrady as injury-prone. Had that deal gone through, the duo would have been known as the Yao-Iverson combination. Qin Jie recalled that the Grizzlies had also made a substantial offer for Iverson, proposing a deal involving the under-6-foot veteran Damon, along with Atkinson, Swift, and 2 first-round picks. The Grizzlies aimed to seize an opportunity, but the 76ers management promptly dismissed their overtures, even sending them away with a symbolic kick. However, this was merely Qin Jie's speculation. Ultimately, the 76ers traded Iverson to the Nuggets, receiving Andre Miller, Joe Smith, and 2 first-round picks in return, a deal that proved disadvantageous. The absence of Iverson significantly diminished the 76ers' competitive edge in the Eastern Conference, as Iguodala had yet to step into the role of a primary leader. Confident in their capabilities, the Grizzlies approached the game with a strong sense of self-assurance. Returning to the game, during the opening tip-off, Gasol easily outmatched DeLimbert. In the Grizzlies' first offensive play, Damon initiated a pick-and-roll with Qin Jie at the top of the arc, who quickly slipped outside after setting the screen. Spotting Miller, a defender significantly shorter than himself, Qin Jie received the ball and launched a three-pointer from the 45-degree angle. Miller, known for his technical prowess but lacking in three-point shooting, leaped to contest the shot. With a clang, the ball ricocheted off the rim. Qin Jie shook his hand, acknowledging the miss, yet felt the release had an appealing trajectory, and his shooting motion seemed increasingly fluid. Having transitioned his three-point shooting to a more modern style, Qin Jie recognized a qualitative enhancement in his game. Albeit this particular attempt felt somewhat light. Resolutely, he determined to play aggressively that night. Following a rebound by the 76ers, they swiftly countered with Iguodala driving hard into the lane against Mike Miller's defense. Miller, undeterred, executed a formidable challenge, thwarting Iguodala midair. Although the shot did not find the basket, the referee and Oppo's whistle pierced the air. Iguodala stepped to the free throw line, converting both attempts as the 76ers took an early lead. As the Grizzlies embarked on their second offensive possession, Qin Jie positioned himself at the right 45-degree angle, while Gasol moved to set a wall screen on his left. With DeLimbert momentarily obstructed, Qin Jie adeptly navigated left. Simultaneously, Damon passed the ball to Mike Miller in the elbow area, who swiftly pivoted and cut towards the basket, drawing the attention of both Iguodala and Joe Smith. Upon reaching the paint, Miller, unencumbered, executed a deft handoff to Qin Jie stationed beyond the arc. Without hesitation, Qin Jie retreated to the three-point line and unleashed a decisive shot. The ball arced gracefully through the air, heading straight for the basket. Swish. The net responded, sending a splash of sound through the arena. Qin Jie, having launched successive three-point attempts since the game began, felt a surge of confidence coursing through him. Su Junyang remarked on his confidence, while Zhang Heli noted that not only did Qin Jie exude self-assurance, but his teammates and coach also trusted his long-range shooting, as evidenced by Gasol's recent screens set for him. Indeed, Qin Jie radiated confidence. After making that three-pointer, he shook his right hand, murmuring to himself, "Tonight, let us see just how much my attributes have truly improved against the 76ers." Chapter 44. Seize opportunities without hesitation in the initial phase of the match. Flatlow permitted Qin Jie to play for a mere 6 minutes. During this brief span, Qin Jie primarily lingered on the perimeter, attempting 5 shots, 4 of which were three-pointers, successfully sinking 2, while a mid-range attempt from the low post regrettably missed the mark. For the 76ers head coach, Qin Jie's style posed little threat. After all, he was merely a towering figure launching shots from the outside, displaying a self-serving approach that disregarded his teammates. Despite Qin Jie's commendable three-point shooting percentage, the first quarter concluded with the 76ers leading by 4 points, 28-24. However, Flatlow seemed unconcerned by the slight deficit. He sensed that Qin Jie's shooting touch appeared favorable this evening. He contemplated giving Qin Jie more opportunities in the second quarter, believing that a few successful shots could potentially seal the game. Should Qin Jie's rhythm falter, Flatlow was prepared to swiftly pivot his strategy, redirecting Qin Jie's focus towards defense. Qin, continue to shoot from beyond the arc in the second quarter, and others should do the same. Do not hesitate when opportunities arise, Flatlow advised. Qin Jie nodded in agreement. With the coach's endorsement, he was ready to assert himself. In truth, he was dissatisfied with his shooting performance in the first quarter. A 2-4-5 showing was merely par for the course until his shooting stats improved. On the 76ers bench, Qin appeared rather relaxed. The Grizzlies were far superior on paper. If they assessed offensive and defensive efficiency, the Grizzlies would undoubtedly dominate. Yet, even so, they maintained their lead at the end of the first quarter. Let him shoot if he enjoys it. We must sever his connection with his teammates, Qin instructed his players, confident that Qin Jie, as an interior player, could not possibly shoot them out of the game. Moreover, the pressure was non-existent for him, despite his reluctance to underperform. The 76ers were merely a rebuilding team following the trade of their core player, while the Grizzlies were contending for a playoff spot. Qin adjusted the defensive strategy, urging his players to concentrate their efforts within the paint, particularly focusing on Gasol and Mike Miller and Oppo's offensive capabilities. As the second quarter commenced, the 76ers sent out DeLimbert, Iguodala, Rodney Carney, Kyle Korver, and Kevin Ollie. The Grizzlies countered with Qin Jie, Gasol, Gay, Jones, and Atkins. Qin brought in Korver, whose strategy was twofold: to stifle the Grizzlies and Oppo's interior offense while amplifying their own firepower. The second quarter began with the 76ers and Oppo's first offensive play. Iguodala found an open opportunity on the perimeter but refrained from shooting immediately. Instead, he took a probing step before driving into the lane as the Grizzlies' defenders closed in. Mike Miller was unable to contain Iguodala in a one-on-one scenario, allowing Iguodala to score off the glass, extending the lead to 6 points. Qin, seated on the bench, wore a smile. Iguodala was a promising talent, with some Philadelphia fans even dubbing him Little AI. Observing Iguodala's shot selection, Qin Jie shook his head. Such a prime opportunity should have been a three-point attempt had it been him shooting. Iguodala was not particularly fond of three-point shooting, consistently averaging less than 1 per game. Even during his future tenure with the Warriors, he primarily drove to the basket, yet during the rivalry with the Cavaliers, he could surprise opponents with a sudden three-point shot when they least expected it. As the Grizzlies initiated their offense, Qin Jie executed a pick-and-roll with Mike Miller. Miller attempted to train DeLimbert, but when that failed, Qin Jie immediately called for the ball on the perimeter. Positioned at the left wing, He faced the shorter Ollie and decided without hesitation it was time to test the enhancements to his shooting abilities, with Flatlow encouraging him to shoot when opportunities arose. This mismatch was ideal. Qin Jie faked a move, causing Ollie to retreat a step. Responding to Chick's directive to tightly mark any drives, Qin Jie gathered the ball, aimed at the basket, and launched a swift shot, executing the motion with seamless precision. The basketball soared through the air, spinning rapidly before descending directly towards the hoop. With the first offensive play of the second quarter, Qin Jie concluded with a three-pointer. Yu Jia exclaimed with excitement. The Grizzlies had trailed by 6 points. Yet the fans remained unfazed. After all, a mere 6 points could be erased with 2 three-pointers, and should Qin Jie make another, they would level the score. After making the basket, Qin Jie gazed at his right hand. With a three-point shooting attribute of 90, he felt justified. During the defensive transition, he urged Atkins, "Be sure to pass me the ball later. I'll seek opportunities on the perimeter." Atkins nodded, never one to dismiss Qin Jie's requests, especially since he was currently the star of Memphis, earning the trust of the head coach. If Qin Jie excelled, it might secure Atkins' starting position. The 76ers continued to rely on Iguodala for their offense. However, after a pick-and-pop with Ollie, Iguodala's jump shot clanged off the rim, and Qin Jie seized the rebound. The 76ers quickly retreated on defense, forcing the Grizzlies to set up for a half-court offense. Yet, when Chicks noticed Qin Jie at the top of the arc completing a pick with Atkins before drifting to the wing, just 2 steps beyond the three-point line, he was taken aback. Wasn't he Qin Jie supposed to lack ball handling skills? Surely, he couldn't be requesting the ball to shoot from that position? Atkins, without hesitation, passed the ball to Qin Jie. Under Chick's astonished gaze, Qin Jie bent his knees slightly and elevated for a shot. The basketball traced a perfect arc through the air. Swish. Qin Jie sank his second consecutive three-pointer, leveling the score. "Wait, Qin Jie's long-range three-pointer is good," exclaimed Yu Jia, initially puzzled by Qin Jie's shooting position, only to be filled with awe moments later. "Oh heavens, I am truly impressed. That long-range shot was utterly devastating," shouted Su Junyang. Zhang Heli laughed. It seems the earlier assertion was correct. 6 points indeed only requires 2 three-pointers, but Qin Jie's shot from that position is somewhat unreasonable. Chicks furrowed his brow. Such a shot was reckless. Although it went in, who on the team would dare to shoot like that? He would certainly have them glued to the bench for such audacity. Reasonable? For Qin Jie, after advancing so many levels, he felt he was beyond the realm of reasoning. "I am the reason." On the court, Korver maneuvered to find an opportunity beyond the arc, but his shot clanged off the rim. Qin Jie refrained from pursuing the rebound, for he was intent on seizing the moment to attack. Upon securing the rebound, Gasol noticed Qin Jie sprinting to the front court and promptly flung the ball towards him. Standing on the Grizzlies logo, Qin Jie recognized a perfect opportunity. Though it was a long-range shot, he recalled Flatlow's exhortation, "When an opportunity presents itself, one must not hesitate." Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of fans and the entire 76ers squad, Qin Jie took a step past the half-court line and leaped to shoot. The broadcast camera closely followed the rapidly spinning basketball. As it swished through the net, the FedEx Forum erupted in jubilation. Qin Jie smiled contentedly. Indeed, his shooting touch was exceptional tonight. Chapter 45. Good night. During this period, the NBA's pursuit of the three-point shot was not as fervent as it would become in the future. Teams generally placed little emphasis on the three-point shot, with only the Warriors and Suns embracing small ball tactics. Hence, Qin Jie's consecutive three-pointers created a significant visual impact for the fans. Moreover, his fast-break three-pointer was launched from a staggering 9 meters away from the hoop, delivering a shock equivalent to a thunderous dunk in the paint for the home crowd. The noise in the Grizzlies arena was deafening, as fans in the front row gestured in reverence towards Qin Jie. After the emergence of Curry in the future, his long-range shots would leave fans in awe, and Qin Jie's recent long-range attempt had indeed stunned everyone. The 76ers head coach, Chicks, immediately called for a timeout, his demeanor turning grave. Qin Jie's trio of three-pointers had not only reversed the score but also severely dampened the spirits of the 76ers. It seemed they might indeed be overwhelmed by three-pointers. Chicks's mind was in turmoil. He recalled that the previous play had been a promising fast break for the Grizzlies. Yet, Qin Jie had opted for the most precarious shot, launching it from the logo. Who taught him to play like this? Such long-range shots were beyond any defensive countermeasures unless they initiated a double team from the backcourt. Grizzlies coach, Flatro, was equally astonished. When Qin Jie finally exited the court, he could only muster, "Well done. Qin Jie's deep shots had completely reshaped my understanding of basketball," exclaimed Su Junyang. Zhang Heli widened his eyes. momentarily at a loss for words. This transcends the question of reasonableness. Jie, cradling his head, lamented, "I can only say this style of play is overwhelmingly dominant," leaving the 76ers utterly defenseless. I believe both television viewers and those present share this sentiment. During this time, the absence of a commenting culture in online broadcasts meant that the screen would likely be filled with admiration. Trust me, my shooting touch is exceptional tonight. As long as my teammates pass me the ball, I am confident I can score from any position, Qin Jie assured Flatro. Flatro nodded, acknowledging that such a performance was difficult to doubt. He was fully supportive of the team's three-point attempts tonight, as the 76ers were clearly intent on collapsing their defense into the paint. If the outside shots began to fall, they would be forced to loosen their grip. For Qin Jie, whose driving ability was average, the 76ers' focus on perimeter defense was advantageous for him. Furthermore, hitting such long-range shots during regular play could significantly weaken the morale of the opposing players. He vividly recalled Game 5 of the 2015 Finals, where Thompson's string of long-range three-pointers had demoralized the Cavaliers, leading to hasty offensive plays and miscommunication on defense, allowing the Warriors to seize victory. Chicks, now a believer in the supernatural, sternly instructed Davenport to closely monitor Qin Jie on the perimeter and to double-team when necessary. Following the timeout, the 76ers commenced their offensive. Iguodala bulldozed into the paint before finding Korver on the perimeter. Korver shot immediately upon receiving the pass, but Mike Miller obstructed his line of sight, causing the shot to be rushed. Clang. After securing the rebound, Qin Jie noticed that the 76ers had already sprinted to the front court, so he dribbled the ball across half-court himself. Davenport awaited him at the center circle, determined to deny him any opportunity to shoot a three-pointer, unless Qin Jie attempted a shot from the backcourt. However, Qin Jie was not so audacious, as shooting from the backcourt would be an exaggeration even for fiction. As Qin Jie dribbled to the top of the arc, Davenport relaxed momentarily, but in the next instant, Qin Jie stepped back and unleashed a shot beyond the three-point line. Davenport was taken aback. "Wait a minute, you're a center." Swish. 36-30. Qin Jie nailed his fourth three-pointer of the second quarter. After scoring, he turned towards the 76ers bench, clasping his hands in a gesture of prayer, then resting his palms on his cheeks. On the Grizzlies bench, Gay transformed into Qin Jie's ardent admirer, mimicking his gesture towards the opposing bench. "What a thief. Another three-pointer. Qin Jie bids goodnight to the 76ers," exclaimed Barkley on TNT. These three-pointers were particularly lethal for the 76ers, despite the narrow margin. If Qin Jie maintained this shooting touch, the 76ers might not survive to the fourth quarter. Kenny Smith noted. On the 76ers bench, the members, including Chicks, were nearly fainting upon witnessing Qin Jie's farewell gesture. The consecutive three-pointers had inflicted a profound psychological blow. Chicks now shared Popovich's sentiment. Could we abolish this exasperating three-point shot? On the court, Davenport felt aggrieved as he sensed the gravity of his coach's expression. He believed he had defended adequately, yet the opposition was simply unreasonable, akin to playing 2K with cheats. Iguodala, maintaining his composure, faced Mike Miller one-on-one, driving into the paint for a reverse layup followed by a dunk. Miller could not contain Iguodala's full-throttle assault. The moniker Little AI was no mere exaggeration. Iguodala's gameplay during this era was characterized by aerial prowess and phenomenal athleticism, even dunking over Yao Ming at times. Flatro remained calm, instructing Miller as they transitioned back on defense. "Don't worry about it, Mike. Let him dunk. We'll stretch the lead with three-pointers later." Miller nodded. Even if he couldn't contain Iguodala, he remained unfazed. The Grizzlies' overall strategy tonight was offensive. To echo Qin Jie's words from practice, "Can their two-point shots compare to our three-pointers?" Iguodala's explosive dunk finally lifted the spirits of the 76ers, prompting Chicks to urge his players to intensify their defensive efforts. In the subsequent offensive possession for the Grizzlies, Iguodala now guarded Qin Jie on the perimeter, while Davenport extended his defense outward. Should Qin Jie find an opportunity to shoot following a screen, Davenport was prepared to double-team immediately. Qin Jie desired to shoot a three-pointer, but Iguodala's defense was imposing. He initially sought a mid-range shot near the paint, but, noticing Davenport closing in for a double-team, swiftly redirected his focus to find an open Mike Miller. Thud. After a bounce pass, Miller received the ball and immediately launched a three-pointer. Swish. The three-pointer was successful. Flatro rose to his feet, applauding his players as the Grizzlies continued to extend their lead. Miller, Having made the three-pointer, replicated Qin Jie's earlier farewell gesture, prompting the entire arena to join in unison, shouting, "Good night." Chapter 46. A career-high, 42 points in a single game. The fervent cheers from the crowd visibly hastened the pace of the 76ers and Oppo's offense. Iguodala, intent on applying pressure to Mike Miller, surged forward with the ball, only to be met by a formidable block from Qin Jie, who swooped in for an emphatic rejection. The ball ricocheted off to Pau Gasol, a splendid defensive play. Although Qin Jie was on fire from beyond the arc, one must not forget his esteemed reputation as a defender, as Zhang Heli remarked. Iguodala, in a fit of frustration, gestured to the referee for a foul call, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. Meanwhile, Mike Miller, rejuvenated by Iguodala and Oppo's misfortune, clenched his fist in triumph. Having endured several aggressive plays from Iguodala that had irked him, the Grizzlies transitioned the ball up the court, with Qin Jie attempting to demand the ball from the wing. But the 76ers resorted to a desperate triple team. "What a sight!" Qin Jie exclaimed. This left Gasol and Miller unguarded in the paint. After Miller lofted the ball to Gasol, the latter executed a one-handed dunk with finesse. Gasol and Oppo's form had been steadily improving, and with Qin Jie and Oppo's defensive prowess this season, Gasol and Oppo's offensive capabilities had been significantly liberated, raising his average to 22.3 points per game. Moreover, under Qin Jie and Oppo's influence, Gasol began to practice his three-point shooting. And for a player with such a stable shooting touch, his progress was swift. Historically, it was Oppo's until Gasol and Oppo's time with the Bulls that he began to shoot threes frequently. And later, with the Spurs, he adapted to the small ball era, surpassing 100 attempts in a single season. Qin Jie recalled Gasol and Oppo's perfect 5-for-5 performance from three-point range during the Olympics. When Gasol masters the three-point shot, it is difficult to fathom how formidable the Grizzlies will become. Chick's strategy did not falter. Recognizing Qin Jie's exceptional shooting in the first half, they gradually extended their defensive perimeter, initiating multiple double teams against him. However, this left the interior defense vulnerable, allowing Gasol to thrive effortlessly. On the offensive end, regardless of whether Iverson's style could lead the team to victory, his absence resulted in a significant drop in firepower. Iguodala was the sole player averaging over 15 points per game. Furthermore, the team neglected outside shooting. With only Korver managing more than one three-pointer per game, their average attempts were a mere 10, far below the league average. Defending against the 76ers posed little challenge for the Grizzlies. A simple zone defense sufficed to stifle their efforts. Should Iguodala force his way inside, Qin Jie would be there to educate him. In the second quarter, the 76ers were completely led by the Grizzlies. After several unsuccessful attempts against Qin Jie, Iguodala grew increasingly anxious, often settling for low-efficiency mid-range shots over Miller. Chick began to reminisce about the days of Iverson. With his reliable contributions, they would not be struggling so. Yet even with Iverson, the Grizzlies were not intimidated by the 76ers. Qin Jie relished taking on teams that relied heavily on a single star. With a score of 62-45, the Grizzlies seized control of the game, entering halftime with a commanding 17-point lead. Qin Jie netted all his first-half points from three-pointers, shooting 6 for 8 from beyond the arc, leaving the crowd in awe. Adding 3 free throws, he concluded the half with 21 points, 8 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 blocks, and 1 steal. On the other side, Iguodala managed only 15 points, unable to carry the team into Oppo's offense. Had it not been for Korver's 3 three-pointers in the second quarter, the deficit would have been even greater. Chick sat in silence during halftime, perplexed about how to curb the opposing team and Oppo's outside shooting. As the second half began, Qin Jie took to the court again, his shooting touch seemingly invincible. He sank 2 more three-pointers in the third quarter, prompting Chick to call another timeout for mental recalibration. The 76ers grew increasingly frantic in their offensive play. Initially, Chick assigned Iguodala to guard Qin Jie, believing his physicality would suffice, but during the timeout, he realized that such an approach would only hasten their demise. Attempting to double-team Qin Jie was impractical. Both Miller and Gasol were formidable threats. Instead, it would be prudent for Iguodala to focus his energies on offense, even if it meant facing a challenging defeat. However, Chick overestimated his plan. After Miller struggled to contain Iguodala, Flatro swiftly altered the strategy, assigning Qin Jie to guard Iguodala. In the latter half of the quarter, Iguodala found it increasingly difficult to penetrate the paint against Qin Jie, who even managed to snatch the ball away from him. As Iguodala grew more desperate, he resorted to forcing shots over Qin Jie, but his shooting percentage was dismal. Consequently, with Iguodala as the only viable scorer, the 76ers and Oppos' offense stagnated. By the latter part of the third quarter, the Grizzlies had extended their lead to nearly 30 points. Chick, feeling defeated, withdrew all of his starters, and the game devolved into garbage time. Philadelphia fans watching the broadcast were incensed, longing for the return of AI. In the fourth quarter, Qin Jie did not return to the floor. After hitting 4 additional three-pointers in the third, he finished with a total of 10 for the game. Regrettably, the fourth quarter was merely a formality. Otherwise, Qin Jie might have shattered the single-game record of 10 three-pointers set by Kobe and Marshall. Ultimately, the game concluded with a resounding score of 121-90, as the Grizzlies triumphed over the 76ers by a staggering 31 points. With this victory, they secured their 19th win and climbed one position higher in the Western Conference, now sitting at 11th. Qin Jie played for 32 minutes, shooting 13 for 20 overall, including an astonishing 10 for 14 from three-point range and a perfect 6 for 6 from the free throw line, achieving a career high of 42 points, complemented by 12 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 blocks, and 2 steals. Furthermore, his 42 points surpassed Yu Ming and Amp, Oppos' previous record of 41 for the highest score by a Chinese player in an NBA game. After the match, the media converged around Qin Jie. Fans, having witnessed a standard game, had no recollection of Qin Jie driving to the basket. His points predominantly stemmed from beyond the arc. A center scoring 10 three-pointers is a rarity in this era. I believe Qin has at least a 70% chance of winning the three-point contest this year, having achieved such a remarkable feat with a shooting percentage exceeding 70%. Which is truly astounding, remarked Kenny Smith. Barkley interjected, 70%? You are far too conservative. I believe Qin and Oppos' chances are at least 90%. Kenny Smith countered, oh, Charles. With such confidence, what if Qin has an off night? Barkley shrugged, then that 1% chance would come into play. Chapter 47, The Dust Settles. The largest sneaker contract following the conclusion of the game against the 76ers, the Memphis Grizzlies are poised to embark on a 4-game road trip in the Western Conference. However, prior to their away games, Qin Jie, on January 18th, took a flight to Beaverton alongside Bill Duffy, responding to an invitation from Nike. Upon arriving at Nike and Amp, Oppos' headquarters, Qin Jie was personally received and given an extensive tour, highlighting Nike and Amp, Oppos' eagerness to sign him following his remarkable performance of 10 three-pointers in a single game. They elaborated on their plans for promoting him, which included a signature shoe and a series of marketing initiatives. Despite Nike and Amp, Oppos' genuine interest, a rift emerged during the contract negotiations over the financial terms. Nike proposed a lucrative 7-year deal worth $100 million, which they believed was a fair offer. In contrast, Bill Duffy dismissed this figure, asserting that a minimum of $140 million over 7 years would better reflect Qin Jie and Amp, Oppos' current market value. What cooperation can be discussed for less than $20 million a year? He remarked. Ultimately, the discussions reached an impasse, with Nike suggesting that Qin Jie take time to consider their offer, emphasizing their utmost sincerity. Duffy, however, expressed no urgency and indicated they would wait to hear from Adidas. The following day, an Adidas delegation invited Qin Jie to meet in Los Angeles, where they engaged in discussions regarding a potential contract. To entice Qin Jie, Adidas dispatched a private jet equipped with a cadre of stunning flight attendants, creating an impressive atmosphere. In a bid to compete with Nike, Adidas presented a 6-year contract worth $90 million, alongside a commitment to develop a signature shoe for Qin Jie in the upcoming season, promising extensive promotional activities. While Qin Jie appeared composed, internally he was overwhelmed by the staggering figures being tossed around, millions and billions, all in U.S. dollars. Duffy continued to negotiate assertively with Adidas, expressing their desire to let both companies vie for Qin Jie and Amp, Oppos' favor. Reports of their negotiations began to circulate in the media, with some outlets even claiming that an agreement was imminent, suggesting that both parties would officially sign a contract before the All-Star break, with annual figures exceeding $15 million. This news prompted Nike to act swiftly. Nike and Oppos' negotiation team rushed to Los Angeles for a renewed meeting with Qin Jie. This time, they raised their offer to a 7-year contract worth $110 million, along with a $10 million signing bonus, urging Qin Jie to sever ties with Adidas. Nike was clearly willing to go all out, With the signing bonus included, this amounted to a staggering total of $120 million. They were determined not to let Adidas snatch Qin Jie away. Recognizing that their strength in the league was significantly bolstered by securing two of the most commercially valuable players of the early 21st century, Kobe Bryant and LeBron James. The potential that Qin Jie exhibited was irresistible, and Nike understood that to maintain their dominance over Adidas, they could not allow Qin Jie to join their rivals' ranks. In addition to the substantial contract, Nike also promised to have Qin Jie's signature shoes ready by the next offseason. Traditionally, sneakers designed for centers have not performed well in sales due to their bulky construction, which sacrifices style for support and protection. However, Qin Jie's playing style aligned more with that of perimeter players, allowing designers to create specialized footwear akin to that of forwards. Seeing Nike's revised offer, Duffy refrained from pushing for further concessions, even though he had initially contemplated requesting a share of sales revenue akin to what Jordan had received. But Qin Jie halted that notion, recognizing that Nike's current offer was already generous. He understood that if he could generate significant revenue for Nike, they would naturally provide additional benefits without him having to ask. Thus, Qin Jie finalized his contract with Nike, securing a 7-year deal worth $110 million plus a $10 million signing bonus. Nike felt satisfied with the investment, having previously offered a $90 million contract to a player who had yet to play an NBA game, demonstrating their willingness to take risks on talent. Moreover, Qin Jie had already showcased his capabilities on the court for a month, validating his worth. Clearly, Nike viewed Qin Jie as a pivotal figure in their efforts to penetrate the Chinese market, akin to how Jordan had revitalized the company. At the moment the contract was signed, Duffy was so elated he nearly lifted Qin Jie off the ground. Even the contracts of superstar Kobe paled in comparison to this achievement. On January 20th, a monumental announcement reverberated across the United States. Qin Jie and Nike had completed a partnership lasting 7 years, with a total contract value of $120 million. The dust had settled, and the largest rookie sneaker contract in history had been born, surpassing LeBron James. Upon hearing this news, LeBron James was left astounded, with his management team commenting that if Qin Jie were to experience a decline or injury, Nike would find themselves in a precarious situation. Meanwhile, LeBron and Oppo's economic advisors began to express concern that with Nike investing so heavily in Qin Jie, promotional resources might shift away from him, potentially diminishing his prominence. They understood the significant impact that Nike's marketing had on LeBron's rapid rise in the league. Back in China, as night fell, fans browsing the internet rubbed their eyes in disbelief upon seeing the news, confirming that the figure was indeed in the hundreds of millions. Well, after just 1 month of playing basketball, Qin Jie's worth has skyrocketed to over $100 million. Exclaimed one fan. Qin Jie is now more valuable than both LeBron and Kobe. Reports of this monumental contract quickly spread among Chinese basketball fans, with numerous media outlets scrambling to publish this sensational news as the morning's headlines. Chapter 48. The Northern Expedition. When the fans of Huaxia awoke to the news the following morning, their expressions were filled with astonishment. The figures reported seemed somewhat exaggerated. Even Yao Ming's contract with Reebok a few years prior amounted to a mere $50 million, while Qin Jie had more than double that. Many fans eagerly anticipated Nike unveiling signature shoes for Qin Jie, as online discussion suggested that his footwear would spark a considerable buzz. However, some critical media figures openly expressed their bewilderment at Nike's decision, positing that Qin Jie's contract might indeed be inflated. Qin Jie's defensive prowess is undeniably formidable. He has outperformed giants like Howard and Duncan, eclipsing all his contemporaries in performance. Yet, his foundation rests solely on defense, and his offensive capabilities require further enhancement. Moreover, shoes designed for large interior players have historically struggled in the market, implying that his commercial value will never rival that of legends like Kobe or LeBron. Should Qin Jie's performance wane, Nike might very well lament their decision. Some analysts maintain that Qin Jie possesses immense potential and commercial appeal, but signing a contract exceeding $100 million in his rookie year could corrupt his mindset, leading to complacency. On January 20th, in Los Angeles at the Staples Center, the Grizzlies faced the Clippers as their first opponent in a 4-game road trip. Above the arena, 16 championship banners fluttered, symbolizing the proud history of this venue, albeit one that bears no relation to the Clippers. Although both teams share the same home court, the sentiments of Los Angelinos diverge significantly. Lakers games see near-capacity crowds, while Clippers matches are often met with numerous empty seats. This trend persisted until after 2012, when the Lakers underwent a dark period, and the combination of Griffin, Paul, and Jordan transformed Los Angeles into a city of alley-oops, finally drawing local fans to Clippers games. Charles, the Grizzlies' win rate is about to reach 50. At this pace, the playoffs are within our grasp, Kenny Smith remarked on TNT. Indeed, the games surrounding the All-Star break are pivotal for the Grizzlies. Though the Clippers hold home court advantage tonight, defeating the Grizzlies will be a formidable challenge. Qin and Paul will not easily relinquish victory, Barkley added. Speaking of Qin, have you heard the news? Nike has signed him to a super contract worth over $100 million, Kenny Smith noted. Barkley nodded. In many respects, Qin has already established himself as the premier rookie in the league's history. As Qin Jie took to the court, a section of fans began to cheer, with several sporting Grizzlies jerseys emblazoned with the number 91. Oh, Los Angeles has so many of Qin's fans. Those wearing his jersey outnumber those in Clippers gear, Kenny Smith observed. Barkley chuckled. I wonder if any home fans will switch allegiance tonight. I seldom witness such scenes at Staples Center. The Clippers certainly require a superstar to rescue the team. Before warm-ups commenced for both teams, Qin Jie participated in an interview with the on-site reporters, predominantly centered around his shoe contract. Externally, you are now referred to as the $120 million man. After signing such a lucrative contract, do you have new aspirations for your career? The reporter inquired. Qin Jie responded, regardless of whether I sign a massive contract or not, my sole objective remains unchanged, to lead my team to a championship. The reporter continued, the Grizzlies' performance has markedly improved since the beginning of the season, but the competition in the West is fierce. Do you personally feel confident in guiding the team into the playoffs? Without hesitation, Qin Jie replied, absolutely. We embarked on our northern expedition at the end of last month. During pre-game warm-ups, Clippers forward Elton Brand clenched his fists. Having spent numerous years with the Clippers, he had witnessed home fans cheer for visiting teams, particularly during matchups against the Lakers, where Kobe supporters were rampant. Yet, a rookie like Qin Jie was stealing the spotlight on his home turf. Chris, you focus on rebounding tonight. I will dedicate all my energy to scoring. Brand addressed Chris Kaman nearby. Okay, I'll box out, Kaman acknowledged. The arena's large screen displayed the starting lineups for both teams. Grizzlies starters, Qin Jie, Gasol, Mike Miller, Gay, Damon. Clipper starters, Chris Kaman, Elton Brand, Quentin Ross, Cuttino Mobley, Sam Cassell. As the referee signaled for the jump ball, the crowd erupted in cheers. Gasol performed admirably, easily redirecting the ball from Kaman to his team's half of the court. The Grizzlies secured the first offensive possession. Brand had an explosive night, playing with aggression, eager to demonstrate his prowess to the Los Angeles audience. However, he had little to prove. The sparse presence of Clippers fans had little to do with his performance. As the 1999 first overall pick, he had averaged 20 points and 10 rebounds in his rookie season. After being traded to the Clippers in the 2001-2002 season, he consistently maintained those impressive statistics. Last season, Brand achieved a remarkable 24.7 points, 10 rebounds, 2.6 assists, and 2.5 steals per game while leading his team to the playoffs, reaching Game 7 against the Suns. Qin Jie believed that Brand, as one of the franchise's original stars, deserved to be in contention with Griffin for the title of the best power forward in Clippers history, given his exceptional offensive capabilities. The Clippers' predicament stemmed solely from their geographical location, even if Kobe's team were to underperform. The franchise's historical prestige and depth would ensure the Lakers' dominance in the hearts of Los Angeles fans. In this match, the Clippers revolved around Brand, who effectively utilized his unlimited shooting privileges. By the end of the first quarter, Brand had scored 16 points on 8 of 10 shooting. By halftime, his tally had risen to 26 points, and by the conclusion of the third quarter, he had amassed 38 points. It seemed highly probable that he would surpass his career high of 44 points that night. Su Junyoung observed the unfolding situation with concern. The Grizzlies are in trouble tonight. Brand's scoring ability is formidable. Zhang Heli added, the Grizzlies must enhance their offensive efforts in the final quarter. The commentary from CCTV primarily treats the Grizzlies as a second home team, indicating a desire for their victory. Despite the optimism, as the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 80-96, with the Grizzlies trailing by 16 points as they entered the final quarter. Grizzlies head coach Flat Arrow frowned from the sidelines. The Clippers were not a powerhouse in the West. Losing to them would be an unfavorable outcome, and a 16-point deficit was insufficient to render the match irrelevant. Flat Arrow was eager to secure a win. As he contemplated strategies, Qin Jie approached him, stating, Coach, I can play the entire final quarter, while I focus on neutralizing Brand. I am confident I can ignite our offense. Give me the ball. Qin Jie was equally unwilling to accept defeat. Having declared his intentions for a northern expedition in the pre-game interview, losing would be tantamount to undermining his own words. Chapter 49. The sharpshooting center. The Grizzlies find themselves in a considerable deficit, a situation we have not witnessed in quite some time during the second half, remarked Su Zhang. Zhang Heli nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, many of their victories this month have been characterized by a surge in the third quarter, often overwhelming their opponents. Tonight, the Clippers are posing significant challenges for the Grizzlies. However, let us not forget that Qin Jie has demonstrated remarkable abilities in adversity. He has made a name for himself in those crucial moments of fourth-quarter comebacks, added Jie, with the score at 80-96. The Clippers lead the Grizzlies by 16 points as they enter the final quarter at the Staples Center. Grizzlies head coach Flatro wasted no time in sending Qin Jie onto the court at the start of the fourth, accompanied by Gasol, Mike Miller, Damon, and Jones. The Clippers fielded their starters, Kaman, Brand, Ross, Castle, and Mobley. Charles, do you believe the Grizzlies have a chance to turn this around tonight? Kenny Smith from TNT inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Barkley nodded, of course. Do you recall the game last month when the Grizzlies faced the Cavaliers? With 4 minutes left, they trailed by 12 points. Just when we all thought the Cavaliers would secure an easy victory, Qin was called upon and altered the course of the game. Precisely. Qin possesses the capacity to reverse outcomes in critical moments. His exceptional defense stifled the Cavaliers' offense in the final quarter. Now, with his formidable shooting range, we must not underestimate his explosive potential during tough times, Barkley asserted. Kenny Smith concurred with Barkley, gazing at the live broadcast and noting, with 12 minutes remaining, a 10-point deficit presents a significant opportunity for the Grizzlies. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Grizzlies initiated play. Before stepping onto the court, Flatro directed Qin Jie to switch defensive assignments with Gasol, positioning Qin against Brand. Throughout the first 3 quarters, Gasol had been tasked with guarding Brand, inadvertently overlooking the elite defensive strategy of closing the door on Qin Jie. Flatro did not hesitate to grant Qin Jie the freedom to shoot as he wished in the final quarter. Recognizing the opposing team had fielded their starters, Clippers coach Mike Dunleavy also brought out his top players. The strategy for the Clippers in the fourth was singular, to feed the ball to Brand. With Brand in exceptional form, there was little reason to alter their approach. Statistically, Brand alone could rival the combined scoring output of the Grizzlies starting trio. In the first 3 quarters, Gasol managed only 12 points, Mike Miller scored 18, and Qin Jie, focused on defending Kaman, contributed a modest 15 points. On the court, as Damon advanced the ball past half-court, he was met with tight defense from Castle and Mobley. Sensing the intensity of the defense, Damon shielded the ball while directing his teammates' movements. The Grizzlies remained in a precarious position if the Clippers' defense stifled their attack. Narrowing the score would become increasingly challenging. As the seconds ticked away on the shot clock, Qin Jie positioned himself at the high post, signaling for Damon to pass him the ball. Upon receiving it, Qin quickly instructed Jones and Damon to spread to the perimeter, calling for Gasol and Mike Miller to move towards the paint. Tonight, Kaman was assigned to guard Qin Jie. In the first 3 quarters, Kaman had effectively limited Qin's opportunities to find open space on the perimeter. Thud, thud, thud. Observing the defensive alignment, Qin lowered his center of gravity while dribbling. Kaman spread his arms wide, denying Qin any space to penetrate. As Qin shifted to his right, Kaman hastily moved laterally to cut him off. Noticing Qin's acceleration, Kaman quickened his own footwork. Suddenly, Qin halted, executing a swift change of dribble, bringing the ball from between his legs to his left hand. Kaman recognized the shift and quickly adjusted, anticipating Qin's next move, likely a step-back three-pointer or a mid-range jumper. Kaman's objective was to disrupt Qin's shot. Even if he could not block it, he needed to ensure Qin did not have a clean release. Kaman's assumptions proved correct as Qin immediately opted for a mid-range jumper from the high post. However, Qin's sudden stop had created ample shooting space, and Kaman's leap failed to obstruct the shot. Swish. The ball sailed through the net with precision, adding 2 points to the scoreboard. 82-96. The Grizzlies still trail by 14 points, Su Zhang commented. The Clippers pushed forward in their offense. Brand received the ball in the front court only to find himself being guarded by Qin Jie. In the previous 3 quarters, Brand had primarily sought to exploit pick-and-rolls against the Grizzlies guards, resulting in minimal direct confrontations with Qin. With a solid shooting performance tonight, Brand opted to take on Qin directly. He began to maneuver towards the paint, using his body to shield the ball while attempting to outmaneuver Qin. Aware of Brand's limited shooting range, Qin maintained tight defense. Brand increased his dribbling pace, employing swift changes of direction to throw Qin off balance. However, Qin remained unfazed. He found Brand's ball handling clumsy and extended his long arm to disrupt the dribble. Bang! While the ball was not stolen outright, the interference interrupted Brand's rhythm, causing his drive to falter. Instinctively, Brand protected the ball, losing his balance and becoming discombobulated. In a moment of desperation, he opted for a challenging fadeaway shot to escape Qin's defense. Qin held his position, and Brand's attempt was forced and awkward. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Gasol secured the rebound, initiating a transition for the Grizzlies. The Clippers' defensive recovery was swift, yet the Grizzlies were determined to avoid a stagnant half-court battle. Upon receiving Gasol's pass, Mike Miller took a shot from beyond the arc. Clang! Miller's trailing three-pointer missed, but Qin Jie swooped in, outmaneuvering Kaman for the rebound, granting the Grizzlies a second chance on offense. Qin passed the ball to the advancing Gasol, who noticed an opening on the left baseline and opted not to rush his attack. Recognizing the opportunity, he delivered a pass to the corner where Qin Jie waited. Dunleavy sensed the impending danger. Standing at the corner was none other than Qin Jie. With Kaman and Brand focused on the interior, Castle was tasked with defending Qin on the perimeter. Feigning a shot to pull Castle out of position, Qin then dribbled sideways, adjusted his stance, and launched a three-pointer. Swish! Qin Jie had struck again, scoring 5 points in quick succession at the start of the fourth quarter. Yujia remarked. Qin Jie has once again capitalized on an opportunity from beyond the arc. If the Clippers neglect to prioritize their perimeter defense, this double-digit lead will evaporate swiftly. On the Grizzlies and Oppo's bench, Flatro clapped his hands in excitement. Let us not forget that Qin Jie is not merely a defensive powerhouse, he is also a sharpshooting center, unyielding when it comes to closing the scoring gap in crucial moments. Chapter 50, Jealousy of Brand. Although Qin Jie swiftly scored 2 consecutive baskets at the start of the fourth quarter, the Clippers maintained a comfortable double-digit lead and exhibited no signs of urgency. Brand held the ball at the top of the arc while Castle promptly stepped forward to set a screen for him. The screen was executed well, allowing Brand to nimbly maneuver behind Qin Jie, shifting over to Mike Miller's side and successfully evading Qin Jie's defense. Seizing the opportunity, Brand charged into the paint, barreling towards the basket with Miller in pursuit. Qin Jie's gaze sharpened as he cut into the lane from the side, adjusting his footwork to intercept Brand's attacking path. Recognizing he could not fend off Brand alone, Miller quickly sidestepped, ceding his defensive position to Qin Jie. With a powerful leap, Qin Jie accurately targeted the basketball in Brand's hands. Just as Brand prepared to leap for a dunk, Qin Jie forcefully slapped the ball, sending it crashing against the backboard. Delivering a resounding rejection, the ball ricocheted into the air, prompting Clippers head coach Dunleavy to call for a timeout. The crowd at Staples Center erupted in excitement. They cheered for any player who showcased exceptional talent. On the Grizzlies bench, Coach Fatero finally exhaled, relieved by the smooth start to the final quarter. Let us continue executing our familiar strategies, centering on Qin for both offense and defense, Fatero instructed his returning players. Brand had been explosive since the beginning, and by halftime, Qin Jie realized that the Clippers were indeed a formidable opponent. Despite the Clippers struggling this season, Brand's scoring prowess remained significant. Initially, Qin Jie focused on guarding Kaman, and Fatero refrained from tactical adjustments, allowing Brand to thrive against either Gasol or during pick-and-roll situations. On the offensive end, the Grizzlies faced difficulties. Dunleavy had instructed his players to enhance their transition defense as the Grizzlies excelled in fast breaks, particularly capitalizing on opponents' turnovers. Thus, he emphasized minimizing passing errors, naturally relying on Brand's isolation plays as the primary offensive strategy. Dunleavy held immense trust in Brand, as long as he was performing well. Dunleavy opted to keep him on the court, with other players supporting him, leveraging Brand's individual capabilities to secure victory. Defensively, they primarily focused on tightly marking Mike Miller. With Gasol not in his best form, Fatero did not allocate more possessions to Qin Jie, as his role was more aligned with defensive rebounding. Consequently, the Clippers consistently subdued the Grizzlies. However, as Qin Jie scored 5 consecutive points and delivered another emphatic block on Brand, narrowing the gap to 11 points. Dunleavy felt it necessary to call a timeout, fearing a potential offensive surge from the opposition. Qin Jie meticulously observed the Clippers' gameplay, noting that their strategy tonight was their most effective approach. The previous season, their advancement to the second round of the playoffs, where they pushed the league-leading Suns to a decisive Game 7, was largely due to Brand's dominance in the paint, especially after Stoudemire's injury left him unchallenged. In that series, Brand had scored 40 points in the first game and averaged 9 points, 10 for rebounds, and 3 assists over 7 games. with a shooting percentage nearing 60. Nonetheless, the current Clippers remained a one-man team as long as they did not diversify their scoring. The Grizzlies still had a chance to mount a comeback. Before entering the fourth quarter, Qin Jie proactively suggested to Coach Fatero, "I can play the entire final period. While locking down Brand, I'm confident I can ignite our offense. Grant me more ball privileges." Qin Jie understood that if he could not apply pressure on Brand, their chances of winning would diminish. He was unwilling to succumb to defeat, having publicly declared his intent to lead his team to victory. He could not falter against the Clippers. Moreover, since signing a lucrative contract with Nike, his competitive spirit intensified, as many awaited his potential missteps to ridicule him. Previously, Qin Jie had aimed merely to accumulate points and elevate his standing, with modest expectations for his team's performance. Merely reaching the playoffs sufficed. However, with his rising fame and reputation, he aspired for deeper playoff success. If he could not surpass the Clippers, what hope did he have for the playoffs? With three-point and mid-range shooting percentages soaring into the 90s, Qin Jie had confidence in his scoring ability, having transitioned from a defensive stalwart to a well-rounded player. Now, he needed to convince his coach of his scoring prowess. Lin Yi's strategy was straightforward. The Knicks had integrated numerous passing and cutting plays, along with 45-degree pick-and-rolls since mid-season. Following the timeout, the Grizzlies did not alter their lineup, while Dunleavy introduced Maggot to bolster the team's offensive firepower. Upon entering, Brand shot a fierce glare at Qin Jie, thinking, "Wasn't he just a block? I'm the one scoring nearly 40 points tonight." Yet, the Los Angeles fans disappointed him. He had not heard their enthusiastic cheers while he was scoring. Was he not the true owner of this arena? After the timeout, the Clippers initiated their offensive series. Brand cut in from the wing, simultaneously seeking a screen from a teammate in the low post to evade Qin Jie's defense, quickly executing a fadeaway shot that found its mark. Brand's post-up skills were exceptional, particularly his fadeaway jumper, earning him the moniker of a post-up assassin during this period. 40 points, Brand exclaimed, spreading his arms wide to engage with the sparse crowd, yet only a handful of fans in the front rows offered tepid applause. Brand's jealousy boiled over. The Grizzlies began their offensive play. On the court, Qin Jie emerged from the baseline to receive the ball. Dunleavy analyzed the Grizzlies' tactics. Such Horns' position pick-and-rolls were infrequent for them, placing significant offensive pressure on Qin Jie, which puzzled Dunleavy, as he believed Qin Jie was merely a defensive player who occasionally shot three-pointers. After cutting inside without finding an open shot, Qin Jie sprinted toward the perimeter, while Gasol moved to the high post, with Brand trailing him closely. Suddenly, halfway through his run, Gasol darted back toward the paint, creating an opportunity for Qin Jie, who had been waiting at the baseline for the ball. Kamon, tasked with guarding Qin Jie, was momentarily obstructed by Mike Miller. The instant Qin Jie broke free, Damon's pass arrived. Without hesitation, Qin Jie launched the ball. A three-point shot pierced through the air. 88-98. The Grizzlies had narrowed the score to a mere 10 points. Dunleavy frowned on the sidelines, urgently instructing his players to ensure no one was left open on the perimeter, emphasizing the necessity of switching on defense when required. Chapter 51. 3-1. Integrated offense and defense. The Los Angeles Clippers' offensive play saw Brand's jump shot miss, the ball ricocheting off the front of the rim as Qin Jie seized the rebound. After receiving the ball, Damon advanced towards the front court. Qin Jie maneuvered into the low post, cutting into the paint, while the Grizzlies executed their familiar strategy once more. This time, Kamon managed to keep pace with Qin Jie's movement, yet as Qin Jie set the screen, he abruptly cut towards the basket. Brand turned to contest him. Upon receiving the ball, Qin Jie did not charge directly into the lane. Instead, he opted for a quick stop-and-pop jumper at the edge of the paint, successfully sinking it. The score tightened to 90-98, with the Knicks narrowing the gap to 8 points. Qin Jie's jump shot brought the Grizzlies within single digits, remarked Su Junyang. As Qin Jie penetrated, the Clippers' defense was concentrated near the basket, yet they overlooked the fact that Qin Jie is an exceptional shooter, capable of executing jump shots unlike other interior players, noted Zhang Heli. Yu Jia commented, "Have you all noticed that Qin Jie's shooting has become more precise? Previously, his attempts were primarily from beyond the arc and near the basket, but tonight he has taken numerous mid-range shots." Witnessing Qin Jie's successful jumper, Deng Weili appeared troubled. Despite the Clippers maintaining a lead, if this pace continued, the Grizzlies would soon equalize the score. In the next possession, Brand received a pass in the low post. Facing Qin Jie's defense, he slightly crouched, opting for a back-to-the-basket move. This was Brand's most confident position as a stocky forward. He utilized his robust physique to press into the paint, seeking an opportunity to score. Qin Jie closely guarded Brand, arms raised high, blocking his line of sight and shot path like an impenetrable wall. As Brand attempted to pivot away, Qin Jie took a step back, obstructing his path while applying pressure. With the shot clock winding down and unable to shake off Qin Jie, Brand grew anxious, suddenly faking with a shoulder shimmy in an attempt to create space. However, Qin Jie remained steadfast. Brand was left with no choice but to hurriedly attempt a fadeaway shot. The ball's trajectory was true, yet as it descended, it aligned parallel to the rim, with neither side interfering. The result? An airball. Some spectators in the home crowd erupted in boos. After securing the rebound, Qin Jie swiftly passed to Damon, initiating another fast break opportunity for the Grizzlies. Upon reaching the front court, the Clippers' defenders were already positioned. The Grizzlies executed their familiar play for the third time, this time with Qin Jie holding the ball at the high post, while Mike Miller dashed to find an opening. As Miller reached the left corner, Qin Jie's pass arrived precisely on time. Alas, Miller's three-point attempt clanged off the rim, causing Qin Jie to miss an assist. However, Marc Gasol was there to secure the offensive rebound and noticed Qin Jie unguarded on the wing. Gasol tossed the ball out to the perimeter, and without hesitation, Qin Jie launched a three-pointer. As Qin Jie released the shot, Brand, having switched onto him, grew anxious and lunged from the side to contest the shot. Yet, with Qin Jie's height advantage and his high shooting arc, Brand's attempt to block was futile. Swish. As the three-pointer found its mark, the referee's whistle also sounded, granting Qin Jie an opportunity for a 3-1 play. Deng Weili immediately signaled for a timeout. On TNT, analyst Barkley commented, "The Clippers have shown no defensive preparation against the Grizzlies' final quarter offense, conceding 3 consecutive baskets." Kenny Smith produced a tactical board, replicating the Grizzlies' earlier offensive strategies. Observing the board, Smith remarked, "It's hard to imagine the Clippers fell into this trap 3 times in this situation. Even Mike Miller's previous opportunity was excellent. Though he missed, it demonstrated how difficult it is to defend against the Grizzlies' strategy." Barkley nodded in agreement. This is a relatively simple low-post tactic. But through player movement and teamwork, it has evolved into a screen and roll followed by a 3-point shot. It's clear that if the corner shooter fails to convert, the big man inside can easily grab the rebound, allowing the other players to sprint out for open perimeter shots. Smith added, however, this strategy has significant limitations. It requires precise outside shooters. We'll see if the Clippers can devise a counter strategy. Otherwise, the Grizzlies might truly outgun them. During the timeout, Clippers head coach Deng Weili appeared exasperated as he outlined subsequent strategies for his players. Meanwhile, on the Grizzlies side, Flat Arrow patted Qin Jie's shoulder, saying, "You've worked hard, Qin. Do you need a break?" Flat Arrow was exceedingly pleased with Qin Jie's performance, noting that balancing both offensive and defensive duties was physically taxing. "No need for a break. I can keep going. Just continue passing me the ball, and I can contain Elton. As long as we maintain fluidity in our offense, we're sure to secure this victory," Qin Jie replied. "All right, the next phase of the game is in your hands," Flat Arrow responded, granting Qin Jie the green light to shoot freely. Upon resuming play, Qin Jie converted his free throw, bringing the score to 94-98. Once again, Qin Jie found himself matched up against Brand. It seems Qin Jie is playing not as a center or power forward, but rather as a small forward in this final quarter, observed Su Zhuyang. Qin's style inherently resembles that of a 3D forward. He can withstand the physicality of interior players while also effectively contesting from the perimeter, remarked Zhang Heli. The Grizzlies knew that to claim victory, they must contain Brand's scoring. Indeed, Yu Jiao had found it perplexing that Flat Arrow hadn't assigned Qin Jie to defend Brand when he was in such good form during the first half. Zhang Heli chuckled. Flat Arrow has finally rediscovered the appropriate way to utilize Qin Jie in this final quarter. In their one-on-one battle, Brand struggled to shake off Qin Jie's defense, with the ball nearly slipping from his grasp when Qin Jie reached out. What was the Grizzlies' strategy? To place the burden of scoring on Qin Jie while he simultaneously exerted such intense defensive pressure? The Clippers coach Deng Weili pondered as he observed the matchup. In his view, while many players in the league could focus solely on offense, maintaining a high-quality defense while also contributing offensively was exceedingly challenging, especially when tasked with guarding one of the league's elite scorers. Brand, now near the elbow, opted against a jump shot, instead employing a series of crossovers to evade Qin Jie. However, he quickly realized that Qin Jie was effortlessly keeping pace. Such impressive lateral movement. Brand gritted his teeth. His offensive attempt thwarted, preparing to call for a screen. In truth, it was not that Qin Jie was faster, it was that under his defensive pressure, Brand's ball handling speed felt as if it had been reduced to half. Navigating around KC's screen, Qin Jie slipped past and caught up to Brand, forcing him into a hurried shot from the low post. This was Brand's most reliable shot, yet he now appeared utterly lacking in confidence. Chapter 52. The Grizzlies will indeed make the playoffs after Brand's missed shot. Qin Jie once again secured the rebound, but chose not to pass to his teammates. Instead, he advanced the ball across half-court himself. Huh? A center bringing the ball up? Dang Whaley felt a twinge of confusion. Unfortunately for the Clippers, their players rushed to the front court to prevent the Grizzlies from finding an opportunity for a fast break. Otherwise, Dang Whaley would have forced them to double-team him and induce a dribbling error. During practice, Qin Jie had tried bringing the ball up himself, which had the advantage of skipping the passing step and quickly advancing to seek a three-point opportunity. The reason the Thunder allowed Westbrook to grab so many rebounds was not solely due to his pursuit of a triple-double average. It was also a tactical element of the Thunder's strategy. By having Westbrook control the rebounds and push the ball forward directly, they eliminated the need for the center to rebound and then pass, allowing Westbrook to initiate a fast break. However, Qin Jie currently lacked proficiency in ball handling and speed. So most of the time, his first objective after grabbing a rebound was to locate a teammate. Unfortunately, the Clippers' transition defense was too swift tonight. They were determined not to give the Grizzlies a fast break opportunity, forcing them to settle into a half-court set, which afforded Qin Jie the chance to bring the ball up calmly from the backcourt. Could it be that the Grizzlies wanted Qin to play as a point guard? Barkley remarked as he observed Qin Jie dribbling. Kenny Smith laughed and responded, "It's not out of the question. Qin has always placed great emphasis on his playmaking ability." As Qin Jie neared the top of the arc, Come On, who was tasked with guarding him, had just stepped out from the paint. Qin Jie chose not to engage in any elaborate maneuvers. Instead, he executed a step-back three-pointer. Swish. The basketball swooshed through the net. How does one defend against a center bringing the ball up and then launching a three-pointer like that? Dang Whaley felt an acute headache. With a score of 97-98, the Grizzlies had narrowed the gap to 1 point. The Clippers players felt a sense of helplessness after witnessing that three-point shot go in. Although they maintained a lead, there was an unmistakable sense of gradual decline. Especially in the fourth quarter, Brand's shooting accuracy plummeted under Qin Jie's tight defense, and the Clippers struggled to find a player to step up. Consequently, Brand was left to carry the offensive burden alone. The outcome was that, in the first 3 quarters, Brand scored 38 points and finished the game with 40. Yet in the fourth quarter, under Qin Jie's defense, he shot a dismal 1 for 10, a shooting percentage that severely hindered the team's prospects. Ultimately, the Grizzlies completed a remarkable 16-point comeback on the road, winning 112-106. Qin Jie played a total of 40 minutes, amassing 34 points, 15 rebounds, 5 assists, 4 blocks, and 2 steals. In the fourth quarter alone, he shot 6 for 8, including 3 for 4 from beyond the arc, and made 2 free throws, contributing an impressive 17 points. Beyond scoring, his emphatic block against Brand became a highlight reel that fans repeatedly watched online. Brand felt somewhat frustrated during the game. Despite his poor shooting in the final quarter, he had still managed to score 40 points, a performance that surely deserved recognition. Yet, the home fans did not appreciate his efforts. After the game, Brand couldn't help but check social media, only to find Clippers fans labeling him a liability, which deepened his sense of injustice. This Grizzlies team is formidable. There's simply no opening to exploit in their interior defense, Dang Whaley lamented after the game. He resolved to have his players practice their three-point shooting more diligently, as the Grizzlies had turned the game around with their outside shooting in the final quarter. With the victory over the Clippers, the Grizzlies achieved a 3-game winning streak, bringing their record to 20 wins and 21 losses. Just 1 win shy of evening their win-loss ratio. Next, the Grizzlies faced their second opponent in a 4-game road trip, the Utah Jazz, followed by a flight to the snowy heights of Denver to challenge the Nuggets, and finally a trip to San Antonio for a third matchup against the Spurs. If they could secure at least 2 wins in the upcoming 3 away games, the Grizzlies would likely break into the Western Conference's top 8. However, all 3 opponents were strong playoff contenders, and given that the Grizzlies were on the road, Flatlow held little hope, merely advising his players to perform to the best of their abilities. On January 22nd, the Grizzlies arrived in Utah for their second clash against the Jazz this season. This contest was decided in the final 10 seconds. With 20 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, the Grizzlies led the Jazz 130-127. Boozer set a pick for Oker, allowing him to receive the ball beyond the 3-point line, but Qin Jie navigated the screen and closed in on him. Under Qin Jie's defense, Oker's potential game-tying 3-pointer missed. But the diminutive Darren grabbed the rebound and made a shot, keeping the suspense alive. Trailing by 2, the Jazz resorted to a foul strategy. And Darren capitalized on the opportunity, making one of 2 free throws, thus leaving the Jazz with a chance for a game-winning three-pointer. However, when the Jazz resumed play after a timeout, Boozer's pass was intercepted by Qin Jie, who then sprinted down the court for a dunk while drawing a foul from the trailing Ochre. This 2-1 play extinguished Sloan's hopes of a comeback, and the Grizzlies ultimately triumphed 134-129. With this victory, the Grizzlies leveled their win percentage and temporarily secured the 9th spot in the Western Conference, solidifying their place in the top 10. Unfortunately, there were no play-in games during this period, and the Grizzlies' northern expedition still required significant effort. It seemed the Grizzlies might indeed achieve success in their quest. On TNT's basketball analysis program, Barkley discussed the Grizzlies' recent performances, stating, "One can clearly see championship potential in the Grizzlies. Their 2 interior players excel in both offense and defense, and Qin's three-point shooting is becoming increasingly accurate. I believe they not only have the capability to reach the playoffs, but also have a genuine chance to contend for the championship." Barkley shook his head, adding, "While the Grizzlies will undoubtedly make the playoffs, they currently require an exceptional guard to advance further." Kenny Smith responded, "Qin has recently increased his frequency of pushing the ball after grabbing rebounds. Charles, do you think there's a possibility they might experiment with him as a playmaker?" Barkley replied, "Are you suggesting that a player of center stature be tasked with orchestrating the offense? If the Grizzlies dare to attempt that, I would boldly proclaim them championship contenders. The Grizzlies will indeed make the playoffs." Although Memphis fans believe their team is not weak this season, they remain hesitant to entertain thoughts of a championship. For the fans, as long as the Grizzlies can advance past the first round of the playoffs, they would celebrate as if they had won the championship. Since joining the NBA in 1995, when the team was still based in Vancouver and consistently found itself at the bottom of the league standings, the franchise only began to see improvement after selecting Pau Gasol and relocating to Memphis. However, in the decades since joining the league, the Grizzlies have only made the playoffs 3 times, each time suffering a first-round exit, and all by being swept 0-4. It can be said that if Qin Jie leads the team past the first round, it would create a historic milestone for the franchise, as even winning a single playoff game would be a first in team history. On January 24th, the Memphis Grizzlies faced the Denver Nuggets in Denver. Chapter 53. The contest for the best defensive player. Numerous arenas in the NBA are notoriously known as home court hells, such as the Boston Celtics' North Station Garden and the Utah Jazz's Energy Solutions Arena. During the coaching era of the legendary Red Auerbach, the Celtics discreetly set traps within the North Station Garden. When opposing players dribbled into certain spots, the ball would inexplicably fail to bounce, allowing Celtics teammates to execute swift double teams and easily steal the ball. Remarkably, before the games, visiting players were entirely oblivious to the exact location of this treacherous flooring, forcing them to dribble with utmost caution. The Jazz's home court presents its own challenges, primarily due to its elevation. Salt Lake City boasts an average altitude of 1,300 meters. Many players experience discomfort due to altitude sickness, significantly impacting their performance. A player who may endure 40 minutes of play on flat ground could find themselves gasping for breath after just 30 minutes at the Energy Solutions Arena. Even more outrageous, there was an incident in the Jazz's home arena involving an alleged poisoning of Michael Jordan. During Game 5 of the 1997 NBA Finals, held in Salt Lake City, Jordan faced a severe bout of illness, which nearly sidelined him. Fortunately, he chose to play, leading the Chicago Bulls to victory in what is now famously known as the flu game. However, Jordan later recounted that he did not contract the flu during the game. Rather, he had been poisoned. The night before, a Jazz fan masquerading as a pizza delivery person had delivered a tainted pizza to Jordan, resulting in his subsequent gastrointestinal distress. One might say, this home court advantage was rather unscrupulous. If one were to compile a list of the least desirable arenas for players to visit, the Denver Nuggets Pepsi Center would undoubtedly rank among the top 5. Situated atop the snowy peaks of Denver, the Pepsi Center presents an even more daunting challenge. With an average elevation of 1,600 meters, sufficient to induce altitude sickness in numerous stars, thereby affecting their stamina and overall performance. Moreover, the lack of entertainment facilities near the Pepsi Center has drawn complaints. James Harden once lamented that Denver was the most tedious city in which he played, as he struggled to find suitable venues for nightlife after games. Consequently, Harden harbors a strong aversion to playing in Denver. Qin Jie, however, is well acquainted with the city. As a devoted fan of the Denver Nuggets, he recalls the sensational Hawk County incident that captivated the entire league and transpired here. Last month, the Nuggets executed a remarkable heist, acquiring Allen Iverson and Carmelo Anthony from the Philadelphia 76ers for a nominal cost, thus forming an explosive duo that averaged a combined 63 points per game during the regular season. Yet, Qin Jie remembers that this golden duo ultimately fell short. The Nuggets finished the season ranked 6th in the West and 8th the following year, both times suffering first-round exits with just one playoff victory across 2 series. In truth, Anthony and Iverson were not incompatible. Both are exceptional scorers, possessing high-level skills both with and without the ball. Iverson's ability to penetrate defenses easily created opportunities for Anthony. Conversely, when Anthony attracted double teams with his low-post play, it opened avenues for Iverson to find better passing lanes and shooting opportunities. The Nuggets' dilemma lay in the fact that, despite having 2 elite scorers, head coach George Karl struggled to devise methods and strategies to maximize the team's offensive potential, leading to significant issues with ball distribution. Furthermore, it was not solely Karl's fault. Iverson's style of play contributed as well. Though he played the point guard position, Iverson excelled in scoring but faltered in facilitating. After the Nuggets traded away Andre Miller, they lost a critical playmaker. Consequently, the Nuggets often found themselves in a cycle of isolation plays. Iverson would take a turn, followed by Anthony, and then J.R. Smith. Such a strategy is unlikely to succeed in the playoffs. Relying heavily on isolation plays is only effective during the regular season. While in the playoffs, facing formidable opponents becomes exceedingly arduous. Additionally, Iverson's arrival raised defensive concerns. Despite having Kenyon Martin, Nene, and Marcus Camby in the paint, the guard positions were notably weak. Besides Iverson and J.R. Smith, the backcourt featured diminutive players like 1.65-meter Boykins and the underweight Steve Blake. As for Anthony, he embodied the archetype of a player who neglects defense. Teams renowned for their offensive prowess, like the Suns, Lakers, and Mavericks, would undoubtedly relish facing a Nuggets backcourt like this. Thus, when the Nuggets later traded Iverson for Chauncey Billups, the team advanced straight to the Western Conference Finals. It became evident that alongside a scoring ace like Anthony, the team required a maestro capable of orchestrating plays. At 7 in the evening, as the players took the floor, the home crowd erupted in fervent cheers for their team, while the Memphis Grizzlies were met with a chorus of boos. It was apparent that the Denver fans were united in their fervor. Qin Jie leaned on Pau Gasol's shoulder and remarked, "The atmosphere here is quite different from Staples Center, where the opponent is the Clippers." Gasol chuckled and replied, "I'm still surprised you have so many fans in Los Angeles." A faint smile crept across Qin Jie's face as he shrugged. "I suppose it's because my playing style is rather captivating. But if, hypothetically speaking, I do have fans, they simply refrain from expressing it due to the prevailing atmosphere." Gasol nodded dismissively. Of course. I understand you have 6 billion fans worldwide." The starting lineups were swiftly announced. For the Grizzlies, Qin Jie, Gasol, Mike Miller-Jones, and Atkins. For the Nuggets, Kenyon Martin, Marcus Camby, Carmelo Anthony, Steve Blake, and Allen Iverson. During warm-ups, Anthony and Iverson exchanged friendly fist bumps with Qin Jie, while Camby maintained a stern gaze directed at him. Camby held a grudge against Qin Jie, although they had little interaction. Camby was displeased that Qin Jie had not only claimed his title as the league's top shot blocker this season, but was also likely to snatch away his Defensive Player of the Year award. Camby boasted an average of 3 blocks per game, a statistic he believed would secure him the top spot, only to be outdone by Qin Jie, who averaged 4.2 blocks. Nevertheless, Qin Jie regarded Camby with indifference, although he was the reigning Defensive Player of the Year in his original timeline. He perceived Camby merely as a statistical patter. During his time with the Raptors, Camby was indeed a formidable defensive force, yet since last season, he had become overly fixated on accumulating statistics, prioritizing rebounds and blocks to the detriment of his defensive responsibilities. In one-on-one matchups, Camby's effort waned, and his defensive efficiency declined year after year. Yet, the league seems to judge defensive prowess based on numbers alone. Camby's statistical uptick had earned him selections to the All-Defensive Team for 4 consecutive seasons, along with his sole Defensive Player of the Year accolade. Tonight, in addition to defeating the Nuggets, Qin Jie aims to demonstrate to Camby what it truly means to be a defensive stalwart. Chapter 54, The Melon Tonight has poison at the Pepsi Center, amidst the jubilant cheers of the home crowd. Pau Gasol and Dikembe Mutombo leapt into the air to commence the match. Mutombo, gritting his teeth, fixed his gaze on the ball soaring above. He sprang upwards with all his might. However, the outcome of a jump ball does not hinge on the ferocity of one and Oppo's expression. With a deft flick of his fingertips, Gasol won the jump, allowing the Grizzlies to initiate their first offensive play. Defending against Qin Jie was Mutombo, who, upon receiving a pass from Atkins at the high post, attempted a turnaround jumper over the towering defender. Unfortunately, it missed, and Mutombo swiftly snatched the defensive rebound. Elated by a successful defense against Qin Jie in the opening round, Mutombo thought to himself, "So you excel at shooting, is that all there is to it?" After passing the ball to Iverson, the latter surged forward, signaling Mutombo to set a screen. "What an absurdity! You intend to match up against me?" Qin Jie, having switched to defend, lowered his center of gravity to block Iverson's path. He noted that despite Iverson's listed height of 6'0", his actual stature appeared somewhat inflated, as he seemed comparable to his teammate Damon, whose official height was only 5'10". Iverson dribbled towards the wing, suddenly accelerating in an attempt to exploit his speed against Qin Jie. Anticipating this, Qin Jie kept pace, positioning himself firmly in front of Iverson. Surprised by the defense, Iverson rarely encountered a big man who could match his speed. With a slight shift of his shoulder, he unleashed his signature double crossover. He veered sharply to the right, shifting his weight accordingly while Qin Jie adjusted, maintaining his defensive stance without losing ground. Despite Iverson's low dribble, augmented by a system-induced sluggishness, Qin Jie found it challenging to swipe the ball, instead opting to spread his arms wide to obstruct Iverson's path. Realizing his right-side drive was futile, Iverson quickly brought the ball in and shifted his weight to the left for a new angle of attack. The transition was seamless, yet Qin Jie remained steadfast. Although this maneuver had previously left others behind, it failed to yield an advantage against him. With his left side drive similarly thwarted, Iverson was left with no choice but to pull up for a jumper. The ball clanged off the front of the rim, ricocheting directly into Qin Jie's hands. Iverson's attempt to outplay him was thwarted. He underestimated Qin Jie's defensive prowess, Kenny Smith remarked. Barkley shook his head, stating, "Qin must be the player least intimidated by size mismatches in the league." Even Chris struggled to gain an edge against him. Turning back to the Grizzlies' offense, Qin Jie once again opted for a post-up against Mutombo. This time, Mutombo could no longer smile, as Qin Jie deceived him with a mere shoulder fake. He then executed a beautifully arched turnaround jumper. Swish. The Grizzlies led 2-0. As the Nuggets prepared to reset their offense, the other half of the Golden Duo, Anthony, instructed Iverson, "Pass me the ball later. I'll show him what a real turnaround looks like." Approaching the elbow to receive the ball, Anthony was startled to find Qin Jie guarding him. Coach Flatro, wary of the duo's offensive capabilities, strategically assigned Qin Jie to match up against Anthony to avoid a repeat of the previous game against the Clippers, where they struggled to contain the opposing star. Qin Jie's defense aligned perfectly with Anthony's intentions as he extended his arms towards Iverson for the ball. Anthony had already envisioned a stylish shot to make. Confident in his scoring ability, particularly his back-to-the-basket game, he waited patiently for the pass. However, after a prolonged wait, Anthony realized Iverson had yet to deliver the ball. It was not that Iverson was unwilling. Though his playmaking skills were not elite, he could see the unfolding situation clearly and recognized that he simply could not pass, as Qin Jie had effectively blocked all of Anthony's receiving angles. Undeterred, Anthony continued to demand the ball. Iverson directed Blake in the corner to set a screen for Anthony, but Qin Jie had anticipated this move. He swiftly navigated around the screen, positioning himself once more in the passing lane from Iverson to Anthony. Realizing his options were dwindling, Anthony resorted to a full-court sprint, with Qin Jie closely tailing him. After a grueling chase, Anthony finally found an opportunity to receive the pass, but the shot clock had nearly expired, leaving him with only 8 seconds to act. Assuming his trademark triple threat stance, he prepared for a jumper. As he lifted his arm, Qin Jie's hand emerged, swatting the ball away before Anthony could even complete a shooting motion. Quick to react, Anthony pivoted to protect the basketball from being stolen. Yet he was left with no choice but to attempt a desperate shot. Under Qin Jie's tight defense, Anthony's shot ricocheted off the timer. The referee ruled the ball out of bounds, resulting in a change of possession. Frustrated, Anthony tugged at his headband as he trudged back towards the backcourt. In just 2 possessions, Qin Jie had effectively neutralized the Nuggets and Oppo's dynamic duo, as noted by the commentators. Qin Jie is in excellent form tonight. The Nuggets and Oppo's offense is in jeopardy, remarked Zhu Yang. Zhang Heli nodded in agreement. As the Grizzlies resumed their offense, Mutombo noted that Qin Jie was opting for another post-up. Gritting his teeth, he charged in, attempting to restrict Qin Jie's movement. This time, however, Qin Jie did not execute a turnaround but instead tossed the ball to the corner. Mike Miller caught the pass beyond the arc, faking a shot, which caused Anthony to bite on the feint, allowing Miller to drive towards the basket. Seeing a chance to block, Mutombo's eyes lit up as he charged into the paint. After taking 3 steps, Miller sent the ball behind his head to Qin Jie in the corner. Mutombo rushed back, but it was too late. Qin Jie's three-pointer was already in the air. The ball traced a perfect arc before swishing through the net. 3 points, 5-0. Kenny Smith derided Marcus, exclaiming, "He clearly underestimates Qin." Barkley sneered, "He is merely a stat stuffer. He lacks any real defensive capability." Just the other day, I saw fans discussing whether he could compete with Qin for the DPOY. What a farce. The gap between them is as vast as the great Charles Barkley. Qin Jie's 2 successful shots rendered the once boisterous Pepsi Center silent. Provoked by Qin Jie's three-pointer, Anthony was quick to respond. This time, he chose to receive the ball at the center circle and advance himself. Even as he secured the ball, Qin Jie denied him any opportunity for a drive, activating his suffocating defense. Under Qin Jie's relentless pressure, Anthony struggled to maintain control of the ball, growing increasingly frustrated. He then decided to launch a jumper from just inside the three-point line. This mid-range shot, one he had executed countless times throughout his career, was well within his range, especially considering that the international three-point line is closer than that of the NBA, allowing him to set records during the Olympics. However, with his shooting proficiency having plummeted to CBA levels, Anthony found it impossible to score over Qin Jie in this manner. On the Grizzlies' end, Qin Jie opted not to take the shot himself, instead setting a screen for Miller, who converted a layup in the paint. Meanwhile, back on the Nuggets side, under Qin Jie's tenacious defense, Anthony failed to find the basket for the 3rd consecutive time. Tonight's melon indeed has poison. Chapter 55, Quiet Down. At this moment, Anthony felt an overwhelming sense of frustration upon seeing Qin Jie. His defensive prowess was exceedingly tenacious. Moreover, aside from his formidable defense, Qin Jie's offensive skills were also on point, as he netted 2 successful shots right at the beginning. Not only Anthony, but Camby too glared at Qin Jie with barely concealed anger. Unfortunately, he was unaware of Barkley's earlier commentary. Had he heard it, he would have certainly rushed over to deliver a thorough thrashing to the flying pig. Kenny Smith observed the dynamics on the court and remarked, "Carmelo has fallen into Qin's trap. Qin relishes challenging opposing offensive players. Once they begin to frequently engage in one-on-one plays, the Grizzlies will exploit their fluid offense to gradually widen the score gap." Barkley added, "Carmelo, stop trying to match Qin. While your offensive capabilities are impressive, your defense is non-existent. Qin excels in both offense and defense. I suggest you learn from him." Barkley's commentary continued to focus on the 2 Nuggets players. Anthony was now in a state of distress. Qin Jie's defense was not the sort that could draw fouls through dirty tactics. It was simply relentless, making it difficult to receive the ball or make a shot, extremely vexing. By the end of the first quarter, under Qin Jie's sticky defense, Anthony had shot 0 for 7, managing to score merely 2 points from free throws. As he left the court, his mood was quite gloomy. For the past 2 years, his goal had been to become the scoring champion, and at this rate, he would soon be outpaced by Kobe. Fortunately for the Nuggets, after Anthony's shooting slump, they still had Iverson, who was able to score. With Qin Jie not guarding him, Atkins and others were incapable of stopping him. Although Iverson had shot 6 times and only succeeded twice, his proficiency at drawing fouls saw him make all 5 of his free throws, bringing his total to 9 points. Without him, the Nuggets would likely have faced a catastrophic first quarter at the hands of the Grizzlies. Iverson's ability to draw fouls was remarkable. Qin Jie remembered a game where Iverson had scored 25 points without making a single field goal, achieving a staggering 26 free throws and making 25 of them. Who could withstand that? The first quarter concluded with the Grizzlies leading the Nuggets 25-18. The highest scorer for the Grizzlies was Qin Jie, who shot 3 out of 5, including 2 three-pointers, accumulating 8 points, 5 rebounds, 1 steal, and 1 block. While the Nuggets boasted strong interior defense, their perimeter defense was abysmal, and Qin Jie thrived as a center who preferred to float on the perimeter. The Nuggets had no answers for him. George Karl, noticing Anthony's discontent as he returned to the bench, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't rush it. Carmelo, stay calm. I believe you will find your offensive rhythm." During this period, the relationship between Karl and Anthony was not as strained as it would later become. Wiping the sweat from his forehead with a towel, Anthony took a deep breath and replied, All right, I'll be more selective with my shots in the second quarter. As the second quarter commenced, both teams substituted in their bench players. In the first possession, J.R. Smith, now a substitute, launched a three-pointer from the arc over two defenders, successfully sinking the shot. In his third year, J.R. Smith had begun to showcase his erratic but explosive scoring ability since joining the Nuggets. When he found his rhythm, his scoring prowess rivaled that of Anthony and Iverson. Recalling the highlights of the Nuggets' history, Qin Jie remembered that 70 of the top 50 plays were created by Anthony and Iverson, with 20 attributed to J.R. Smith. Before Iverson's arrival, J.R. had even been assigned to start a few games by George Karl, showcasing a remarkable performance by hitting 7 out of 9 three-pointers in one game. With J.R. hitting a three-pointer right off the bat, Anthony felt an increasing sense of agitation, especially with the cheers from the Pepsi Center crowd. It felt as though he was no longer the star of the evening. Seeing J.R.'s successful three-pointer, George Karl's expression softened considerably. However, both J.R. and Anthony shared a similar mentality, preoccupied with offense, while their defense was as insubstantial as air, making it challenging to establish a solid perimeter defensive system. It wasn't until J.R. was acquired by the Cavaliers that he began to learn how to utilize his defense to aid the team. During the 2015-2016 championship season, J.R. continually improved his defensive skills, studying game footage of defensive masters like Tony Allen. Prior to the new season, he would watch highlights of Iverson, Jordan, and Kobe. And his efforts bore fruit. Tyronn Lue recognized J.R. as the best perimeter defender on the Cavaliers, which led to him replacing Shumpert as a starter. Just how strong was J.R.'s defense that season? In the Cavaliers vs. Hawks series, he effectively contained sharpshooter Korver. And in the first 3 games of the finals against the Warriors, Thompson shot only 37 and averaged just 12 points against him. In Game 1 of the finals, J.R. attempted only 3 shots, the fewest in his career for a game exceeding 30 minutes of play time, realizing that defense could also contribute to the team. By Game 3, Thompson managed only 10 points against J.R., with a three-point shooting percentage of 14, while J.R. efficiently scored 20 points on 7 of 13 shooting, including 5 of 10 from beyond the arc. The Nuggets bench helped them recover a significant number of points, and when the starters returned to the court, the score stood at 35-33, with the Nuggets trailing by just 2 points. Upon seeing Qin Jie approach him again, Anthony felt a surge of anger. It had been quite some time since he had seen a cheerful smile on Qin Jie's face. As the second quarter resumed, Anthony entered the game and immediately blocked Qin Jie's shot. In the low post, Anthony received the ball, adopting his familiar triple threat stance. After a single dribble, he pivoted closely against Qin Jie and opted for a layup. Shortly after releasing the shot, Anthony heard a loud thud above him. Qin Jie had just deflected the ball into Mike Miller's hands. Once the Grizzlies had established their positions on the offensive end, Qin Jie continued to back down Camby from the high post. With a subtle left shoulder shimmy, he swiftly turned right and leaped for a shot. At that moment, many Denver fans could hardly contain their excitement. Swish! Another picturesque shot found its way through the net. After scoring, Qin Jie mimicked a gun with his hand and gently blew at the muzzle. Play some solid defense, Marcus. Anthony glared at Camby, clearly displeased. Camby lowered his head in silence. Qin Jie's shooting was far stronger than he had anticipated, and he had a nagging feeling that he might be thoroughly outperformed tonight. However, Camby also thought to himself, but how many times have you even scored? Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts, after all. Anthony was the team's leader and held considerable influence. Iverson's shooting touch was far superior to that of Anthony tonight. Opting for a solo effort, Iverson exploited his speed to slice through the Grizzlies' perimeter defense, soaring high for a shot. Had this been the Iverson of 2001, he would have dunked the ball. Ultimately, Iverson chose a reverse layup instead. The numerous 76ers fans watching the live broadcast cheered nostalgically for their hero. As the Pepsi Center crowd regained their enthusiasm in the first half of the second quarter, when Iverson gestured for the fans to listen, the arena erupted with MVP chants. While the Denver fans were still reveling in the previous offensive play, Qin Jie, upon receiving the ball after the inbounds, initiated his own advance even before crossing the midcourt line. As he crossed the Nuggets logo, Camby retreated to the three-point line, deliberately guarding against a potential pull-up three-pointer from Qin Jie. However, upon stepping over the logo, Qin Jie came to a halt. Camby scrutinized Qin Jie, pondering if the lad could possibly. In the next moment, Camby's eyes widened in astonishment. Qin Jie aimed directly at the hoop, launching an extraordinarily distant three-point shot with remarkable poise. Camby swiftly turned his attention back to the basket. The broadcast team maintained a steady focus on the trajectory of the basketball. Whoosh! Qin Jie exclaimed. Silence, please. The Pepsi Center, which had been resounding with cheers just a moment ago, fell into an abrupt hush. Denver Nuggets head coach George Karl reacted swiftly, immediately calling for a timeout. Chapter 56, More Than Just the Playoffs. In the final moments of the game, the Grizzlies triumphed over the Nuggets with a score of 112-90. Qin Jie played for 36 minutes, participating only at the beginning of the fourth quarter. He made 10 out of 22 shots, including 4 out of 10 from beyond the arc, and was perfect from the free throw line, scoring 31 points, grabbing 15 rebounds, dishing out 5 assists, blocking 4 shots, and stealing the ball 3 times. Marc Gasol contributed with 18 points from 7 of 15 shooting, along with 10 rebounds and 5 assists, while Mike Miller added 26 points to the tally. Anthony, who had been closely guarded by Qin from the start of the game, left the court looking despondent. He played for 38 minutes, shooting 5 of 21 from the field and missing all 6 of his three-point attempts, though he managed to score 16 points, alongside 4 rebounds and 2 assists. On the other hand, Iverson was the standout performer for the Nuggets, hitting 11 of 20 shots, making 1 of 5 from three-point range, and sinking 11 of 12 free throws for a game-high 34 points, along with 4 rebounds, 7 assists, and 2 steals. After Qin Jie began to shadow Anthony, the Grizzlies found themselves unable to contain Iverson, whose ability to drive and shoot kept the Nuggets afloat. Without his stellar performance, they might have faltered long before halftime. However, the Grizzlies were aware that if they could stifle one of the Nuggets' dual threats, the other would struggle to carry the team to victory. Post-game, Barkley remarked that the Grizzlies had not forgotten the optimal utilization of Qin. He noted that if they faced a team with a potent offensive threat, matching Qin up against the player from the outset was an effective strategy. Kenny Smith nodded in agreement, recalling how the Grizzlies had previously defeated teams such as the Magic by employing this tactic. Once Qin locked down the opposing offensive core, the Grizzlies would often surge in the second quarter, widening their lead. Indeed, the Grizzlies began their decisive push midway through the second quarter, with Qin's remarkable three-pointer from the logo becoming a pivotal moment in the game. Despite Iverson's relentless attempts to close the gap, his efforts were insufficient as he could not unify the team's offense, while Anthony continued to struggle with the shooting, preventing the Nuggets from catching up. Following the game, Anthony declined all interview requests, his frustration evident after such a dismal shooting performance. Iverson, though also in low spirits, did not hesitate to commend Qin Jie. Our performance tonight was far inferior to that of the Grizzlies. Their defense was superb, particularly Qin, whose pressure in one-on-one situations was immense. When a probing media member inquired about Anthony's struggles, Iverson defended his teammate, stating, "Carmelo is an exceptional scorer, that is beyond dispute. He simply had an off night, but we all continue to trust him." Nuggets head coach George Karl expressed his exasperation with Qin, stating, "Qin is a constant headache for us. Many of his shots defy logic, yet they find the mark. There and Oppos, as little we can do other than hope he has an off night." He also voiced confidence in Anthony and Oppos' offensive capabilities, remarking, "I have never worried about Carmelo and Oppos' scoring. Tonight was merely a matter of bad luck. However, we must all step up defensively, not just Carmelo." In the Grizzlies' locker room, Qin Jie was interviewed by a throng of reporters eager to stoke the flames. One reporter asked, "Qin, Coach George Karl mentioned that Carmelo just had an off night. What are your thoughts?" Qin Jie smiled gently, responding, "Perhaps. Both Carmelo and AI are exceptional scorers. I suppose I was fortunate tonight. Otherwise, how could I have made that three-pointer from the logo?" He refrained from mockery, understanding the nature of interviews requires a broader perspective, subtly reiterating his own remarkable shot. Following the victory over the Nuggets, Qin Jie remained composed, as the following morning they would travel to San Antonio, his focus now shifting toward the Spurs. Upon arriving in the city that afternoon, Gasol approached Qin for advice on defensive strategies. "Qin, what should I pay attention to when switching to guard a smaller player?" Gasol inquired curiously. Qin Jie's exemplary defense against players like Paul and Iverson had drawn Gasol's admiration, prompting him to seek guidance. Initially, Qin struggled to articulate his thoughts. "If you're up against a group of CBA-level guards, you can certainly defend them," he mused before continuing, "in mismatches. You must control your distance based on the opponent's shooting ability. When facing guards adept at driving, you should attempt to use physicality to counter their speed." Gasol nodded thoughtfully. "What if it's someone like Chris, who poses both driving and shooting threats?" "Learn to prioritize," Qin replied. "We cannot defend both aspects equally. We must focus on either stopping the drive or the shot, while observing the opponent's tendencies. Most players have fixed moves by studying their dribbling and shooting habits. You can grasp their offensive rhythm. Gasol attentively absorbed Qin's insights, determined to study game footage and understand his opponents better. Later, Gasol asked, "Do you have any advice for improving my offense?" Recently, Qin's offensive contributions had matched his defensive prowess, echoing Carl's sentiment about his shooting being nearly indefensible. Paul, your strengths lie in your technical skills and footwork. When facing a robust player like Dwight, avoid direct confrontations. Instead, utilize your footwork to finish plays. Additionally, I recommend you practice your three-point shooting, Qin suggested. During their conversation, head coach Flat Oro approached, taking the tactical board. That's a wise perspective, Qin. However, is it truly necessary for Paul to practice three-point shooting? Absolutely. We must emphasize spatial awareness on the court, Qin insisted. Gasol's prowess as a dominant force in FIFA, revered as the top center, stemmed from the Spanish team's tactical emphasis on inside-out play and spatial utilization, perfectly aligning with his skill set. In the NBA, however, Gasol also bore the responsibility of collaborating with other offensive players. Although he possessed playmaking abilities, this sometimes hindered his overall performance. Qin's understanding of these dynamics was years ahead, believing that creating space on the court was essential for achieving higher shooting percentages. Flat Toro remained energized during their discussion, largely agreeing with Qin, particularly resonating with the notion that a three-point shooting percentage of 35 is more advantageous than a two-point shooting percentage of 50. Qin Jie concluded his conversation with Flat Toro, stating, "Our ambitions extend beyond merely the playoffs. When we face those seasoned veterans in the West, we shall unveil our surprises." Upon hearing the news beyond the playoffs, Flat Toro felt a jolt of surprise, followed by a sense of relief as he gently patted Qin Jie's shoulder. In that moment, Flat Toro realized how fortunate he was to be able to mentor Qin Jie. Chapter 57. Subversive Tactics. Flat Toro discovered that Qin Jie's long-range shooting had become increasingly precise. As a result, his offensive position on the Grizzlies' tactical board had risen considerably. After savoring the sweet taste of his three-point and mid-range attributes soaring to 90, he opened his personal panel to allocate skill points. Following 4 games, Qin Jie had accumulated 9,328 upgrade points, which he used to elevate his speed from 75 to 80. With his shooting ability enhanced, it was imperative to increase his speed as well, enhancing his off-ball movement threat. He also raised the cost-effective ball handling attribute from 50 to 65, spending a total of 8,750 points, which subsequently increased his overall rating to 78. He aimed to elevate his overall rating to around 85 by the end of the regular season, as only then would he have a greater chance of success against formidable teams in the playoffs. This season, his personal goal had transformed into reaching the second round. He needed to become stronger to achieve it. On the afternoon of January 26th, the entire Grizzlies team traveled to the Spurs' home venue, the AT Center. This was Qin Jie's second visit to the arena. The last time he was there, he treated the fans of San Antonio to a hearty hot pot meal. Consequently, upon entering, he was met with a chorus of boos from the home fans. The Spurs boasted a record of 30 wins and 14 losses, placing them third in the Western Conference. Although the Grizzlies had yet to enter playoff contention, the team did not perceive a significant disparity in strength, having previously faced the Spurs twice with a split record of 1-1. CCTV commentator Su Juyong remarked before the game, "We haven't seen Qin Jie play for over a day. I believe the viewers at home share my sentiment that it would be wonderful if there were Grizzlies games every day." Qin Jie responded on behalf of the team, "I sincerely appreciate your wishes. Thank you to your entire family." Zhang Heli chuckled. While the records suggest a disparity in strength, the likelihood of a one-sided game is low. Both teams will likely engage in a fiercely contested match, and today's game is sure to be thrilling. In this matchup, Spurs head coach Greg Popovich devised a targeted strategy for Qin Jie, determined not to let him leave the arena with a smile. Given Qin Jie's remarkable precision in mid-range and long-range shooting in previous games, Popovich intended to deny him shooting opportunities. He employed his own man defense, alternating Bruce Bowen and Tim Duncan to guard Qin Jie. If Qin Jie attempted to shoot, he would face the more agile Duncan, and should he dare to drive, the imposing Oberto would apply pressure. Popovich believed that one-on-one defense would not suffice against a rhythm-driven Qin Jie. Utilizing a rotating defense would significantly diminish his efficiency. As long as the Spurs secured the rebounds, they would control the rhythm of the game. Unfortunately for Popovich, the anticipated scenario did not unfold, as the development of the game strayed far from his expectations. Qin Jie did not attempt to drive as he had in previous matches. Instead, he played as an off-ball shooter, continuously utilizing screens and pick-and-rolls to find opportunities to receive and shoot. His style resembled that of Klay Thompson from the Future Warriors. Popovich observed Qin Jie's increasingly unconventional approach. Though the term 3D player was not yet in use, the concept existed, with players like Battier exemplifying the ability to shoot and defend. However, such players were typically forwards or guards. To see a center perform off-ball was unprecedented. Moreover, upon receiving the ball at the high post, Qin Jie facilitated for his teammates, assisting them in scoring throughout the first quarter. Consequently, the Spurs' defense struggled against him, particularly Duncan, who was tasked with guarding Qin Jie. While Duncan managed to keep up with Qin Jie's movements, the Grizzlies consistently set numerous screens along his path, leaving him helpless as he watched Qin Jie execute jump shots. Conversely, guarding Duncan proved different for Qin Jie. In contrast to previous games, Duncan found it exceedingly challenging to shoot, whether from inside or mid-range, against Qin Jie. After just half a quarter, Duncan's stamina waned, repeatedly encountering obstacles on the offensive end. By the latter half of the quarter, he proactively requested a defensive switch with Bowen to conserve energy for offense. Bowen, the Spurs' most formidable perimeter defender, could match Qin Jie's movements but was hindered by his height, unable to contest Qin Jie's direct pull-ups or high-post setups effectively. To better restrict Qin Jie's shooting, he needed to maintain constant tight defense. As the first quarter neared its conclusion, Qin Jie stepped back to hit a remarkable buzzer-beater three-pointer from beyond the arc, causing Popovich's expression to shift dramatically. As the game drew to a close, Kenny Smith exclaimed excitedly, "Charles, we are witnessing the birth of a great star, and his style of play is utterly revolutionary. I never imagined a center could play like this." Barkley, typically reticent in his discussions regarding Qin Jie, concurred, "If Qin can maintain his health, I believe he will undoubtedly pave the way for a new style of play. He is destined to carve out a place for himself in the league." With a final score of 112-96, the Grizzlies triumphed over the Spurs. In the concluding match of a four-game road trip, Qin Jie delivered an efficient performance, playing 36 minutes and shooting 10 of 19, including 5 three-pointers, 2 of which were exceptionally long-range, alongside 4 perfect free throws, accumulating a remarkable tally of 29 points, 13 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 blocks, and 2 steals. Given such statistics, Qin Jie was not surprised. Flatro provided him the freedom to unleash his full potential, rendering him virtually unstoppable once he found his rhythm. This victory significantly bolstered Qin Jie's confidence, as the Grizzlies, if they made the playoffs this season, would likely face the Mavericks, Suns, or Spurs. With a regular season record of 2-1 against the Spurs, they were well equipped to contend against strong teams in the playoffs. After defeating the Spurs, the Grizzlies exceeded their goal of winning at least 2 games during the 4-game road trip, achieving a clean sweep and extending their winning streak to 5 games. On January 27th, returning to their home court, the Grizzlies faced the Trail Blazers in a back-to-back matchup. In a surprising turn of events, the Grizzlies fell to the Trail Blazers, 130-135, ending their winning streak. Qin Jie played for 31 minutes, shooting 9 of 22, including 6 three-pointers and 4 of 5 from the free throw line, amassing 28 points, along with 14 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 blocks, and 1 steal. While his individual performance was commendable, the team lacked any glaring faults. The pivotal moment came when the rookie Roy from the opposing team surged in the final moments, scoring 8 consecutive points to propel the Trail Blazers from behind. Post-game, many media outlets humorously remarked that the Grizzlies seemed to be struggling with the familiar atmosphere of Memphis. Chapter 58. It is unrealistic to defend Qin Jie in a summary of the recent games played by the Grizzlies, the commentator Su Junyang from CCTV remarked. At this stage, many teams in the league have begun to devise defensive strategies against Qin Jie. However, not a single team has achieved significant success. Not even the Spurs have found the best solution. Yu Jie nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, at the end of the day, it is Qin Jie's shooting that is too difficult to counter. As a center, he employs a plethora of off-ball movements during games, making it a challenging endeavor for many big men who match up against him." Su Junyang continued, "An ideal defensive approach against Qin Jie would be to assign a forward, approximately 208 centimeters tall, with remarkable lateral quickness to stick closely to him. However," Zhang Heli interjected, "even if you can keep up with Qin Jie, you ultimately have to hope his shooting touch falters. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Everyone is aware of how terrifying Qin Jie's long-range shooting is, right? Just a step inside the three-point line marks his shooting range." Yu Jie added, "Last month, Qin Jie had not fully acclimated to the physicality of the NBA. Yet his shooting stability has significantly improved. When a center shoots over you, it is not as simple as wanting to defend against it. Now, The entire league recognizes that Qin Jie is the second core of the Grizzlies, even holding a higher tactical status than Marc Gasol. Many of Qin Jie's fans believe he is the true leader of the team, as both his statistics and efficiency surpass those of Gasol. Due to Qin Jie's height, defending against his jump shots has become increasingly perceived as an insurmountable challenge. During a post-game analysis on TNT, Barkley addressed this issue, stating, "I believe to effectively counter Qin, a strong defensive swingman is essential." Co-host Reggie Miller shook his head, replying, "That is not entirely accurate. Relying on a single player to contain a prolific scorer is evidently unrealistic, especially considering his shooting ability is of historical caliber." Kenny Smith turned to him, asking, "Oh, Reggie, as the all-time three-point leader in the NBA, what do you propose for defending Qin's long-range shots?" Miller responded, "It begins with limiting Qin's ability to receive the ball. To defend an exceptional shooter, one must establish a robust team defensive system that utilizes the collective strength of the team to disrupt the opponent's movement and passing lanes. Once a shooter receives the ball easily, it is already too late." Miller continued, "Hasn't Qin's three-point shooting percentage exceeded 40% this month? That is astonishing. I have a suggestion for defending such players. Instead of attempting to completely restrict him, it may be wiser to sever his connection with his teammates, forcing him into isolation. Basketball is, after all, a five-person sport." Kenny Smith chuckled, "Haha, a few years ago, the Raptors adopted a similar strategy against Kobe." Miller waved his hand, acknowledging the truth of that statement. Alternatively, one could expedite their retreat to draw the Grizzlies into half-court play, denying them opportunities for fast breaks. While manipulating a large tactical board in the studio, Barkley remarked, "Instead of concentrating solely on restricting the Grizzlies' offense, it would be more prudent to consider how to unravel their defense. This season, no player has managed to gain an advantage over Qin." Kenny Smith shook his head. "Let's not kid ourselves. No one can effectively guard Qin in one-on-one situations. Even players like Tim have suffered greatly against him. To face the Grizzlies, one must initiate multifaceted attacks. A single-core team cannot compete with them." After observing the assessments of his performance from both Chinese and American commentators, Qin Jie felt that his playing style was being thoroughly analyzed. Barkley and others, as retired players with profound insights into basketball, provided incisive critiques during the program. And the analysts from various teams were equally astute, offering analysis that was certainly more comprehensive than that of the commentators. Nevertheless, Qin Jie remained unfazed by such scrutiny, as he believed that, to a certain extent, his playing style was indeed inscrutable, and his interpretation of the game was ahead of its time by over a decade. Following a loss to the Trailblazers, the Grizzlies had only 2 games remaining in the season, both of which were at home. On January 29th, the Grizzlies were set to face the Sacramento Kings. Currently, the Kings held a record of 17 wins and 25 losses, placing them third from the bottom in the Western Conference. When fans think of the Kings, the overwhelming impression is one of mediocrity. They have created a record of 16 consecutive years without reaching the playoffs. The only reason Qin Jie paid attention to the Kings was due to the attractiveness of the owner's daughter, Angela. After so many years of poor performance, the Kings hold another record. No active player has ever defeated them in the playoffs. To clarify, not a single active player in the entire NBA has faced and triumphed over the Kings in the postseason. The last time the Kings made the playoffs was during the 2005 to 2006 season, and only a handful of current players joined the league before that time. Prior to the Kings' playoff drought, only veterans like LeBron James, Carmelo Anthony, Dwight Howard, and Chris Paul remained in the league. Yet none have faced the Kings in the playoffs. It wasn't until 2023, when Larry Brown led the Kings back to the playoffs, that this record was finally broken. The Kings have indeed been impressive, enduring 16 years without a playoff appearance, during which they failed to draft many notable players, with DeMarcus Cousins and De'Aaron Fox being the only decent selections. Even Cousins, plagued by injuries, lacked leadership capabilities, thus, only Fox stood out. Over those 16 years of drafts, they acquired 15 first-round picks, yet their selections were largely unremarkable. Notably, they missed out on future superstars like Stephen Curry, Kawhi Leonard, and Damian Lillard. As a small-market team, Sacramento's only hope for resurgence lay in the draft, yet unfortunately, the management's judgment was comparable to that of Michael Jordan. The team has cycled through coach after coach. During those 16 seasons without playoffs, they changed head coaches 11 times, enough to assemble a Sacramento Kings football team from those who have coached the Kings. However, in the early years of the 21st century, the Kings were not as abysmal. In the 2001 to 2002 season, they achieved a remarkable record of 61 wins and 21 losses, claiming the top spot in the league. That year, they reached the Western Conference Finals, ultimately falling to the Lakers. Led by the formidable duo of Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant in a thrilling 7-game series. In the following 2 years, the Kings also advanced to the Western Conference semifinals, battling their opponents to decisive Game 7s. This season marked a pivotal point in the Kings' history. Following this year, they would officially embark on a journey of mediocrity. Chapter 59, the opportune moment for scoring. The Kings center, Brad Miller, successfully leaped for the ball against Pau Gasol, yet the Kings' first defensive effort ended in disarray. As Kevin Martin prepared to pass the ball to guard Mike Bibby, Qin Jie anticipated the Kings' passing route, intercepting the ball and racing down the court for a spectacular two-handed dunk. 2-0. The home team, the Grizzlies, took the lead. Turning back, the Kings' offense faced obstacles. Upon entering the paint, Kevin Martin, a master of drawing fouls, was not closely guarded by Qin Jie. Consequently, Martin attempted a jump shot from the edge of the paint, which clanged off the rim. Qin Jie effortlessly snatched the rebound over Miller's head and initiated the attack himself. Damon, who was ready to receive the ball, recognized Qin Jie's intentions and opted to sprint to the opposite half instead. Once again, Qin Jie advanced the offense, prompting Su Zhuyang to exclaim in disbelief at a center dribbling past half-court. Jie remarked that many had recently studied the Grizzlies' style. Indeed, a center dribbling past half-court offers significant advantages in transition offense. After securing the rebound, Qin Jie bypassed the guards and propelled the attack forward with remarkable speed. Upon crossing half-court, Qin Jie positioned himself against the Kings' power forward, Ron Artest, edging toward the paint. However, wary of Artest's formidable elbows, he opted not to drive all the way in, instead halting near the free throw line. With a subtle shoulder shimmy, he spun left for a jump shot, a picture-perfect fadeaway. Swish. 4-0, as Qin Jie opened the scoring for the Grizzlies. Tonight, Qin Jie was in exceptional form. When he was in rhythm, no one could impede him. Even Artest, a former Defensive Player of the Year and last season's All-Defensive First-Team member, could not contain such a superstar, as Zhang Haoli explained. After 2 fruitless possessions, the Kings finally managed to score on their 3rd attempt, capitalizing on a miscommunication during a switch between Mike Miller and Pau Gasol. An assist from Bibby led to a dunk by Artest. 4-2, the Grizzlies responded with their own offense, this time opting not to let Qin Jie handle the ball, allowing Damon to dribble instead. However, as Damon reached the arc, he spotted Qin Jie on the wing calling for the ball. Without hesitation, Damon lofted it over. Qin Jie, facing off against Brad Miller, executed a crossover dribble followed by a step-back jumper. Though his dribbling rhythm did not match that of guards or forwards, he managed to avoid errors. Miller's footwork was not particularly agile, and by the time he leaped to contest Qin Jie's shot, it was already on its way, a high arc culminating in a swish. 6-2. The sidelines erupted in applause from Flatro, as it became evident that the Grizzlies' offense could dismantle the opposing defense with just Qin Jie against a weaker team like the Kings. Qin Jie saw this as an opportunity to amass points, or rather, to refine his offensive skills. On the court, the Kings continued to struggle. A miscommunication between Artest and Miller left Bibby unable to find a passing target, forcing him to dish the ball out to Kevin Martin on the perimeter. Once again, the Kings found themselves relying solely on Martin's individual efforts. This season, the third-year player had firmly established himself as the Kings' starting shooting guard, leveraging his newfound ability to draw fouls, averaging over 7 free throws per game and surpassing 20 points per game. Qin Jie recalled that Martin narrowly lost the Most Improved Player award this season to the Warriors' Monta Ellis. However, tonight, Martin's shooting touch was elusive. After failing to draw a foul in the low post, he resorted to a hurried jump shot, which clanked off the rim. As Artest and Miller began to double-team Qin Jie, he chose not to force a drive. Instead, he backed down, stepping back to create space for a mid-range shot. Artest reacted swiftly, leaping simultaneously with Qin Jie, but fell just short, his fingertips narrowly missing the ball. The Grizzlies fans erupted in excitement as Qin Jie hit his first 4 attempts, propelling the Grizzlies to an 8-2 lead over the Kings. Meanwhile, the Kings' shooting woes persisted, as their shots ricocheted off the rim. Qin Jie, on the other hand, had converted all 5 of his attempts. 10-2, witnessing the Kings' bewilderment, head coach Eric Musselman called for a timeout. Having served as an assistant coach with the Grizzlies last season, Musselman was astonished by the transformation of the team, which had previously been known for its defensive prowess. Flatro, however, remarked that the Grizzlies' defense was still commendable, boasting a defensive efficiency of 102, ranking 3rd in the league. They had simply balanced their offense with their defense this season. After the timeout, Martin finally drew a foul as Gasol inadvertently impeded his layup. Standing at the free throw line, Martin converted both shots. During the Grizzlies' next offensive possession, the ball remained in Qin Jie's hands. This time, instead of opting for an outside shot, he chose to drive. The defender had shifted from Miller to Artest, who was no pushover, known for his formidable elbow strikes. Years ago, Artest had infamously knocked James Harden to the ground with a single elbow. Despite Artest's reputation, Qin Jie remembered that Artest had backed down when facing Ben Wallace, an understandable reaction when confronted with someone as muscular as Wallace during a brawl. While Artest may have had his mental struggles, he was hardly foolish. He excelled at dealing with unruly fans, but when it came to tough opponents like Wallace, he left that to the likes of Steven Jackson. On the court, Artest successfully thwarted Qin Jie's drive. As Qin Jie prepared to retreat for a jump shot, Miller joined the double team. In a moment of urgency, Mike Miller appeared at the baseline. Qin Jie swiftly flicked the ball to Miller, deftly passing the responsibility. Miller caught the ball and immediately launched a shot. Swish. A three-pointer. Qin Jie celebrated with a high five with Miller as he earned an assist. In the next possession, the Kings found their rhythm, with Bibby assisting Miller for a score in the paint. For the Grizzlies, as they crossed half-court, Qin Jie faced a double team but did not force a play. Instead, he maneuvered to the wing, setting a screen for Gasol. Gasol slipped out, receiving a pass from Miller, and sank a three-pointer, 16-6, with the score gap remaining in double digits. Chapter 60, key opponent at the commentary booth of CCTV, Su Junyoung remarked, "How Gasol has also sunk a three-pointer. The Grizzlies are certainly on fire from beyond the arc tonight." Yu Jia added, "This season, the Grizzlies attempt an average of 23.6 three-pointers per game, only behind the fast-paced Suns and Warriors. Teams that prioritize outside shooting tend to accelerate their scoring rapidly." Zhang Heli noted. The Grizzlies' most avid three-point shooter, Qin Jie, has yet to take a shot. In the early part of the first quarter, his most frequent attempts have been mid-range jumpers. The Grizzlies were determined to widen the score gap early on, leaving Kings coach Musselman feeling helpless. He couldn't possibly call a timeout just to have his players cool off. Mike Bibby was also attempting three-pointers from the perimeter. He was the Kings' most prolific three-point shooter, averaging 5.9 attempts per game, with a conversion rate of 35.6, hitting 2.1 of those attempts. Bibby's successful three-pointer temporarily narrowed the score for the Kings. However, the Grizzlies were unperturbed. If it came to three-point shooting, both Qin Jie and Mike Miller were more than capable of keeping up. The Grizzlies successfully created open three-point opportunities. This season, Flatnaro has emphasized the importance of numerous backdoor cuts and screens from both corners to enable players to find chances on the perimeter. Damon missed a shot from beyond the arc, yet Qin Jie was there to secure the offensive rebound and found Mike Miller positioned at the right corner. Miller unleashed a shot. As the Grizzlies' second long-range threat, Mike Miller had increased his average attempts to 8.6 per game, second only to Qin Jie, successfully making 3.5 of those with a shooting percentage of 47. The score stood at 19-9. In a half-court set, Artest displayed his shooting prowess, mismatched against Damon, who stood under 1.8 meters tall. He launched a shot from the corner and scored. Regrettably, it was only worth 2 points as Artest's right foot stepped on the line. Nonetheless, Artest possessed solid mid-range shooting skills. For his career, he averaged 1.2 three-pointers made on 3.4 attempts, with a success rate of 33.9. Particularly during his time with the Lakers, he was unflinching in crucial moments. In the final minute of Game 7 of the 2010 Finals, Qin Jie vividly recalled how Rasheed Wallace coolly sank a three-pointer to narrow the score to 73-76. Only for Artest to respond with a three-pointer from the wing, extending the lead once more. The game had come down to a mere 2-point difference in the last 10 seconds, leaving fans of both the Lakers and the Celtics on the edge of their seats, filled with suspense. As the Grizzlies mounted their offense, Damon, still irked by Artest's shot, felt powerless against him. All he could do was jump to reach his knees. Yet Damon had teammates. He grasped Qin Jie's thigh and passed the ball to him, casting a sidelong glance at Artest. It was him, he indicated. Qin Jie received the ball and signaled, "No problem, watch me get my revenge." After dribbling towards Artest, Qin Jie suddenly stepped back and took a jump shot. Artest, intent on contesting Qin Jie's long-range shot, leapt to interfere. However, this time, Qin Jie's three-pointer had a slight lean, a trajectory Artest could not block, leaving him to simply hope for a miss from Qin Jie. Swish. The score now stood at 22-11 as another long-range shot landed. All Grizzlies fans watching on television erupted with excitement. Qin Jie rarely attempted three-pointers, but when he did, they were electrifying shots that awakened the entire arena. After the basket, Damon shrugged at Artist. See that, big guy? There is always someone to take you down. Tonight, Qin Jie was in a transcendent mode, showcasing his prowess in the first quarter as the Kings rotated defenders against him to no avail. Musselman was practically drooling at the sight of Qin Jie, lamenting that he should have remained an assistant coach with the Grizzlies this season. Coaching such a player would be a delight beyond measure. Ultimately, the Grizzlies triumphed at home with a decisive 117-85 victory over the Kings, solidifying their path toward rebuilding. Qin Jie, initially eager to rack up points, faced a setback as he did not get the opportunity to play in the fourth quarter due to the significant lead established in the first three quarters. Had it not been for the negative public perception surrounding padding stats during garbage time, he would have surely played a few more minutes. During the game, Qin Jie logged 31 minutes, shooting 12 of 21 from the field, including 5 of 9 from beyond the arc, and hitting all 5 of his free throws, amassing a total of 34 points, alongside 14 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 blocks, and 3 steals. On January 31st, the final day of January, the Grizzlies prepared to face the visiting Dallas Mavericks. Despite the Mavericks boasting a league-leading record of 37 wins and 9 losses, many still held hope for the Grizzlies, as in the hearts of fans, Nowitzki was still perceived as a soft player compared to the iron-willed Qin Jie. However, the Mavericks, fueled by their determination, thwarted the Grizzlies' winning streak, claiming a narrow 95-90 victory. To Qin Jie's supporters, it appeared that the Grizzlies had lost, but in their eyes, Qin Jie had not. He played for 44 minutes, scoring a game-high 32 points, showcasing exceptional shooting, particularly from three-point range, where he hit 7 of 10 attempts, far surpassing Nowitzki's performance. The German superstar managed only 12 points, 8 of which came from free throws, prompting a wave of fans to call him soft on social media. Nowitzki felt exasperated. After all, Qin Jie was not even attacking the paint. Why did fans not label him soft? Was it merely due to Nowitzki's visible displays of frustration after each shot? Fans believed this was no mere case of criticism. During a defensive standoff in the second quarter, although Nowitzki managed to secure several rebounds, he failed to convert any second-chance opportunities against Qin Jie's defense. Many jested that Nowitzki could grab 5 rebounds in one offensive possession. Who could compete with that? Yet a loss is a loss. Qin Jie would not utter excuses claiming he had not lost despite the team's defeat. After the game, he and Flat Arrow quickly analyzed the reasons behind their loss. Flat Arrow believed the primary issue was that aside from Nowitzki, the Mavericks collectively excelled, with 5 players scoring in double digits, 3 of whom surpassed 20 points. In contrast, aside from Qin Jie's 32 points, the second highest scorer for the Grizzlies was Mike Miller, who managed only 15 points, while Marc Gasol contributed 13 points and 13 rebounds, with a rather unimpressive shooting percentage. Flat Arrow stated that the Grizzlies must not allow the Mavericks to establish their preferred rhythm. They needed to seize control of the game's tempo right from the outset. He also noted that the Mavericks' perimeter defense was rather average, particularly in transition defense. If the Grizzlies could exploit these aspects, the Mavericks were not invincible. After all, they had only lost by 5 points that night. Both Qin Jie and Flat Arrow were confident that in their next encounter, the outcome could very well be different. They were not being arrogant. Rather, the Grizzlies felt they had discovered a strategy to counter the Mavericks. This matchup was crucial, as the likelihood of facing the Mavericks in this year's playoffs was exceedingly high, underscoring the importance of this rivalry for the entire Grizzlies team. Chapter 61, the best month of his career. Following a defeat to the Mavericks at home, the Grizzlies' schedule for January comes to a close. Throughout the month, in the 15 games played by the Grizzlies, Qin Jie participated as a starter in each match, averaging 37.8 minutes on the court. His scoring surged to an impressive 27.8 points, complemented by 13.8 rebounds, 3.9 assists, 2.3 steals, and 4 blocks. In terms of efficiency, Qin Jie's average shot attempts rose to 18.8, successfully making 9.6 shots with a shooting percentage of 51.1 from beyond the arc. He attempted an average of 11.1 three-pointers, sinking 4.9 of them with a remarkable accuracy of 44.6. At the free throw line, he averaged 4 attempts, converting 3.7 into points, achieving a free throw percentage of 91.7, thus earning a place in the illustrious 180 club for the month. Qin Jie's proficiency in three-point shooting can only be described in one word: terrifying. His average attempts from long range were nearly threefold compared to the previous 3 months, yet his accuracy improved by a full 8 percentage points. He ranked 4th in the league for three-point shooting percentage, trailing only the Heat's Karen Butler, the Suns' Nash, and the Spurs' Barry. Qin Jie expressed satisfaction with his three-point shooting percentage, with both his three-point and mid-range shooting figures elevated to the 90s. He experienced a significant enhancement in his overall shooting efficiency, leading him to place greater importance on numerical improvement. January marked a breakthrough for Qin Jie, as he was unanimously awarded the Western Conference Rookie of the Month for the second consecutive time, while Jabari Parker claimed the Eastern Conference honor. The Eastern Conference Player of the Month accolade went to Chris Bosh of the Raptors, who led his team to a commendable 10 wins and 5 losses, averaging 25 for points, 9, 1 rebounds, 2, 5 assists, 1, 6 blocks, and 0, 5 steals. The Western Conference Player of the Month stirred some debate. Steve Nash guided the Suns to an impressive 15 wins and just 1 loss, boasting personal averages of 18 points, 3, 5 rebounds, and 13 assists. However, Qin Jie's statistics were indeed remarkable, and with the Grizzlies and Oppos, record standing at 10 wins and 5 losses. The league ultimately conferred the Western Player of the Month honor upon him, marking his first such accolade in his career. As January concluded, the Grizzlies held a record of 24 wins and 23 losses, although they had yet to breach the playoff zone, sitting at 9th in the West. Their journey appeared relatively smooth. Had it not been for the Grizzlies' middling performance, Qin Jie might have found himself in contention for the MVP rankings. After all, the top 5 players in the MVP standings included Nowitzki, Nash, Kobe, Duncan, and LeBron. Judging solely by statistics, Qin Jie's figures were indeed more impressive than theirs. With January behind us, February commenced. Due to the All-Star weekend, the number of games this month was reduced compared to previous months, with the Grizzlies slated for just 12 matches. Nonetheless, the schedule proved less than favorable for the Grizzlies, as 6 of those 12 games were on the road, including a daunting stretch of 4 consecutive away games. Fortunately, the transition through the All-Star weekend alleviated the typical fatigue associated with relentless travel. Additionally, aside from the All-Star events, an important date loomed on the 22nd, the trade deadline, marking the final opportunity for teams to make trades this season. This year, the Grizzlies had no plans for acquisitions. Qin Jie's chemistry with his teammates was exceptional, and Marc Gasol was recovering well, nearing his peak form. In the early hours of February 1st, the league announced the participants for this year's All-Star Rookie Challenge. The freshman team, led by Qin Jie, included Bargnani, Jordan Farmar, Randy Foye, Gabiosa, Paul Millsap, Adam Morrison, and Brandon Roy. The sophomore squad was captained by the 2005 first overall pick, Bogut, and featured Andrew Bynum, Monta Ellis, Raymond Felton, Danny Granger, Haid, David Lee, Chris Paul, and Darren Williams. This year's All-Star matchup initially drew attention for the clash between the 2005 and 2006 top picks, but after Qin Jie's participation, media from both China and the United States shifted their focus onto him. In addition, the list for this year's three-point contest was revealed, and Qin Jie took a keen interest in this event. Among his competitors were Nowitzki, Arenas, Damon Jones, Jason Capono, and Jason Terry. Nowitzki, the previous year's champion, aimed to defend his title, while if Peja were considered a guard, he would become the first interior player in history to win this accolade. However, Capono of the Heat stood out as Qin Jie's most formidable opponent. This year, he boasted a staggering three-point shooting percentage of 51.4. Qin Jie recalled that Capono had claimed the three-point contest championship last year and successfully defended it the following year. The All-Star Games reserve roster was also announced simultaneously. But as this year's main event bore no relevance to Qin Jie, he did not pay much attention to the list. On February 3rd, after a 3-day respite, the Grizzlies faced the Indiana Pacers at home. This season's Pacers were not far removed from Qin Jie's memories, following Reggie Miller's retirement last season. The team had embarked on a rebuilding journey. Over the past 2 years, many fans associated the Pacers primarily with the infamous Malice at the Palace. As the largest and most impactful brawl in NBA history, this incident not only altered the course of the Pacers' legacy but also drastically affected the careers of numerous players. During that year, the Pacers were a formidable force, the only team in the East capable of challenging the Pistons. With depth in their roster, the team's core, O'Neal, was a competitor for the title of Best Power Forward. While starting small forward Arteist not only secured the Defensive Player of the Year award, but also averaged over 20 points per game. Jackson, known as the Weapon, showcased a well-rounded skill set, evolving into a top-tier forward, and while Miller's prowess had waned with age, he still possessed the ability to contribute. The Pacers were a well-balanced team. After the brawl, Artest, Jackson, and O'Neal were all suspended, causing the Pacers' performance to plummet. With only the aging Miller left to bear the burden, effectively shattering his hopes of a championship. Moreover, O'Neal, who had just been selected for the All-Star game, saw his form deteriorate and was plagued by injuries, leading to a decline in his entire career. Meanwhile, both Wallace and Jackson embarked on a journey of transience within the league. Artest, however, was fortunate after joining the Lakers in 2009. He won a championship and seemingly brushed off the malice at the Palace incident. Returning to the game at hand, the Pacers, lacking a three-point threat, found it impossible for O'Neal to penetrate Qin Jie's defense. Second-year player Danny Granger struggled to make an impact, appearing defeated when faced with the formidable Grizzlies' interior defense of Qin Jie and Gasol. The Pacers, who were just beginning their descent, could not withstand the relentless advance of the Grizzlies. The final score was 125-101, as the Grizzlies celebrated a resounding victory over the Pacers, marking a triumphant start to February. Chapter 62, System Upgrade. On February 6th, after enjoying a two-day break, the Grizzlies faced off against the Rockets at home once again. The viewership for the Grizzlies-Rockets matchup consistently outshines other games in Huaxia, even with Yuming's sideline due to injury. For the fanbase of the Rockets in Huaxia is remarkably vast. Nevertheless, the Rockets have been performing well this year, despite losing Yao Ming. They achieved a commendable record of 10 wins and 4 losses in January under McGrady's leadership, currently standing fourth in the Western Conference with a record of 30 wins and 17 losses. Van Gundy's emphasis on defense and execution continues to prove effective during the regular season. The Grizzlies were determined not to allow the Rockets to leave their home court with smiles. Although McGrady averages 24.6 points per game, the Rockets, being a one-man team, struggled against the Grizzlies from the outset. Qin Jie was assigned to guard McGrady, while Flat Toro had resolved to entirely disrupt the Rockets' offense from the first quarter. The Grizzlies ultimately secured a comfortable victory with a score of 98-82. Following this match, the Grizzlies' record improved to 26 wins and 23 losses, propelling them to the 8th position in the Western Conference, successfully entering the playoff zone. The Grizzlies' northern expedition was triumphant. Qin Jie and Flat Toro were keenly aware of the fierce competition in the West. A moment and Oppo's lapse could result in a drop in rankings. The standings for the Lakers, Warriors, Grizzlies, and Clippers were closely contested, and with the season already in its latter stages, the positions of the leading teams were unstable. Inevitably, 2 teams from this quartet would be eliminated. There was still much practice to be done. Qin Jie opened the data panel, preparing to continue his upgrades. After 10 days of accumulation, his upgrade points had reached 11,926. He promptly spent 10,000 points to elevate his jumping and strength attributes to 80, followed by increasing his ball handling ability to 60, resulting in a total expenditure of 11,250 points. Upon completing the upgrades, his overall player rating surged to 80. With the host's comprehensive ability value reaching 80, the system automatically completed the update. The update was successful, and congratulations were in order for the host as he unlocked the badge system. Just as the system's announcement faded, Qin Jie suddenly noticed a badge icon appearing at the bottom of the panel. Focusing his attention, the screen swiftly transitioned before his eyes. Endorsement Badge, Dunk Master, Silver Level, Organization Badge, First Step Master, Silver Level, Shooting Badge, Catch and Shoot Specialist, Silver Level, Defense Badge, Rebounding Expert, Silver Level. Gazing at the simulated panel before him, the Season 2K player Qin Jie understood that badges function similarly to skills, enhancing specific abilities. For instance, the Dunk Master badge increases the success rate of dunks. The Rebounding Expert enhances rebounding capability. The Catch and Shoot Specialist improves shooting accuracy following a catch, representing a skill for off-ball scenarios. While the First Step Master augments the speed of initiation during drives. Qin Jie then clicked to check the upgrade conditions. Dunk Master Silver to Gold. After executing 20 dunks over opponents in matches, he could spend 10,000 points to upgrade. Currently, 0.20. First Step Master Silver to Gold. After successfully scoring 20 times by using acceleration to outpace opponents in matches, he could spend 10,000 points to upgrade. Currently, 0.20. Catch and Shoot Specialist Silver to Gold. After shooting and scoring 100 times within 3 seconds of receiving a teammate's pass in matches, he could spend 10,000 points to upgrade. Currently, 0.100. Rebounding Expert Silver to Gold. After securing 500 rebounds in matches, he could spend 10,000 points to upgrade. Currently, 0,500. The system kindly reminded him, each time the host upgrades a badge, the next badge of that type will be unlocked. Qin Jie felt a mix of despair and frustration upon seeing the upgrade requirements. They seemed exceedingly arduous. While accumulating 10,000 points was manageable, the prerequisite conditions, hitting 100 shots and securing 500 rebounds, were daunting to complete within half a season. Moreover, this was merely the transition from silver to gold. The subsequent upgrades would take an eternity. After studying the badges, Qin Jie received a call from his agent, Bill Duffy. Duffy informed him that Nike had created a personal colorway for him in the Air Max Elite Shoe Series and requested that he wear these shoes during the All-Star Game for promotional exposure. Indeed, Nike's eagerness to sign Qin Jie was driven by their desire to leverage his presence for marketing during the All-Star event. As a conscientious spokesperson, Qin Jie naturally accepted the request. He harbored a fondness for the Elite Series, appreciating the excellent cushioning provided by the full-length Air Max technology. To celebrate the upcoming Lunar New Year in mid-February, the new colorway was dubbed CNY, predominantly red and white. Featuring his jersey number 91 on the tongue and his Chinese signature on the heel, showcasing a number of personal details. Nike indicated that they would have his signature shoes ready around the playoffs, and if the Grizzlies advanced, he would be able to wear his personal series shoes on the court. Duffy continued, explaining that Nike's data sampling team had already collected measurements of Qin Jie's foot and ankle right after the contract was signed. However, Qin Jie had initially thought his signature shoes would not debut until the next season, but he was pleasantly surprised by Nike's swift action, anticipating their release in the summer. Nike was equally eager, as they aimed to recoup the cost of Qin Jie's substantial $120 million contract promptly. The sooner they could produce the shoes, the quicker they could reap the rewards. On February 7th, after defeating the Rockets, the Grizzlies immediately flew to Dallas to prepare for a back-to-back matchup against the Mavericks. This was Qin Jie's second encounter with the Mavericks in a short span. The Mavericks currently boasted a record of 39 wins and 9 losses, maintaining their dominance over the league, with only the Suns posing a potential threat to their supremacy, while the Spurs had fallen significantly behind. Grizzlies head coach Flat Toro was eagerly anticipating this game, after their previous defeat against the Mavericks. He believed he had devised a strategy to counter them and was keen to test his hypothesis. Flat Toro maintained a relaxed mindset before the match, acknowledging that as the 8th seed, losing to the 1st seed was a reasonable outcome, while winning would be a substantial victory. However, Mavericks head coach Carlisle was unaware of the Grizzlies' intentions, assuming the game would not be particularly challenging, especially since they had recently bested the Grizzlies. Yet, the outcome was far from what he had anticipated. By the end of the first quarter, the Mavericks found themselves in dire straits. The score stood at 38-20, with the Grizzlies leading by a staggering 18 points. From the onset, the Grizzlies had ramped up their offensive tempo, playing at a fast pace and demonstrating exceptional opportunism. Any errors from the Mavericks were swiftly capitalized upon, allowing the Grizzlies to seize control of the game. The Grizzlies' outside shooting was exceptional that evening, alongside Qin Jie. Mike Miller and Damon also found their rhythm, leaving the Mavericks unable to respond. As the second quarter progressed, the Grizzlies starters remained on the court, with Qin Jie continuing to exploit the Mavericks' interior defense. As the second quarter drew to a close, the Mavericks were thoroughly outmatched, with many home fans preparing to leave before halftime. Chapter 63, Rising in Rank, Successful Northern Expedition. As the second half commenced, the Mavericks players appeared to have lost their fighting spirit. Head coach Carlisle realized that the Grizzlies were determined to leave no opportunity for a comeback. With a 30-point lead, he thought to himself, what more could they possibly want? During the third quarter, Qin Jie fervently sought the ball from his teammates, acutely aware that with the Mavericks thoroughly overwhelmed in the first half, the entire fourth quarter might devolve into garbage time. Therefore, he felt compelled to exert himself in the third quarter to enhance his statistics. With hands on his hips, Qin Jie declared, it's just about racking up points. So what? At the end of the third quarter, Qin Jie executed a move that even caused some Mavericks fans to cheer in support. With 9 minutes and 17 seconds remaining in the third quarter, he held the ball at the arc while being guarded one-on-one by Nowitzki. The veteran was cautious, bending slightly at the knees, arms outstretched, fully focused on blocking Qin Jie south every offensive avenue. With rhythmic dribbles echoing, Qin Jie swiftly changed his pace. He made a quick feint to the right, drawing Nowitzki's attention and causing him to lean instinctively in that direction. In that fleeting moment, Qin Jie retracted his steps, pivoting sharply to the left while leaping high into the air, the basketball raised above his head, poised for a shot. Nowitzki, quick on his feet, realized he had been deceived and leapt with all his might to contest Qin Jie's shot. However, the latter's release was remarkably swift by the time Nowitzki lunged. The ball had already left Qin Jie's fingertips. Nowitzki's hand inadvertently struck Qin Jie's arm as he attempted to retract his own. The basketball soared through the air. Tracing a perfect arc, swish, it found the net, and simultaneously, the referee's whistle pierced the arena. Nowitzki was called for a foul. This presented Qin Jie with a coveted 4-point play opportunity. In response to the 3-1 call, Nowitzki could only shake his head in resignation. Qin Jie had not only evaded Nowitzki's defense but had also succeeded in sinking a difficult three-pointer while earning an additional free throw. "This shot has utterly shattered the Mavericks' hopes of a comeback," exclaimed Suju Yang. As Qin Jie stepped to the free throw line, he converted the additional shot, completing the 4-point play. The final score of the match was 115-90, with the Grizzlies triumphantly reversing their fortunes on the road, avenging their earlier defeat against the Mavericks. Although Qin Jie did not play in the final quarter, he had spent 35 minutes on the court in the first 3 quarters, amassing an impressive tally of 28 points. 17 rebounds, 5 assists, 4 blocks, and 3 steals. Post-game, Flatoro expressed his exhilaration, confirming that their strategy had proven successful. Overwhelming the Mavericks with outside shooting was essential. The Grizzlies had triumphed through their long-range shooting, attempting 33-pointers and making 13, achieving a shooting percentage exceeding 40. In contrast, the Mavericks managed only 4 out of 17 from beyond the arc, resulting in a staggering 27-point deficit in 3-point scoring. Carlisle took the loss in stride, attributing it to his team's dismal shooting performance. While Nowitzki was effectively contained by Qin Jie, no other player stepped up to shoulder the scoring burden. He remained optimistic, believing that once the Mavericks adjusted their rhythm, they would still be a formidable force in the league. On February 9th, the Grizzlies returned home to the FedEx Forum to face the Minnesota Timberwolves. This marked the second encounter of the season between Qin Jie and the Timberwolves. The previous matchup against Garnett had garnered significant attention, but this time, the intrigue was markedly diminished, as fans had already discerned that Garnett was no match for Qin Jie. As the game unfolded, the Timberwolves quickly surrendered, their management having decided to embrace a losing strategy. After falling behind in the first quarter, they showed no intention of mounting a resistance. Qin Jie played for 33 minutes, scoring 23 points, securing 15 rebounds, and contributing 4 assists, 4 blocks, and 3 steals. Entering February, the Grizzlies had inadvertently secured their 4th consecutive victory, boasting a record of 28 wins and 23 losses, which propelled them past the Lakers into 7th place in the Western Conference. For Chris Paul, his emotions were quite complex. The Hornets held a record of 24 wins and 26 losses, placing them 11th in the fiercely competitive West. This position felt awkward, as they were caught in limbo, vying for a playoff spot against teams like the Warriors, Clippers, Lakers, and Grizzlies, all of whom were teetering on the brink of postseason contention. Even the struggling Clippers had a 2-game cushion over them. Though Paul was merely a second-year rookie, his competitive spirit remained fervent. He yearned to experience the playoffs, especially as he observed the Grizzlies ascend from the bottom of the Western standings to 7th place, an ascent he envied deeply. He wished to lead his team in a similar search. However, assessing his own roster, he saw little hope for such an endeavor. If Chandler exhibited even half the tenacity of Qin Jie, it would be a significant boon. Currently, the player Paul most desired to collaborate with was Qin Jie, a sharpshooter capable of setting screens and an indefatigable big man, embodying his ideal teammate. During an afternoon training session, Paul arrived early at the gym. Once his teammates gathered, he began to assign roles. "Tyson, you must excel on defense tonight. Qin loves to pop out for threes after setting screens, so be sure not to lose him. David, we will run pick and rolls. If you switch on to Qin, return the ball to me immediately and avoid direct confrontation. Devin, focus on perimeter defense. Don't allow them easy shots." In that moment, Paul resembled a seasoned elder brother, exuding a natural leadership quality uncommon for a second-year player. On February 10th, Qin Jie, along with the entire Grizzlies team, arrived in Oklahoma City, preparing to challenge the Hornets in an away game. During this period, the team stationed in Oklahoma was not the Thunder, but rather the Hornets. Due to the devastation wrought by Hurricane Katrina, which submerged 80 of New Orleans, the Hornets temporarily relocated to Oklahoma City. Thus, when Paul was later traded from the Rockets to the Thunder, many media outlets remarked that he had returned to where his journey began, as his first 2 seasons had transpired in Oklahoma. At 8:30 p.m., at the Ford Center, Hornets head coach Byron Scott stared in bewilderment at the scoreboard. The first half had concluded, and the score reflected an astonishing 70-35 in favor of the visiting team. Sitting on the bench, Paul was equally speechless, fixating on the court in silence. Prior to the game, he had envisioned ways to defeat the Grizzlies, yet reality struck him hard. In their last encounter, Paul attributed the loss to his two primary scoring options falling victim to Qin Jie's impenetrable defense. This time, the Hornets had disrupted the Grizzlies' formation through extensive pick-and-rolls. Even with Qin Jie's formidable defense, he could only manage to cover so much ground. Paul believed that even if they were to lose, it should not have manifested in such a manner. The Oklahoma City fans were equally perplexed, questioning how the opposing team could dominate in such a chaotic fashion. By halftime, the Grizzlies had already drained 13 three-pointers, leaving all Hornets players questioning their resolve as the relentless outside shooting shattered their defensive structure. Chapter 64. Aiming for the All-Star game this evening, the Memphis Grizzlies' style of play was unmistakably characteristic of their identity. During halftime, upon reviewing the statistics from both teams, Su Juyang could not refrain from commenting. Yu Jia added, "The Grizzlies, much like the Warriors and the Suns, have a penchant for launching three-point shots." Zhang Heli remarked, "The significant distinction between the Grizzlies and those two teams lies in their exceptional defensive prowess, which complements their aggressive perimeter shooting." As halftime approached, Paul felt a surge of anxiety when Scott informed him that he could take a longer rest in the second half. Paul yearned to convey to Scott, "Old dang. Let me play. It's merely a matter of trailing by over 30 points. I can manage to close the gap." True to his nature, Paul was adamant. Even after a 58-point deficit, he could not accept the coach and Oppo's decision to keep him on the bench. After all, witnessing his team's struggles from the sidelines was an agonizing ordeal. Unable to resist Paul's insistence, Scott, who had initially intended to let the game devolve into garbage time in the third quarter, allowed the starting lineup to remain on the court. When Qin Jie observed that the Hornets still had their main lineup on the floor, he was nearly overcome with emotion. "This is how it should be. If you withdraw your starters, how can I rack up points?" Thus, the visuals of the third quarter were nothing short of brutal. Though basketball is often regarded as a sport for giants, many diminutive players have emerged in the league over the years, showcasing remarkable talent. Not least the offensive juggernaut Allen Iverson and the youthful Paul with his acrobatic style. Qin Jie remembered how Paul had once dunked over Howard. However, now, after a pick-and-roll, when Paul faced Qin Jie, he found himself utterly outmatched. With 6 minutes and 27 seconds remaining in the third quarter, Paul attempted a floater against Qin Jie, only for the ball to be emphatically swatted down by Qin Jie's long reach. On the defensive end, Paul's composure crumbled. With 4 minutes and 11 seconds left, Qin Jie utilized a pick to drive Paul into the paint. Just as the Hornets prepared to double-team Qin Jie, he spun closely around Paul, leaping to take a shot. Paul felt a wave of despair, yet he still leapt high to attempt to block. However, when a towering player over 20 centimeters taller than him executed a fadeaway jumper, there was little he could do. Swish. Qin Jie's fadeaway found the net, and Paul swiftly withdrew his hand to avoid drawing a foul. At TNT, Barkley lamented, "This fadeaway from such a tall player is simply unanswerable." Qin has widened the gap, utterly shattering the Hornets' hopes of a comeback. Although Scott's coaching abilities were average, he recognized that if the game continued, the Grizzlies would become increasingly jubilant, especially as Marc Gasol and Mike Miller began attempting long-range three-pointers, clearly treating the game as if they were in the CBA. Thus, after accommodating Paul's request to play, Scott allowed him 8 minutes of action in the third quarter before conceding defeat. The teammates unanimously voted in favor of this decision, leaving Paul, who silently opposed the notion, to return to the bench. At the Ford Center, the fans in Oklahoma City felt the chilling dominance exhibited by Qin Jie. Ultimately, Qin Jie played for 36 minutes, achieving a near triple-double with 25 points, 16 rebounds, 8 assists, 4 blocks, and 2 steals, leading the Grizzlies to their second victory over the Hornets this season. The final score stood at 116-82. Many fans could not help but critique the Grizzlies, noting that their three-point shooting was even more terrifying than that of the Suns and Warriors, as their shooting was utterly irrational. This evening, the Grizzlies collectively made 22 out of 47 three-point attempts, maintaining an impressive shooting percentage of over 40% while firing at will. In an era where teams average barely over 10 three-point attempts per game, such statistics are indeed formidable. After the match, Paul sought to regain his composure. Yet the league offered no respite. On February 13th, following a 2-day rest at home, the Grizzlies faced the Hornets once more. Paul found it somewhat exasperating that they could not face a lower-ranked team for a confidence boost. In this match, Scott opted to rest center Chandler, while David West sought a similar excuse but was not permitted to skip the game, as the Hornets would be bereft of offensive prowess without West. Surprisingly, despite Chandler's absence, the Hornets' fighting spirit remained largely intact, resulting in a fiercely contested game that remained evenly matched until the final 2 minutes when the Grizzlies pulled ahead. Ultimately, they triumphed with a score of 123-115, completing a season sweep over the Hornets. Qin Jie delivered a consistent performance, logging 37 minutes with 22 points, 14 rebounds, and 2 assists, alongside 2 steals and 5 blocks. Although the game was not overwhelmingly one-sided, the Hornets' interior defense was akin to paper without Chandler, allowing Gasol and Miller to flourish with 28 and 24 points, respectively. Charles, the Grizzlies have ascended to 6th in the West. Just over a month ago, they were languishing at the bottom, Kenny Smith remarked when the game concluded. It appears their northern expedition is far from over. I eagerly anticipate their playoff performance. They are fully capable of advancing beyond the first round, Barkley asserted. On February 14th, Valentine's Day, Qin Jie, still single, lamented his lack of a companion to celebrate the occasion. However, even if he had a girlfriend, he would not have time to indulge in festivities, as he had flown to Indiana to prepare for a back-to-back challenge against the Pacers. This marked the Grizzlies' second meeting with the Pacers in February, and after a comfortable victory in their previous encounter, the entire team felt relaxed, discussing topics related to the upcoming All-Star festivities during training. The All-Star weekend coincided with the Spring Festival, providing an opportunity for a ratings showdown with the Spring Gala. Over the past few years, the Spring Gala had been quite captivating, and Qin Jie made it a point to be glued to the television until midnight each year. Coach Flatnaro did not impose excessive pressure on the players. In light of the last game before the All-Star break, he encouraged them to enjoy the match, as a break awaited them afterward. However, Qin Jie could not afford to relax, as he was slated to participate in both the rookie game and the three-point contest during the All-Star weekend. Returning to the matter at hand, the outcome of tonight's game astonished everyone. Flatnaro was left speechless upon seeing the score, having instructed the players to enjoy the game, not to engage in reckless antics. At halftime, the Grizzlies found themselves trailing by over 20 points, with a score of 34-62. Viewers watching the live broadcast could only marvel at the Grizzlies' unpredictable nature. They could dominate the league-leading Mavericks yet suffer a humiliating defeat against the floundering Pacers. Ultimately, the Grizzlies experienced a decisive loss, falling 84-114 in an unceremonious manner. The entire team struggled, with a shooting percentage of just 30, nearly distorting the Indiana hoops in the process. Qin Jie logged 33 minutes, shooting 6 of 14, with no successful three-point attempts, tallying nearly 12 points, 10 rebounds, and 2 assists. However, he remained solid on the defensive end, recording 2 steals and 2 blocks. Following the game, Qin Jie prepared to fly to Las Vegas for the All-Star festivities. Post-match media coverage focused less on the game's outcome and more on Qin Jie's anticipated performances in the Rookie Challenge and the three-point contest. Chapter 65, The Rising Stars Challenge commences. Yu Ming's absence from the All-Star game due to injury cast a shadow over this year's Las Vegas All-Star festivities for fans in China, diminishing its star power. David Stern increasingly regrets not including Qin Jie on the All-Star voting ballot. Stepping in for Yao Ming in the Western Conference starting lineup is Carmelo Anthony, while the injured Carlos Boozer and Steve Nash are replaced by Josh Howard and Oker, respectively. Conversely, the Eastern Conference's starting 5 are all present, though Jason Kidd, selected as a reserve, is unable to participate due to injury and is substituted by Joe Johnson. Following his game against the Jazz, Qin Jie promptly flew to Las Vegas. Within the Grizzlies, he is joined by Rudy Gay, who, like Qin Jie, is unable to take a break as he has also been invited to the Rising Stars Challenge and will compete alongside Qin Jie as a rookie teammate. Last year's All-Star reserve, Pau Gasol, misses out this year due to an early season absence, despite boasting improved statistics of 21, 5 points, 10, 2 rebounds, and 8 assists, leading Qin Jie to believe he deserves All-Star recognition. In the days leading up to the All-Star event, Qin Jie has several commitments, and he muses that had he been on the All-Star voting list, he might have been exhausted from 3 consecutive days of play. On February 16th, players participating in the Rising Stars Challenge report early to the Thomas Mack Center in Las Vegas for an open tactical training session before the competition begins. Since the reform of the Rising Stars Challenge in 2000 into a face-off between rookies and sophomores, the sophomores have triumphed in 5 out of the last 7 editions. Such exhibition games, including the Rising Stars Challenge and the All-Star Game, often lack defensive emphasis, with both teams prioritizing impressive teamwork and fluid offense. Consequently, having a skilled point guard becomes crucial for the offensive quality of a team. The presence of Deron Williams and Chris Paul gives the sophomore team a notable advantage in offensive organization, while the rookie team struggles with a lack of stable point guards. As a result, many anticipate another victory for the sophomores this year. Qin Jie himself is indifferent to the outcome of the Rising Stars Challenge. After all, even fans may forget the final score, as long as they deliver an impressive performance. The starting five for the rookie team comprises Andrea Bargnani, Qin Jie, Rudy Gay, Randy Foye, and Brandon Roy, while the bench features Jordan Farmar, Jorge Garbajosa, Paul Millsap, and Marcus Williams, under the guidance of Pistons assistant coach Ron Harper. The rookie team's perimeter shooting is formidable, with both Qin Jie and Bargnani serving as tall sharpshooters, each possessing three-point shooting abilities. However, the team still grapples with organizational challenges. Roy and Foye have demonstrated exceptional performance among rookie guards, yet both excel more in personal scoring than in playmaking. The sophomore starting lineup consists of Andrew Bogut, David Lee, Danny Granger, Luther Head, and Deron Williams, with reserves including Andrew Bynum, Chris Paul, Monta Ellis, and Raymond Felton, guided by Mavericks assistant coach Popeye Jones. The sophomore team, despite having numerous guards, lacks depth in forward positions, yet the rookie team remains wary of the offensive prowess that Paul and Deron can bring to the table. Notably, Deron has managed to unseat Paul from the starting position, primarily due to the superior performance of the Jazz compared to the Hornets, coupled with Deron's personal statistics being on par with Paul's. Consequently, many within the league believe Deron is not inferior to Paul. Upon arriving at the arena with teammate Gay, Qin Jie first encounters Bargnani, the first overall pick in this year's draft. The matchup between Bargnani and Bogut has garnered significant attention. Yet the spotlight predominantly shines upon Qin Jie, with media coverage of Bargnani being sparse. Bargnani, however, harbors no ill feelings towards Qin Jie, despite the media frenzy surrounding him. He approaches Qin Jie to exchange pleasantries and discuss three-point shooting techniques. "Hey, Qin." Roy and Foye join in, greeting Qin Jie with chest bumps and handshakes. At this time, Roy is still regarded as a prodigy. Prior to Qin Jie's emergence, he consistently topped the rookie rankings, and many experts believed he was in contention for this year's Rookie of the Year title. Once all the rookie players gather, Coach Harper assembles them and remarks, "In tonight's game, we should focus on outshooting the opposition from long range. Our firepower exceeds theirs, so everyone should shoot confidently when they have the ball." Although Harper serves as an assistant in Detroit, he does not solely emphasize defense, being acutely aware of the rookie team's strengths. After listening to Harper, Qin Jie nods, sensing that if they play earnestly, they might very well outmatch the sophomores. While the presence of Paul and Deron renders the sophomores' pick-and-roll offense nearly indefensible, the rookie team's five-shooter lineup could quickly alter the game's tempo, whether in closing the scoring gap or mounting a comeback. The rookie team is less intimidated by the sophomores' inside presence. Should they opt to match Bogut against Qin Jie, he would gladly teach him a lesson. At 7 p.m., prior to the Rising Stars Challenge, a celebrity game serves as a prelude to the All-Star festivities. However, the celebrity game is held at the Mandalay Bay Hotel, distinct from the venue of the Rising Stars Challenge at the Thomas Mack Center. Following the conclusion of the celebrity game, fans flock to the Thomas Mack Center. In addition to the league's stars, numerous celebrities from various fields are also present to witness the event. During warm-ups, Qin Jie is approached by a reporter from CCTV for a pre-game interview. After the interview, he exchanges greetings with stars such as LeBron James, Dwight Howard, and Carmelo Anthony. Amidst the festivities, he catches sight of a familiar face on the sidelines. Qin Jie, long time no see. Lution Stin is also in attendance, donning a pristine white t-shirt adorned with Qin Jie's number 91 jersey. Long time no see. Qin Jie embraces Lution Stin and greets her. Although they have not had the opportunity to meet again since filming a yogurt advertisement, they have exchanged contact information and maintained their connection. After the warm-ups conclude, Harper gathers the rookie players for a brief tactical discussion. The strategy for the evening is straightforward: shoot freely. Given the nature of such exhibitions, the players' cohesion is less pronounced, and possession often determines who takes the shot. The referees then gather both teams on the court, signaling the official commencement of the game. Chapter 66. The arena is full of traitors. Bogut triumphed over Bargnani in the jump ball, granting the sophomore team the first possession. On paper, the starting lineup of the sophomore team appeared far more balanced than that of the freshmen, demonstrating versatility in both inside and outside gameplay. During offensive plays, Darren could execute pick-and-rolls with either Bogut or David Lee, showcasing a diverse array of strategies, complemented by a respectable outside shooting threat. In response to the 2005 vs. 2006 #1 draft pick theme, the freshman opted not to assign Qin Jie to guard Bogut, instead allowing Bargnani to take on that task. Although Bogut was often criticized for his lackluster performance, Bargnani's defensive skills were only marginally superior, as his sluggish speed made it challenging for him to keep up with his assigned opponent. As Bogut established position in the low post, Darren lofted a pass to him, leading to a clumsy hook shot reminiscent of a discus throw. Bargnani failed to adequately defend against him, yet Bogut's shot clanked off the rim, offering a mere appetizer to the fans in attendance. Qin Jie seized the rebound, opting to initiate a fast break himself rather than passing to a guard. The sophomore team's transition defense was notably swift. Their defensive philosophy revolved around denying the opposition opportunities for fast breaks and three-point attempts, opting for aggressive double-teaming should the ball penetrate the paint. Guarding Qin Jie was David Lee, a future All-Star who enjoyed occasional standout moments this season, including a memorable last-second shot that left fans in awe last December. However, neither the sophomore coach nor David Lee himself believed he could effectively contain Qin Jie. The goal was simply to wear him down. Holding the ball on the perimeter, Qin Jie executed a swift crossover, leaving David Lee momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, he drove into the paint, where Bogut's help defense arrived promptly. Instead of forcing a contested shot, Qin Jie leaped, targeting a wide-open Bargnani positioned at the high post. As Bargnani received the ball, he retreated beyond the three-point arc and launched a shot. Swish. 3-0. A brilliant assist. The chemistry between the two freshman big men was evident. As Su Junyang remarked, Zhang Heli nodded in agreement, noting that if the sophomore team did not adequately defend against the freshman's outside shooting, they might find themselves in a precarious situation. Bogut, visibly displeased, shot a scornful glance at Qin Jie, as if challenging him to enter the paint. The sophomore team resumed their offensive efforts, with Darren shaking off Roy, only for Foy to quickly close in. Rather than opting for a one-on-one confrontation, Darren once again lobbed the ball to Bogut inside. Positioned against Bargnani, Bogut faked left before pivoting to the right. Bargnani struggled to hold his ground within the 3-second area. Bogut unleashed another hook shot. This time, however, he succeeded in scoring as Qin Jie, positioned on the side, chose to allow David Lee to cut across. It was a gamble for a steal, but Qin Jie guessed correctly. Bang! Qin Jie delivered a resounding block to Bogut's shot. Wow! Qin ignited the crowd with that spectacular volleyball-like rejection, exclaimed Kenny Smith. Barkley chuckled, remarking, "Isn't Qin being a bit harsh?" The 2005 #1 pick being swatted by a late second-round rookie from 2006? Bogut and Oppo's clumsy pivot maneuver had indeed provided Qin Jie with an ideal opportunity for the block. The ball rolled out of bounds, and as the crowd erupted in cheers, Bogut seethed with frustration. In the first half, after 8 minutes of play, Qin Jie was substituted by Coach Harper. The broadcast playfully showcased both Bogut and Qin Jie, repeatedly replaying the opening block during the timeout. After 6 minutes on the court, Bogut was replaced by Popeye Jones, following 2 consecutive missed shots. The ball was then funneled to David Lee and the perimeter-focused Darren. David Lee, unable to make significant headway against Qin Jie, felt the pressure in Qin Jie's memory. He had once claimed MVP honors in this year's rookie game with an impressive shooting percentage, but he was certain that such an accolade would elude him tonight. Darren had performed admirably, shooting 5 out of 6 in the early stages, as his drives and mid-range shots proved difficult for the freshman to defend. Qin Jie had a modest offensive showing, notching 5 points on 2 attempts, along with 2 assists, 5 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 1 steal. The rookie game differed from the regular season rules, consisting of 2 halves of 20 minutes each, akin to NCAA regulations. Qin Jie remained on the bench until the second half commenced. As the second half began, the freshmen's lineup shifted to Qin Jie, Millsap, Gay, Farmar, and Roy, while the sophomores adjusted to Bayless, Bogut, Granger, Ellis, and Paul. The freshman sharpshooters had struggled to find their rhythm in the first half, often falling victim to defensive lapses that allowed the sophomores ample opportunities. Let's see how the freshmen adapt in the second half, Jie analyzed. Indeed, the freshmen lacked pure interior players, with most attempts taken from beyond the arc. This has made it difficult for them to maintain a high shooting percentage while providing the opposition with numerous fast break opportunities, Su Juzhong remarked. Updating the fans on the score. At halftime, the freshmen trailed the sophomores by 14 points, 63-77. The freshmen began the second half with possession, facing a formidable interior presence not only from Bogut but also from Bayless, who had become a core player for the Lakers under Zen Master's guidance. Sophomore coach Jones planned to use Bayless to counter Qin Jie. However, he did not expect Bayless to completely stifle Qin Jie. The objective was merely to restrict his movement and prevent him from getting easy shots. The freshman's coach Harper also shifted his strategy, focusing the offensive efforts around Qin Jie. As the match resumed, Qin Jie, leveraging his size against Bayless in the elbow area, executed a graceful fadeaway jumper. The crowd erupted in applause once more. As Nowitzki at the sideline stood to applaud, the beauty of that shot was undeniable. Gay, on the court, was equally thrilled, as one of Qin Jie's former teammates. He knew that each time Qin Jie began to hit such unreasonable shots, the team was drawing closer to a comeback. After Qin Jie's spectacular fadeaway, the score stood at 65-77, yet the freshmen still faced a double-digit deficit. The sophomores launched their offensive, with Paul tossing the ball to Bogut in the post. Just as Bogut attempted another layup, Qin Jie was already prepared to contest it. Although Bogut turned for a shot, Qin Jie managed to swat it away, prompting the referee to intervene. Rather than arguing, Qin Jie retreated to the edge of the paint, positioning himself for a rebound as Bogut approached the free throw line. The fans at Thomas Mack Center responded with a chorus of boos, clearly not in support of the call. Isn't this an exhibition match? Shouldn't the crowd be impartial? Bogut, both irritated and confused, soon realized the truth as he surveyed the sea of fans donning the Grizzlies' 91 jerseys. The arena was filled with traitors. I must make these free throws. Sinking them would be the best response to this rowdy crowd. After mentally rallying himself, Bogut decisively took his first free throw. The ball's trajectory appeared straight, yet it fell short. With that first attempt, Bogut delivered a dismal air ball. Chapter 67. The blindfolded free throw. The spectators at the scene could hardly contain their excitement, and Nowitzki, sitting at the sidelines, burst into laughter at the unfolding spectacle. Bogut, now feeling a touch of embarrassment, typically boasted a free throw percentage below 60, yet rarely found himself in such a predicament of missing completely. The referee promptly called a free throw violation. Is Andrew putting on a show for us? Kenny Smith remarked, clearly amused. It seems he understands precisely what the fans desire. Intentionally playing the fool to capture their attention, Barkley teased. Amidst the laughter and cheers, Bogut tactically wiped the sweat from his brow before attempting his second free throw. An abrupt silence enveloped the arena. Another miss. 2 consecutive free throw violations. Watching Bogut's second attempt, Qin Jie could no longer restrain himself. This is just too hilarious, he exclaimed. Andrew, this is an exhibition game, not a Shaq impersonation contest, Barkley chuckled. Bogut's second free throw also resulted in a violation, and the first-year players wore amused expressions. Millsap initiated an out-of-bounds play, triggering a counterattack from the rookies. After Roy dribbled past half-court, he called for Qin Jie to set a screen. Paul, cunningly attempting to circumvent Qin Jie to provide defensive support for Roy, found himself thwarted by Qin Jie's high-quality screen. Roy seized the moment, barreling towards the second-year team's paint. With only the hoop in his sights, Roy, after bypassing Bogut, was unexpectedly met by Bynum. Undaunted, Roy powered through Bynum's defense for a layup, but alas, the ball clanged off the rim. Bynum, reveling in his successful defense, let out a triumphant roar, preparing to celebrate, when Paul, positioned outside, began to panic. What are you shouting about? Get the rebound. Qin Jie had already maneuvered to the left side of the key and leaped to secure the basketball. Once he had a firm grip, he faced Bogut's defense and promptly drove to the right. After executing a wide crossover, Qin Jie leaped into the air. His change of direction might not have been rapid, but the fluidity of his moves was impeccable. As the ball gracefully left his fingertips, Bogut erupted in a desperate roar, attempting to exert psychological pressure on Qin Jie. Yet, it was all for naught. As the ball was deflected, Bogut collided with Qin Jie. Swish. The whistle blew. Madison Square Garden erupted in cheers. The entire venue was alive with excitement as fans exuberantly chanted Qin Jie's name, MVP, MVP, MVP. Su Junyang, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but exclaim, the Las Vegas fans are truly passionate. Qin Jie is the star of the night. Zhang Heli remarked. Qin Jie's popularity isn't just high in Huaxia. He ranks among the elite across the entire NBA. Bogut's face turned ashen as he animatedly argued with the referee, visibly frustrated by Qin Jie's prowess. The referee, unfazed, cradled the ball and moved to the baseline, signaling both teams to position themselves for the free throw. It's just a 2-1, Bogut thought. If I miss this, it'll be quite the spectacle. Grumbling, he positioned himself at the edge of the paint, preparing to box out for the rebound. After receiving the ball from the referee, Qin Jie smiled at Bogut and said, "Free throws? I could make them with my eyes closed." To Bogut's astonishment, Qin Jie did indeed shut his eyes, leading to a flurry of incredulous thoughts racing through Bogut's mind. The cameras focused on Qin Jie as he prepared to shoot. Barkley, witnessing Qin Jie close his eyes, exclaimed, "What? What kind of show is this kid putting on?" Kenny Smith couldn't contain his laughter. "If Qin makes this, I reckon Andrew should request to be benched." Barkley chimed in, "Andrew is imitating Shaq, while Qin is channeling Mike." Swish. Upon hearing the ball swish through the net, a subtle smile crept across Qin Jie's face, showboating at its finest. The ball slicing through the net felt akin to a sword piercing Bogut's heart. The additional free throw was successful. "I can make it with my eyes closed," Qin Jie declared triumphantly, spreading his arms toward Bogut. "Take a good look and learn well." The fans were in a frenzy, and Lution Stin was left astounded by the close-up of Qin Jie on the big screen. "Is there really a way to shoot like that?" Bogut, now incensed, retrieved the ball from Granger on the ensuing possession and made a sluggish layup, only to clang it off the backboard. After grabbing the rebound, Qin Jie swiftly ignited a counterattack. Roy, receiving Qin Jie's pass, surged into the paint, but this time Bynum came to help. Yet, Roy didn't force the issue. Instead, he executed a clever reverse pass back to Qin Jie. At the arc, Qin Jie, positioned beyond the three-point line, launched a shot. Swish. The counterattack three-pointer landed flawlessly, narrowing the gap to 71-77, with the second-year team's lead reduced to a mere 6 points. As the second-year team initiated their offense, Paul, noticing Bogut being closely shadowed by Qin Jie, opted not to pass to him. Instead, he distributed the ball to Bynum beneath the basket. Bynum's layup was disrupted by Millsap, causing him to miss, but Granger swooped in to secure a follow-up dunk. The first-year team resumed their offense. After crossing half-court, Qin Jie was immediately met by Bogut and Granger in a tight trap. It was evident that the second-year team was wary of Qin Jie's propensity for hitting three-pointers in transition. Qin Jie quickly dished the ball to Gay. Gay's first instinct was not to attack. Instead, he awaited Millsap to set an off-ball screen before preparing to pass. This maneuver was a frequent collaboration between the two in Memphis. After utilizing Gay's screen, Qin Jie faced Granger's defense head-on and executed a jump shot. Although Qin Jie was slightly off balance in midair, the ball ricocheted off the rim and found its way into the net. Before Qin Jie could even begin to celebrate, Gay was already raising his hands in triumph beside him. It was apparent to Gay that Qin Jie's shooting touch had become extraordinarily lethal in the second half. Although the second-year team still held the lead, Qin Jie's scoring spree had closed the gap, yet Paul remained unperturbed. Upon reaching the front court, Paul continuously orchestrated his teammates' movements. Bynum evaded Millsap's defense and cut to the basket, where Paul delivered an alley-oop pass. The ball was perfectly positioned for Bynum, who executed a straightforward dunk with ease. The score was now 73-81. As the first-year team commenced their offense, Qin Jie, after receiving the inbounds pass, chose not to pass but continued to drive the ball forward. Before reaching half-court, he found himself trapped by Bogut and Granger. It was clear that the second-year team was now wary of Qin Jie's ability to shoot three-pointers on the break. Qin Jie swiftly passed the ball to Gay, who, still not opting to shoot, awaited for Millsap to set a screen. As Qin Jie darted behind Millsap, Bogut lunged at him like a mad dog. However, Gay remained composed. And as Bogut lost his balance, Qin Jie darted inside. Once Qin Jie was positioned at the edge of the key, Gay delivered the ball. With the basketball elevated in his right hand, both Bynum and Paul converged for the defense. In a moment of brilliance, Qin Jie pivoted and flicked the ball to the corner where Roy stood completely unguarded. Without hesitation, Roy aimed for the hoop and fired. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark. As Qin Jie celebrated his assist, the point differential was once again reduced to 5. Recognizing the shift in momentum, the second-year team's coach, Jones, immediately called a timeout. Chapter 68, a surge from the freshman team. During the timeout, Jones remarked with a sense of resignation, "The tactics employed by the freshmen are rather unreasonable." The second-year players sighed in response, deliberating whether to double-team Qin Jie. Should they choose not to, Qin Jie would effortlessly launch long-range shots from various angles, dismantling their perimeter defense. Conversely, if they opted for a double-team, the freshmen's shooting options were abundant. A simple pass from Qin Jie to an open teammate would likely result in a basket. Although the second-year team currently held a slender lead, it was merely a matter of 2 three-pointers for the freshmen to overturn the situation. The freshmen were biding their time, awaiting the inevitable surge. The freshmen's three-point shooting prowess was astonishingly fierce. "Back in my day, I had a profound disdain for three-point shots," Only the weak would linger outside the arc, Barkley lamented. Kenny Smith nodded in agreement. Indeed, during my time with the Rockets, my role was simply to feed the ball into the paint. Whoever dominated the interior would reign supreme. Yet, it seems the times have changed. The Suns' performance over the past 2 years has demonstrated that long-range shooting can indeed win games. Smith continued, however, I believe Qin's style is truly revolutionary. I have a premonition that basketball philosophies will gradually evolve due to his influence. Barkley paused, then added, no one has yet proven that one can secure a championship solely through shooting, but one must understand that Qin is not just a shooter. Tonight, the second-year team's interior presence is utterly ineffectual against him. In the first half, despite the second-year team appearing to dominate the paint with pick-and-rolls, they managed only 30 points in the key. Although this was merely an exhibition match, both teams returned for the second half with their full strength, the intensity rivaling that of a regular season game. Upon resuming play, Paul drew a foul on Millsap in the paint, completing a 2-1 play. The referees had been lenient, yet they made the necessary calls. After sinking the free throw, Paul patted Bogut on the back, encouraging him to hold his ground. If they couldn't dominate the paint, he should pass the ball back to Paul. Paul glanced at the scoreboard, 76-84, an 8-point deficit. With increased defensive intensity, they had a chance to stabilize their advantage. The freshmen initiated their offense, and this time, Qin Jie was determined not to reason with the second-year team. Observing their lack of a double team, he launched an extraordinarily long three-pointer. WTF? Bogut thought, feeling a sense of despair. Fortunately, this time Qin Jie's shot clanked off the rim. Had it gone in, Bogut might have lost all motivation to continue. After Bainam secured the rebound, Paul led a fast break. In the front court, he executed a pick-and-roll with Granger, delivering a bounce pass to the cutting Granger. As Granger spun past Famer, he was immediately met by Gay and Millsap, leaving him no choice but to attempt a contested shot, which missed. Millsap grabbed the rebound and passed to Roy. The freshman executed a high pick-and-roll, with Roy distributing the ball to the cutting Qin Jie. This time, Bogut was prepared, lunging out to deny Qin Jie the opportunity for a three-point attempt. Even though Qin Jie's previous long-range shot had missed, Bogut was resolute in his determination not to allow Qin Jie any easy looks. His shooting was a nightmare waiting to happen. Calmly, Qin Jie leaned into Bogut's body. Bogut, taken aback, wondered what strategy Qin Jie was employing. Just as Qin Jie tossed the ball towards the hoop, the catch-and-shoot badge flickered in his mind. Bang! Swish! The basketball hit the backboard and fell through the net, and simultaneously, beep! The referee's whistle sounded. It was an opportunity for a 4-point play. Bogut, feeling a rush of frustration, thought to himself that the shot was undoubtedly a lucky one. Seeing Paul's dejected expression, Bogut longed to explain to his teammates that he had defended well. But the opposing team had managed to score despite his efforts. He then approached the referee, loudly insisting that he had been the one who collided with Qin Jie. The referee, uninterested in Bogut's grievances, held the ball and urged the players to take their positions. If Qin Jie made the free throw, the deficit would shrink to 4 points. Kenny Smith observed the second-year bench, sensing a wave of despair among the players. Given Qin's free throw percentage, those 4 points are practically a foregone conclusion, Barkley noted. As Qin Jie stepped to the free throw line, the roar of the crowd filled the arena. In the hearts of the fans, Qin Jie was far from just a rookie. His gameplay was remarkably mature, akin to that of a superstar. Swish! He converted the free throw. The game resumed. Paul's competitive spirit was ignited. At this stage, the match was no longer merely an exhibition. After calling for a pick, Paul charged into the freshman's paint. His style during this period could easily be described as transcendent, despite standing at only 183 centimeters. He had once dunked over Howard in his prime. Bang! Paul, using his speed to shake off Millsap, executed a ferocious one-handed slam that electrified the arena. Although many fans were there to support Qin Jie, they were still eager to cheer for the second-year player's spectacular moments. Bainam, filled with excitement, pounded his fist against Paul and Oppo's chest in celebration. Paul, unable to contain his laughter, coughed a few times. Their size difference was significant. This was no gentle tap, but rather a powerful blow. Before Bainam and Paul had finished celebrating, the freshmen were already gearing up for their next play. As Gay reached the arc, Qin Jie swiftly passed the ball to him. Gay, standing just beyond the three-point line, launched a shot. Swish! Gay hit a trailing three-pointer. 83-86. Under Qin Jie's influence, Gay had developed a fondness for such trailing three-pointers this season, and with the entire Grizzlies team encouraging long-range attempts, Gay's shooting percentage had risen to 38.7. At that moment, The second-year players, still basking in the excitement of the previous play, suddenly realized that their lead was dwindling. Which was more advantageous, a dunk or a three-pointer? As long as the three-point shooting percentage exceeded 35. It was undoubtedly more beneficial than a 50 success rate on layups or dunks. Paul took a deep breath. The synergy between Qin Jie and Jie transported his thoughts back to the regular season, igniting a sudden fear of being dominated by Qin Jie and the Grizzlies. Observing Bogut entangled with Qin Jie, showing no intent to pass, Paul seized the ball and drove hard. The freshmen quickly adjusted their defense, with Qin Jie and Roy switching to guard Paul. Unable to shake off Qin Jie, Paul attempted an off-balance fadeaway. Bang! The shot was entirely out of sync and forced. Although the freshman and Oppo's interior defense was not as robust as the second-year team and Oppo's, they were resolute in maintaining their defensive structure. Paul quickly retreated. And when he noticed Roy hesitating on the wing, he anticipated his intentions. As Jie stepped back for a jumper, Paul reacted quickly to contest the shot. Bang! Roy and Oppo's cold shot missed, but Qin Jie snatched the rebound and kicked it out. Roy faked a shot, but upon realizing he couldn't and Oppo's deceive Paul, he passed to the baseline. Qin Jie was already in position, and Millsap, understanding the situation, set a screen. With the ball in hand, Qin Jie was poised to strike. As they observed the trajectory of the basketball soaring through the air, every player on the second-grade team felt a chill run through their hearts. Swish. 86-86. The score was tied. Chapter 69. MVP of the Rookie Challenge in the second half of the freshman year. Nearly all the scoring was related to three-point shots. Continuing to attack from the perimeter, we showcased our external offensive firepower. A slight smile curved Qin Jie's lips after witnessing the freshmen repeatedly sink three-pointers. The second-year players felt a wave of despair wash over them. Paul truly exerted himself in this match. When he was substituted in the fourth quarter, he sat on the bench with a towel draped over his head, silent and contemplative. Darren also pushed himself to the limit tonight. These two guards not only bore the responsibility of orchestrating the team's offense, but also had to maintain intensity on both ends of the court. Despite their lack of height, they appeared remarkably formidable among the second-year interior players. With a score of 110-104, the freshman team successfully turned the tide in the second half, thanks to their fluid offense and accurate three-point shooting. This marked the third time the freshmen triumphed over the sophomores. The fans in attendance were left utterly astonished. What initially seemed like a run-of-the-mill exhibition game turned out to be a thrilling spectacle, rivaling the excitement of a regular season match. After the game, Paul quickly composed himself and offered applause to the freshman players. Although he felt displeased with the loss, he reminded himself that it was merely an exhibition, and the opposing team had indeed performed exceptionally well. Throughout the game, Qin Jie recorded an impressive triple-double, 35 points, 16 rebounds, 10 assists for blocks, and 2 steals. His presence was palpable on both ends of the court, particularly with his three-point shooting, where he attempted 11 shots and succeeded with 6. In addition to Qin Jie, Roy, who played freely, scored 20 points, Jie contributed 18 points, and Bargnani hit 4 of 7 three-point attempts. Under Qin Jie's leadership, the freshman players enjoyed a splendid performance. Although NBA Commissioner Stern was not present at the venue, he watched the Rookie Challenge live in its entirety. Upon seeing the halftime score, he furrowed his brow, realizing that this year's outcome mirrored previous years, with the sophomores dominating the freshmen. However, the freshmen' resurgence in the second half had Stern exclaiming in delight. The fluid pace of their offense and precise three-point shooting reflected a style of play he greatly admired, as fans revel in such exhilarating contests. The previous finals between the Pistons and Spurs had left Stern dissatisfied, and the viewership for those championships had been disappointing. This is basketball. The ball should frequently find its way through the net, he exclaimed with enthusiasm. Stern had a particular fondness for the Suns' games in recent years, believing that such styles would attract fans. Most notably, Stern was thrilled with Qin Jie's performance. This year's Rookie Challenge had already shattered viewership records, especially in China. With Yuming sidelined due to injury for the All-Star game, the viewership would undoubtedly suffer, but the Rookie Challenge adeptly filled that void. Given Qin Jie's influence, he anticipated that the All-Star Game viewership would soar even higher this year. Stern believed Qin Jie's playing style and character were perfectly suited for the grand stage of the All-Star Game, eagerly looking forward to next year's event. The likelihood of Qin Jie being selected for the main event was high, and Stern was determined to create significant buzz around it. For now, Stern needed to focus on tomorrow's skills competition, where Qin Jie would participate in the three-point contest. He could hardly fathom the level of excitement the event would generate. At the Thomas Mack Center, as soon as the Rookie Challenge concluded, the league held an awards ceremony. Undoubtedly, Qin Jie, with his impressive triple-double, was crowned the MVP of this year's Rookie Challenge. Standing before the crowd, he lifted the trophy high. Although the MVP title of the Rookie Challenge lacked substantial prestige, it was still a trophy, and Qin Jie felt elated, marking it as his first honor. After celebrating with a high five, Jie eagerly took the trophy to examine it closely. His eyes filled with envy. "If given the chance next year, I would certainly compete for this award," Jie remarked. "Next year?" Qin Jie pondered, realizing that he likely wouldn't participate in this contest again. The Rookie Challenge held limited appeal for him. He was far more eager to compete in the All-Star game. And if he could snag the MVP, that would be even more gratifying. The entire internet buzzed with excitement as the Rookie Challenge became the hottest topic of discussion. Internet users in China swiftly uploaded highlights from the night, while fans who had followed the live broadcast were thrilled by the outcome. Many were already discussing the upcoming three-point contest. In the immediate aftermath of the Rookie Challenge, Bogut discreetly slipped away, unnoticed by the crowd. As last year's #1 pick, he was expected to be the most talked-about player, yet he felt utterly disheartened by his performance. When matched against Qin Jie, he seemed to forget how to play basketball. Bynum also made a quick exit, relieved that he hadn't made any bold proclamations before the game. Otherwise, he would have faced relentless criticism from fans. Initially troubled, Paul had now come to terms with the loss. "It's just being outperformed by Qin Jie," he thought. Before the All-Star break, he had already endured 3 defeats at the hands of Qin Jie and the Grizzlies. Paul finished the night with 20 points and 8 assists, and he dismissed any notion of blame after the game. "The freshman indeed played better. Qin is nearly invincible in the paint, and we could not find a way to counter his dominance. He even elevated the entire team's offensive play," he stated to the media. As the second-year players departed, the freshman remained to face the reporters. This opportunity for interviews would undoubtedly garner them greater attention. Many players felt grateful that Qin Jie was on their team. Otherwise, they would have faced much tougher scrutiny. Due to Qin Jie's immense popularity, reporters struggled to approach him, resulting in many turning their focus to other players. The freshman team enjoyed a high visibility that night. In an interview, Roy expressed, "Playing alongside Qin is incredibly comfortable. He consistently positions himself in scoring areas and creates opportunities for his teammates." Bargnani added, "I truly enjoyed the rhythm of tonight's game. Qin is a fantastic teammate, and I admire his style of play." Jie chimed in, "Qin is remarkable. I'm fortunate that he is not just a teammate for today." The entire Las Vegas was engulfed in celebration, as Qin Jie's flawless performance sparked excitement among fans for the upcoming three-point contest. However, Qin Jie refrained from making bold claims to the media about securing the championship. Knowing that three-point shooting was inherently unpredictable, a poor shooting night could disappoint fans. Moreover, the competitors in this year's three-point contest were formidable, with Capono boasting a regular season three-point shooting percentage exceeding 50%, and players like Nowitzki also proving to be formidable challengers. Chapter 70, Three-Point Contest, February 17th, Las Vegas. The All-Star Weekend continues today at the Thomas Mack Center in Las Vegas. Traditionally, Saturday's events garner more excitement than those on Friday, as tonight features individual competitions, including the fans' favorite three-point contest and dunk contest. By 7 p.m., the arena was at full capacity, with numerous fans expressing their frustrations online about the venue's limited capacity of just over 18,000, leaving many eager spectators unable to secure tickets. The league found itself in a predicament, as it had not anticipated such overwhelming interest when selecting Las Vegas as the host city this year. However, this surge in popularity was a boon for Stern. As viewer engagement increased, so too would the ratings, which had already set records during last night's Rookie Challenge. CCTV was also placing significant emphasis on this year's All-Star game. Although Yao Ming could not participate, the presence of Qin Jie drew many fans to their screens early in the day. Zhang Heli remarked, "Wow, there are truly a lot of fans here tonight. Las Vegas is buzzing with energy, and the court is teeming with stars." Su Junyang added, "Indeed. Tonight's audience includes not only current and former NBA superstars, but also many celebrities from various fields seated courtside." Yu Jia pointed out, "Look, Yao Ming has arrived at the venue." Just as she spoke, the broadcast camera captured Yao Ming, impeccably dressed in a suit. The crowd responded with warm applause. Qin Jie, seated in the front row, greeted Yao Ming, who was recovering well from his injuries and had begun light training with his team. Qin Jie recalled how Yao, in a bid to secure the Rockets' position in the Western Conference, had returned to play towards the end of the season despite a brief rest. Good luck. Your opponents tonight are formidable, Yao Ming smiled. Unfortunately, the photography capabilities of mobile phones at that time were far inferior to those of the future. Otherwise, Qin Jie would have quickly captured a memorable expression. Don't worry, it's just a piece of cake, Qin Jie replied, confident despite his uncertainty. In addition to Yao Ming, Qin Jie also exchanged pleasantries with various stars seated nearby. Many celebrities from the outside world approached Qin Jie for photographs and autographs. The first competition of the evening was the Shooting Stars Challenge, a fun shooting contest that remains quite popular. The rules stipulate that each team must complete their shots from 3 designated spots within 2 minutes, with the team achieving the shortest time declared the winner. Team composition requires 1 NBA player, 1 retired legend, and 1 WNBA player. The Chicago team, consisting of Ben Gordon, Scottie Pippen, and WNBA's Deanna Nolan, and the Detroit team, featuring Chauncey Billups, Bill Laimbeer, and WNBA's Swin Cash, reached the finals. However, the Chicago team's performance was rendered invalid due to interference from a ball boy, resulting in Detroit's victory. The second event was the Skills Challenge, featuring 4 participants, Dwayne Wade, Kobe Bryant, LeBron James, and Chris Paul, who replaced Steve Nash. Fans were already buzzing with excitement upon seeing this lineup. The participant configuration was sensible, comprising 3 guards and a small forward. Unlike future contests that often featured predominantly post players, in the preliminaries, the highly anticipated Chris Paul faltered in his strongest category, passing, completing it only after 4 attempts, leading to his early elimination, followed closely by LeBron James. In the finals, Dwayne Wade was in exceptional form, completing all tasks in just 26 seconds. He showcased his signature swagger, essentially securing victory. Although Kobe had the best preliminary score, the pressure from Wade's performance seemed to affect him, resulting in multiple errors during his passes, finishing in 45 seconds. Wade triumphantly lifted the championship trophy, successfully defending his title in the Skills Challenge. As Wade celebrated with the trophy, Qin Jie slipped into the locker room to don a Memphis Grizzlies jersey, as the next event was the 3-point contest. Before the 3-point competition commenced, Charles Barkley competed in a sprint against referee Dick Bavetta, with the 44-year-old Barkley defeating the 67-year-old Bavetta. The two raced back and forth 3.5 times, with Barkley maintaining a steady lead, even playfully walking backward during the final stretch, granting Bavetta a chance. Bavetta, taking it seriously, made a desperate dive for the finish line, but Barkley, without regard for age, crossed first, leaving Bavetta disappointed. Barkley expressed his excitement post-race, exclaiming, 44 years old versus 67 years old, what an upset. Ultimately, to demonstrate his care for the elderly, Barkley donated his 50,000 prize to charity. After the brief entertainment, the 6 contestants entered the arena for the 3-point contest. The final lineup differed from the initial announcement. Qin Jie would face off against Dirk Nowitzki, Gilbert Arenas, Damon Jones, Capono, and Terry. The crowd's cheers escalated the atmosphere to a fever pitch, especially as Qin Jie took the stage. Qin Jie, the fans chanted in unison, to which Qin Jie confidently raised his right fist in acknowledgement. Nowitzki and the others on the court cast envious glances. Was it merely an appearance? Qin Jie is incredibly popular, Zhang Heli stated. Coach Zhang, who do you think will win the 3-point contest tonight? Su Juyong inquired from the CCTV commentary booth. I cannot say for certain. All the participants are exceptionally talented, Zhang Heli replied. Nash and Capono rank among the top 3 in the league's 3-point shooting percentage, and the others are also outstanding shooters. Yu Jia added, although the 3-point contest consists of open jump shots, it differs from practice. Not only does it depend on shooting skill, but also on the player's rhythm at that moment. No matter how precise one might be during practice, if the rhythm disappears during the competition, it's inconsequential. Su Juyong nodded in agreement. True, but I believe the fans in our homeland are focusing their hopes on Qin Jie tonight. Everyone wishes for him to clinch the championship. I think Qin Jie has a substantial chance of winning. Among all the participants, his 3-point shooting percentage may not be the highest, but his output is unparalleled. Moreover, he thrives on long-range shots, which pose little challenge for him, Zhang Heli opined. The rules for this year's 3-point contest remained unchanged, 5 shooting spots with 5 balls. For standard balls worth 1 point each and 1 money ball worth 2 points, totaling 30 points. Qin Jie felt that future rules, which included additional money balls and a further 4-point shot, would suit him better. After the 8 players concluded their warm-up, the 3-point contest officially commenced. Chapter 71. A new record. The first to take the stage was the Miami Heat and Oppo's young talent, Capono. Upon his entry, the television broadcast displayed his three-point shooting percentage for the season. Capono's three-point percentage was firmly at the top of the league, averaging 3.1 attempts per game and successfully landing 1.6, boasting an impressive 51.4. Su Juyong marveled at this information. While Zhang Heli remarked that his percentage had dropped slightly this month, he recalled that in the previous 2 months, Capono's accuracy had reached as high as 54. If he could maintain that form, he might surpass Steve Kerr and Oppo's record of 52 for a single season. Qin Jie added, however, that three-point shooting heavily relies on one and Oppo's rhythm. Even the most accurate shooters can falter in critical moments. Su Juyong expressed his continued optimism. Under the scrutiny of the commentators, Capono and Oppo's shooting began to falter. Just as Qin Jie remembered, Capono started poorly, making only one of his first 5 attempts, but gradually found his rhythm, finishing strong with a total of 19 points. Next up was Terry, who had reached a career-high three-point shooting percentage of 43 this season, making him the most accurate player on the Mavericks. However, Terry struggled significantly tonight, missing several shots early on and finishing with only 10 points, nearly trailing behind the legendary Joe. Aware of his disappointing performance, Terry could only manage a wry smile at the camera. The third contestant was Damon Jones, the Emperor's loyal guard, whose three-point shooting percentage stood at 38, averaging 1.5 successful attempts per game, the lowest among the competitors. Ultimately, he scored 15 points, teetering on the brink of elimination. The formidable Arenas was the fourth to take the stage, showcasing exceptional stability with a current high of 23 points in the preliminaries. His performance finally brought excitement to the fans, who had witnessed the previous 3 contestants struggle to even reach 20 points. The atmosphere in the arena surged once more as the crowd erupted in a unified chant of Qin Jie. The audience rose to their feet, and the fans from Huaxia were invigorated. Hearing the crowd calling his name dispelled Qin Jie's nervousness, replaced instead by exhilaration as it was finally his turn to perform. Su Juyong noted the audience's enthusiasm, while Zhang Heli chuckled, asserting that one must not underestimate Qin Jie's popularity. Qin Jie remarked that Qin Jie was indeed the player fans were most eager to see, as he had the highest three-point output among interior players this season, averaging 7.8 attempts and successfully making 3 with a shooting percentage of 42.3, an impressive feat for a player of his position. Over at TNT, Barkley declared, "Qin has entered the arena. I believe he is the most likely candidate to take home the trophy tonight." Kenny Smith nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. Qin is the player I am most excited to watch this evening." On the court, Qin Jie began his attempts from the left corner, but a mysterious force from TNT seemed to affect him. He missed his first 2 shots and even airballed his third. Barkley, unsure of what to say, could only chuckle. Qin is still searching for his rhythm. No need to rush. The initial misses did not shake Qin Jie's confidence. He maintained his form for the 4th attempt. With 25 shots needing to be completed within a minute, he focused solely on his performance. Swish. Swish. His final 2 shots in the first segment found their mark, yet he only accumulated 3 points. In the second segment from the left 45-degree angle, he missed 2 shots but successfully made his double-point shot, finishing the round with 4 points. In the third and fourth segments, Qin Jie missed 4 shots. Yet he managed to hit all 4 double-point shots, bringing his total to 15 points. The final segment was from the right corner, where all 5 shots were double points. If he could make at least 2, he would secure a spot in the finals. Observing the final segment, Su Juyong felt a twinge of anxiety. But upon seeing Qin Jie make his first 2 shots, he exclaimed, "Here it comes." Qin Jie has found his rhythm. With keen focus, Qin Jie adopted a one-motion shooting style. He completed the last segment with 4 out of 5 successful attempts, finishing with a total score of 23 points, tying with Arenas for the highest score. The reigning champion, Nowitzki, closed out the preliminary round with a steady performance, scoring 20 points, just enough to qualify for the finals. Ultimately, the finalists were Qin Jie, Arenas, and Nowitzki, while Capono, who had been a front-runner for the championship, was eliminated in the preliminaries. In the finals, Nowitzki was the first to take the stage. Aiming for a repeat victory, the big German faltered, scoring only 9 points, provoking laughter from Arenas on the sidelines. The second contestant, Arenas, also underperformed, managing only 17 points. Qin Jie has a significant opportunity here. Both Nowitzki and Arenas have not performed well, Su Juyong observed. Zhang Heli commented, "It's not certain yet. It will depend on Qin Jie's rhythm and mental fortitude. In the finals, everyone feels a bit of pressure." Both Nowitzki and Arenas have made substantial errors. Qin Jie nodded in agreement, emphasizing the need for Qin Jie to maintain his composure. Taking the stage last, Qin Jie felt surprisingly relaxed. He needed only 18 points to clinch the championship. In the first segment, he missed his first 2 shots, scoring only 4 points. However, he found his stride in the second segment, missing only his final double-point shot. Upon reaching the arc, he missed his first shot but proceeded to make the next 4, bringing his score to 13 points. Just 5 more points and he has got it. Su Juyoung exclaimed excitedly. Swish, 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 swish. In the fourth segment, Qin Jie made all 4 attempts, bringing his score to 17 points. Arenas, seated on the sidelines, found relief in his chair, knowing that unless Qin Jie missed all of his final 6 attempts, he would secure victory. 19 points. Qin Jie has won the championship. Qin Jie shouted in excitement as the final double-point shot swished through the net, eliciting the loudest cheers from the crowd. Yet, the competition was not over. Qin Jie still had 5 double-point shots remaining, with 12 seconds on the clock. He swiftly moved to the corner, increasing his release speed. He hit his 10th and 11th shots, truly remarkable accuracy. Su Juyoung exclaimed. Qin Jie was not only aiming for the championship but also for a new record. As Zhang Heli noted, the front-row fans had risen to their feet. In the final double-point segment, Qin Jie made 4 out of 5, completing an astonishing streak of 13 consecutive three-pointers, ultimately finalizing his score at 27 points. Chapter 72. The conclusion of the All-Star Game. A remarkable score of 27 points in the three-point contest, setting a new historical record. As long as the rules remain unchanged, it will be challenging for any player to surpass this achievement. On the commentary panel, Barkley remarked, "Indeed, 27 points is an exceptionally high bar. The previous highest score was merely 24 points. Magic Johnson, who was co-commentating the All-Star Game, concurred, "Absolutely, the difficulty of reaching 27 points is immense." Kenny Smith added with a chuckle, "What's even more astonishing is that Qin is a sinner." Barkley quickly countered, "That statement is flawed. If it were Qin, it wouldn't be surprising at all." Nowitzki and Arenas approached Qin Jie to congratulate him with a high five. Before long, the trophy was brought to the center of the court. And amidst the cheers of the crowd, Qin Jie stepped forward to lift the trophy. "Let us applaud the new king of three-pointers in the league," the host exclaimed. The audience responded with a resounding applause, chanting in unison. Qin Jie, brimming with confidence, raised his right hand, holding the trophy aloft in response to the fans' cheers. The score of 27 points was beyond his pre-game expectations under the current scoring system, which totals 34 points. No one had surpassed 24 points until he elevated the record by 3 points. In the future, during the era of small ball, as the league places greater emphasis on three-point shooting, players such as Curry, Towns, and Booker have achieved scores of 28 and 29 points respectively. Even in 2021, Curry reached 31 points, but that year introduced 2 additional long-distance three-point spots, raising the total possible score to 40. Thus, Qin Jie's record is likely to endure for at least 7 or 8 years. After the conclusion of the three-point contest, Qin Jie swiftly changed out of his jersey. However, he did not hasten to leave, for the highly anticipated slam dunk contest was yet to come. In the eyes of fans, the most awaited event of All-Star Saturday night is undoubtedly the dunk contest, as it offers the most visually striking spectacle. Qin Jie, having changed into his attire, found a front-row seat to enjoy the show. This year's dunk contest featured 4 competitors: Howard, Nate Robinson, Jeff Green, and Tyrese Thomas. In comparison to the participants, the panel of judges appeared even more formidable. As Jordan, Carter, Wilkins, Dr. J, and Kobe took their seats, the cheers from the crowd were unceasing. This was undoubtedly the most illustrious panel of judges in NBA history, capable of demonstrating dunks themselves if they found the players lacking. The first to perform was the Bulls rookie, Tyrese Thomas. He attempted a 360-degree alley-oop dunk 3 times without success, ultimately switching to a behind-the-back layup and then turning to complete a two-handed dunk. This move mirrored Kenny Smith's from 1990, earning him a score of 37 points from the 5 judges. Next was the one-handed dunk from the 9-fingered Green, who received a pass from his teammate Pierce, launching from the side of the backboard and executing a pull-up dunk for 48 points. Howard, the third contestant, showcased a straightforward yet powerful dunk from just inside the free throw line, garnering 43 points. The defending champion Nate Robinson closed the first round with a self-alley-oop dunk, scoring 45 points. His stature of 1.75 meters allowed him to showcase his leaping ability to perfection. as smaller players often have a more captivating visual effect in dunk contests. After witnessing the first round of dunks, Qin Jie found this year's contest somewhat dull, lacking in creativity and excitement. Since the 2000 dunk contest, fans have repeatedly expressed dissatisfaction with the recent additions, leading to declining viewership. While Nate's height allowed for impressive trick dunks, his 3 championship titles certainly overshadowed the efforts of other dunkers. In Qin Jie's memory, the most thrilling dunk contest was in 2016, where Levine and Gordon's extraordinary duel eclipsed all previous competitions, even Carter's performance in 2000. Levine and Gordon's dunks seamlessly blended creativity, power, elevation, and grace. It was unfortunate that Gordon may not have anticipated a tiebreaker, exhausting his creative repertoire prematurely. As the second round began, Qin Jie's thoughts drifted away from the competition. Ultimately, the finals featured Robinson and Green. In his first final dunk, Robinson attempted another self-alley-oop, catching the ball with his right hand while gripping the rim with his left. This move took him 3 attempts to complete and appeared somewhat contrived, earning him only 39 points. Green's first final dunk involved receiving a pass from Pierce and completing a two-handed dunk, which, while creative to a degree, only scored 41 points. In his second dunk, Robinson tossed the ball off the backboard, attempting a 360-degree dunk in midair. The difficulty level was high, and he failed 7 times before the organizers gave him an extra chance. Finally, on his 10th attempt, he succeeded, scoring 41 points. Had he executed it without errors, it would likely have been a perfect score. With his mind at ease, Green knew he only needed 40 points to clinch the title. Without significant pressure, he moved the podium to the paint and executed a powerful windmill dunk from just inside the free throw line, receiving a unanimous score of 10 from the judges, marking the first perfect score of the event. As Qin Jie watched Green basking in his victory, thoughts of Gordon's incredible dunks filled his mind. If he could replicate those moves, one could only imagine the frenzy it would incite among the spectators. With this inspiration planted in his mind, he resolved to enhance his dunking skills for the following season. Next year's dunk contest would offer an excellent opportunity for performance. The recent contests had grown monotonous, with the only semblance of creativity coming from Howard's Superman-themed dunk. Yet, any semblance of originality could easily be eclipsed by simply replicating Gordon's moves. After all competitions concluded on Saturday night, Qin Jie reflected on a successful event, bringing home trophies from both contests he participated in. On February 18th, the All-Star Game officially commenced. With little else to occupy his time, Qin Jie arrived at the arena in the afternoon to witness the final and most anticipated event of the All-Star festivities, the All-Star Game itself. The outcome of this year's All-Star Game was quite similar to his recollection. The Western All-Stars triumphed over the Eastern All-Stars with a score of 153 to 132. The game resembled a playoff atmosphere, with players exhibiting high energy and competitive spirit throughout. A standout performance from a dominant player resulted in 31 points, earning him the second MVP trophy of his career. Thus, the 2006-2007 All-Star season came to a close. Following the All-Star festivities, the season would transition into its latter half. Chapter 73, leading the rankings following the All-Star break. Teams resumed preparations after a brief hiatus. Those outside the playoff contention intensified their efforts in the latter half of the season, while playoff-bound teams aimed to secure advantageous positions for favorable matchups. The Grizzlies experienced a slight decline in form, achieving a 3-2 record in their 5 games post-All-Star. As the regular season progressed, their strategies became increasingly decipherable to other teams, leading to more tailored defensive approaches against them. However, the synergy between Qin Jie and his teammates improved, and Marc Gasol reached the pinnacle of his career, instilling a sense of optimism among Memphis fans regarding the Grizzlies' future. Although their position as 7th in the West was precarious, their playoff berth seemed virtually assured. Qin Jie's season averages soared to 25. 3 points, 14. 2 rebounds, 3. 1 assists, 3. 8 blocks, and 2. 1 steals. He led the league in blocks, outpacing even the formidable Camby. In scoring, he also secured a spot in the top 10, leading all rookies. Such remarkable statistics and leadership performance firmly established him as the frontrunner for the Rookie of the Year award, with no other rookie posing a significant threat to his claim. Qin Jie's stellar performance earned him the title of Western Conference Rookie of the Month for February. Though he had a strong case for the Western Player of the Month, Dirk Nowitzki's exceptional month, leading the Mavericks to a flawless 10-0 record, overshadowed him, making Nowitzki a favorite for the MVP award this year. In the Eastern Conference, the Rookie of the Month was awarded to the Raptors' first overall pick, Bargnani, who averaged 11.1 points and 3. 7 rebounds in February, achieving double-digit scoring in 10 games. Fans, upon evaluating Bargnani's recognition, realized their expectations for Qin Jie were at an MVP level. The Eastern Player of the Month accolade went to Chauncey Billups, who averaged 17 for points, 3 rebounds, and 7 assists in February, although his statistics were not particularly outstanding. The Pistons boasted a commendable 10-1 record that month, earning them significant respect. As March commenced, the competition for playoff spots intensified. Each year, the Western Conference seemed to descend into chaos, with experts predicting the potential emergence of 360-win teams, the Mavericks, Spurs, and Suns. The fierce competition stemmed not only from the number of successful teams, but also from the closely matched records of teams like the Clippers, Warriors, Lakers, and Grizzlies, necessitating the elimination of 2. In contrast, the Eastern Conference appeared far more manageable, with no more than 3 teams likely to secure 50 wins, and even the struggling Magic, with a win rate below 50, had a chance to enter the playoffs. On March 3rd, the Grizzlies faced the Philadelphia 76ers on the road. The rebuilding 76ers typically posed little challenge to a playoff-bound Grizzlies team, yet Memphis had a penchant for surprises. In the first half, the Grizzlies struggled with their shooting, making only 1 of 11 three-point attempts, with Qin Jie converting just 1 of 5, despite shooting only slightly over 40 overall. The Grizzlies' fast-paced offense allowed them to lead by 3 at halftime, even as the 76ers neared 60 shooting. In the second half, the Grizzlies found their rhythm, and the game concluded in a tie at 103-103, leading to overtime. Ultimately, the Grizzlies prevailed 117-112. In a post-game interview, Qin Jie stated, "We have fully prepared for the playoffs and have extensively analyzed footage of teams like the Mavericks and Suns to study our postseason opponents." The media was taken aback by his confidence. Many of Qin Jie's fans argued that his current achievements surpass those of the league's luminary, LeBron James. Qin Jie's rookie season averages eclipsed those of James, particularly regarding team success. In terms of leadership during their rookie years, James fell short even compared to his close friend, Anthony. This assertion incited backlash from James fans, who believed the Cavaliers were poised for a championship run, suggesting Qin Jie would find it difficult to compare to their king. Reflecting on the Cavaliers' season, Qin Jie recalled that although they had some success, it was limited. James led his team to the finals only to suffer a 4-0 sweep at the hands of the Spurs, with Duncan committing an unforgivable offense. On March 3rd, back in Memphis, the Grizzlies faced the Eastern Conference leading Pistons. Given both teams' defensive prowess, fans anticipated an exhilarating defensive showdown, with the game broadcast nationwide. However, the Grizzlies delivered an unexpectedly disappointing performance, losing 83-112, with the Pistons dominating from start to finish. It dawned on fans that a matchup between the Eastern Conference's first seed and the Western 7th might naturally yield such a result, having set their expectations too high. Commentator Su Junyong expressed confusion over the disparity in rankings, noting that the Grizzlies should have been competitive given their roster's potential. After the All-Star break, the Grizzlies' form appeared to falter, and any slip-up during this critical juncture could significantly impact their playoff prospects, as Zhang Heli pointed out. On March 7th, after a few days of rest, the Grizzlies traveled to Toronto to face the Raptors. Unfortunately, the brief respite did not restore their form, resulting in an 87-94 defeat and marking their second consecutive loss. On March 9th, the Grizzlies continued their Eastern Conference road trip, narrowly falling to the Hawks 105-106, with Qin Jie's last-second shot failing to find its mark, leaving them with a disappointing 3-game losing streak. The poor start to March caused the Grizzlies to drop from 7th to 8th in the Western standings. Chapter 74, The Final 9 Seconds. A chance for the kill. The recent streak of 3 consecutive defeats took all the fans by surprise. Following the All-Star game, both Pau Gasol and Qin Jie maintained exceptional form, with Qin Jie's offensive and defensive efficiency remaining consistently high. Yet, the team continued to struggle to secure victories. Fortunately, on March 10th, the Grizzlies faced the Charlotte Bobcats, a team that had only been established for 3 years. The Grizzlies triumphed with a resounding 115-85 victory, ending their losing streak with a commanding 30-point win. In an effort to avoid matching up against Qin Jie, Okafor requested a rest from the head coach before the game commenced. He feared facing a player like Qin Jie, who could dominate the paint while also stretching the floor to shoot 3-pointers. When matched against Qin Jie, Okafor could only expect to be outmaneuvered. It was not just Okafor who suffered from this fear. A significant number of centers in the league regarded Qin Jie as the player they least desired to confront. For those who faced him, Limiting his offensive capabilities was nearly impossible, and he could effectively stifle their performance in the paint. On March 12th, the Grizzlies continued their home campaign against the Nets. The Nets roster was still centered around Kidd, Carter, and Jefferson. Qin Jie recalled that the Nets had a penchant for assembling big three lineups. From the early 2000s trio of Kidd, Kenyon Martin, and Jefferson to the later acquisitions of Carter. And then the 2013 trade that brought in Garnett and Pierce to form a four-star lineup with Joe Johnson and Darren Williams. The Nets had consistently attempted to create formidable combinations. However, none of these eras achieved success, as history showed that successful trios typically included at least one dominant big man capable of securing rebounds and protecting the rim. The future Golden State Warriors may be an exception, yet even Draymond Green met the criterion. In the game that night, the Nets trio lined up side by side, boasting formidable offensive firepower, yet none specialized in rim protection. Only Kidd, at 6'3", exhibited a commendable defensive ability, while the other two forwards barely registered as above-average defenders. The closest the Nets had come to success was during the Kenyon Martin era in 2002, when they were swept 4-0 by the Lakers in the finals, paving the way for the Lakers' championship triumph. Qin Jie mused that had Kyrie Irving not been injured in 2021, that year might have been their best chance at success. After defeating the Nets, the Grizzlies faced another defeat on March 14th against the Cavaliers. Qin Jie continued to showcase his stability, scoring 24 points, grabbing 14 rebounds, dishing out 3 assists, and recording 2 steals and 3 blocks in 41 minutes of play. The King was held to a mere 5 for 20 shooting, managing to score 22 points primarily from free throws. The Cavaliers had a balanced attack, with 7 players scoring in double figures, while the Grizzlies struggled. Aside from Qin Jie's 24 points and Gasol's 23 points and 10 rebounds, the remaining players fell short, with Mike Miller contributing only 11 points. The Grizzlies' performance had noticeably declined compared to the previous 2 months, finishing March with a record of 3 wins and 4 losses. After their home defeat to the Cavaliers, they had dropped to 8th place in the Western Conference, with the 7th-place Lakers now holding a 1-5-game lead. The Warriors and Clippers were also closely eyeing the Grizzlies' position. Many detractors emerged, asserting that the Grizzlies' abilities were overrated. They had been among the league's bottom teams in the first half of the season, but with Qin Jie's unexpected rise and favorable scheduling, they had managed to improve. However, as their performance became more predictable, critics were quick to point out their vulnerabilities. Yet, the disparaging remarks only served to bolster Qin Jie's fan base, as it was evident that without him, the Grizzlies would be languishing at the bottom of the standings. With Qin Jie, they had surged into playoff contention, thus affirming his prowess on the court. Some critics suggested that Qin Jie had finally hit the so-called rookie wall, a common hurdle for many emerging stars, particularly during the months of January and February when performance often declines. However, such assertions lacked credibility, as Qin Jie's play remained consistently impressive, averaging over 25 points and 10 rebounds. If he hadn't regressed, one could only imagine how formidable he truly was. The real reason behind the Grizzlies' fluctuating performance during this period sparked considerable discussion among fans and analysts alike. Both Qin Jie and the coaching staff understood the underlying reasons for their losses. Many players in the league feared matching up against Qin Jie, which indicated a deep analysis of his game. Since the All-Star break, teams across the NBA had intensified their strategic preparation against him, having devoted a significant portion of the season to devise systematic and effective countermeasures against the Grizzlies. With Qin Jie in the lineup, their interior defense appeared impenetrable, and their offensive strategies became increasingly multifaceted. His influence even extended to the entire team, which began to embrace three-point shooting, effectively addressing challenges during both fast breaks and half-court sets. However, the only consistently stable performer remained Qin Jie. Often, if the Grizzlies' second unit was effectively contained, they struggled to establish momentum. Moreover, the players on the roster were not machines, and it was entirely normal for them to have off nights, despite numerous open shot opportunities. When the team collectively struggled with their shooting, losses became almost inevitable. Even if Qin Jie could play all 48 minutes of a game, it was unrealistic to expect him to deliver extraordinary performances every night. Achieving 1 or 2 remarkable outings was already commendable. As the playoffs approached, the coaching staff aimed to minimize the playing time of both Qin Jie and Gasol to avoid injuries to either player, recognizing that such a setback would severely jeopardize their playoff journey. Nonetheless, what weighed heavily on the Grizzlies' minds was the intense competition within the playoff race in the Western Conference. The management had turned their focus to the next season, With the tactical framework now in place, both Gasol and Qin Jie remained under contract. And if they could secure early extensions for these two key players and bolster the roster with stronger teammates, success would be more attainable. On March 17th, the Grizzlies returned to the FedEx Forum, preparing for their second encounter with the Chicago Bulls. The game was tightly contested, as the Grizzlies struggled to break the deadlock with their familiar offensive rhythm, while the Bulls faced minimal defensive pressure. As the match drew to a close, with only 9 seconds remaining, Henrich hit a mid-range jumper to tie the game at 103-103. The final possession was in the Grizzlies' hands, a chance for the decisive blow. Chapter 75, the first game-winning shot. In the FedEx Forum, the Memphis Grizzlies faced off against the Chicago Bulls. With just 9 seconds remaining in the game, the Grizzlies called for a timeout. Coach Flat Oro did not devise any intricate strategies. Instead, he simply assigned Qin Jie to take a one-on-one shot, entrusting him with the final opportunity to score. As the timeout concluded, Flat Oro looked at Qin Jie with deep affection and patted him on the back, saying, "Let's go." The team's performance has been lackluster lately, and tonight's game winner is a perfect chance to boost morale. I believe in your ability to deliver in the clutch, in crucial moments. Flat Oro placed his unwavering trust solely in Qin Jie. Qin Jie, equally determined not to let his team down, understood that they were at a critical juncture in the playoff race, where every victory mattered immensely. He glanced at his teammates and confidently declared, "Leave it to me." His teammates nodded in agreement, with Pau Gasol reassuring him, "Shoot without hesitation. I'll be there for the rebound." Before stepping onto the court, Qin Jie took a deep breath to calm his nerves, knowing that executing the final shot often came with its own pressures. However, with the score tied, he understood that even if he missed, there would be an opportunity for overtime, alleviating some of the tension. The outcome of the game hinged on this last offensive play, and it was clear they would place the ball in Qin Jie's hands. On TNT, Barkley remarked, "The Grizzlies will undoubtedly give the ball to Qin." Kenny Smith, observing the Grizzlies roster, shook his head in disagreement, stating, "Not necessarily. Pau Gasol and Mike Miller are also formidable scorers." To which Barkley insisted, "No. There is no reason not to give the final possession to Qin." Kenny Smith refrained from further debate, as he too felt that Qin Jie was the more suitable choice for the decisive play compared to Gasol and Miller. The Bulls players heightened their focus, and their coach, Skiles, reminded them to keep a close watch on Qin Jie. As the Grizzlies executed their off-ball screens, Qin Jie successfully received the ball on the wing. The Bulls had Ben Wallace assigned to defend Qin Jie without opting for a double team. Aware that the Grizzlies had multiple options to stretch the floor and that Qin Jie's passing ability could not be underestimated, a hasty double team could easily lead to an open shot for the Grizzlies. While protecting the ball, Qin Jie assessed the Bulls' defensive formation, the game clock ticking down by the second. During this phase, Wallace was still at his peak, having won his 4th Defensive Player of the Year award last season. Yet Qin Jie remained unfazed. Wallace's explosive power, agility, and leaping ability were elite, allowing him to balance shot blocking and rebounding effectively. However, he was at a disadvantage against taller interior players, as he stood at a height of 206 centimeters, but with his afro, his effective height was closer to 202 centimeters. Due to his height limitations, Wallace relied heavily on his strength for defense, successfully holding his ground against more physical players like Shaquille O'Neal. However, he often struggled against players like Tim Duncan, who possessed both fadeaway and hook shot capabilities. The Grizzlies began to run cross patterns, and for the final play, Flat Oro did not call for a pick and roll. Qin Jie's primary attack mode was shooting rather than driving, and a screen could lead to miscommunication. Thud, thud, thud. Qin Jie initiated his attack, executing a simple change of direction. Wallace closed in, effectively cutting off Qin Jie's path to the basket. The move did not shake Wallace, so Qin Jie protected the ball while executing a behind-the-back dribble. Although not as nimble as a guard, he maintained his rhythm throughout the sequence, suddenly accelerating. Qin Jie found Wallace lowering his center of gravity, attempting to disrupt his drive from the side. As the defense converged, the Bulls players prepared to swarm Qin Jie in a last-ditch effort to force a turnover. Quick on his feet, Qin Jie spun away, shielding the ball to prevent Wallace from stealing it. Wallace pressed against him, showcasing his strength, denying Qin Jie any further advance into the paint. On the sidelines, Flat Oro appeared calm, though there was an undeniable tension within the paint as the clock dwindled to just 3 seconds. Skiles, observing from the Bulls bench, saw that Wallace had nearly trapped Qin Jie, and he crossed his arms, already contemplating strategies for overtime. Qin Jie, not foolish enough to force a drive, took a deep breath. He feigned with his right shoulder and suddenly spun to his left. Wallace lunged forward in response. The crowd at the FedEx Forum held its breath. The arena enveloped in silence, all eyes fixated on the ball soaring through the air. As Qin Jie completed his turnaround jumper, the timer showed just 1 second remaining. As the basketball flew through the air, the buzzer sounded, signaling the end of the game. The ball's trajectory was impeccable. Swish. The net rippled with a crisp sound. And in that moment, all Grizzlies players surged toward Qin Jie, the cacophony of cheers nearly overwhelming his senses. Before his journey began, Qin Jie had often fantasized about this moment, tossing a ball against the wall at home while envisioning himself making the game-winning shot in the NBA. This evening, the dream had transformed into reality. Wallace stood in disbelief. Did he really just hit a game winner over me? Today's game was destined for greatness. And we extend our heartfelt congratulations to Qin Jie for achieving his first career game winner, exclaimed Su Ju-young post-game. With a final score of 105-103, the Grizzlies triumphed at home. Thanks to Qin Jie's clutch shot. He played for 40 minutes, scoring 33 points on 20 attempts with 11 hits, including 6 three-pointers from 12 attempts, and converting 5 of 6 free throws. Additionally, he accumulated 14 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 blocks, and 2 steals, marking a significant double-double. While the Grizzlies had a few rough patches, the entire team played fluidly, with 6 players scoring in double figures. Pau Gasol contributed with 17 points and 11 rebounds. Mike Miller added 14 points, Rudy Gay, in the starting lineup, netted 13 points, and Damon scored 10 points alongside 7 assists. Off the bench, Warwick also contributed with 12 points. On the Bulls side, scoring was primarily driven by Ben Gordon and Luol Deng, who tallied 32 and 28 points respectively. Additionally, Wallace, who was tasked with defending Qin Jie, had a solid game, recording 9 points, 8 rebounds, 5 steals, and 3 blocks. Qin Jie's game-winning shot propelled him back into the headlines following the All-Star game. Had social media been as prevalent in his home country at that time, his posts would have undoubtedly crashed the servers. Recently, Bill Duffy had helped Qin Jie register a Facebook account, and following this momentous shot, his follower count surged to 5 million, continuing to rise at an astonishing rate. Chapter 76, The Fundamentals of the New Three-Point King. The head coach of the Grizzlies, Flataro, was in high spirits after praising his players in the locker room, and he took Qin Jie along to the press conference that evening. Securing a victory against the Bulls was not particularly noteworthy for the Grizzlies, yet Qin Jie's game-winning shot had significantly boosted the team's morale, filling everyone with fighting spirit. Moreover, the media had selectively overlooked the recent inconsistencies in the Grizzlies' performance, focusing all their attention on Qin Jie. League Commissioner David Stern had already decided to champion Qin Jie before the All-Star game, and the buzz generated by this last-minute shot left Stern thoroughly impressed. The Grizzlies' record, compared to the start of the season, resembled a miraculous turnaround, complemented by Qin Jie's performance that perfectly filled the void left by Yao Ming's absence in the Chinese market. Qin Jie's style of play, both offensive and defensive, captivated the fans, and Stern, not one to overlook opportunity, had every reason to support him. Although the Rockets' performance without Yao Ming was commendable, Stern recognized that the franchise's commercial value had significantly diminished in Yao's absence. He hoped that Qin Jie could carve out his own niche in the NBA, similar to Yao Ming, thereby reviving the Chinese market for the league. With both Qin Jie and Yao Ming as cornerstones, the NBA's internationalization would surely thrive. Furthermore, many media outlets believed that Qin Jie's future and potential far exceeded Yao Ming's, positioning him as the face of the league's future. At the post-game press conference, reporters first lauded Qin Jie's performance. As the season progressed, his status as the Rookie of the Year seemed assured, prompting comparisons with greats like Duncan. A local female journalist from Memphis asked, Qin, having just heard from Coach Flataro that, under poor shooting conditions for the team, he unhesitatingly entrusted you with the final shot. Could you share your mindset at that moment? Qin Jie replied without hesitation, I am honored that the coach trusts me this way, and my teammates fully supported the decision to give me the ball. At that moment, I was solely focused on making the shot. We didn't want to go into overtime. Flataro chimed in. Our success against the Bulls was not only due to our tactical ingenuity, but also because Qin Jie's shot in the clutch was unwavering. He is our most stable and fearless shooter. The head coach's praise brought a smile to Qin Jie's face. This game winner was indeed crucial. In the future, many fans would likely use the frequency of game-winning shots as a benchmark when evaluating legendary players. On March 20th, the Grizzlies hosted the New Orleans Pelicans for the 4th time this season. The Grizzlies' recent schedule had been somewhat daunting. After facing the Pelicans, They would play against the Los Angeles Lakers at home, followed by a grueling stretch of 6 consecutive away games. In the FedEx Forum, after an exhilarating first half, the audience fell silent in the second half, barely reacting even when the home team scored. In the first half, the Grizzlies had made 15 three-pointers, leading to a complete collapse of the Pelicans. The fans' threshold for excitement had significantly risen, as the Grizzlies bombarded the Pelicans' rim with threes. Many fans deemed the game dull, perceiving it as a one-sided onslaught against a weak opponent. During halftime, commentator Su Junyong remarked, "The Grizzlies are truly relentless." Having pummeled the Pelicans with the same strategy multiple times, the Pelicans were well aware of the Grizzlies' tactics, yet they simply could not defend against them. Zhang Heli shrugged in resignation. Yu Jia noted, in the last matchup, the Grizzlies made 13 three-pointers in the first half. This time, they hit 15. The Pelicans are regressing. As the Pelicans' playmaking core, Paul sat on the bench, despondent. In previous games, he had sought more playing time to rescue his team, but tonight, he was resigned to the outcome. Paul did not lack the desire to defeat the Grizzlies. He simply understood that with his teammates and a misguided coach, victory was unattainable. Furthermore, with the rookie challenge, this marked the 5th encounter between Paul and Qin Jie in a single season, with Qin Jie towering over him like an insurmountable mountain. Scott, witnessing the Grizzlies players thriving, unfurled the white flag, pulling Paul, West, and Chandler from the game. However, to his surprise, Paul did not insist on returning to the court to salvage the game, indicating a newfound maturity. He recognized that persisting in a futile effort would only torment his teammates. Yet, upon seeing the Pelicans substitute in their bench players, Qin Jie felt invigorated. Seizing the moment before Flataro could substitute out the Grizzlies starters, he resolved to make the most of his opportunity to enhance his statistics and unleash his ruthlessness in the third quarter. With 9.5 minutes remaining in the third, Qin Jie initiated a fast break. The Pelicans, anticipating his penetration into the paint, fortified their perimeter defense. As the Pelicans prepared to double-team him beyond the three-point line, Qin Jie disregarded the defenders and the distance from the arc. Just beyond half-court, he launched a shot, unperturbed. Although the Pelicans players were internally distraught, they rushed towards him in unison. Yet, it was futile. One advantage of such a long-range three-pointer was the ability to release the shot while defenders were still settling into their positions, thus minimizing interference. Swish. When Qin Jie's long-range three-pointer swished through the net, the previously silent home crowd erupted in cheers. Some bench players from the Pelicans, who rarely saw playing time, were left awestruck by Qin Jie's exceptional long-range shooting. Zhang Heli shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "Qin Jie is simply unreasonable. He has once again dashed the Pelicans' hopes with an extraordinary long-range shot." This was truly a heart-wrenching blow. Qin Jie shrugged at the camera, nonchalantly stating, "This is merely the fundamental skill of the newly crowned three-point king." Ultimately, the Grizzlies triumphed over the Pelicans at home, achieving a quadra kill. Qin Jie led the Grizzlies with an impressive stat line of 28 points, 17 rebounds, 3 assists, 4 blocks, and 2 steals, securing their 4th victory of the season against the Celtics. The final score was 132-102, with the Pelicans suffering a 30-point defeat. After the game, Qin Jie affectionately ruffled Paul's hair, offering consolation. "Keep your chin up, Chris. It's a shame you're not in the East. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to face me so often each season, and perhaps your win rate would be higher." Paul remained silent, merely trudging toward the locker room. Chapter 77. The crucial battle on March 22nd. The Memphis Grizzlies hosted the Los Angeles Lakers, marking the final home game for the Grizzlies in March. The last encounter between the two teams took place in January, where an intense offensive battle unfolded early on. However, after Qin Jie took on the task of guarding Kobe Bryant, he delivered 4 remarkable blocks that effectively crippled the Lakers' offense, leading to their defeat. Currently, the Lakers are positioned 7th in the Western Conference, while the Grizzlies sit 8th, with a mere 0.5-game difference in their win-loss records. The outcome of this game would significantly impact both teams' standings. Given the Lakers' prominence in the league, the NBA placed considerable emphasis on this match, broadcasting it nationally and conducting extensive pre-game coverage. The anticipation surrounding this game in China was equally high. Qin Jie's popularity is undeniable, while Kobe's scoring prowess in recent years has been nothing short of explosive, complemented by his graceful and stylish playing style that has garnered him a substantial fan base in China. Major media outlets in China were poised to report on the Grizzlies versus Lakers showdown, with CCTV also prioritizing promotion for the event. As the latter part of the season progressed, Kobe continued to exert his influence, with the Lakers aiming to secure a playoff spot and avoid an early exit. Observing Kobe's current form, his reign as the scoring champion this season appeared almost certain, averaging 31, 6 points, 5, 7 rebounds, and 5, 4 assists per game. His performance over the past 2 years has attracted a legion of fans. Statistically, Kobe outperformed every player on the Grizzlies, underscoring the Lakers' reliance on a single star player. A scenario that Qin Jie relished, as he thrived in matches against such teams. By focusing on the opposing team's core player, he could disrupt their rhythm effectively. However, prior to the game, when Qin Jie volunteered to guard Kobe one-on-one as he did in their last confrontation, Grizzlies and Oppos, Coach Flatro shook his head in disapproval, wishing for Qin Jie to concentrate on offense instead. The rationale was straightforward, following Qin Jie's last-second heroics against their previous opponent. Flatro believed Qin Jie needed to touch the ball more often to maintain his form. With the upcoming schedule filled with away games, the battles would undoubtedly be intense, necessitating Qin Jie's dual focus on offense and defense. This home game presented an excellent opportunity for him to hone his attacking skills. Furthermore, Flatro believed that no Lakers player could effectively defend against Qin Jie. His strategy in the last encounter was to engage in a shootout, and Qin Jie readily agreed, as focusing on offense would enhance his statistics, which he welcomed, confident in their ability to defeat the Lakers through sheer offensive prowess. Qin Jie was well acquainted with the Lakers roster and tactics from his days as a fan. As a player, he had also dissected the Lakers' strengths and weaknesses comprehensively during team meetings. Currently, the Lakers' starting center, Kwame Brown, possessed decent low-post defensive skills, yet it was important to note that he had been playing through injuries since joining the team. Due to performance considerations, the management required him to defend against opposing centers without undergoing surgery, leading to a situation where, in a previous game when the Lakers were trailing, Kobe passed the ball to Brown, who, instead of securing it, expressed his inability to catch the ball due to trembling hands. This was not due to cowardice, but rather the result of his injury, which had severely limited his mobility. Qin Jie felt confident in scoring against Brown, and if the Lakers' rotation faced him, it would be akin to a gift. The burgeoning Andrew Bynum would merely serve as a target for Qin Jie, a fact already demonstrated in the Rookie Challenge. Therefore, despite the close standings between the Lakers and Grizzlies, Qin Jie believed that as long as Kobe did not explode, the Grizzlies had the capability to withstand the Lakers, should they engage in a shootout. It was entirely feasible for the Grizzlies to overwhelm the Lakers if they found their shooting rhythm. At the FedEx Forum, during warm-ups, Kobe approached Qin Jie for a chat. After Qin Jie had blocked him 4 times in their last game, Kobe was determined to prove himself, declaring that he must score at least 25 points over Qin Jie. Qin Jie advised his teammates to keep a close eye on Kobe's defense, as he remained cautious. While he often joked about being the blacksmith, who could gamble on Kobe's shooting touch? Director Zhang, which team do you believe has a greater chance of winning tonight? Su Junyong inquired from the CCTV commentary booth before the game commenced. It is difficult to determine, Zhang replied. The teams' records are quite similar. However, I believe the Lakers hold a slight edge. Kobe's recent form has been exceptional. In their last game against the Timberwolves, he scored 50 points, and previously against the Trail Blazers, he amassed 65 points. No one seems capable of stopping his onslaught. The broadcast quickly displayed the starting lineups for both teams. The Grizzlies starters were Qin Jie, Pau Gasol, Rudy Gay, Mike Miller, and Damon. The Lakers featured Kwame Brown, Lamar Odom, Luke Walton, Kobe Bryant, and Smush Parker as their starters. The Lakers lineup had not changed significantly since their last encounter, with the only alteration being Brown's elevation to the starting position. When discussing Kwame Brown, fans often associated him with the label of a bust. His current season averages of 8 points and 6 rebounds seem to solidify this reputation. The reasons for his underwhelming performance, as Qin Jie perceived, were multifaceted. His potential and work ethic played significant roles. The Wizards had selected Brown as the first overall pick, but failed to extend the respect and development that a player of his stature deserved. During his rookie season, he averaged a mere 14.3 minutes of play time and only started 3 games throughout the entire year. In contrast, contemporaries like Tyson Chandler and Pau Gasol received significantly more playing time, as the Wizards were more focused on aiding Michael Jordan's playoff aspirations rather than nurturing young talent. After joining the Lakers last season, both the management and coaching staff were willing to provide him with playing opportunities. Unfortunately, Kwame had surpassed his prime developmental years, and his skills had already solidified. His situation bore resemblance to that of Darko Milei. Had he switched teams earlier in his career, his trajectory might have been dramatically different. As the referee approached center court with the ball, Qin Jie set aside his thoughts. This clash between the 7th and 8th seeds in the West was of paramount importance for both teams. Chapter 78. A fiery touch with the tip-off at center court between the two teams. The much-anticipated Grizzlies-Lakers showdown commenced, captivating fans from both sides of the ocean. Qin Jie, representing the Grizzlies, took the jump ball. Although he had been playing center for the Grizzlies, he had previously faced taller opponents like Marc Gasol in the jump ball. The Lakers sent Kwame Brown to the tip-off. While Brown had a slight height advantage over Qin Jie, one must not overlook Qin Jie's remarkable wingspan of 2.25 meters, which stands out among his peers in the paint. In his career debut for the jump ball, Qin Jie secured the first possession for the Grizzlies. After the ball was touched by Damon in the backcourt, it was swiftly passed to Rudy Gay, initiating the Grizzlies' offense. Gay, a fellow rookie, shone brightly, particularly after being inspired by Qin Jie to diligently practice his three-point shooting, resulting in impressive statistics of 11 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 assists. Coach Flatro recognized Gay's potential and had notably increased his playing time in recent games, gradually replacing Jones in the starting lineup. As Qin Jie's younger counterpart, Gay was astute, quickly passing the ball to Qin Jie upon advancing to the front court. Kwame Brown lowered his stance to defend, and while Qin Jie perceived Brown's offensive prowess as rather rudimentary, his defensive skills were commendable, particularly in one-on-one situations. After all, his physical attributes allowed him to hold his ground against larger opponents in the low post, which was his sole advantage. The Zen Master's rationale for starting Brown was primarily due to his solid post defense. However, the Lakers had few competent centers at that time, making Brown one of the top 2 in the team. Uncertain of the Grizzlies' strategy for the evening, the Zen Master opted for a methodical approach, anticipating that the opposing team would likely engage in a long-range shootout with the Lakers. Even if Brown struggled to contain Qin Jie, it mattered little. Kobe Bryant had been in exceptional form, and the Lakers' focus was primarily on offensive strategies. Thud, thud, thud. Facing Kwame Brown, Qin Jie quickened his dribble, and as he executed a leftward crossover, Gay's screen was already set. Utilizing the pick, Qin Jie deftly maneuvered past Brown. Kobe quickly approached, intent on preventing Qin Jie from finding an open shot, thus abandoning his defense on Mike Miller. Aware of Qin Jie's strengths in the paint, Miller swiftly repositioned himself to create space. Noticing Kobe's help defense, Qin Jie refrained from barreling into the paint and instead opted for a jump shot over Kobe. Kobe, highly focused, leaped simultaneously with Qin Jie. However, Qin Jie not only had the height advantage but also a longer wingspan, resulting in Kobe's inability to disrupt Qin Jie's shot, which led to an inadvertent foul as Kobe's hand collided with Qin Jie's arm. And 1. Qin Jie engaged in a direct exchange with Kobe right from the outset, scoring while drawing a foul. Su Junyang remarked. Zhang Heli chuckled, noting, "Look at the height Qin Jie achieves. Even Kobe cannot contend with him." Kobe, visibly frustrated, felt disheartened after allowing Qin Jie to score over him in the very first play, compounded by the fact that he had granted him a free throw opportunity, an exceptionally inefficient defense. Amidst the cheers from the crowd, Qin Jie converted the free throw, granting the Grizzlies an early lead of 3 points. Turning back to the Lakers' offense, Kobe held the ball on the wing, calling for Lamar Odom to set a screen. The Zen Master's tactics revolved predominantly around Kobe, who was granted the freedom to shoot at will that evening. Marc Gasol, renowned for his agility in the paint and exceptional at defending screens, quickly moved to assist after Kobe and Odom executed their pick. As Kobe drove to the low post in preparation for a shot, Gasol was already closing in. Kobe, assessing the positions of his teammates, hesitated to pass to Brown due to the risk of a fumbled reception, and his outside teammates were poorly positioned to receive the ball. In such a scenario, Kobe chose to place his faith in his own abilities. Amidst the double team from Qin Jie and Gasol, Kobe opted for a turnaround jumper. Clang. The shot failed to find the net, and Qin Jie promptly secured the rebound, initiating a fast break. Brown attempted to contest the rebound, but was too sluggish. By the time he turned around, Qin Jie was already charging toward the Lakers' half of the court with his teammates. Qin Jie himself propelled the ball straight into the Lakers' territory, as Miller and others sprinted toward the three-point line. The Lakers, in a desperate bid to counter the Grizzlies' transition three-point threat, dispatched multiple defenders to guard the perimeter. Consequently, the paint was left entirely unguarded, allowing Qin Jie to effortlessly cover the distance to the free throw line. Bam! With a powerful two-handed dunk, Qin Jie tallied 5 consecutive points. 0-5. His performance tonight was electric, utterly disregarding the Lakers' defensive setup. On TNT, Kenny Smith exclaimed, "A center pushing the ball in transition seems almost indefensible. They raced down the court immediately after securing the rebound. Their offense is lightning fast. The Lakers can't even establish a defensive stance in the paint." Barkley added, "Kwame is still lingering under the opposing basket." Kenny Smith replied, "Even if Kwame Brown manages to catch up, it's futile. The Grizzlies' transition offense is lethal, especially with their trailing three-point shooters. Even Pau Gasol can stretch the floor and shoot threes. How do you defend that?" The Zen master frowned from the sidelines, recalling that the previous game had seen Bynum responsible for guarding Qin Jie, who had thoroughly outperformed him on both ends. Now, with Brown in his stead, the situation appeared no better, as Brown's mobility seemed inferior even to that of the younger Bynum. On the court, the Lakers had another chance. But Kobe's drive to the basket was thwarted by a resounding block from Qin Jie. Qin Jie shrugged at the camera, signaling that he hadn't intended to target Kobe. It was merely a consequence of Kobe's aggressive approach. Frustrated, Kobe hurriedly urged his teammates to return on defense. Gasol secured the rebound and promptly passed to Damon. As the Grizzlies continued their fast break, Damon found Qin Jie on the sideline, and the Grizzlies entered their half-court offense, reverting to the familiar pick-and-roll strategy. Brown trailed Qin Jie around the screen, yet Qin Jie eschewed any elaborate maneuvers, opting instead for a low-post turnaround jumper over Brown. With the precedent of Kobe's foul in mind, Brown was cautious in his defensive approach. Swish. 0-7. Qin Jie had amassed 7 points in succession. The Grizzlies fans began to sense that this match was turning into a monotonous affair, pondering how the anticipated clash of 7th versus 8th seed had devolved into a one-sided domination by the Grizzlies, with the Lakers' offense still struggling. Brown attempted a contested layup against the double team of Qin Jie and Gasol but failed to convert, resulting in Gay securing the rebound. Brown felt a sense of despair, aware that the Grizzlies' fast pace might render him ineffective for the remainder of the quarter. The Lakers' transition defense was timely this time, preventing the Grizzlies from capitalizing on the fast break. Yet, once settled into a half-court battle, the Grizzlies' firepower made the Lakers wary. Qin Jie continued to confront Brown, dribbling toward the left and faking a shot, causing Brown to take a large step in that direction. Kobe, observing this exchange, shook his head in disbelief. Is he really that naive? Standing beyond the three-point line, Qin Jie seized the opportunity presented by the open space, aiming for the basket and launching a shot. Swish. Qin Jie felt his shooting touch was sizzling tonight. The three-pointer swished through the net, bringing the score to 0-10. The Zen master could no longer remain composed. He urgently called for a timeout. Chapter 79. Chasing a new record in the opening minutes of the first quarter. Master Zen felt an ominous shift towards a garbage time scenario. Cheers erupted from the audience, yet the cacophony was jarring to the Lakers players. How could a team positioned higher in the Western Conference be outmatched by the Grizzlies? Kwame Brown struggled to contain Qin. On the Lakers and Oppo's bench, Phil Jackson had already recognized the issue, but without Kwame, who else could defend Qin Jie? Kobe observed Kwame's shortcomings with a desire to confront him, questioning the purpose of retaining such players when the team could trade for formidable centers. Nostalgia washed over Kobe as he reminisced about battling alongside the notorious Shaquille O'Neal. If the game continued at this pace, the Lakers faced imminent defeat at the hands of the Grizzlies. Kobe arrived with a vengeful spirit, still seething from his previous encounter with Qin Jie, which had left him dissatisfied. To his dismay, this game appeared even more challenging, as the Lakers had at least maintained an edge during the early stages of their last match. Kobe scrutinized Qin Jie's statistics, shaking his head in disbelief, lamenting the disparity in talent. Had he partnered with Qin, a championship would surely be within reach. Unaware of Kobe's frustrations, Master Zen simply hoped for Kwame to keep pace and secure the boards. As for defending Qin Jie, Master Zen surveyed the options. It seemed no matter who was assigned, the outcome would be similar. Ultimately, he opted for the swifter Lamar Odom to take on the challenge of guarding Qin Jie. Despite his reluctance, Odom nodded in agreement with the coach's decision. Following a timeout, the game resumed, and the Lakers finally scored. Kobe sank a three-pointer from the left side at a 45-degree angle, breaking the scoring drought and igniting excitement among the Lakers fans watching the broadcast. Kobe had to take charge if the Lakers were to claim victory. Zhang Heli seized the opportunity to commentate. It appeared the Lakers had switched their defensive assignments, now utilizing Odom to guard Qin Jie. Su Junyang, undeterred by Zhang Heli's commentary, analyzed the unfolding situation. Qin Jie dribbled and penetrated, though his speed was moderate. His rhythm was impeccable, and he executed a jump shot from the free throw line. And it went in, Yu Jia exclaimed, clearly anticipating a high-scoring night for Qin Jie. Odom, scratching his head, realized that his defensive efforts were in vain. The Lakers granted Kobe unrestricted shooting privileges, while the Grizzlies allowed Qin Jie to shoot freely. In the first half of the opening quarter, Qin Jie accounted for over 80 of his team's attempts. Within that span, he shot 6 out of 9, including 2 of 4 from beyond the arc, and hit 1 of 1 from the free throw line, amassing an impressive 15 points, 5 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, and 1 block. Upon witnessing the Grizzlies call a timeout for substitutions, Kwame Brown and Odom breathed a sigh of relief. Thankful that Qin Jie would finally rest, continuing to compete against him was becoming overwhelming. Both players felt as though they were battling a formidable boss. However, as they observed the Grizzlies' roster changes, including Coach Flatoro's strategic adjustments, they grew puzzled. Surely Qin Jie wouldn't remain on the court? Flatoro orchestrated his lineup, substituting Jones for Gay and Akinza for Gasol, while Qin Jie remained in play, much to the Lakers and Oppo's chagrin. Masters in since the challenge escalating, with the playoffs approaching. Teams had been cautious with their main players, rarely exceeding half of their usual playing time. Yet Flatoro believed that removing Qin Jie, given his current form, would be illogical. Moreover, Qin Jie had no intention of leaving the court. Master Zin's hopes of narrowing the score during Qin Jie's rest were dashed. Throughout the first quarter, Qin Jie played for 12 uninterrupted minutes and finished with 22 points. Despite the exertion, he felt invigorated. He was on a scoring spree. Was he on track to break records tonight? The commentators, particularly Su Junyang, could hardly contain their excitement. Yu Jia noted the potential, mentioning that Qin Jie's career high was 42 points, leaving him just 21 points shy, with 3 quarters yet to play. Zhang Heli remarked on the sheer spectacle of Qin Jie's performance. Fans across China were also filled with exhilaration, many following the text updates on their phones. While they lacked visuals, the 22-point tally was enough to rouse enthusiasm. In the NBA, scoring 22 points in a single game is commendable, let alone in a single quarter. Would he finish the game with 88 points? At TNT, the ever-passionate Charles Barkley felt a surge of anticipation. What is the record for most points scored by a rookie in a single game? Barkley inquired. 58 points, set by Wilt Chamberlain during the 1958-1959 season, Kenny Smith replied, glancing at the statistics. With Qin Jie already at 22 points in the first quarter, he was just 36 points away from that remarkable milestone. With 36 minutes of game time remaining, Barkley believed Qin Jie had a genuine chance to reach it. However, he also noted the score. The Grizzlies were leading 36-17. A 19-point gap. If the game continued at such a pace, the third quarter might descend into garbage time, where neither team would keep their star players on the court, diminishing Qin Jie's chances of breaking records. With the playoffs approaching, coaches would certainly prioritize their players' rest, and even if Flatoro allowed Qin Jie to remain in the game, the value of points scored during garbage time would be significantly lessened. Barkley silently cheered for the Lakers, urging them not to succumb to an early garbage time scenario. On the Grizzlies bench, Flatoro observed Qin Jie with an almost exasperated gaze. Qin, take it easy in the second quarter, he advised. Qin Jie shook his head. I still feel great. I can rest for 3 to 4 minutes in the second quarter. Acknowledging his scoring potential, Qin Jie was determined not to miss the opportunity. Flatoro was concerned not only about fatigue but also injuries. Risking Qin Jie's health while in the lead would be counterproductive. Just focus on moving without the ball to conserve energy, Flatoro instructed. After the second units battled for a couple of minutes, the Lakers struggled to close the gap, as both teams fielded underwhelming lineups. With 9 minutes and 46 seconds remaining in the second quarter, Master Zen called a timeout to alter the lineup. Kwame Brown remained inside, but when he saw Qin Jie preparing to enter the game, he suddenly felt hesitant. The Grizzlies lineup now included Qin Jie, Gasol, Mike Miller, Jones, and Atkins, while the Lakers fielded Bynum, Kwame Brown, Kobe, Walton, and Vujasic. Kwame found some solace, as Master Zen assigned Bynum to guard Qin Jie. Up against Bynum, Qin Jie was as relentless as ever. Utilizing a screen, he drove toward the basket, but Bynum aggressively contested him, leaving Qin Jie with no room for a jump shot, forcing him to attempt a floater. Bynum's defensive maneuvers were overly aggressive, prompting the referee to call a foul. Simultaneously, with a swift motion, Qin Jie's jump shot found its mark once again, securing a 2-1 opportunity. Kwame Brown patted Bynum on the shoulder in a gesture of consolation, then helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Chapter 80. Tying the record, the Lakers players on the court appeared despondent. In recent seasons, despite their lackluster performance, they had seldom been subjected to such a thorough thrashing. On the court, Qin Jie made a free throw, leaving Coach Zen with no options. He could only signal to Odom, seated on the sidelines, to attempt a defense against Qin Jie. As the second quarter approached its midpoint, during a Lakers timeout, Coach Zen noticed that Qin Jie showed no intention of leaving the court, prompting him to substitute Odom to match up against Qin Jie. Odom was a rare breed of versatile player in NBA history, averaging 13 points, 9 rebounds, and 4 assists per game throughout his career. He possessed both scoring and rebounding abilities, complemented by his height and commendable speed. Much like the future superstar Anthony Davis, Odom had played as a guard in high school before his growth necessitated a shift to the front court, allowing him to exhibit technical prowess among interior players with the ability to exploit mismatches. However, Odom was also known for his erratic performances. When in form, he was formidable on both ends of the court, yet when struggling, he could make bewildering decisions. In the second quarter, Qin Jie had been consciously conserving energy. Upon realizing that Odom was defending him, Qin Jie opted not to drive into the paint, as Odom's height advantage over perimeter players vanished in this matchup. Instead, Qin Jie dashed from the baseline to the wing, receiving a pass before taking his shot. His off-ball movement was among the elite in the league, and his shooting accuracy surpassed that of many guards. Watching Qin Jie's score steadily rise, even Coach Zen found himself at a loss. The Lakers' offense relied almost entirely on Kobe, and the point gap continued to widen. Determined to score prolifically in this game, Qin Jie seized the opportunity to increase his shot attempts while his rhythm was strong. With limited chances to accumulate points as the season neared its end, and with few players on the Lakers capable of containing him, Qin Jie recognized the significance of this game for playoff positioning and aimed to secure a victory against the Lakers. Even as he adopted a tactical retreat strategy in the second quarter, focusing predominantly on tough jump shots, Qin Jie maintained his reputation for toughness. Who would dare label him soft? As the second quarter drew to a close, Qin Jie received a pass at the high post and released his shot without hesitation. By the end of the second quarter, he had elevated his score to 34 points, leading the Grizzlies to a commanding 65-38 lead over the Lakers, a staggering 27-point advantage. If the game continued in this manner, the second half would soon devolve into garbage time. At the CCTV commentary booth during halftime, Su Junyong could no longer contain his celebration, though as an official commentator, he restrained his emotions. He remarked, "Qin Jie is performing exceptionally tonight, but let us not forget the Lakers' offensive prowess remains intact. One should never underestimate the possibility of a comeback in the NBA, even with a lead of over 20 points." Zhang Heli concurred, "Indeed, the Grizzlies must remain vigilant on defense." Just 2 years ago, McGrady achieved the remarkable feat of scoring 13 points in 35 seconds, and Kobe is a historically elite scorer. If he finds his rhythm in the second half, the outcome cannot be prematurely concluded. Qin Jie had already amassed 34 points, just 8 points shy of his personal scoring record and a mere 16 points from the illustrious 50-point mark. Yu Jia focused on Qin Jie's individual statistics. Su Junyong also noted, if Qin Jie reaches 50 points, he would become the youngest player in NBA history to achieve such a milestone. Zhang Heli laughed. "Let us see if history can be made tonight." Not just the three commentators, but all fans across Huaxiao were moved by Qin Jie's performance. They had anticipated a significant decline in interest in the NBA following Yao Ming's injury. However, Qin Jie's emergence rekindled their enthusiasm for the sport, igniting a wave of excitement in the domestic sports scene. Based on Qin Jie's recent performances, nearly everyone believed that if he could maintain his health, his future accomplishments would rival those of Yao Ming. Although Yao was currently at the peak of his powers, compared to his contemporary, Qin Jie, Yao seemed to pale in comparison. Moreover, this was merely Qin Jie's rookie season. What heights could he reach during his prime? At TNT, Barkley felt a mixture of emotions. While the Grizzlies had overwhelmed the Lakers in the first half, there was a possibility that Qin Jie might not see further action if the game turned into garbage time. Barkley had been eagerly anticipating Qin Jie breaking Chamberlain's long-standing record. Qin Jie needed to score 24 points to reach 58, a daunting task for even the most elite scorers. Yet for Qin Jie tonight, it seemed a feasible endeavor. As the foremost advocate for Qin Jie, Barkley yearned for him to shatter that decades-old record so he could flaunt his triumph over detractors on social media. As the second half commenced, the Grizzlies' starting five remained comprised of Qin Jie, Pau Gasol, Rudy Gay, Mike Miller, and Amare Stoudemire. The Lakers, meanwhile, had benched Kwame Brown, opting for the young Bynum at center, with Odom and Walton on the wings, and Kobe at shooting guard, with Smush Parker handling the point. Su Junyong observed the lineups, noting that Coach Zen's decision to bench Kwame Brown was straightforward. With defensive capabilities lacking, the only option was to enhance their offense to close the gap. Kwame Brown had delivered a dismal performance in the first half, contributing only 2 points and 4 rebounds. He failed to provide any offensive support and struggled to keep pace with the Grizzlies' tempo, particularly during fast breaks. The second half began, and Kobe stepped up once more. Sinking a three-pointer over Mike Miller from the arc, Kobe remained the Lakers' and Oppo's standout player, not only holding his ground against the Grizzlies and Oppo's guards defensively, but also serving as the sharpest weapon in their offense. With this three-pointer, Kobe's tally for the night rose to 20 points. However, despite Kobe's relentless pursuit of points, the Lakers still found themselves unable to contain Qin Jie. Requesting a pick from Gasol, Qin Jie faced Odom's defense, and without hesitation, he executed a jump shot over him. Swish. That marked his 36th point. On the next possession, the Lakers missed their shot, granting the Grizzlies a fast break opportunity. With such a significant lead, Qin Jie couldn't resist launching a three-pointer from just beyond the center circle. Swish. That long-range three extinguished any flicker of hope the Lakers had left. After the basket, Qin Jie raised both arms in celebration, reveling in the cheers from the crowd. Kobe, gritting his teeth, felt a shift in his mindset, becoming increasingly anxious. On the following possession, Kobe charged into the Grizzlies' paint, forcing a shot amid three defenders, but was fortunate to draw a foul. After converting both free throws, it was again the Grizzlies' turn to attack. Qin Jie then unleashed a three-pointer from 2 steps beyond the arc. Bynum was left speechless, once more confronting the fear of being dominated by Qin Jie, recalling their encounter during the rookie challenge. How could they defend such a shot? Fortunately, Qin Jie's attempt ricocheted off the rim. However, the Lakers players were all stationed on the perimeter, allowing Gasol to secure the offensive rebound and pass it back out to Qin Jie. Without adjusting his stance, Qin Jie launched another three-pointer from the same spot. Swish. Having regained his shooting touch, Qin Jie entered a mode of relentless scoring, bringing his total to 42 points and equaling his career high. Chapter 81. The youngest player to score 50 points. This evening, Qin Jie displayed remarkable prowess, sinking several three-pointers in the second half, thereby aiding the Grizzlies in extending their lead. Su Junyong remarked that 42 points represented Qin Jie and Oppo's highest single-game score, yet with ample time remaining in the match. This record was certain to be surpassed, though the extent of the increase remained uncertain. The recent three-pointers had further dampened the Lakers' morale. Kobe began to exhibit impatience, rushing a wide-open three-point attempt that he failed to convert. Lakers fans watching the live broadcast felt a sense of discontent, questioning the offensive capability of their team. Meanwhile, Grizzlies supporters reveled in the spectacle of Qin Jie's individual scoring showcase. Whenever the Grizzlies secured possession, they would chant Qin Jie's name, urging his teammates to pass him the ball. Conversely, any time a Lakers player touched the ball, they were met with resounding boos. To the Grizzlies fans, the Lakers' inability to score rendered their possession merely a waste of time. They preferred to see Qin Jie take more shots for their entertainment. Midway through the third quarter, Qin Jie initiated several offensive plays. However, after a brief period of outstanding performance, he encountered a slump, missing a series of shots following a successful two-point attempt. Observing this, Coach Flat Oro quickly called a timeout, aware that Qin Jie was at risk of fatigue, despite primarily playing off the ball. The extensive running had undoubtedly taken its toll on his stamina. The Lakers seized the opportunity, capitalizing on Qin Jie's declining shooting percentage, with Kobe and Odom managing to close the gap slightly. Yet, once the timeout concluded, Qin Jie remained on the court, reigniting the Grizzlies' offensive firepower. During one offensive possession, he received a pass at midcourt, then, with a mere 2 steps from the three-point line, launched a shot. At this moment, Qin Jie finally grasped the exhilarating sensation akin to the future playstyle of Curry. This reckless shooting from long range was truly addictive. Indeed, the experience of sinking a long-range three-pointer was unparalleled, a soul-stirring delight that transcended the mere act of scoring, even if one were to miss 9 out of 10 attempts. The euphoria of that single successful shot eclipsed the satisfaction of a standard three-pointer. Swish. After making the three-pointer, Qin Jie's personal score soared to 47 points. In the subsequent possession, Odom executed a hook shot in the paint. With Gasol's defense appearing rather lenient, the Grizzlies held a commanding lead. And their overall defensive intensity had softened. All players were aware of Qin Jie's hot hand tonight and were eager to see him score. Thus they allowed him more freedom on the court, hoping to expedite the Lakers' offensive efforts to increase their own opportunities. Upon executing an inbounds play, the Grizzlies launched their offense. The Lakers' defense was aggressive, aiming to prevent Qin Jie from making another devastating long-range shot. Noticing the defensive setup, Qin Jie signaled for Gasol to set a screen, which he utilized to penetrate to the low post. Before the Lakers could adjust their defensive alignment, Qin Jie rose for another shot. Bynum, tasked with guarding Qin Jie, anticipated the shot and rushed to contest it. However, the referee was vigilant, immediately blowing the whistle as Bynum fouled Qin Jie. Swish. The ball went in as the whistle blew. Bynum's defense had significantly disrupted Qin Jie's rhythm, leaving him without a clear view of the basket. He could only rely on his instinct to release the shot. Yet, when one is in the zone, the manner in which the ball finds its way to the hoop is often unfathomable, much like the unpredictable feats one might witness in moments of inspired spontaneity. Qin Jie scored an incredibly difficult and won. With the free throw, he reached the monumental milestone of 50 points. Su Juyang clenched his fists in anxious anticipation. At TNT, Barkley rose from his seat. Kenny, tonight we are witnessing a momentous occasion. Kenny Smith, equally exhilarated, felt as if he were on the court, heart racing. Approaching the free throw line, Qin Jie took a deep breath, centering himself as the FedEx Forum erupted in a deafening cheer of MVP. 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 The home crowd was in a frenzy. Swish. The free throw was good. Qin Jie had achieved the remarkable feat of scoring 50 points in a single game. This night was destined for greatness, as Qin Jie's name would be etched into the annals of NBA history, marking him as the only player from China to score 50 points in the league. Witnessing the successful free throw, Su Juyang finally let loose his excitement, cheering loudly. Yu Jia echoed his enthusiasm. Qin Jie has set a record tonight. No player has ever scored 50 points before turning 20. At just 19 years and 290 days, he has surpassed LeBron James, becoming the youngest player in NBA history to score 50 points. Wait, it seems Qin Jie has broken more than just this record. Zhang Heli noted, fixating on the scoreboard and timer, suddenly realizing something remarkable. Su Juyang and Yu Jia quickly grasped the implication. Glancing at the time displayed in the bottom right corner of the broadcast, the records Qin Jie is setting tonight could be quite astounding, Su Juyang remarked. Yu Jia chuckled. Perhaps we are getting a bit ahead of ourselves? As the commentator spoke, countless fans watching the live stream had already noticed that there were still 2 minutes and 28 seconds remaining in the third quarter, meaning over 14 minutes of game time remained. Given the current dynamics between the Grizzlies and the Lakers, both teams appeared determined to contest fiercely with their starting lineups. If Qin Jie were to play the entirety of the match, how many points could he ultimately amass? Barkley was eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Qin Jie reaching 50 points was within his expectations, yet he yearned to see him surpass Wilt Chamberlain's record of 58 points. Scoring 8 points in the final quarter would be as effortless for Qin Jie as sipping water, especially with the third quarter still ongoing. Surely, Phil Jackson would not opt to bench his starters at the onset of the fourth quarter, would he? Barkley pondered, as the scoreboard reflected a 92-71 lead for the Grizzlies. The Lakers trailed by 21 points, seemingly resigned to defeat. However, should any of their players ignite a scoring surge in the final quarter, a glimmer of hope for a comeback might remain. The fans in attendance were acutely aware of this. When the Lakers possessed the ball, they silenced their boos, even cheering to encourage them, hoping to mitigate a significant loss in the second half. In response to the home crowd's fervor, Coach Zin and the Lakers found themselves at a loss for words. This was undoubtedly one of the most humiliating instances in NBA history, with the home fans turning against the visiting team. As the third quarter concluded, the teams entered the final period with a score of 96-77. In the dying moments of the quarter, Qin Jie added 2 points from the free throw line, concluding the first 3 quarters with a total of 52 points. The question of how many points Qin Jie could ultimately score had captivated the attention of all the fans watching the live broadcast. Chapter 82, Beyond Legend. 62 points in a single game. Qin Jie has already etched his name in NBA history, and now all fans eagerly await to see if he can forge another record. Moreover, tonight the Grizzlies face off against the league's elite, the Lakers. Both teams are evenly matched, and the outcome affects playoff standings, making this no mere exhibition. Thus, the significance of Qin Jie's record takes on even greater weight. In this moment, fans at the FedEx Forum are reluctant to leave their seats, fearful of missing a thrilling moment. While outside the arena, throngs of supporters have gathered. Many fans who were originally watching from home have rushed to the venue, drawn by Qin Jie's explosive performance, finding the atmosphere far more exhilarating on the large screen outside. Everyone's attention is riveted on Qin Jie, as the Grizzlies' victory seems all but assured. It appears the Lakers may only engage for half the final quarter. As the fourth quarter commences, both teams field their starting lineups. The Grizzlies hold the first possession. After being double-teamed in the low post, Qin Jie passes to Marc Gasol. Gasol, initially intending to draw attention and return the ball, instead decides to take the shot himself upon witnessing the Lakers' relentless defense on Qin Jie. Gasol scores effortlessly, and it's now the Lakers' turn to attack. Qin Jie continues to match up with Kwame Brown, as he faces the first high school player to be drafted first overall. Qin Jie muses that had the Wizards focused their resources on developing him, Brown might not have struggled as he has. The reasoning is simple. Brown's defensive capabilities have always been solid, and his role as a blue-collar center is one that any team would covet. Unfortunately, his mindset remains a hindrance. His skills are now well-defined, and any significant improvement seems unlikely. Kobe Bryant drives into the paint, and Mike Miller, tasked with guarding him, opts not to pursue. However, Qin Jie and Gasol are determined not to let Kobe slip through. Under pressure, Kobe spots Kwame Brown in the low post and, after a moment's hesitation, passes the ball. Brown, upon receiving the pass, pauses briefly before making his move toward the basket, inadvertently giving Qin Jie the opportunity to help defensively. Lacking finesse in his attack, Brown finds himself retreating as Qin Jie applies pressure, ultimately forcing him to halt his progress. Realizing that Qin Jie's attempts to steal the ball are becoming increasingly frequent, Brown reluctantly opts for a jump shot. Qin Jie, unfazed, leaps high and swats the ball away effortlessly, completing a block. Gasol, aware of the rebound, swiftly claims the ball, and Qin Jie accelerates toward the Lakers and Oppos, half-court. Another fast break for the Grizzlies. The Zen Master, observing this sequence, cannot help but marvel at Qin Jie. Although classified as a center, his playing style and technical prowess resemble that of a small forward. Little does the Zen Master know that such players will proliferate in the future NBA, with the most extraordinary being Giannis Antetokounmpo, who stands taller than Qin Jie, possesses remarkable agility, and demonstrates explosive offensive capabilities that instill dread in opponents simply by his presence on the court. Despite Qin Jie being a few inches shorter than the future Giannis, his egalitarian defensive skills and precise shooting make him a formidable force in the paint. In today's NBA, not only centers but even forwards rarely prioritize three-point shooting. They lack the understanding to contain Qin Jie, as their tactical approaches are woefully outdated. On the offensive end, having found space, Qin Jie receives a pass from Chandler and hits a mid-range jumper from the elbow. 54 points. Fans from Huaxia are ecstatic, their hearts racing as they witness the digits representing Qin Jie's score rise. The Grizzlies supporters are even more animated, since Memphis acquired its own team. Such scoring exhibitions have been a rarity in their home arena. In the commentary booth, Su Zhujiang is brimming with excitement. 56 points. Qin Jie has once again scored from the high post. His scoring display is far from over. Even Zhang Heli, affectionately dubbed Wei Ping Bryant by fans, finds himself indifferent as the Lakers possess the ball. As the Lakers miss another shot, the Grizzlies secure the rebound and launch a counterattack. Zhang Heli narrates the unfolding scene. Qin Jie has the ball on the wing and attempts another three-pointer, but alas, it clangs off the rim, and Pau Gasol grabs the rebound. Ujia adds, Gasol finds Qin Jie again on the perimeter. After a screen from Gay, Qin Jie dribbles once and releases a shot beyond the arc. And it's good. Qin Jie's personal tally rises to 59 points. On TNT, Barkley can no longer contain his excitement and leaps to his feet. This kid is truly terrifying, he murmurs. Wilt Chamberlain's record has finally been shattered. As Barkley envisions the clash between Qin Jie and Chamberlain in his mind, Kenny Smith shouts, the Lakers have been intercepted. Qin Jie's layup is good. He has reached 61 points. Qin Jie has surpassed the 60-point mark. The camera returns to the FedEx Forum, where, in the latter half of the fourth quarter, Qin Jie finally takes a seat on the bench. The Lakers players are filled with mixed emotions. Had they seen Qin Jie exit during the first three quarters, they would have rejoiced. However, now his departure signals their surrender, as the Lakers have pulled their starters. The final score is 112-94. With the Grizzlies triumphantly defeating the Lakers. Qin Jie's scoring concludes at 62 points, having capped it with a layup following a steal from Smush Parker. Following this, in the next Grizzlies possession, Qin Jie draws a foul from Kwame Brown in the paint. Exhausted, he makes just one of 2 free throws. And during the subsequent dead ball, the Zen master calls a timeout, substituting in the bench players and declaring the contest into garbage time. Flatro also follows suit. And Qin Jie does not return to the game for the remainder of the fourth quarter. In this match, Qin Jie played for 38 minutes, attempting 36 shots and making 22, including 10 of 16 from three-point range and 8 of 10 from the free throw line, culminating in an impressive total of 62 points. Along with 10 rebounds, 3 assists, 4 blocks, and 3 steals, truly an all-around performance. Director Zhang, it seems Qin Jie has shattered numerous records tonight? Su Juyong inquired after the game concluded. Zhang Heli nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Qin Jie has not only become the youngest player in NBA history to score 50 and 60 points in a single game, but our broadcast team also reminded us that he has eclipsed Wilt Chamberlain's rookie single-game scoring record of 58 points. This is a feat that not only rivals legends but surpasses them. Additionally, Qin Jie has become the highest single-game scorer in Grizzlies history. Although the franchise is relatively young, I believe this record will be hard for any player to break, except for Qin Jie himself. Tonight, Qin Jie has reaped immense rewards. As the game concluded, fans from across the globe focused their attention on the court, and media outlets eagerly prepared for interviews. Chapter 83, The Further from the Rim. The higher the shooting percentage in the face of Qin Jie's explosive performance, both he and the media were taken aback. Qin Jie was aware that he was in good form that evening. However, the Lakers were not a weak team, and during the first half of the game, he did not anticipate scoring a high number of points. It was only as the game progressed into the second half that he realized he was on the brink of setting a record. Amidst his excitement, he felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. He felt as if he had been completely drained, leading him to reflect on the sheer brilliance of Kobe Bryant. Although Qin Jie often played with the historical narrative of being a brick king, he now understood that achieving such a feat required significant skill. If it were someone else, their stamina might not hold up. On this night, Kobe did not shoot excessively poorly. He played for 37 minutes, making 11 of 20 shots, including 4 of 11 from three-point range, and hitting all 10 free throws to finish with 36 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists, the highest score for the Lakers. Immediately following the game, various media outlets were eagerly awaiting Qin Jie's arrival in the studio. The match had been nothing short of astounding, and numerous basketball analysts had already compiled statistics on Qin Jie's scoring zones, revealing that nearly 85 of his shots were taken from beyond the 3-second area. This indicated that his scoring was primarily reliant on shooting, with a significant concentration of attempts from long range. Is this the prowess of the newly crowned three-point king? His style of play has truly upended fans' perceptions. The further from the basket, the higher the shooting percentage. From the onset, Qin Jie had resolved to prioritize off-ball movement, aside from some ball-handling drives in the first quarter. He mostly focused on relocating to receive passes for jump shots or launching attempts shortly after crossing half-court. This approach indeed conserved energy had he aggressively attacked the rim. His stamina would have faltered in the latter part of the game. This is the advantage that comes with an upgrade. Once his shooting statistics surpassed 90, there was virtually no one on the Lakers capable of effectively defending against Qin Jie, especially as his shooting touch was exceptional that night. Qin Jie could hardly imagine how despairing it would be for opponents should he further enhance his layup and playmaking skills in the future. At the post-game press conference, the moment Qin Jie stepped into the studio, the room erupted with enthusiasm. The camera flashes from various media outlets illuminated his face, causing him to blink instinctively as he took his seat. A reporter from Huaxia was the first to pose a question, congratulating Qin Jie on becoming the youngest player in NBA history to score 50 and 60 points, as well as for setting the record for the highest single-game score by a player from both the Grizzlies and Huaxia in NBA history. The reporter then asked in Chinese, Qin Jie, you scored 63 points tonight. What does achieving such a score mean to you personally? Fans adore scoring spectacles, and a high-scoring game undeniably garners significant attention. Many fans reference a player's highest single-game score when discussing their prowess, much like Kobe and Oppo's 81 points 2 years ago and Wilt Chamberlain and Oppo's legendary 100 points, which remains etched in the memories of basketball aficionados. Of course, compared to that, Chamberlain and Oppo's legendary conquests are often the subject of much amusement among fans. Qin Jie responded, I am incredibly excited to have scored this number of points. Just 2 months ago, I was still relatively obscure within the league and my team. I never imagined I would achieve a score over 60. I must also express my gratitude to my teammates and coaches for their unwavering support, particularly to my coach, who has always believed in me. His emotionally intelligent response drew the camera's attention to Coach Flatro, whose smile was nearly uncontainable. Flatro is indeed an excellent coach. He trusts Qin Jie and encourages him to take audacious shots from beyond the arc during practice. It is fortunate that Qin Jie was selected by the Grizzlies. Had he been drafted by coaches like Larry Brown or Saunders, he might not have had the opportunity to shoot freely, or even to see much playing time as a rookie. An ESPN reporter then inquired, "Qin, since your entry into the league, you have developed a keen affinity for three-point shooting, particularly long-range shots. If the Grizzlies make it to the playoffs, it is likely that they will face the Mavericks in the first round. Given the similarities in your playing style to Dirk Nowitzki, do you feel confident in outperforming him and leading your team to victory?" Qin Jie pondered for a moment, finding the question somewhat peculiar. As the Grizzlies had yet to secure a playoff spot, regardless of how he answered, it could potentially lead to self-embarrassment. After some contemplation, he smiled and replied, "We have played the Mavericks numerous times during the regular season. You can review the game footage to see how I fared against Dirk." Afterward, Qin Jie continued to answer several more questions from reporters, most of which revolved around his scoring and shooting. He expressed his deep affection for this style of play, especially the exhilarating feeling when a three-pointer effortlessly swishes through the net. He felt that his current system was not particularly exceptional. If it allowed him to enhance his abilities simply by making a three-pointer, that would be exhilarating. The more he shot, the more potent he would become. The matchup between the Grizzlies and the Lakers was set to be one of the most thrilling games in recent NBA history. As the newly minted single-game scoring leader in franchise history, Qin Jie's standing within the Grizzlies had significantly elevated. The next day, he reigned in his excitement, knowing that each forthcoming game remained crucial, especially with a challenging schedule ahead. By noon, the entire Grizzlies team had flown to Salt Lake City, preparing for a grueling 6-game road trip. The team often faced a stretch of consecutive away games each month, but this particular 6-game stretch had Qin Jie feeling particularly tense, leading him to wonder if the league was secretly targeting the Grizzlies. On March 24th, the Grizzlies faced the Jazz for the fourth and final time this season at the Energy Solutions Arena. In this game, Qin Jie effectively neutralized Oker's impact, blocking him twice in the first quarter, ultimately limiting Oker to just 4 points on 13 attempts. However, Boozer delivered a stellar performance against Gasol. While the diminutive Damon was thoroughly outclassed, Boozer amassed 28 points and 15 rebounds, while Damon contributed 23 points and 12 assists, showcasing the Jazz's formidable offense. The Grizzlies suffered a disappointing defeat, ending the game at 108-118. Qin Jie played for 37 minutes, recording a well-rounded stat line of 24 points, 15 rebounds, 4 assists, 5 blocks, and 2 steals. Yet, given the monumental impact of his previous 63-point game, this performance felt merely average by comparison. Nonetheless, the team was well aware of the challenges posed by the Jazz. They recognized that, in terms of overall strength, the Jazz were superior. Sloan's pick-and-roll system proved difficult to counter, and while Qin Jie could contain Oker, he could not withstand the onslaught from Boozer and Damon against the rest of the lineup. The day after losing to the Jazz, the Grizzlies swiftly made their way to Phoenix, gearing up to challenge the second-ranked Suns in the West. Chapter 84. The weakness of the Grizzlies. Though the Suns' defense could be described as utterly hopeless, they remained the sole team in the West capable of contending for the top spot alongside the Mavericks, boasting an offensive efficiency of 113.9, the highest in the league. Should the Suns manage to triumph over the Spurs in the coming seasons, it would fundamentally overturn the adage that offense wins fans while defense wins games. In tonight's match, Qin Jie felt that merely refraining from delivering a single elbow to each of the Grizzlies players was already showing them considerable respect. In the early stages, Pau Gasol was thoroughly overwhelmed by Stoudemire in their matchup. In Qin Jie's memory, Stoudemire was known for his offensive prowess but lacked defensive skills, rendering him inconspicuous among the league's formidable big men. His defensive capabilities were even below the average standard. Gasol was met with a merciless rejection from Stoudemire on his first offensive attempt. As for Mike Miller, since Rudy Gay was elevated to a starting role, his share of the ball diminished significantly, causing his average points to drop to 18.3, while he still appeared as the Grizzlies' third leading scorer on the surface. His efficiency was alarmingly low, with a shooting percentage under 40 in recent games. Similarly, Gay, who had been expected to perform well, struggled tonight. missing 3 consecutive shots upon entering the game. On March 26th, during their away game against the Suns, the Grizzlies were swiftly overwhelmed, falling behind 4-15. Coach Flatron was visibly distressed by the unfolding situation. Every time the Grizzlies found themselves in dire straits, his gaze instinctively drifted toward Qin Jie on the court. It became increasingly clear that even Qin Jie, who was excelling on both offense and defense, could not salvage his inept teammates. The Suns employed a fast-paced, run-and-gun style, executing their attacks before the Grizzlies' defense could properly position itself. Conversely, the Grizzlies relied on Qin Jie's defensive abilities to carry their hopes of victory. However, Qin Jie found himself unable to counter the Suns' offensive maneuvers, as both Stoudemire and Marion easily bypassed him, with defense proving ineffective and offense leaving him isolated. All 4 points the Grizzlies managed came from Qin Jie's jump shots, as the entire team struggled to find their rhythm. Qin Jie's performance was also far from explosive, and the Grizzlies' offense crumbled completely. In a moment of frustration, Flatron called for a timeout as the score ballooned to 4-16. It was worth noting that less than half a quarter had elapsed, and the 12-point deficit starkly illustrated the Grizzlies' dismal performance on both ends of the court. In stark contrast, the atmosphere in the West Center was electric, with the crowd chanting MVP in support of their home team. Before the Grizzlies' timeout, Nash skillfully penetrated through Damon's tight defense, while Stoudemire and Marion created space. The Grizzlies' interior was left vulnerable, and Nash, eschewing any flashy maneuvers, simply tossed the ball toward the backboard upon reaching the paint. Marion, recognizing the opportunity, prepared to cut in for an alley-oop. Fortunately, at a crucial moment, Qin Jie intercepted Marion's path, denying him any chance to leap. However, Stoudemire slipped in from the opposite side, leaping to receive the pass. Stoudemire caught the ball and executed a powerful dunk, with a resounding thud. Gasol could only watch in dismay as Stoudemire entered the paint right before his eyes, lacking any desire to contest the shot, thus witnessing Nash and Stoudemire connect for the alley-oop. Flatron was compelled to call another timeout. During Nash's effortless assist, aside from Qin Jie's staunch defense against Marion, the rest of the Grizzlies appeared to be merely going through the motions. If this continued, they would undoubtedly suffer a thorough beating. Furthermore, Flatron understood that, given the team's current performance, Qin Jie could not shoulder the burden alone. Although Qin Jie did not take kindly to Nash showcasing his skills in front of him, he wished his teammates would step up defensively, yet he recognized the futility of relying solely on individual effort. He sensed that the Suns' style of play was somewhat tailored to exploit the Grizzlies' weaknesses, leaving him with an unusual feeling of helplessness. It was evident that the Grizzlies' current roster was lacking, particularly in perimeter defense. They were in dire need of an exceptional perimeter defender. As the timeout concluded, the Grizzlies, trailing 4-16, prepared to inbound the ball. Receiving an inbounds pass, Qin Jie boldly drove into the elbow area and rose up for a jump shot over Marion. His pull-up was executed with an elegant flair and remarkable decisiveness, even in the face of Marion's defense. At the commentary booth, Su Junjong remarked, while Yu Jia expressed concern, Qin Jie is currently the only player stepping up for the Grizzlies. If the other teammates fail to find their rhythm, victory will remain elusive. The score stood at 6-16, with the teams still separated by a double-digit margin. The Suns' offense remained composed, as Marion attempted an eccentric jump shot. The ball clanged off the rim, but Stoudemire snatched the rebound over Gasol and swiftly passed it to the three-point line, where Nash was poised to strike. Qin Jie urged Gasol to inbound quickly, and after receiving the ball, he surged toward the Suns' half-court. Upon crossing midcourt, Marion immediately applied pressure, only to be thwarted by Gasol's timely screen. With Marion momentarily shaken off, Qin Jie confidently took a shot from just beyond the three-point arc swish. 9-19. The Suns responded with Nash bringing the ball past half-court, executing a behind-the-back move to shake off Damon. Simultaneously, LaFrance appeared at the high post, and Nash delivered a pinpoint pass without looking, landing perfectly in LaFrance's hands. With a swish, the ball found the net in a matter of seconds. Even Qin Jie did not anticipate that the Grizzlies would allow the Suns such ease tonight. On the next possession, Mike Miller's layup clanked off the rim, and as Stoudemire and Marion battled for the rebound, Qin Jie seized his sixth rebound of the night, immediately delivering a clever bounce pass to the low post. Gasol, taking a deep breath, managed to score his first points of the game. 11-21. Qin Jie remains in fine form tonight, Su Junjong commented. Without him, I fear the Grizzlies would have been thoroughly outmatched by the Suns in the first quarter, Yu Jia added. The Grizzlies' mainstay is undoubtedly Qin Jie. While Pau Gasol is strong, his leadership and statistics pale in comparison to Qin Jie's. I trust both fans and the Grizzlies' management recognize this reality. Zhang is rationally stated. However, he furrowed his brow, adding, "Yet the outlook for tonight's game is grim. Basketball is, after all, a team sport." Qin Jie exhibited an exceptionally fierce desire to win tonight, yet the Suns' teamwork was more cohesive, with each player demonstrating remarkable athleticism, completely neutralizing the Grizzlies' defensive strategies. As the final seconds of the fourth quarter ticked away, the score stood at 95-105. Exhausted, Qin Jie leaned on his knees, panting heavily. The fans at the West Center not only applauded their home team but also cheered for Qin Jie. Despite Qin Jie's stellar performance, which included 32 points, 16 rebounds, 2 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks, it was insufficient to salvage the Grizzlies. Flatron promptly consoled Qin Jie after the game, moved by his ability to stabilize the score with crucial shots. In a post-game interview, Flatron remarked, "This was a magnificent game. However, I still believe in the team's strength. We will certainly make the playoffs." Following the matchup against the Suns, Qin Jie promptly adjusted his mindset. After a brief rest in Phoenix on March 27th, the Grizzlies flew to Los Angeles to face the Lakers once more.